Starry night. In the city of Yaoguang, every household had long turned off their lights and gone to sleep. Only the street lights by the roadside still glowed faintly, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. However, at this moment, two figures suddenly darted across the dim street. They were running at an incredible speed, as if chasing something. A dead end? The crew-cut man in black at the front frowned slightly. How could it disappear without a trace, not even leaving a hint of its presence? Shadow fiends, these exotic beasts, are truly troublesome and headache-inducing. The man wearing glasses looked grim. We can't let it escape. We must intensify the search efforts and find it tonight. We absolutely cannot allow a rampaging exotic beast to infiltrate a human city. The consequences would be unimaginable. The crew-cut man clenched his fists tightly, a blue light flashing in his eyes as a card emitting a blue glow suddenly appeared in his hand. Immediately, a massive black eagle was summoned from the card. The two men leapt onto the eagle's back, and their figures vanished into the darkness. At this moment, in a dim alley of Radiant City, one household still had its lights brightly lit. Little Soul Snake, when will you finally learn an attack skill? A boy of about 16 or 17 was staring anxiously at the little white snake less than 10 centimeters long in front of him, muttering impatiently. The little soul snake tried its best to release a skill, but it just couldn't manage it, its face turning bright red from the effort. Duani sat back in his chair helplessly, looking at the utterly useless little soul snake, his heart filled with disappointment. 3 days ago, Duani, by a twist of fate, traveled to this strange world in a dream. Upon waking, he realized that this was not a dream but reality. After 3 days of study, he finally gained a comprehensive understanding of this world. This world is very similar to Earth, but over 3,000 years ago, spatial rifts began to appear one after another, and exotic beasts from another world flooded in, sweeping across human lands. Humanity was caught off guard and suffered devastating losses, with lives hanging by a thread. At this moment, a mysterious spatial rift appeared. Inside the rift, there were no exotic beasts. Humans ventured in and obtained the legacy of ancient spirit card masters, learning to use spiritual power to create spirit cards and seal exotic beasts within them using sealing techniques, making them obey their commands. From then on, the era of spirit card masters rose, and humanity regained its strength. The exotic beast species are numerous, commonly including wild beasts, ferocious beasts, as well as superpower species, ghost species, rock species, plant species, steel species, and others. Their attributes are diverse, including wind, water, fire, thunder, ice, and more. All of these exotic beasts can be sealed by spirit card masters. Sealing powerful exotic beasts requires the spiritual card master's own cultivation to match. Spiritual card masters are divided into multiple levels based on their cultivation, starting from the lowest black iron level, followed by bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and even supreme level. Each level is further divided into 5-star ratings, and only upon reaching the maximum rating can one advance to the next level. Supreme level spiritual card masters are extremely rare, with almost no one achieving this rank in the past century. Among the tens of billions of people on Blue Star, there are only over 100 diamond level spirit card masters, and none at the supreme level, which shows its difficulty. At this moment, the curtain on the window suddenly fluttered gently, followed by a hiss 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 sound, which quickly disappeared. It should be the sound of the wind. Duani didn't think much of it, muttered softly, and continued to focus on the little soul snake. This little soul snake was left behind by the original owner of the body. Apart from the most basic roar, it has no other attack skills and is extremely weak. Duani inherited this body, with spiritual power only at black iron 3 stars, allowing him to fuse with just one spirit beast card, which means he can summon only one spirit beast. The initial choice is particularly critical, yet his spirit beast happens to be this utterly useless little soul snake, leaving him in a dilemma. It doesn't even know any attack skills. Can it really win relying solely on roaring and brute force? Only 1 month remains until the college entrance exam. If little soul snake cannot learn attack skills before then, it will definitely fail the exam, let alone enter the Spirit Card Master University. The future will only be ordinary days. Ordinary people might resign themselves to fate, but Duan-E, a transmigrator, will never accept it. No way. I must change my fate. Tomorrow, I'll take it into the Academy's secret realm. This is the last chance. No matter the cost, I must make it learn attack skills. At the very least, it needs combat power to have a chance of getting into Spirit Card Master University. If it truly can't learn, I can only bear the pain and let it go. Duan-E took a deep breath. If the little soul snake cannot learn attack skills, keeping it is meaningless. The only option is to forcibly destroy the spirit card fused within the body, seek another beast spirit card, or personally seal a new beast. But such an action is tantamount to killing the little soul snake. If it were Duan-E on Earth, he would never be soft-hearted. But the original owner of the body had deep feelings for the little soul snake, and Duan-E inherited this sentiment, making it difficult for him to be ruthless. Hopefully, it can make some progress tomorrow. Duan-E gently stroked the little soul snake, softly murmuring a prayer. The curtain swayed lightly once more, and the eerie sound arose again. This time, Duan-E could no longer sit still and immediately walked toward the window. The reason he hadn't paid much attention earlier was that human cities were protected by powerful spirit card masters, preventing the invasion of external beasts. With their protection, the city can remain peaceful, and danger is rarely seen at night. Therefore, he wasn't overly worried at first. Nothing there? Could it really just be the wind? Duani carefully observed outside the window but found nothing unusual. He then shut the window tightly and turned back to Little Soul Snake. But as he approached, Little Soul Snake's eyes suddenly sharpened, and it let out a low growl, as if warning of something. Duani understood immediately, reacted swiftly, and performed a backflip to dodge behind the Little Soul Snake. At the window, a ghostly creature with an entirely pitch-black body appeared, its crimson eyes fixed intently on him. This is a shadow fiend. How is this possible? A wild exotic beast has actually appeared in Yaoguang City. Duan-Yi was instantly overwhelmed with shock. The shadow demon belongs to the ghost clan of exotic beasts, possessing great strength and a quality of at least green, whereas his Little Soul Snake is only white in quality, the most ordinary type of beast. The two are simply not on the same level. Even if the Little Soul Snake learned attack skills, it would stand no chance against the shadow demon. Despite this, the Little Soul Snake still stood resolutely in front of its master. So touching. Go Little Soul Snake, I believe you can do it. Duan-Yi encouraged verbally, but was extremely nervous inside. He quietly took out his phone, ready to call the police and request a powerful spirit card master to handle the shadow demon. At that moment, a piece of information suddenly emerged in his mind. Beast name, Little Soul Snake. Exotic beast quality, white. Exotic beast race/attribute, beast/poison. Exotic beast abilities, roar, poison fong. Exotic beast status, congenital deficiency. Click to view treatment methods. Evolution paths, 2. Normal evolution, collect 1 ice crystal stone and 100 white quality beast cores to evolve into a green quality exotic beast frost poison serpent. Powerful evolution, collect 1 ice crystal stone, 10 snow crystals, and 100 white quality beast cores to evolve into a frost poison serpent. Note, the quality is random during evolution, with a chance to trigger a critical hit and improve the quality. Is this a golden finger? Duan-Yi, who was just about to call the police, froze when he saw the panel appear in his mind. He quickly regained his composure, overjoyed, as expected. Being a transmigrator without a cheat ability would be too embarrassing. However, he hadn't expected the cheat ability to have this function, and the Little Soul Snake originally had attack skills. Why hadn't it been able to use them all along? The situation was critical, and Duan-Yi had no time to examine it closely. The shadow demon let out a furious roar, its black claws lunging straight at the Little Soul Snake. Fortunately, the Little Soul Snake reacted swiftly, using its nimble body to successfully evade. Duan-Yi breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze fixed on the shadow demon. Beast name, Shadow Demon. Exotic beast quality, green. Exotic beast race/attribute, ghost race/wind element. Exotic beast abilities, magic fog, wind shadow claw. Exotic beast status, frenzied, minor injury. Click to view treatment methods. Evolution paths, 2. The gap in strength is too big, better run for your life. The quality of exotic beasts ranges from low to high as follows: white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold. Not only exotic beasts, but spiritual herbs and treasures are also classified by these grades. If the spirit card master controlling the white level exotic beast is strong enough, they still have a chance against a green level exotic beast. However, Duan-Yi's exotic beast and cultivation are both very weak, making it impossible to contend with the shadow fiend. After assessing the opponent's strength, he did not hesitate to take out a blue spirit card from within his body, preparing to recall the Little Soul Snake. The shadow fiend seemed to sense danger and suddenly leaped out of the window. What happened? Duan-Yi looked bewildered. Suddenly, a deafening screech echoed through the night. Through the window, Duan-Yi vaguely saw a strong black giant eagle soaring with its wings spread wide, feathers sharp as daggers, surrounded by lightning. Before long, the sleeping residents were awakened, turning on their lights to investigate. The black hawk roared, its lightning-wrapped talons seizing the fleeing shadow demon. A burst of thunder and lightning erupted, and the shadow demon instantly turned to ashes, its beast core swallowed by the black hawk in one gulp. The black hawk then vanished into the night, and the street returned to tranquility. With the crisis resolved, Duan-Yi let out a long sigh of relief, silently thanking the spirit card masters who protect the city. He tightly locked the doors and windows, his gaze once again turning to the Little Soul Snake. The previous attribute panel of the Little Soul Snake reappeared in his mind. Innate deficiency? What exactly is going on with the Little Soul Snake? Duan-Yi was puzzled and clicked on the treatment method. Diagnosis: the Little Soul Snake suffered severe injuries during its childhood, which were not treated in time, leading to stunted physical development and an inability to perform attack skills. Treatment: collect 10 power herbs and 1 white quality snake gallbladder. Once completed, you can open the panel to heal the beast. Seeing this information, Duan-Yi was utterly shocked. What the system said was true. He remembered that the Little Soul Snake had indeed suffered severe injuries during its childhood. At that time, he was a first-year high school student, and the Spirit Card Master High School he attended ranked third locally. At the end of the first year, students could borrow spirit cards from the school to enter an exclusive secret realm and seal their first exotic beast. Duan successfully sealed his little soul snake during that time but was accidentally injured. Although he later recovered after treatment, he did not realize at the time that the little soul snake's inability to use its skills was due to the aftereffects of the injury. Now with the system, Duan fully understood the truth and finally felt relieved. This feature is indeed powerful. Little soul snake is finally saved. Duan Yi's heart was filled with joy. In this world, there is absolutely no item that can accurately detect the true health condition of exotic beasts. At most, one can barely sense their basic state through a telepathic connection. Therefore, once a beast is injured or has physical issues, it is usually sent to the local beast hospital, where medical personnel specializing in beasts diagnose it. However, no matter how thoroughly they study, it is impossible for them to fully understand every beast, let alone conduct comprehensive examinations. After all, this is not about treating humans but curing powerful beasts, which is fundamentally different in nature. It is precisely because of this that the little soul snake ended up in its current predicament. After Duan acquired the system's golden finger, he could basically have full control over the situation with exotic beasts, and he could easily handle those difficult-to-cure ailments. It seems like opening an exotic beast clinic in the future will definitely make a fortune. However, the treatment materials for the little soul snake posed a challenge for Duan. The price of white-quality snake gallbladders in external shops wasn't too high, roughly 20,000 blue star coins, which he could scrape together with some effort. But the price of power grass gave him a headache. The market price for one power grass is close to 7,000 blue star coins, and 10 of them cost a total of 70,000. For Duan, whose family was already not well off, this was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Therefore, he could only plan to try his luck by going to the wilderness, spatial rifts, or the Academy's secret realm himself. The reason power grass is so expensive is that its growth conditions are extremely demanding, and its appearance is easily confused with weeds, making it very difficult to find. Forget it, I'll go to the Academy's secret realm tomorrow to specifically look for power grass and ignore everything else for now. Duan closed the system panel with a bitter smile. As for the last evolution path, it's completely useless for now. The materials are too rare, and with the current capabilities, it's absolutely impossible to obtain them. It's better to focus on curing the little soul snake's illness first. After washing up, Duan fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yaoguang City's 3rd Spirit Card Master High School, Class 4 of Grade 12. Duan sat in the classroom, listening to the lecture in a daze. The classroom environment here was almost identical to that of his previous world. Students wearing uniform school attire, a familiar classroom, only the classmates had changed, and the course content was entirely different. The original subjects of Chinese, mathematics, and English have all disappeared, replaced by courses such as Introduction to Spirit Card Mastery, Encyclopedia of Exotic Beasts, and How Spirit Card Masters Create Spirit Cards and Seal Exotic Beasts. At first, Duan was completely confused, but fortunately, the original owner of this body had good grades in cultural subjects, and he had inherited this theoretical knowledge. After 3 days of adjustment, the current Duan could now adapt quickly and easily answer questions when the teacher called on him. Hey, Duan, stop spacing out. The teacher's watching, be careful or you'll get punished again. A chubby boy next to him nudged Duan, reminding him to snap out of it. This chubby boy was naturally someone Duan recognized. He was the original owner's close friend, a loyal companion who had grown up with him, named Lin Heng. Lin Heng came from a wealthy family, and his cultivation level far surpassed Duan Yi's. If anyone at school bullied Duan, Lin Heng would always stand up for him. Their relationship was excellent. Who said I was daydreaming? I was contemplating life, Duan replied with a smile. Get lost. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Oh, you know? Let's hear it. Aren't you just worried about the little soul snake? I told you long ago, that little soul snake is really no good. After all this time, it still hasn't learned a single attack skill. There's only 1 month left until the college entrance exam. I think you should just give up on it. Lin Heng patted Duan Yi's shoulder and continued. I know you're deeply attached to the little soul snake, but don't let it hold you back. Out with the old, in with the new, be decisive. If you're worried about not having money to buy a strong exotic beast, I can sponsor you. No rush to pay me back. Wow, hearing you say that is really touching, but my little soul snake is different. Although Duan didn't have any special feelings for Lin Heng, hearing these words still warmed his heart. Having a wealthy best friend is truly great. Lin Heng patted Duan Yi's head and teased, oh dear, you don't have a fever, do you? Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? Get lost. Duan quickly pushed him away. The two were just fooling around when a loud noise suddenly echoed in the classroom. Someone had slammed the desk. Everyone, pull yourselves together. There's only 1 month left until the college entrance exam. Do you still want to get into the Spirit Card Master University? If you don't want to take the exam, get out early and stop wasting the time of classmates who are serious about listening to the lecture. The speaker was the homeroom teacher, Deng Sun, a middle-aged man with a black crew cut cut, thick glasses, and sharp eyes. He forcefully slapped the lectern. Some students lack ability and still don't pay attention in class. If you fail to get into the Spirit Card Master University in a month, don't blame me for not warning you. Deng Sun's tone shifted as his gaze turned to Lin Hong. That's right, Mr. Deng is correct. Our class is one of the elite classes in the entire grade, but unfortunately, there's a bad apple. A blonde-haired boy in the front row said mockingly. Bah, Huang Yi, what did you just say? If you've got the guts, come out and face me one-on-one. Lin Hong stood up, glaring angrily at Huang Yi. Duan Yi's gaze instantly turned icy upon hearing Huang Yi speak, because Huang Yi was the culprit responsible for injuring the little soul snake. In his first year of high school, Huang Yi sealed a decent exotic beast and became overconfident, even provoking a green-quality earth-shaking giant bull. As a result, he was beaten and fled in panic. He almost didn't have time to crush the handcard to teleport out of the secret realm. If he had crushed it and teleported, the next chance to enter the secret realm would have been in his second year, wasting both the opportunity and materials. Huang Yi was unwilling to give up and, upon discovering Duan Yi nearby, devised a plan to lure the earth-shaking giant bull toward him. At that time, Duan Yi was summoning the spirit card beast he had just rented. Caught off guard, he was attacked, sustaining injuries, while his little soul snake fell unconscious. Fortunately, he managed to crush his handcard for teleportation in time, saving his life. Afterward, Duan Yi reported the incident to his teacher, but due to the random nature of secret realm teleportation and the lack of witnesses, there was no evidence, leaving him no choice but to swallow his anger. Duan Yi, who had traveled through time, naturally inherited everything from the body and also harbored resentment towards Huang Yi. Alright, you little brat, it's all your fault that the little soul snake ended up like this. I'm going to teach you a lesson, or else I'll write my name backward. Duan Yi cursed inwardly. I wasn't even talking about you. Is there any need to get so worked up? Are you friends with that piece of rat dung? Huang Yi ignored Lin Heng's words and continued to mock. Cut the nonsense. Don't you feel even a little guilty about Duan Yi's exotic beast ending up like this? Conscience? What am I guilty of? He was the one who foolishly provoked the earth-shaking giant bull. What does that have to do with me? Am I right, classmates? Huang Yi sneered and glanced around. Exactly, don't make baseless accusations without evidence. If you're going to give up, just give up, stop dragging it out. You've been cultivating for 2 years and your level is still only Black Iron 3-star. You're really embarrassing class 4. The surrounding classmates listened and started jeering, watching the two argue with amusement, wishing they would start fighting right away. Whether I use exotic beasts is none of your business. Just wait and see, my little soul snake will definitely evolve. Duan Yi ignored the mockery and replied indifferently. The classmates were right, the original owner of this body was indeed too foolish, burdened by a little soul snake. After a spirit card master seals an exotic beast, the beast will reciprocate, greatly enhancing cultivation. The stronger the beast, the greater the reciprocation. The original owner clung tightly to the little soul snake, causing slow progress in cultivation. Most of the classmates had already reached Black Iron 4-star or 5-star, and some with exceptional talent had even advanced to the bronze level. Huang Yi was a bronze 1-star spirit card master, which earned him flattery from his classmates. Lin Hong was also a bronze 1-star, with strength comparable to Huang Yi. Because of this, students who wanted to bully Duan Yi dared not speak out, fearing they might provoke Lin Heng. Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? Your little soul snake can still evolve? Almost laughed myself to death. Is your brain not working properly? Huang Yi laughed heartily. Watch your mouth and stop biting people randomly, or I'll tear you apart. Lin Hong protected Duan Yi while patting his shoulder, signaling him not to worry. Tear me apart? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If you're not afraid, then come on. Lin Hong took the first step, a flash of blue light in his eyes, and a spirit card appeared in his hand. Huang Yi was not to be outdone. A spirit card appeared in his hand as well. The two were at each other's throats, and the other students excitedly egged them on. A kind-hearted classmate quickly tried to dissuade them. Come on, we're all classmates here. Graduation is just around the corner. Don't make a fuss. Deng Sun angrily slammed the lectern 3 times. Class time is not for fighting. If you want to fight, do it after school in the academy's combat hall. Be quiet now. If you disrupt the class again, get out. After the reprimand, the whole class quieted down. Huang Yi and Lin Hong put away their spirit cards and returned to their seats. Deng Sun resumed teaching. The class bell rang, and Deng Sun said a few words before leaving the classroom. The students left one after another, preparing to enter the school's secret realm in the afternoon. Only Duan Yi and Lin Hong remained in the classroom. Duan Yi, do you think it's true that the little soul snake is going to evolve? Lin Hong looked at him. It's true. Do you believe it? To be honest, not really. It's just too weak. Wait until the secret realm appears. I'll give you a big surprise, Duan Yi said with a smile. Let's not talk about surprises for now. Take this first. Lin Hong spoke, a flash of blue light in his hand, and a spirit card appeared. This is a weapon spirit card? Duan Yi was surprised. The system page emerged in his mind. Spirit card type, weapon spirit card. Card grade, white. Sealed weapon, golden light sword. Weapon attribute, light
element.
Weapon description: forged from the golden lightstone dropped after the death of the golden light beast. It is exceptionally sharp and can unleash the golden light beast's ultimate move, Blazing Light Wave. Note: requires Spirit Card Master to reach Black Iron 5 stars or above to use. Wow, I didn't expect the system to not only identify the attributes of exotic beasts but also clearly display other spirit cards.
Amazing. Though shocked, Duan Yi's expression remained calm. He browsed through inherited memories to learn about weapon spirit cards.
This type of spirit card has only emerged in the past few hundred years. With the development of civilization and deeper research into spirit card masters, it was discovered that spirit cards can not only seal exotic beasts but also weapons, special environments, and even skills. Thus, various types of spirit cards appeared: weapon spirit cards, armor spirit cards, environment spirit cards, skill spirit cards, and so on. Among them, skill spirit cards are single use and are lost after use. The others can be used multiple times and can even be lent to others, making them very convenient. That's right, this is indeed a weapon spirit card, sealing a golden sword with immense power.
Your little soul snake lacks attack capabilities, which makes entering the secret realm very dangerous.
Plus, considering the conflict with Huang Yi earlier, I'm afraid he might cause trouble in the secret realm. If I were by your side, it would be easier to handle, but the secret realm's teleportation points are random.
For your safety, I'll temporarily lend you this spirit card.
Lin Hong patted Duan Yi's shoulder. Though I'd like to use it, my cultivation is only Black Iron 3-star, and this weapon spirit card requires Black Iron 5-star or above to use, if I remember correctly, Duan Yi said with a bitter smile.
Ha! It requires Black Iron 5-star?
That's impossible,
Lin Hong exclaimed in surprise. Try it if you don't believe me.
Lin Hong handed over the spirit card.
Duan Yi concentrated his spiritual power and injected it into the spirit card, but there was no reaction. Sure enough, it can't be activated.
Lin Hong smiled awkwardly. Have you used a similar spirit card before? The academic performance in cultural subjects has always been good. This knowledge is all learned from books.
Such a pity. Entering the secret realm will be very dangerous for you. If you encounter danger, don't fight recklessly. Crush the token and teleport immediately. I don't want you to die young. Get lost.
Don't curse me, Duan Yi hurriedly replied.
Ha, don't overthink it. Hurry up and eat. I'm starving.
Lin Hong pulled Duan Yi along as they jogged to the cafeteria. After a short rest following lunch, the two headed together toward the entrance of the school's secret realm. The school's secret realm is actually a spatial rift, with the danger levels of spatial rifts on Blue Sea Star ranked as E, D, C, B, A, and S. The secret realm of Yaoguang Third High School is E level, forcibly relocated here 300 years ago by a powerful predecessor of the school using an extremely strong spatial attribute exotic beast. After years of maintenance, the powerful exotic beasts have been eradicated, leaving only a small number of white quality exotic beasts. Green quality and above are extremely rare and have been designated as dangerous zones, prohibited from entry. It was now close to 2 in the afternoon, and more than 50 students from Class 3 and Class 4 had gathered.
Huang Yi walked over with a few of his underlings. Yo, Duan Yi, still daring to enter the secret realm? Aren't you afraid those powerful exotic beasts will devour your useless little soul snake?
That's not right. Just a few days ago you were saying that the little soul snake could evolve by entering the secret realm.
Ha, I almost died laughing.
Huang Yi mocked, causing Duan Yi to furrow his brows tightly, his disgust growing even stronger. But unfortunately, strength is what matters in any world. In their eyes, he was just a pushover who could only endure and wait for the little soul snake to truly rise.
Annoying brat, you're so irritating.
Lin Hong retorted bluntly.
Lin Hong, you think being at the bronze level is impressive? Let me tell you, beating you is a piece of cake. Oh no, I'm so scared. Hurry up and come.
Just wait. If I weren't unable to act now, I would have dealt with you already.
Huang Yi snorted coldly and strode away. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Huang Yi won't dare to touch you, Lin Hong comforted Duan Yi.
Duan Yi fixed his gaze on Huang Yi, his fists clenched tightly. At around 2:30, all the students from classes 3 and 4 had arrived. An elderly man with white hair approached. He was the guardian of the secret realm at Yaoguang Third High School, a silver 3-star spirit card master with formidable strength.
Yaoguang City is not large, and the strongest spirit card master is only golden 3-star.
Yaoguang No. 3 High School, ranked 3rd locally, dispatched a silver 3-star to guard the secret realm, highlighting its importance.
Senior students are about to graduate. You all understand the rules, right?
The elder sternly scanned the crowd.
The rules of the secret realm ensure ecological stability.
Each person may stay for up to 3 days, during which they can freely collect items, and all obtained belongings will be personal property.
If capable enough, one may seal a second exotic beast beast, though the fusion process is highly challenging. Most students have not reached the bronze level and are still unable to fuse dual cards. Sealing other special spirit cards is also acceptable, as long as the total number does not exceed 3. The students answered in unison. Line up to enter the formation. This is the last chance to enter the secret realm. I hope you gain something good. The secret realm is, after all, a spatial rift with unknown dangers. Be sure to keep your teleportation token safe and crush it immediately if you encounter danger. The elder took out a yellow bag filled with teleportation tokens. He is not intimidating the students. Although the secret realm is vast, it is inevitable that powerful exotic beasts may escape notice. Over the past 300 years, there have occasionally been students who entered the secret realm and vanished without a trace. The teleportation token is crucial, a life-saving tool. The students from the two classes lined up in order, received the teleportation tokens from the elder, and entered the teleportation array. When it was Duan Yi's turn, he was a little excited. After all, as a transmigrator entering a secret realm for the first time, everything was full of curiosity. He took the hand card and stepped into the teleportation array. The teleportation array activated, blue light flashed, and Duan Yi disappeared. Opening his eyes again, Duan Yi found himself in a secret realm, surrounded by a dense forest, with silence all around. There was no one else besides him, as the teleportation point was random. The last time Huan Yi appeared near him was purely coincidental. The original owner of this body had not anticipated this, otherwise he would never have been so careless. Duan Yi summoned the little soul snake, staying alert to his surroundings. In the jungle, there are many exotic beasts of the wild beast clan. Proceed with caution. Just as he was exploring, the system's mechanical voice sounded. 2 types of exotic beasts detected within a 3-kilometer radius. Would you like to view detailed information? Wow, this system actually has such a function? Duan Yi looked in surprise at the radar-like image in his mind, where 2 yellow light spots clearly marked the location of the beasts. View detailed information, he ordered decisively. The system's attribute panel immediately appeared. Beast name, green poison bug. Beast quality, white. Beast race/attribute, beast/poison. Beast ability, poison mist. Beast status, relaxed, healthy. Evolution path, 2 paths. Beast name, windrunner wolf. Beast quality, white. Beast race/attribute, beast/wind element. Beast abilities, bite, wind blade. Beast status, sleeping, healthy. Evolution paths, 2. Amazing. No matter where the beast is hiding or what its attributes are, everything is crystal clear. Duan Yi was not only shocked but also felt the golden finger was incredibly powerful. But at the same time, he secretly felt fortunate. If it weren't for the system's warning, he might have already fallen into danger. The green venom bug is relatively docile. As long as it isn't provoked, it generally won't attack humans. But the windrunner wolf is a different story. It is considered a powerhouse among white-quality exotic beasts, the top choice many students dream of. Back then, Duan Yi also intended to own a windrunner wolf, but the spirit cards rented by the school were subpar, making it nearly impossible to defeat such a beast. Those spirit card masters who contain wind wolves often come from families with spirit card masters, relying on family beasts to surpass them. Forget it, let's quietly leave here for now. After all, the most important thing right now is to find the power grass. Duan Yi murmured softly to himself and moved forward quietly with the little soul snake. Thanks to knowing about the existence of the wind wolf in advance, his steps were light, not disturbing the sleeping wind wolf in the slightest. Just like that, he cautiously made his way through the jungle. An hour passed, and the jungle was still dense, making it difficult to get out in a short time. The system's detection remained active, with yellow light spots constantly flashing in his mind, indicating nearby activity of exotic beasts. With this function, Duan Yi traveled safely without being ambushed. He suddenly noticed an unusual flicker of a green dot on the radar. The system's mechanical voice immediately sounded. White-quality spiritual herb detected nearby. Would you like to view detailed information? Could it be? It can even detect spiritual herbs? Is it the power herb? Duan Yi's heart leaped with joy as he hurried toward the green dot. System interface display. Species, spirit herb. Name, power grass. Quality, white. Introduction, an ordinary plant that has evolved by absorbing spiritual energy. Consuming it can enhance the strength of exotic beasts. Sure enough, it's power grass. This system is amazing. 1, 2, 3, 12 plants. Found them all. Duan Yi was overjoyed. Dangerous places often nurture abundant resources. The thriving exotic beasts make the spiritual energy dense, creating the perfect soil for power grass to grow. He quickly harvested all the power grass and took out the white-quality snake gall he had bought from the exotic beast shop earlier in the morning. This snake gall was purchased with years of saved pocket money, and only because the student ID provided a 20% discount, otherwise, it would have been unaffordable. With all the materials ready, the little soul snake can finally be treated. Duan Yi touched the little soul snake on his shoulder, confirmed no one was around, and immediately opened the treatment panel. In an instant, the power urban snake gall transformed into light and surged into the little soul snake's body. The little soul snake let out a
painful hiss, fell to the ground, and trembled uncontrollably. After a moment, it gradually calmed down and began to revel in the thrill of its surging power. Its size suddenly increased, expanding from about 10 centimeters to nearly 40 centimeters. Its body became much sturdier, its venomous fangs grew noticeably, and it began to exude the aura of a beast. Excitedly, it ran circles around Duan Yi's feet, occasionally rubbing its head against him, as if saying, "Thank you, master." The enhancement brought by the power herb greatly boosted the strength of the little soul snake, and Duan Yi also felt a surge of power flowing back into his body, raising his cultivation from black iron 3 stars to black iron 4 stars. So this is what it feels like to improve in strength? Duan Yi thought to himself with delight. Finally, I've caught up to the average level of my classmates. Now that my strength has improved and the little soul snake's illness is cured, it's time to train it properly. Let's start with that little fire pig up ahead. Name of exotic beast, little fire pig. Exotic beast quality, white. Exotic beast race/attribute, beast/fire element. Exotic beast abilities, fireball, savage charge. Beast status, sleeping, healthy. Evolution path, 2 options. After confirming the location of the little fire pig, Duan Yi commanded the little soul snake to rush over swiftly. At this moment, the significantly stronger little soul snake, brimming with fighting spirit, immediately let out an intimidating roar at the little fire pig. The little fire pig, deep in sleep, was startled awake. Already prone to waking up grumpy, it was now provoked and burning with rage. Flames erupted from its limbs, and it suddenly launched a wild charge toward the little soul snake. Amidst flying sand and rocks, the little soul snake relied on its agile form to swiftly dodge. Use poison fang to attack. Duan Yi seized the opportunity and ordered the little soul snake to launch its attack skill. The little soul snake's venomous fangs suddenly extended several inches, turning purple, and swiftly climbed onto the little fire pig's back, biting down fiercely. The little fire pig let out a miserable scream as its wound quickly turned purple and its flames gradually extinguished. The little soul snake took advantage of the situation, coiling around its opponent's neck and squeezing forcefully until it suffocated to death. After the little fire pig died, the little soul snake proudly wagged its tail, showing off to Duan Yi. Well done! Duan Yi immediately rushed over, pulled out a sharp dagger from his pocket, and, following what he had learned in class, fiercely slashed the little fire pig's abdomen. He extracted a white beast core emitting a faint white glow. Looking at the beast core, Duan Yi's eyes sparkled as he recalled another important piece of information on the system panel: the evolution path. In this world, the evolution of exotic beasts is extremely difficult and lacks detailed records. The existing evolution methods have mostly been explored and summarized by senior spirit card masters. The evolution methods for ordinary exotic beasts can still be referenced, with some records available in the Yaoguan 3rd High School Library. However, the evolution methods for exotic beasts with qualities as high as blue, purple, or even above orange are almost unknown and can only be explored independently. And Duan Yi, having acquired the system, undoubtedly mastered the evolution secrets of any exotic beast on Blue Star. This function is simply a cheat. Since the little soul snake has been healed and its combat power enhanced, let's take the opportunity to collect evolution materials. Although ice crystal stones and snowflake crystals are hard to obtain, white beast cores can be accumulated in advance, which can also help train the little soul snake. Duan Yi abandoned the ordinary evolution path. With the system's guidance, he naturally chose the strongest route. Determined, he continued deeper into the jungle. Relying on the system's detection along the way, he avoided several powerful exotic beasts. When encountering those of equal strength, he commanded the little soul snake to attack. Unknowingly, half a day had passed, and Duan Yi had already slain 5 exotic beasts, obtaining 5 white beast cores. At this moment, Duan Yi was leaning against a tree, roasting a Kaiyun chicken in front of him. This Kaiyun chicken was also hunted by the little soul snake. Lin Heng had once treated him to exotic beast meat in the school cafeteria. The taste was excellent, and it greatly benefited the growth of a spirit card master's spiritual power. Unfortunately, such meat was extremely expensive. A single Kaiyun chicken cost as much as 20 to 30,000 yuan, which Duan Yi could hardly afford. Fortunately, Lin Heng's family was well off, and he often had the chance to taste it. After discovering the rainbow cloud chicken, Duan Yi immediately ordered the little soul snake to kill it, extract the venom, and handle the carcass, then started eating on the spot. The little soul snake also enjoyed other exotic beast carcasses nearby, feeling quite satisfied. After a hearty meal and a brief rest, Duan Yi continued onward with the little soul snake. In addition to killing weak exotic beasts to accumulate beast cores, he also used the system to search for precious spiritual herbs. After all, selling these herbs could bring considerable income and also help support his household. He explored and fought along the way as the sky gradually darkened. By now, he had reached the depths of the jungle, where a massive stone stood ahead, engraved with the words "No Entry." Not because of a treasure, but because there is a green quality exotic beast inside. The school has not cleared this beast to provide exceptionally gifted students with the opportunity to seal a green quality exotic beast. Ordinary students entering rashly is akin to courting death. A green exotic beast beast detected nearby.
Would you like to check?
Among the radar's light points, a yellow light point flickered abnormally.
Check, Duan Yi said without hesitation. The panel displays beast name, earth-shaking giant bull. Beast quality, green. Beast species/attribute, beast/earth element. Beast abilities, savage charge, earth spikes. Beast status, angry, minor injury. Evolution paths, 2 routes. What? It's the earth-shaking giant bull. Duan Yi was shocked.
This exotic beast had severely injured him and the little soul snake in the past, a memory still fresh in his mind.
Why is it in an injured state? Could someone be fighting it right now? Thinking of Huang Yi, doubts flashed through Duan Yi's mind. That annoying guy is a bronze-level spirit card master, and he needs to seal his second exotic beast. Could it be that he wants to seal this earth-shaking giant bull?
The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After hesitating for a moment, Duan Yi resolutely headed toward the direction of the light spot. In the past, the earth-shaking giant bull attacked him for no reason, all because of Huang Yi. Moreover, Huang Yi had always bullied him at school. Now, if there really is a fierce battle with the earth-shaking giant bull, Duan Yi absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. If it really is you, watch me teach you a harsh lesson. He headed toward the light spot with the little soul snake. Before long, intense sounds of battle came from ahead, with a deafening clash of skills. Duan Yi sped up and rushed over, soon spotting a 5-meter-tall brown giant bull nearby, its muscular frame imposing, and the horns on its head radiating an earthy yellow glow, exuding immense majesty. The earth-shaking giant bull is covered in scars, evidently besieged by numerous beasts. Turning his gaze, he sees Huang Yi fiercely battling another person.
System interface. Exotic beast name, Windrunner Wolf. Exotic beast quality, white. Exotic beast race/attribute, beast/wind element. Exotic beast abilities, bite, wind blade. Exotic beast status, angry, minor injury. Evolution path, 2 routes. Exotic beast name, rock turtle. Exotic beast quality, white. Exotic beast race/attribute, beast/earth type. Beast abilities, shell collision, earth wall. Beast status, angry, slightly injured. Evolution paths, 2 options. As expected, it's Huang Yi. Finally caught a good opportunity. Duan Yi hid behind the rock, quietly observing the battle and secretly calculating how to disrupt the situation. Huang Yi, I really don't understand what you're thinking. This is the green earth-shaking giant bull.
I've advised you countless times to switch to another beast, but now you're stuck. Our beasts are all severely injured. Although the earth-shaking giant bull is also wounded, it grows braver as the fight goes on.
Soon, our beasts might not be able to hold on.
The man in the green shirt beside Huang Yi said anxiously.
I said, what are you scared of? We haven't lost yet. You'll get everything you deserve, as long as you don't run away. Look at the belly of that earth-shaking giant bull. My Windrunner Wolf tore a big gash there. Focus all your attacks on that spot. Huang Yi's eyes were resolute, unwilling to give up. Fine, let's go all out. If it dies, I'll switch to another beast. The two directed the beasts to frantically attack the wounds of the earth-shaking giant bull.
Originally, Huang Yi invited a third person to assist in the battle, but the individual couldn't make it due to the excessive transmission distance. Time was running out, so Huang Yi had no choice but to fight head-on.
Unexpectedly, the earth-shaking giant bull's defense was astonishing.
In this world, sealing a beast requires its approval or completely defeating it to make it submit.
Huang Yi clearly could not win the recognition of the earth-shaking giant bull, leaving only the option of defeating it. However, the earth-shaking giant bull is the jungle's overlord. If 3 people join forces, there might be a chance of victory, but now, with just 2 isolated individuals, the odds are slim. Just as the wind-walking wolf and rock turtle fiercely attacked its abdomen, the earth-shaking giant bull's eyes turned blood red and its aura surged. Larger in size, its horns grew several inches, radiating a bright earthy yellow glow as it roared and charged at the attacker. Savage charge. Not good. It's completely berserk.
The man in the green shirt exclaimed in shock. The rock turtle was struck and sent flying, its shell shattered, and sharp earth spikes rose from the ground, piercing the rock turtle fatally.
Huang Yi was terrified.
The earth-shaking giant bull turned its head and targeted the wind wolf. Although the wind wolf dodged the frontal charge, it was still swept away by the air currents, its abdomen injured by the earth spikes, and it fell into a pool of blood.
Ah, it still has the strength to launch a fierce attack. Are you crazy? The beast is almost done for. If you don't run, do you want to die?
The man in the green shirt, sensing the danger, crushed the teleportation token without hesitation and disappeared in a flash of blue light.
Only Huang Yi was left alone, abandoning the wind-walking wolf to distract the earth-shaking giant bull, quickly sneaking into the forest to hide. This Huang Yi is truly despicable.
Clearly, Feng Xinglong could still be saved, yet he gave up trying just to stay longer in the secret realm.
So heartless. Duan Yi witnessed this scene, and his hatred for Huang Yi grew even stronger. After Huang Yi left, Feng Xinglong fell into despair, and the earth-shaking giant bull approached, crushing Feng Xinglong's corpse.
After confirming no one was around, the earth-shaking giant bull retreated to a safe place to heal its wounds.
Duan Yi secretly followed Huang Yi. Great, luckily I didn't impulsively crush the handcard like that fool.
As long long as I stay in the secret realm, there's a chance to obtain precious resources and sell them to buy stronger exotic beasts. Unfortunately, I missed the earth-shaking giant bull. It may be difficult to obtain it again in the future. Huang Yi leaned against a tree to rest, panting heavily.
Duan Yi appeared silently. Duan Yi? How could it be you?
Huang Yi panicked at the sight, as there were no strange beasts to protect him now. Although he was a bronze-level spirit card master, he had just broken through and had yet to fuse with a second exotic beast. At this moment, he was completely defenseless, and any exotic beast could easily take his life.
What? I'm not allowed to appear? Is this secret realm owned by your family?
Duan Yi sneered, approaching step by step.
You taught me that everything must be based on evidence.
Huang Yi retreated in terror, while the little soul snake beside Duan Yi exuded an imposing aura, far surpassing its former self.
Why has your little soul snake turned into this? Huang Yi panicked, his body continuously shrinking back. Scared? When you harmed me back then, did you ever think I might die? Today, I'm going to deal with you properly.
Before the words had even finished, the little soul snake suddenly leapt up, its venomous fangs rapidly extending, lunging straight for Huang Yi's neck. Huang Yi's face turned pale, his heart filled with fear and dread. Once bitten by the deadly venomous fangs, death is certain without immediate antidote. The life-threatening danger terrified him to the extreme, causing his legs to give way as he collapsed to the ground.
Please don't kill me. After all, we were classmates once. Please don't kill me.
Huang Yi pleaded in terror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. You caused me to end up like this and oppressed me everywhere at school. Today, I must make you suffer.
Duan Yi responded coldly.
The small soul snake beside him quickly coiled around Huang Yi's neck, its tongue lightly licking, exuding a deadly threat in its breath. Huang Yi's face turned pale, and suddenly his eyes flashed. He hurriedly took out a stone emitting white light from his chest.
Type, Spirit Stone. Name, Ice Crystal Stone. Quality, Green.
Description, dropped occasionally upon the death of green quality ice-type beasts. It contains powerful ice attributes and serves as one of the evolution materials. If you spare me, this thing is yours.
Huang Yi pleaded desperately. This is an ice crystal stone. Duan Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. That's right. This is a green-grade spirit stone, extremely rare.
I went through great trouble to obtain it.
As long as you don't kill me, it's yours. Huang Yi nodded repeatedly.
Duan Yi walked over calmly, picked up the ice crystal stone, and simultaneously gave an order to the little soul snake. The little soul snake suddenly struck with its tail, and Huang Yi fainted on the spot. This is truly effortless gain.
Duan Yi chuckled softly, putting the ice crystal stone into his pouch.
He walked while rummaging through Huang Yi's belongings, carefully searching.
Let me see what other treasures you have. Ha, what's this? Duan Yi suddenly pulled out a small pouch from Huang Yi's arms.
Upon opening it, he found more than 10 white-quality beast cores.
Not bad.
The quantity isn't much, but it's not bad either.
After continuing the search to no avail, Duan Yi crushed Huang Yi's teleportation token. A flash of blue light passed, and Huang Yi was teleported away. I originally didn't plan to kill you, just wanted to scare you a bit.
I didn't expect you to offer such a precious gift. After his revenge, Duan Yi felt an unprecedented sense of relief, and the obsession of the body's original owner dissipated along with it. At this moment, he completely merged with this body.
After a short rest, Duan Yi continued on his way.
The sky gradually darkened, and the first night in the secret realm arrived. Duan Yi remembered that nights in this secret realm were usually hard to sleep through, as most exotic beasts were extremely active and dangerous at night. He could only close his eyes to rest while remaining constantly alert to his surroundings. But now, with the system's detection range, everything around is under control. Just find a secluded place with few exotic beasts and sleep peacefully.
Relying on the system's detection, Duan Yi arrived at a valley. Here, flowers bloomed everywhere, their fragrance filling the air, and the environment was pleasant.
Although there were exotic beasts, most were of the gentle white quality that did not actively attack humans, such as venomous greenworms and flower spirit butterflies.
Not bad, we'll rest here tonight. Duan Yi looked around with satisfaction.
Suddenly, he noticed a small cave in the valley and walked over. Just as he entered the valley, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Detected a green quality exotic beast within a 3-kilometer radius.
Would you like to view detailed information? Duan Yi was startled. No way, there's actually a green quality exotic beast here?
The system had already conducted a comprehensive scan when he first entered, and no green exotic beast was detected. If it wasn't a system error, it could only mean that the green exotic beast had just entered.
Check detailed information. Name of exotic beast, Snow Shadow Wolf. Quality of exotic beast, green. Race/attribute of exotic beast, beast/ice element. Abilities of exotic beast, Ice Wolf Claw, Ice Spike Impact.
Beast status, poisoned, severely injured. Click to view treatment methods.
Evolution paths, 2 available. It's actually a severely injured green beast. Duan Yi's eyes flashed with excitement, and he immediately dashed toward the direction of the Snow Shadow Wolf.
Take advantage of your illness to claim your life. Green quality exotic beast, here I come.
He would never let such a rare opportunity slip by.
Although his cultivation was only black iron 4-star, and he couldn't temporarily immediately fused the second spirit card. Sealing the exotic beast was no problem. Seal it first, and fuse it later when his cultivation improves. The more he thought about it, the more excited Duan-Yi became, quickening his pace. But just as he was about to approach the snow shadow wolf, the scene before him made him freeze instantly. A girl with a pale face and tattered clothes was carefully tending to the snow shadow wolf.
What the heck? This snow shadow wolf has an owner? Duan-Yi sighed in disappointment. True luck is hard to come by. Who?
The girl noticed the disturbance, a wary glint flashing in her eyes as she shouted loudly. Although the snow shadow wolf was weak, it struggled to stand up, positioning itself in front of the girl to protect her.
Classmate, sorry to bother you, I was just passing by. No need to be nervous. Duan-Yi stepped out of the bushes, smiling as he gestured. What do you want to do? The girl stared vigilantly at Duan-Yi.
As a student of Yaoguang Third High School, one can enter the secret realm, but driven by interests, anything could happen.
She must not let her guard down. I mean no harm. I just noticed your snow shadow wolf is seriously injured and wanted to offer some help. Duan-Yi showed a harmless smile. Get lost. I am a bronze level spirit card master, and the screen quality snow shadow wolf by my side, so what if it's injured? You're no match for me.
The girl clearly didn't believe him, sensing that Duan-Yi's cultivation was only at Black Iron 4-star, and his accompanying beast was just a little soul snake, far inferior to her own.
I know I can't beat you, but I don't intend to fight. I just want to help, Duan-Yi explained helplessly. Heh, help, no need. The girl waved dismissively. Since that's the case, I'll leave. But your snow shadow wolf is severely injured and deeply poisoned.
Without treatment, it will die within 2 hours.
Got it.
Duan-Yi finished speaking and turned to leave, decisively and swiftly.
Wait. The girl called out in surprise. How do you know the snow shadow wolf is poisoned? Duan-Yi smiled and turned back. Of course I know. I'm a professional exotic beast doctor. You? A professional exotic beast doctor? Impossible.
The girl was half skeptical.
After all, Duan-Yi was about the same age as her. How could he be a doctor? Duan-Yi had anticipated her doubts and raised an eyebrow slightly. Don't believe me? How about I diagnose you first? The girl hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. This is more like it. I'm a good person. Duan-Yi smiled and walked toward the snow shadow wolf.
Under the girl's command, the snow shadow wolf relaxed and collapsed to the ground. Duan-Yi frowned, carefully examined, and brought up the system panel in his mind to check the treatment plan.
Diagnosis: severely injured by the earthwave fist of the giant snow ape, with multiple fractures. While escaping, accidentally entered the territory of the blood venom python and was attacked by its poisonous gas. The poison is severe, and the situation is critical. Treatment: it is necessary to find a toxic beast of the same species as the blood venom python to extract the toxin from the snow shadow wolf's body. After the toxin is cleared, crush 2 to 3 strength herbs and apply them to the fractured areas. Recovery is possible within 7 days. The golden finger is truly powerful. I should really open a hospital for exotic beasts in the future. Is the diagnosis done? The girl asked anxiously, urging. Duan-Yi smiled and said, I already know all of its injuries. To be honest, why did you provoke the giant snow ape, and then accidentally get poisoned by the blood venom python while escaping? What? You know everything? The girl was stunned and incredulous. Not only diagnosing the injuries but also knowing who caused them? I have no intention of saying more. If you trust me, I can treat you right away. The girl hesitated, but seeing that Duan-Yi indeed had the ability, she finally nodded. Alright, as long as you can cure it, I'm willing to give anything. Deal. I only want 80 ordinary white quality beast cores. Duan-Yi had already collected 20 white beast cores and 1 ice crystal stone. If he could get 80 more beast cores, he would be able to complete the ordinary evolution. 80 beast cores? The girl was surprised. Why not agree? It's not that, I just think 80 beast cores is quite a lot. But as long as you can save my snow shadow wolf, I'll give them to you immediately. That's great. Let's not waste any time. Duan-Yi let the little soul snake crawl onto the snow shadow wolf's abdomen. Coincidentally, the little soul snake belongs to the venomous snake category, capable of extracting the blood poison from the blood venom python, which is beneficial to its own toxicity. You might not understand what happens next, but please trust me. The girl nodded decisively. Duan-Yi recited to the little soul snake. The little soul snake obeyed, its gaze resolute, fiercely biting the snow shadow wolf's abdomen and sucking out the toxin. The snow shadow wolf trembled in pain, while the girl clenched her fists tightly, her expression anxious. If you deceive me, I will never forgive you, she silently vowed in her heart. After a moment, the toxin was completely extracted, and the little soul snake contentedly lay on the stone to rest. Duan-Yi took out the remaining 2 strength herbs, crushed them, and applied them to the fracture. He discovered that when treating his own exotic beast with the system, he could directly use materials for system healing, but when treating others' exotic beasts, he could only operate manually. Do you have gauze or cloth strips? Duan-Yi asked the girl. The girl was captivated by the scene and, coming back to her senses, handed over a roll of gauze. Storage ring? Duan-Yi chuckled, a true rich and beautiful lady. In just a few moves, the snow shadow wolf was bandaged up. After finishing the treatment, Duani stood up and said firmly, the treatment is complete, but it hasn't fully recovered yet. It will need 7 days of proper care. At this moment, the snow shadow wolf slowly got up, its expression no longer pained but instead carrying a hint of excitement. The power herb not only healed its fracture but also subtly enhanced its strength, making it feel exceptionally comfortable. Amazing, so amazing. The girl felt the excitement emanating from the snow shadow wolf, her eyes lighting up in shock. Are you really from Yaoguang High School? How come I've never heard of such an incredible beast doctor at our school? She was no longer on guard and asked with curiosity. I'm from class 4 of grade 3, and my name is Duani, he replied with a smile. So that's it, I'm from class 3, my name is Su Lianxue. Ha, you're Su Lianxue? The strongest female student in our school? I've heard so much about you. Duani, upon hearing the name, rubbed his eyes in shock and carefully examined this goddess-like figure. Su Lianxue, exhausted from running away, had a face covered in dust and looked a bit disheveled. Duani couldn't help but feel a little awkward as he looked at her. He cleared his throat lightly, and his storage ring flickered slightly, revealing a large yellow bag filled with white-quality beast cores in front of him. There are probably around 80 to 90 white-quality beast cores here. I haven't counted them, but I'll give them all to you for now. Great, you really kept your word. Duani looked at the heavy bag, his heart filled with excitement. But he immediately frowned. How could he take these beast cores away? If he directly chose ordinary evolution, he could use the ice crystal stone and beast cores to let the little soul snake evolve, but that would be too wasteful. After all, he was still in the school's secret realm, and there was still a chance to collect snowflake crystals. If 10 snowflake crystals can be gathered, the little soul snake will undergo a powerful evolution. Seeing Duani hesitate, Su Lianxue smiled and said, you don't know how to carry them, do you? Let me store them in my storage ring for now, and I'll give them to you when needed. Duani hesitated briefly and then nodded in agreement. This is also the only feasible solution for now. Hopefully, enough snowflake crystals can be found in the remaining 2 days. The school's secret realm has only 2 days left. Your snow shadow wolf is seriously injured. Are you still planning to stay? Duani asked. Of course, I still have something important to retrieve. What is it? Could it be that you got injured because of that thing? Yes, that power crystal is in the territory of the giant snow ape. In order for the snow shadow wolf to evolve, I must obtain it, Su Lianxue said with a determined expression. Duani was greatly shocked. The school's secret realm is divided into 3 areas: jungle, snowfield, and desert. Each student is randomly teleported to one of them, making it difficult to encounter others. And the area he is currently in is the jungle region, adjacent to the snowfield. What a coincidence, I was just planning to go to the snowy region. Why don't we go together? Duani looked at Su Lianxue. She hesitated slightly, her gaze falling on the little soul snake sleeping soundly. Although Duani was skilled at handling exotic beasts, his strength was somewhat lacking, and the little soul snake wasn't very powerful either. But having something is better than having nothing. Besides, she also owns another white-quality exotic beast. Facing the powerful snow ape is quite challenging, so having one more person to help is always better. Alright, let's go together. The two agreed to leave the forest together the next day and enter the snowy region. Duani picked up the sleeping little soul snake and moved it aside to rest. The cave was left to Su Lianxue. She was injured, and Duani couldn't bear to compete for it. His considerate gesture was admirable. The night passed peacefully. In the early morning, Duani woke up and found a small stream to wash up. Su Lianxue had already changed into new clothes and was sitting quietly at the entrance of the cave, waiting. Duani finished washing up and walked toward the cave, seeing her sitting upright. Ready? Let's set off. Su Lianxue, eager, ignored Duani's gaze and got up to leave. From here onward is the boundary point. Let's go, Duani said. The two walked together, with the little soul snake lying on the snow shadow wolf's back, following closely behind. Unknowingly, the two arrived at the junction between the forest and the snowfield. Wait, from now on, make sure to stay close to me and don't wander off on your own, Duani said sternly, stopping Su Lianxue. The system's voice echoed in the mind. A green-quality blood venom python is nearby. The snow shadow wolf's poisoning yesterday originated from this location. Why? Su Lianxue asked in confusion. My little soul snake is highly perceptive and has detected its location. Follow me, and you'll be safe. Duani said no more and led the way. Although Su Lianxue was puzzled, she saw Duani's seriousness and silently followed. Beast name, blood venom python. Quality, green. Race/attribute, beast/poison. Abilities, poison mist, venomous fangs, constriction. Status, sleeping, comfortable. Evolution path, 2 options. Fortunately, it's sleeping. Duani let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Su Lianxue behind him and said, stay close to me and ensure we safely enter the snowfield. With the help of system detection, the two bypassed the blood venom python, left the jungle, and entered the snowy region. It is speculated that this blood venom python is a newly emerged green exotic beast in recent years. Since the system did not issue a danger warning, Su Lianxue did not notice it and was harmed by the poisonous mist. Upon entering the snowy area, a wave of cold
cold air swept over. Spirit card masters have a natural resistance to cold, making them unlikely to feel discomfort unless in extreme cold regions.
You already knew the location of the blood venom python? Su Lianxue asked. Little soul snake has strong perception and can sense its approximate location. Duan Yi smiled, stroking the little soul snake. Little soul snake? Since last night, Su Lianxue had been paying attention to this small snake.
Its appearance was ordinary, yet it was said to have exceptional perception, which puzzled her.
She no longer asked further questions, as everyone has their secrets.
The two headed toward the place where the snow shadow wolf was injured.
This place is not far, yet extremely dangerous.
Here resides the green quality giant snow ape, which has been the ruler of the secret realm for years, untamed by anyone.
If you're afraid, you can leave any time. I won't force you, Su Lianxue reminded with concern. Since I'm already here, why would I be afraid?
Don't worry, I won't run away, Duan Yi responded confidently.
You said yesterday you also needed to take something. What is it?
10 snowflake crystals.
Snowflake crystals are rare, usually hidden in the nests of ice-type beasts. Why do you need them?
To evolve the little soul snake.
Su Lianxue nodded in approval.
Let's go, I'll take the power crystal, and you take the snowflake crystal. The two sped up, rushing toward the giant snow ape's nest. As they approached, a sudden loud noise erupted, shaking the earth and mountains, with ice and stones shooting everywhere.
Beast name, Giant Snow Ape. Quality, green. Race/attribute, beast/power type, ice type. Abilities, ground wave punch, ice breaking punch. Status, frenzied, large area bleeding.
Evolutionary path, 2 options.
Not good. Someone got there first, Su Lianxue exclaimed. Don't panic, observe first.
The main targets are the power crystal and the snowflake crystal. If they can draw the attention of the giant snow ape, it works to my advantage.
Duan Yi quickly reassured. Su Lianxue nodded, staring intently ahead.
A giant ape over 3 meters tall was fiercely battling 4 exotic beasts, led by a wolf radiating green light, its aura powerful.
System display. Damn it.
I clearly saw it injured yesterday, how is it still so strong? The young man in the blue shirt said angrily.
Don't rush. Although it's bleeding quite a bit, it's still an old beast of green quality, far stronger than ordinary green exotic beasts. With so many people, drag it out.
The young man in black wearing glasses responded calmly. Among the 3, the man in black was a bronze 1-star, while the other 2 were black iron 5-star. The leading exotic beast was a green gale wolf accompanied by 3 white exotic beasts.
Beast name, Hurricane Wolf. Quality, green. Race/attribute, beast/wind element. Abilities, bite, wind spirit art, furious wind blade.
Status, combat, severely injured. Evolution path, 2 options.
The Hurricane Wolf is the evolved form of the Windrunner Wolf. Quite formidable, Duan Yi murmured. His name is Sun Jun, my classmate.
The other 2 are also from our class, and they've set their sights on the giant snow ape, Su Lianxue whispered.
Perfect. Let's go, enter the nest.
You take the power crystal, I'll take the snowflake crystal.
The 2 quietly sneaked into the nest.
Outside, the 4 beasts were fiercely battling the mighty snow ape.
Although the mighty snow ape was severely injured, the other exotic beasts were also badly wounded. If not for the numerical advantage, Hurricane Wolf alone could never achieve victory.
Soon, the 2 arrived at a cave, sensing the intense aura of the giant snow ape, clearly its dwelling place.
Species, Spirit Stone. Name, Power Crystal Stone. Quality, green.
Introduction, obtained occasionally after the death of green combat-type exotic beasts, it can greatly enhance strength and is often used as evolution material.
Species, Spirit Stone. Name, Snowflake Crystal. Quality, white.
Introduction, dropped from green or higher ice attribute exotic beasts, resembling snowflakes, often used as evolution materials.
This is it, Su Lianxue said.
She once sneaked in while the giant snow ape was away, almost succeeded, but was forced to retreat in failure. Now the giant snow ape is attracted by the 3 people, making the capture of the power crystal absolutely certain. She did not hesitate, picked up a gem emitting a yellowish glow from the ground, and stored it in her storage ring. Duan Yi immediately activated the system's detection function and began searching for scattered snowflake crystals in the surroundings. These snowflake crystals accidentally fell off the giant snow ape and are scattered very sparsely, requiring careful searching piece by piece.
Let me help you.
Su Lianxue, seeing Duan Yi collecting the power crystals, was in a great mood and immediately joined the search. Before long, Duan Yi had collected 10 snowflake crystals, successfully gathering all the materials needed for the evolution of the little soul snake. Su Lianxue also found 3 or 4 pieces on her side and handed them over to Duan Yi.
If you need more of these snowflake crystals in the future, I can give them to you.
My snow shadow wolf also drops these crystals, but I used them all up recently, she said with a smile.
Shoo, there's movement ahead. Duan Yi suddenly became alert, his expression instantly darkening. No, there isn't.
Isn't it just a wall ahead? Su Lianxue asked, puzzled, as she looked forward. At that moment, the little soul snake beside Duan Yi received the command and suddenly charged at the wall. The wall was so fragile that it shattered upon impact. Immediately, a giant snow ape cub lying on an ice bed, waiting to be fed, fled, appeared before them.
Exotic beast name, Giant Snow Ape. Quality, green. Race/attribute, beast/strength type, ice type. Abilities, none. Status, newborn. Evolution path, 2. Oh my,
There's actually a newborn giant snow ape here. Su Lianxue was astonished and suddenly recalled why the giant snow ape had been unusually furious when she intruded here yesterday. It wasn't because of the power crystal, but because it mistakenly thought someone was trying to steal its cub. Just as the two noticed this place, a furious roar suddenly came from outside. The three who were originally fighting the giant snow ape immediately felt their hearts tighten.
The giant snow ape's expression changed drastically, showing both anger and urgency, and its attacks became exceptionally fierce.
Ignoring its own injuries, it suddenly lunged at the leading hurricane wolf. In an instant, the situation took a drastic turn.
How could this happen?
How did it suddenly become so strong? The man with glasses exclaimed in shock, watching as the hurricane wolf was sent flying by a punch from the giant snow ape, its body dented and gravely injured. The other three white quality beasts immediately retreated in defeat upon seeing this.
Retreat! Retreat! They reacted quickly, realizing they couldn't defeat the giant snow ape, and promptly recalled their beasts, abandoning the fight and fleeing. The giant snow ape did not pursue, dragging its blood-soaked body as it desperately rushed toward its nest.
Roaring all the way, it frightened the surrounding beasts into scattering and fleeing.
Damn it! It's coming fast! Duani quickly detected through the system that the giant snow ape was rapidly approaching and hurriedly prepared to take Su Lianxue away.
But Su Lianxue frowned slightly, unwilling to leave so easily. Faced with this helpless cub, anyone would be tempted if it could be successfully sealed and brought back. Nurtured slowly, it would surely become a powerful exotic beast in the future.
Don't hesitate anymore, those three outside were all defeated by it. We have no chance.
It's in a berserk state now, and the power of maternal love can't sway it.
If you want to survive, run quickly. Sai, forget it. Su Lianxue wasn't a foolish person.
If the snow shadow wolf weren't injured, she might still have a chance to fight, but Duani was right, there was no hope at this moment. The two quickly fled from the cave entrance, disappearing from sight. The giant snow ape saw that the cub was safe and sound and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when it discovered that the power crystal in the nest had disappeared, it let out an angry roar. Severely injured and exhausted, it had no choice but to give up the chase. Overflowing with maternal love, it quietly lay beside the cub and fell into a deep sleep.
Duani and Su Lianxue ran 2 or 3 kilometers before leaning against a withered tree, panting for breath.
What a pity. If we had discovered it earlier, maybe we could have taken it with us, Su Lianxue said, feeling more and more regretful.
Don't say that.
That's their treasure. If you took it, they'd definitely chase you down relentlessly, Duani said with a laugh.
True, stealing someone else's child isn't really right. Su Lianxue smiled at Duani. I'm getting ready to leave. Are you planning to stay here? You're leaving? Isn't there still one more day in the secret realm? Duani asked, puzzled. I entered the school's secret realm just to find power crystals. Since I've already obtained them, I don't need anything else. It's better to head back early. Oh, alright then. Duani nodded. I'll stay for another day.
By the way, give me that bag of white quality beast cores.
Can you carry it? Do you want me to help you take it out first? It's fine.
Duani had already gathered all the evolution materials for the little soul snake and was eager to proceed with the evolution. No, you saved my snow shadow wolf and helped me get the power crystal.
How about this?
Take this. Su Lianxue hesitated for a moment, then took out a green glowing ring from her chest and handed it to Duani. This storage ring is somewhat damaged. Originally, it could store 3 square meters, but now it can only hold 1.5 square meters. However, it's more than enough to store beast cores, she explained.
Species, spirit ring. Name, low-level storage ring. Quality, green.
Introduction, a peculiar ring crafted from space-time stone, the lowest grade storage ring, containing 3 square units of storage space.
You're giving this to me? Duani was utterly surprised. This storage ring is extremely precious.
Even though it's the lowest grade, it's still worth a fortune.
Although slightly damaged, it's still rare. Yes, I'm giving it to you. Lin Shui nodded.
Then I shall accept your offer with gratitude.
Thank you. Duani cheerfully took it.
The storage ring in Lin Shui's hand flashed slightly, and a large bag of white quality beast cores appeared in front of Duani. I'm leaving now, take care. Lin Shui finished speaking and took out the teleportation token, ready to crush it.
By the way, could you grant me one request?
Just before leaving, Lin Shui suddenly asked.
No problem, as long as I can do it, Duani nodded. My father has a strange beast that has been injured for years and hasn't recovered. If you're willing, could you take a look at it for me someday?
Lin Shui requested.
Sure, I'll come find you once I leave the secret realm.
Treating strange beasts like this is effortless for Duani. Seeing Duani agree, Lin Shui smiled and unhesitatingly crushed the teleportation token. A flash of light passed, and Lin Shui disappeared without a trace. Finally, I can evolve my little soul snake. After Lin Shui left, Duani excitedly put on the storage ring and laid out all the evolution materials for the little soul snake in front of him. 1 ice crystal stone, 13 snowflake crystals, and a large bag of white quality beast cores he had previously collected collected nearly 120 of them. After finishing the inventory, Duan stored the excess materials in the storage ring and immediately summoned the system attribute panel.
Choose powerful evolution.
A large amount of resources instantly transformed into light and surged into the little soul snake's body. At first, the little soul snake showed little change, but in the next moment, its body erupted with dazzling golden light, resembling a cocoon tightly enveloping it. This is precisely what spirit card masters call the light of evolution. Once the cocoon breaks, the little soul snake will undergo a transformation and evolve into the ice soul venom snake.
Powerful evolution in progress, estimated time, 2 hours. The system's voice echoed in Duan Yi's mind. Done. Now, let's take a good rest. 2 hours isn't too long, but it's sufficient.
Duan Yi used this time to enter a state of cultivation, silently practicing the chi absorption technique. The chi absorption technique is the most basic spiritual power cultivation method, mandatory for all students entering the Spirit Card Master High School.
As the name suggests, it involves continuously absorbing spiritual energy from the air into the body.
Every Spirit Card Master has a small world within their body, called the Soul Sea, where the fused Spirit Beast cards are stored. Spiritual energy gathers in the Soul Sea, containing 6 spiritual power meridians, each with 5 star-like light points. Duan Yi has currently activated only 1 meridian and lit up 4 light points, with a cultivation level of Black Iron 4-star. Only by lighting up all 5 light points can the next meridian be opened, signifying a major advancement in cultivation. The progress of the chi drawing technique is not fast, but it is sufficient for Black Iron level Duan Yi.
2 hours passed in the blink of an eye.
A crisp sound rang out, and Duan Yi opened his eyes, staring excitedly at the little soul snake. The light cocoon shattered instantly, revealing a tall figure. A pair of cold snake eyes fixed on Duan Yi.
Yo, quite an imposing aura. Duan Yi, intimidated by that cold gaze, immediately opened the system attribute panel. Name of exotic beast, ice soul venomous snake. Quality, blue. Race/attribute, beast/ice element, poison element. Abilities, venomous fangs, poison mist, ice sealing technique, freezing ray. Status, happy, healthy. Evolution paths, 2. Normal evolution, collect 10 dragon scales, 100 snowflake crystals, and 100 blue quality beast cores to evolve into a purple quality fierce beast dark shadow ice jiao.
Powerful evolution, collect 10 dragon scales, 1 drop of dragon essence blood, 100 snowflake crystals, and 100 blue quality beast cores to evolve into the fierce beast dark shadow ice jiao. Note, the quality of the exotic beast is random, and there is a chance of a critical hit to enhance the quality during evolution. The light dissipated, and the figure of the ice soul venomous snake fully emerged. The massive python before him was a full 3 meters long, leaving Duan Yi utterly astonished. The little spirit snake from before was merely slightly longer and thicker than his arm, but now it had transformed into such a form. How could it not evoke a sense of awe? The ice soul venomous snake's cold, piercing eyes exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation, while its body continuously emitted waves of chilling air, seemingly isolating all who dared approach.
However, what surprised Duan Yi even more was that this powerful evolution actually triggered a critical hit. The little soul snake, which was originally only of green quality, unexpectedly leaped to blue quality. It should be noted that the strongest exotic beasts in this school's secret realm are merely of green quality, yet Duan Yi now possesses a blue quality exotic beast. Within the entire secret realm, the ice soul venomous snake is almost invincible. At this moment, Duan Yi suddenly felt the ice soul venomous snake spirit card in his soul sea release a powerful force, and a wave of intense pain instantly turned his face pale. Ah! Duan Yi cried out in pain.
All the star points on the first spiritual power meridian in his soul sea lit up instantly, and the second spiritual power meridian was also activated, revealing its first light point. Empowered by the ice soul venomous snake's feedback, Duan Yi broke through to bronze 1 star in one go. The intense pain just now was due to his inability to adapt to the sudden surge of power and the creation of a new slot for the spirit beast card. Though the pain was severe, it lasted only for a moment. At this moment, Duan Yi felt completely refreshed, with his strength greatly enhanced. In this world, the cultivation of spirit card masters is closely tied to the strength of spirit beasts. A spiritual card master with high cultivation can easily defeat green quality exotic beasts even when controlling white quality exotic beasts. For example, a silver level spiritual card master using a white quality exotic beast to battle a black iron level spiritual card master using a green quality exotic beast would result in an unquestionable victory. Therefore, with Duan Yi's bronze 1-star cultivation and the blue quality ice soul venomous snake, looking across all the students of Yaoguang 3rd High School, there is likely no one stronger than him. Feeling its newfound immense strength, the ice soul venomous snake was exceptionally excited at this moment, its football-sized head constantly rubbing against Duan Yi's cheek. Although the ice soul venomous snake exuded an intense chill, Duan Yi was completely unaffected and even felt a sense of comfort.
Ha ha, feeling happy, aren't you? Come on, let's see just how strong you are now, Duan Yi said with a smile.
Although the ice soul venomous snake had already advanced to a blue quality exotic beast, Duan Yi was still uncertain about its actual combat strength and needed to verify it through battle.
Duan-E immediately activated the system radar and scanned the surroundings.
In front lay a vast expanse of white snow, scattered with a few withered trees.
Alright, let's go for that snow wolf ahead.
He decisively instructed the Ice Soul Venomous Snake to attack. The Ice Soul Venomous Snake was extremely excited and swiftly charged forward. The snow wolf was quietly lying on the snowfield when it was suddenly startled awake by the roar. Looking up, it saw a ferocious giant python appear before it, scaring it out of its wits. It wanted to escape, but it was too late. Under the domineering attack of the Ice Soul Venomous Snake, the white-quality exotic beast couldn't resist at all and was killed in an instant. The Ice Soul Venomous Snake skillfully extracted the beast core of the snow wolf and tossed it to Duan-E. It then indulged itself, savoring the fresh blood and flesh, with a satisfied expression on its face.
So powerful. Duan-E was utterly shocked as he watched the strength displayed by the Ice Soul Venomous Snake earlier.
It seems that white-quality exotic beasts are nothing but ants in front of it.
Since that's the case,
a glimmer flashed in Duan-E's eyes, as if he had remembered something. After the Ice Soul Venomous Snake had eaten and drunk its fill, it followed Duan-E, heading toward the direction of the giant snow ape's nest previously discovered. Before long, Duan-E arrived once again at the giant snow ape's nest. The system radar screen instantly locked onto the target location.
Do you still remember that giant snow ape from earlier? Come on, let's take care of it.
Duan-E patted the head of the Ice Soul Venomous Snake and pointed toward the cave ahead. The Ice Soul Venomous Snake, having feasted, was brimming with fighting spirit, its gaze fixed on the cave entrance.
Go!
At Duan-E's command, the Ice Soul Venomous Snake suddenly charged forward, letting out a thunderous roar toward the cave entrance.
The injured and slumbering giant snow ape was startled awake and angrily rushed out of the cave. As the dominant beast of the snowy region, how could it tolerate provocation?
Without further words, the battle erupted instantly.
Beast name, Giant Snow Ape. Quality, Green. Race/attribute, Beast/Strength type, Ice type. Abilities, Earthwave Fist, Ice-Breaking Fist. Status, Berserk, Minor Injury. Click to view treatment methods. Evolution path, 2 options. The injuries have not yet healed. It seems the Ice Soul Viper will soon be able to defeat it. Duan-E calmly observed the state of the giant snow ape. Roar! The giant snow ape roared furiously, showing no fear of the Ice Soul Viper's blue-grade quality, its fists pounding relentlessly. Each punch carried immense power, causing the ground to tremble, fully displaying the might of a Dominator-level beast. However, even though it was exceptionally formidable among green-grade beasts, it still could not match the blue-grade Ice Soul Viper. The Ice Soul Viper twisted its agile body, effortlessly dodging the ground-shaking punches while spewing poisonous mist from its mouth. The mighty snow ape was trapped by the poisonous mist, its movements noticeably sluggish. Freezing Ray! The Ice Venom Serpent seized the opportunity, gathering a beam of blue frost and shooting it out. The powerful Freezing Ray left the mighty snow ape unable to resist, instantly blasting it away and slamming it heavily into the snowy mountain. The struck area began to freeze, further restricting its movements. Although it is also an ice-type beast, it still struggles to withstand the attacks of the blue-quality Ice Soul Venomous Snake. The already injured giant snow ape's wounds worsened, but as the overlord of the snowy land, it would never give up easily. It continued to resist the onslaught of the Ice Soul Venomous Snake with all its might. However, the disparity in strength between the two was immense. The poisonous mist left it powerless, and it soon collapsed to the ground. The venomous fangs of the Ice Soul Viper, glowing with a purple light, were ready. Just one bite would end the life of the giant snow ape. Wait! Duan-E hurriedly stopped the attack and ran toward the giant snow ape. I'll give you a chance, submit to me, or you will undoubtedly die today. He stared coldly at the giant snow ape on the ground as he spoke. Roar! The giant snow ape, wild and untamed, refused to bow to a human even in the face of imminent danger, roaring furiously. The fiercely protective Ice Soul Venomous Snake immediately struck it hard with its tail, sending it flying. At this moment, the giant snow ape's breath was weak, making it appear even more frail. So troublesome, its wild nature is too strong. Duan-E frowned slightly. Although the giant snow ape no longer had the strength to resist, having lived for many years as the snowfield overlord, forcibly sealing it might make taming difficult. Moreover, it has almost taken shape, and there will be little breakthrough in the future. Duan-E pondered for a moment, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. You refuse to submit? Then I will take your child. Hearing this, the giant snow ape trembled violently all over, struggling to stand up, crawling toward the cave, using its body to block the entrance, preventing Duan-E from entering. You've lived in this snowy land for so long, yet you remain at green quality. Do you want your child to stay here forever as green quality too? Duan-E said earnestly. If Duan-E hadn't said these words and directly taken the cub, the giant snow ape would have surely resisted to the death. But after hearing these words, it began to hesitate. As the overlord of the snowy land, the giant snow ape's intelligence is far from ordinary. It understands clearly that the human before it is powerful, and the Ice Soul Venomous Snake is even more formidable. If it entrusts its child to him, the future will undoubtedly be promising. Continuing to stay here would at most allow growth to match its own level, but it would never be able to leave.
Moreover, it often faces challenges from students, and even though its current strength is formidable, the day will come when it grows old. By then, if the child has not grown strong, it will inevitably be taken away by others. The great snow ape's heart began to waver.
You've seen my ice soul venomous snake.
To be honest, 2 days ago it was just a white quality exotic beast, but I have the ability to evolve it directly into blue quality, Duani said with a resolute gaze. If you trust me and entrust it to me, I will definitely nurture it into the strongest exotic beast of the ape clan.
Duan Yi's words were entirely truthful.
With the system's evolution plan, it was completely achievable. Although he could directly kill the giant snow ape and forcibly take the cub, that would be too cruel. After all, it was its mother, and Duani couldn't bear to do it. After hearing this, the giant snow ape was moved, slowly left the cave, and allowed Duani to enter and take the cub away.
Thank you.
I'll come back here if I get the chance. Duani breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, he carried the cub out of the cave. The cub was small in size, only about 30 to 40 centimeters, but it would grow to be extremely large as an adult. This type of exotic beast cub is difficult to raise and cannot fight in the short term, but if it merges with the soul sea of the spirit card master from a young age and absorbs pure spiritual energy, its combat power will far surpass that of its counterparts growing naturally in the wild.
Duani placed the cub on the snow.
Following the sealing method recorded in his mind, he used spiritual energy to draw a sealing array around the cub. He bit his index finger and dripped a drop of fresh blood. The sealing array instantly emitted a dazzling red light, enveloping the cub within. Gradually, the cub transformed into a blue spirit card within the red light, slowly drifting toward Duan-E and merging into his soul sea.
Beast name, Giant Snow Ape. Quality, green. Race/attribute, Beast/Ice type, Strength type. Ability, none for now. Status, newborn.
Evolution path, 2 routes. Ordinary evolution, collect 1 power crystal, 10 giant strength herbs, and 100 green quality beast cores to evolve into a blue quality exotic beast Titan Ice Ape. Powerful evolution, collect 2 power crystals, 20 giant strength herbs, and 100 green quality beast cores to evolve into a Titan Ice Ape.
Note, quality is random, with a chance of a critical hit to enhance quality during evolution. Success! Duani shouted excitedly while double-checking the attributes of the giant strength snow ape. This was his first successful sealing of an exotic beast since his transmigration, and he couldn't contain his excitement.
The giant snow ape, observing quietly from the side, also relaxed and cast a glance before preparing to return to its cave. Wait, let me help you extract all the toxins, so others won't take advantage, Duani said. The ice-soul venomous snake immediately ran to the giant snow ape, lightly bit its leg, and extracted the toxins from its body. After the toxins were cleared, the giant snow ape recovered significantly, said nothing more, and went straight into the cave.
Done. Let's go. Duan-E prepared to leave with the ice-soul venomous snake. Let's go. We're heading to the desert area, Duan-E said.
With 1 day left, he still wanted to search for more valuable items.
Even if he couldn't use them, selling them could earn him a good amount of money.
Unknowingly, it was already the 3rd day.
Name of exotic beast, sand poison scorpion. Quality, white. Race/attribute, beast/poison type.
Abilities, poison mist, poison sting.
Status, berserk.
Evolution path, 2 options. At this moment, Duan-E is in the desert area of the school's secret realm, surrounded by 6 or 7 sand venom scorpions. That classmate looks so dangerous.
Should we go help him? Not far away, 2 students hide behind a rock, watching Duan-E being surrounded.
I can sense his spiritual power fluctuating strongly. He's a bronze-level spirit card master.
The one beside him should be a green-quality ice-soul venom snake. Let's wait for now, and if we really can't beat him, we'll step in. That way, we can save his life.
Then we can cling to his coattails and gain more benefits.
You're right, let's keep observing.
The 2 did not take action and continued watching Duan-E. Surrounded, Duan-E showed no panic. Instead, he appeared excited, and so did the ice-soul venomous snake. At Duan-E's command, the ice-soul venomous snake immediately launched an attack. Ice sealing technique. A burst of cold erupted, instantly freezing all the sand venomous scorpions, each about 50 centimeters long, into ice sculptures.
Freezing ray.
A chilling blue light beam gathered in the mouth of the ice-soul venomous snake, shooting toward the ice-sculpted sand-poison scorpions, shattering them instantly. In less than a minute, all the sand-poison scorpions were eliminated, showcasing the astonishing power of the ice-soul venomous snake.
The 2 students hiding behind the rock were completely dumbfounded. Heavens, how is this ice-soul venomous snake so powerful? Even a green-quality exotic beast would be in danger against a large group of sand-poison scorpions, yet it wiped them all out in just 1 second? How come I've never heard of such a strong student in Class 4?
The 2 students from Class 3 were utterly shocked. In everyone's impression, the ice-soul venomous snake was a green-quality exotic beast, evolved from a small soul snake, and shouldn't be this strong at all.
Cough, cough. Aren't you coming out yet?
The ice-soul venomous snake, with its keen senses, had long detected the 2 hiding.
After dealing with the sand-poison scorpion, Duan-E turned to look at the massive rock over 200 meters away. It noticed us?
Impossible, from this distance.
This guy is truly a monster. It must be a hidden genius from class 4. Let's go. I better come out honestly and not make him angry.
The two walked out from behind the boulder, smiling.
Sorry,
We were just passing by and watching quietly from the side, no ill intentions. A young man in a white shirt quickly explained.
Yeah, we're from class 3, so we're kind of schoolmates.
We saw you surrounded by sand venom scorpions earlier and rushed over, originally intending to help, but it seems there was no need, huh? The other young man smiled awkwardly.
It's fine.
I called you out just to confirm the situation.
Duan-E could naturally tell they meant no harm.
If they had wanted to help, they would have acted earlier instead of hiding behind the rock. After speaking, Duan-E collected the white quality beast core dropped by the sand scorpion on the ground into his storage ring, nodded slightly to the two, and then left with the ice soul venomous snake. Watching Duan-E walk away, the two were still full of confusion.
I really don't remember. When did class 4 get someone like that? Could it be that he transferred from another school and we just haven't seen him before?
Possibly. Anyway, he's definitely a super genius.
Let's not provoke him. Hee. The meat of those sand-poisoned scorpions is quite delicious. If he doesn't want it, we definitely do.
Perfect for a hearty feast. The two excitedly ran toward the sand-poisoned scorpion corpses. Exotic beast name, Swift Shadow Lizard. Exotic beast quality, green. Exotic beast race/attribute, beast/wind element. Exotic beast abilities, wind blade, wind spirit technique, wind shadow claw. Beast status, sleeping, healthy. Evolution path, 2 options. Wow, I didn't expect to encounter such a beast before leaving the secret realm. What a huge gain. Duan-Yi's eyes sparkled. The Swift Shadow Lizard, as a green quality beast, possesses considerable strength and a powerful amplification skill, wind spirit technique. This skill can greatly enhance movement speed, making it a popular choice among adventurer spirit card masters as a mount, easily traversing various terrains. If it evolves into a Swift Shadow Lizard, its power will become even more remarkable. Although Duan-E has already sealed and fused 2 exotic beasts and cannot fuse with the Swift Shadow Lizard, it doesn't mean he can't seal it.
Sealing it into a spirit card and selling it would definitely yield a fortune. Go for it. The ice soul venomous snake could no longer hold back and swiftly charged out after receiving permission.
In an instant, the Shadow Swift Lizard, still in its slumber, was frozen into an ice sculpture, its expression frozen in the terror of being startled awake. The ice soul venomous snake fully controlled its power, unleashing a freezing ray that blasted the Shadow Swift Lizard away, slamming it heavily to the ground. The ice soul venomous snake then quickly coiled around to the Shadow Swift Lizard side, wrapping its body around it. Its venomous fangs glimmered with a purple light, exuding an overwhelming sense of menace. A series of combos caught the Swift Shadow Lizard off guard, leaving it powerless to resist and instantly subdued. The intense pain combined with the threat of the Ice Soul Viper terrified the Swift Shadow Lizard, which had just advanced to green quality, into complete submission.
Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm just planning to seal you, Duan-E said calmly.
In order to save its life, the Swift Shadow Lizard could only nod repeatedly. Subsequently, Duan-E once again drew the sealing array, but this time he did not activate it with blood. Instead, he had the Ice Soul venomous snake throw the Swift Shadow Lizard into the array. With both hands forming seals, he activated his spiritual power to seal it into a spirit card.
The spirit card flew into Duan-Yi's hand but did not merge into the Soul Sea. Done. Duan-E contentedly stored away the Swift Shadow Lizard spirit card.
With a flash of blue light, the Ice Soul venomous snake's spirit card appeared and merged into the Soul Sea. The Ice Soul venomous snake has been out for 3 days and should take a good rest. With the closure of the Giant Force secret realm imminent, Duan-E decided to wait in place and quietly await the teleportation to leave. During these 3 days in the secret realm, aside from sealing the Giant Force Snow Ape and the Swift Shadow Lizard, Duan-E also obtained many precious spiritual herbs and stones. These are temporarily useless to him, but after leaving the secret realm, they can be sold for a good price. Especially a brown gemstone, the Sand Crystal Stone. Duan-E was besieged by sand venomous scorpions because he took this crystal stone, which drove them into a frenzy. Just now, calling those 2 students out was to observe whether they would try to seize it. It seems they didn't lie. They didn't witness the moment Duan-E took the crystal stone, so Duan-E didn't attack them either.
Time's up.
The teleportation card shattered automatically, and with a flash of light, Duan-E was instantly transported out of the school's secret realm.
Ha, finally back. Many people shouted excitedly. This time I was really lucky.
I sealed a pretty powerful white quality exotic beast.
TCH. So what?
I've collected the evolution materials for the Gale Wolf, and by tomorrow, I can evolve it into a Hurricane Wolf. The many students who were teleported back together with Duan-E had varied expressions. Most were clearly joyful, having gained a lot, while quite a few looked regretful, evidently disappointed.
Duan-E, you're finally out. I was so worried about you.
His friend Lin Hong arrived first, anxiously rushing over.
What? Missed me after just a few days? Duan-E gave a devilish smile. Stop messing around. How was the harvest in the secret realm? Did that kid Huang-E give you any trouble?
Lin Hong leaned in to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the powerful spiritual energy emanating emanating from Duan Yi, and his pupils suddenly contracted.
How do you have such strong spiritual energy? Lin Hong was utterly shocked.
3 days ago, Duan Yi was only a black iron 3-star, but now he has suddenly become a bronze-level spirit card master.
How can this not be shocking? I got an opportunity in the school's secret realm. Duan Yi patted Lin Heng's shoulder and said calmly, "No way. Just 3 days, and you actually broke through to bronze level?"
Lin Hong was incredulous. There are many things that can't be explained clearly, but I am indeed at the bronze level now. Even if Huang Yi dares to provoke me, I'm not afraid.
And I conclude, Huang Yi simply doesn't dare to come. Ha ha. Duan Yi laughed heartily. I give in.
From now on, no one will dare to bully you, and I can rest assured. Although doubtful, Lin Hong saw Duan Yi so relaxed. It must be that he had indeed gained a lot in the secret realm.
After being suppressed for years, it finally erupted.
Lin Hong was happy for him.
Let's go. We don't have classes this afternoon. How about we go out and relax? Lin Heng's eyes lit up. Exactly what I was thinking. After 3 tiring days, it's time to take a break.
Duan Yi nodded. But let me make it clear, I don't have any money, so you'll have to cover the bill.
It's on me. Let's go celebrate.
Lin Hong held Duan Yi's shoulder as the two walked toward the school gate. At this moment, the secret realm mentor, who had been napping, suddenly opened his eyes.
How is this possible? I actually sensed a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation from this student.
This feeling surpasses the green quality.
Could it be that?
The silver 3-star spirit card master guarding the secret realm was startled awake by the aura emanating from Duan Yi. "You there, young man in front, wait for me," the elder shouted.
Duan Yi froze, turning back in confusion. Teacher, do you need something from me? Facing the silver 3-star spirit card master, Duan Yi could only behave properly. Could it be that he sensed my unfused green quality exotic beast spirit card and wants to steal it?
But I only sealed 2 spirit cards in the secret realm, not exceeding 3.
What right does he have to stop me? Duan Yi was full of questions.
The surrounding students noticed the elder calling out to Duan Yi and gathered to watch. The teacher guarding the secret realm usually ignores people, unless a student breaks the rules or school regulations, then they will take action. Everyone speculated that Duan Yi must have caused trouble.
Isn't this Duan Yi? Why is he being unruly again? He must have caused trouble in the secret realm. Come on, what did you do this time?
Students at the bottom of the class should just be expelled directly. Several of Huang Yi's lackeys in Duan Yi's class kept mocking. Lin Hong was burning with anger and wanted to speak up in defense, but was held back by Duan Yi.
Aren't you going to teach them a lesson?
With your current strength, you could absolutely crush them in seconds, Lin Hong asked in surprise. Wait a moment, the teacher guarding the secret realm wouldn't stop me for no reason. I'll go ask for clarification first, Duan Yi said, running toward the elder.
Bronze 1-star strength,
the elder remarked calmly after sensing it up close.
Let me see your beast. See my beast? Duan Yi was puzzled but didn't dare to say much.
A blue light flashed in his palm, and a blue spirit card appeared. The spirit card instantly transformed into a giant python, and the ice soul venomous snake appeared beside Duan Yi. The temperature on site suddenly dropped, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. The ice soul venomous snake's cold eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings.
My god, is that the ice soul venomous snake? When did Duan Yi manage to get such a powerful exotic beast? Judging from the aura, it is definitely of green quality. Could it be that what Duan Yi said is true, and the little soul snake has really evolved? Also, do you feel that Duan Yi's aura is different too, as if he has become much stronger?
The people who had mocked Duan Yi earlier were now rubbing their eyes as if they'd seen a ghost, confirming that the person before them was indeed Duan Yi. The aura of the ice soul venomous snake is so strong, it has probably surpassed the green quality. The elder's pupils trembled, but he quickly regained composure. I heard you used the little soul snake for evolution, the elder asked.
To be honest, it was indeed evolved using the little soul snake, Duan Yi nodded. The evolution method for the ice soul venomous snake isn't taught at school. How did this kid manage to obtain it?
The old man frowned deeply, thinking to himself, however, the evolution of this ice soul venomous snake is indeed extraordinary, its aura far surpassing that of ordinary green quality exotic beasts. Whether it is truly of blue quality remains to be verified.
The old man fell into deep thought and no longer paid attention to Duan Yi. Seeing that he was being ignored, Duan Yi awkwardly asked, "Teacher, may I leave now?" Ahem.
The elder regained his composure. Being able to independently figure out the evolution path of the little soul snake, you're quite impressive.
Ha! Duan Yi was astonished, being praised by the teacher for the first time.
I guess you have other spirit beast cards within your body or on you, the elder said softly.
Don't worry, they're all part of your fortune. The academy won't confiscate them. You may leave now.
The elder waved his hand, his tone turning serious. After speaking, he returned to his seat and continued his nap.
Alright, Duan Yi, unwilling to stay longer, withdrew the ice soul venomous snake and left with Lin Hong.
The few who had mocked him earlier had already left, not daring to meet Duan Yi's gaze, fleeing quickly. After the students dispersed, the elder opened his eyes again.
How could an ordinary little soul snake evolve into such a powerful ice soul venom snake?
Moreover, I just sensed that the student
student has at least one green quality spirit card on him. It seems the school's leaderboard is about to change. I remember the chubby kid accompanying him was only black iron level, but I didn't expect Duan to leap to bronze level within 3 days. Looks like another genius who's been hiding for years. This elder guarding the secret realm appeared indifferent on the surface, but in reality, he was meticulous, and almost all the young bronze level students in the school remembered him. At first, he didn't recognize Duan but instead recalled the chubby Lin Hung beside him. No, I must inform the principal. After all, the college entrance exams are approaching. We must pay attention to this genius student to avoid any claims of unfairness after graduation. With that, the elder took out his phone and dialed. On the other side, inside a certain building of Yaoguang Third High School, an elderly man with white hair looked solemn as he gazed out the window, muttering softly. A frost venom snake that might be of blue quality? Quite interesting. Who would have thought the school harbors such a genius? This elder is the principal of Yaoguang No. 3 High School. At the age of 90, ordinary people would have long passed away, but powerful spirit card masters enjoy greatly extended lifespans. As a golden 1-star spirit card master, he remains vigorous and in his prime at 90 years old. But what puzzles me the most is, how does this student know that the little soul snake can evolve into the ice soul venom snake? The school library clearly doesn't have this evolution method, only information on evolving into a blood venom python, he muttered to himself. The principal's office door was knocked on. Come in, the principal responded. A middle-aged teacher walked in respectfully. What instructions does the principal have? The middle-aged teacher asked. Update the academy's elite rankings and add a new name. Understood. Who does the principal want to add? And in which position? Move the original 5th place down 1 rank and place Duan from class 4, grade 12, in 5th. The principal replied calmly. The middle-aged teacher was astonished. The top 5 on the ranking list represent the strongest among the younger generation of the academy and enjoy preferential access to resources. With excellent college entrance exam results, one might even gain access to the school's treasured vault. These 5 spots are coveted by everyone. Nowadays, the principal exceptionally allowed an unknown student to enter the 5th rank, which is truly rare. Principal, with all due respect, what qualifies Duan to rank 5th? The middle-aged teacher spoke bluntly. I knew you would ask. This is the information just submitted by the secret realm teacher. Take a look. The middle-aged teacher took it and examined it closely. 17 years old, bronze 1-star cultivation. His eyebrows raised slightly. Not bad, quite talented. After seeing the exotic beast spirit card Duan possessed, he was stunned. A possible blue quality ice soul venomous snake? The middle-aged teacher has been at the school for many years, overseeing the ranking list and knowing gifted students like the back of his hand. The name Duan was only heard today, yet the strength of his exotic beast is exceptionally formidable. Principal, is this news true? He asked tentatively. It is indeed true. Although the ice soul venomous snake's blue quality is not confirmed, its strength far surpasses most green quality exotic beasts. What shocked me even more was that he actually knew the method for the little soul snake to evolve into the ice soul venomous snake. Our library doesn't have this information, only the method for evolving into the blood venom python, the principal said in confusion. But it doesn't matter. Perhaps he figured out the evolution method on his own. We have no right to interfere. Let's list his name as 5th for now. I never expected the school to harbor such a genius. It seems I need to reflect on my work. The middle-aged teacher quickly apologized. Don't blame yourself. If the teacher of the secret realm hadn't discovered it first, I wouldn't have known either. By the way, the former 5th rank student is quite capable but has a bad temper. If they are demoted without reason, it might cause dissatisfaction. The middle-aged teacher reminded. No matter, let them argue. It's normal for young people to be full of vigor, but absolutely no private fights. If you really want to fight, it must be done in the school's battle arena. The principal didn't mind at all and said with a smile. If Duan wins, the 5th place will be well deserved. If he loses, it will show that he isn't worthy, and the previous matter will be dismissed. The principal has thought this through thoroughly. I'll go make the arrangements now. The middle-aged teacher nodded in agreement. Wait, if he wins, there should be some kind of reward, right? After all, we've been ignoring him all these years. The principal frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. I can't think of a reward for now. Let's leave it for later. If Duan wins, have him come see me directly. Understood. I'll go update the ranking list right away. The middle-aged teacher bowed deeply to the principal and turned to leave. After the teacher left, the principal involuntarily looked out the window again, murmuring softly, the student who ranked first on the wind and cloud list seems to be coming back soon. He went to another school to participate in an exchange competition and ended up staying for more than half a year. I wonder what his reaction will be when he sees Duan. At this moment, Duan and Lin Hung were leisurely strolling through the campus. Come on, tell me, how did you manage to evolve the little soul snake into the ice soul venomous snake? I've never seen this evolution method in the library, Lin Hung asked eagerly, filled with curiosity. That's my secret. If you treat me to a delicious meal tonight, I'll tell you, Duan teased with a smile. No problem. problem. Whatever you want to eat tonight, I'll make it happen.
Lin Hong laughed heartily. Just as they were talking, both of their phones rang simultaneously. When they looked at the screen, they were both dumbfounded. How is this possible?
Lin Hong exclaimed in horror. How did you suddenly become 5th place? And even pushed that guy down? I don't know either. Duan Yi himself was also completely bewildered at the moment. Whoa, could it be that secret realm teacher just now was behind this? It's over, I can't keep a low profile anymore. Duan Yi muttered. Don't just stand there. The person you pushed off isn't just anyone, it's Chen Yu.
That guy is strong and has a fiery temper. Being pushed off like that for no reason, he'll definitely come looking for trouble with you sooner or later.
Let's leave the school quickly and lay low for now.
Lin Heng's strength was decent, and his ranking on the wind and cloud list wasn't low, but the gap with the top 5 was obvious. Seeing Duan Yi leap to 5th place, he was both shocked and worried, fearing that Chen Yu would deal with him, while he himself was powerless to help.
Duan Yi quickly nodded and walked briskly with Lin Hong toward the school gate. Walking along, Duan Yi suddenly stopped. No, why should I be afraid of him? I have the ice venom serpent now, it's quite powerful. If Chen Yu comes looking for trouble, why should I be scared? Who beats whom is still uncertain. What's wrong with you?
Could it be that you're scared? Lin Hong asked in surprise when he saw Duan Yi stop.
Afraid?
What a joke. I just think there's no need to run away, Duan Yi said calmly.
Duan Yi, I know you've gotten stronger and have powerful exotic beasts, but Chen Yu is no ordinary person. He's ranked in the top 5 at the academy.
Moreover, he's close to Huang Yi and might go all out against you, Lin Hong reminded with concern.
It's fine, I'm not afraid of him. Let him come. Duan Yi smiled, his demeanor relaxed. I was tense for a moment and almost forgot my own strength. With the blue quality ice soul venomous snake, what can Chen Yu do to me?
Heh, such bold words. As he was speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind. Leading the group was none other than Huang Yi, whom Duan Yi extremely disliked.
Duan Yi, do you think you're so great just because you luckily managed to evolve the little soul snake? Brother Chen specifically named you for a challenge.
If you don't dare, kneel 3 times and call me Grandpa, and I'll plead with Brother Chen on your behalf.
If he comes, you're done for.
Oh, by the way, the ice crystal stone you took from me in the secret realm belongs to Brother Chen. You took his stuff,
and I can't even imagine how badly you'll get beaten. Is it a broken hand? Or a broken leg? Ha ha ha. Huang Yi strode forward with mockery, sneering incessantly.
A group of lackeys followed behind him, their expressions equally sinister. I really didn't expect my soft-heartedness to let you become so arrogant.
But do you think you can beat me now?
Duan Yi, seeing Huang Yi's attitude, was filled with disgust and regretted not giving him a good beating during the secret realm.
Oh, I'm so scared.
I can't beat you without my exotic beast right now, but you're way too arrogant.
Do you really think my cultivation is fake? Forget it, I won't stoop to your level. Brother Chen is waiting for you at the school's battle arena.
Either go and face him now, or obediently kneel down and go to the teacher to erase your name.
Erase my name? Are you joking? This was a promotion given to me by the teacher, ranked ahead of Chen Yu.
Naturally, that means I'm stronger, Duan Yi said with a smile.
Presumptuous. How dare you rank ahead of Brother Chen? I know. You must have used some tricks to deceive the teacher. When the secret realm teacher stopped you, you definitely tampered with something. Huang Yi angrily scolded. A fool is a fool, even at death's door, still unaware. The school's battlefield? Lead the way, I'll follow you. Duan Yi calmly responded. Alright, since you're asking for it, I'll take you there. But don't start crying when Brother Chen beats you to tears. Ha, let's go, stop talking nonsense. Duan Yi helplessly pushed Huang Yi aside and walked straight toward the battlefield. Lin Hong, though unsure of the situation, saw Duan Yi's confidence and followed along. Duan Yi suddenly jumped to 5th place on the popularity rankings, pushing Chen Yu down, and the news instantly exploded across the campus. Oh my god, who is this Duan Yi? How did he suddenly become 5th? The teacher even sent a special text message to notify us. Now the whole school knows. This is bad. Chen Yu has a fiery temper and definitely won't tolerate this. Let's hurry to the battle arena to watch the commotion. Let's go. I've already heard that Chen Yu has challenged Duan Yi. It's the perfect time to watch the excitement. As soon as the news broke, not only senior students but also many underclassmen rushed to the battleground. There were even some skipping classes, and the teachers didn't stop them after all. Everyone wanted to watch the spectacle. Under a big tree in the school park, Su Lianxue stared at the text message on her phone in surprise. Duan Yi? Is this guy really that strong? Isn't he only at the black iron level? She was completely puzzled and ran straight to the battlefield without saying a word. She happened to bump into Duan Yi, who was also heading to the battlefield. Are you crazy? I know Chen Yu very well. With your level of cultivation, there's absolutely no way. Su Lianxue hurriedly ran over to stop him. Before she could finish speaking, she felt the intense spiritual energy fluctuation within Duan Yi and was instantly stunned. Why are you here? Seeing her appear, Duan Yi stopped and asked. Bronze 1-star cultivation. Su Lianxue was shocked. Could it be that you gained an opportunity in the secret realm? It's not convenient to talk about it now. I'll explain in detail after I defeat the guy who provoked me. me. Alright, but let me remind you, Chen Yu is very strong. You need to be mentally prepared. Don't worry. Duan Yi smiled and quickened his pace. Lin Hong followed behind, shocked to see that Duan Yi actually knew a goddess like Su Lianxue. Wow, you actually hit it off with goddess Su. Do you have her contact info? Let me take a look. Lin Hong teased.
No, I just ran into her in the secret realm and helped her out a bit.
Look, this storage ring was a gift from her. Contact information, forgot to ask. Unbelievable, you forgot it and wasted the opportunity for nothing.
Lin Hong was speechless.
Watching Duan Yi walk away, Su Lianxue fell into deep thought. She had left the secret realm a day earlier than Duan Yi, so how did Duan Yi leap from black iron level to bronze 1 star?
Strangely enough, the academy directly promoted him to 5th place on the wind and cloud ranking.
Really can't figure it out. Forget it, let's go and take a look.
She looked puzzled and headed toward the battlefield as well. Meanwhile, the students surged toward the battlefield in droves, each eager to see what kind of person the suddenly emerging Duan Yi was.
The school battle arena is a special facility at Yaoguang No. 3 High School, designed for students to freely spar and enhance their abilities, with strict prohibition on harming spirit card masters and exotic beasts.
There are 3 battle arenas of equal size, capable of accommodating numerous students fighting simultaneously. At this moment, in one of the arenas, a robust young man sits silently on a chair, his expression grim.
Surrounding him are several people, including Huang Yi. Did Duan Yi agree?
He agreed, but his attitude was arrogant, clearly not taking Brother Chen seriously.
Humph, not taking me seriously? What a bold claim.
Chen Yu sneered.
Wasn't the ice crystal stone snatched by him?
Yes, that kid ambushed me while I was fighting the earth-shaking giant bull, not only killing my wind wolf but also chasing me relentlessly. To save my life, I had to hand over the ice crystal stone to him.
Huang Yi hated Duan Yi deeply and kept exaggerating the situation.
Chen Yu angrily slammed the table, and the table shattered.
You dare take my things, Chen Yu? Today, I'll teach him a lesson. Huang Yi, standing nearby, secretly rejoiced and revealed a sly smile.
Unknowingly, a crowd had gathered at the battlefield, all coming to watch the commotion.
Why hasn't Duan Yi arrived yet? Could it be that he doesn't dare to face the challenge?
Chen Yu is too strong. Duan Yi really has no chance of winning.
I really don't understand why Duan Yi was inexplicably ranked 5th. What class is Duan Yi in? Does anyone know him?
Class 4, but he only has black iron cultivation. I don't know how he managed to rank 5th on the wind and cloud list.
Really, class 4? Black iron cultivation? Even if he pulled some strings, a black iron level spirit card master shouldn't be in the top 5.
Not sure. I heard he gained some opportunity in the secret realm, but the details are unclear.
Duan Yi hasn't shown up yet, probably doesn't dare to come. What a letdown. Inside the battle arena, the students were all discussing, with only one topic: who exactly is Duan Yi?
Apart from the regular students, there were 3 others sitting quietly on the sidelines, observing. These 3 were none other than the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ranked students on the school's popularity list.
So, you know Duan Yi?
Asked a handsome man with a crew cut beside Su Lianxue. Not really, we just happened to meet in the school's secret realm. Su Lianxue responded indifferently. She did not mention the fact that Duan Yi had treated her snow shadow wolf. After all, being ranked 3rd on the wind and cloud leaderboard and possessing extraordinary strength, she feared being ridiculed if she revealed her encounter in the secret realm.
Moreover, Duan Yi's methods of treating exotic beasts were indeed impressive.
Whether out of pride or personal reasons, she was unwilling to disclose it.
I see. Do you think Duan Yi has a chance of winning? Or the crewcut man nodded slightly and asked. Don't know.
Su Lianxue remained indifferent.
No matter how much we discuss, we'll know when Duan Yi arrives, said the man in the white shirt beside the crewcut man.
Under everyone's gaze, Duan Yi and Lin Hong slowly stepped into the battlefield.
As soon as they entered, the arena immediately became restless. Look, the one next to the fat guy is Duan Yi. I really didn't expect him to dare to come. Just for this courage, I admire him. Seeing Duan Yi enter, everyone was thrilled.
Why so slow?
Got scared halfway? Huang Yi mocked.
Scared? Sorry, I just went to the restroom.
The restroom?
I think you got so scared you wet yourself. Make sure you're all emptied out so you don't wet your pants.
Huh? Huang Yi laughed loudly.
Duan Yi ignored Huang Yi, gave Lin Hong a few instructions, and walked straight to the battlefield where Chen Yu was.
Brother Chen, it's this guy. Huang Yi pointed at Duan Yi and shouted.
Chen Yu sneered as he looked at Duan Yi. I'll give you 2 choices. First, hand over my ice crystal stone and erase your name from the wind and cloud ranking with the teacher.
Second, fight me. If you win, I'll leave. If you lose, don't think you'll get off easily. Hand over the ice crystal stone? Sorry, that was voluntarily given to me by Huang Yi. I didn't force him. As for erasing my name, that's even more impossible, Duan Yi calmly responded. Nonsense. You clearly stole it, and you still dare to argue. Huang Yi retorted excitedly. I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable, stealing my ice crystal stone and refusing to admit it. I heard you even killed Huang Yi's wind wolf. There's no way I'm letting you off today, Chen Yu said angrily. Are you out of your mind? I killed his wind wolf? Duan Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter and glared at Huang Huang Yi. Be honest, your creature went looking for trouble with the earth-shaking giant ox in the secret realm. It couldn't win, so it had to run away. You could have saved the wind wolf, but you abandoned the beast and ran off on your own. Truly shameless. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the battlefield was shocked. Even the teacher looked at Huang Yi in disbelief. Exotic beasts are not only a means of combat but also companions. A normal spirit card master would never abandon their beast and flee. If Duan Yi's words are true, Huang Yi is indeed disgraceful. Nonsense. You clearly ambushed me. Huang Yi retorted in panic, noticing everyone's gaze, his heart filled with unease. I expected you to say that. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Duan Yi sighed helplessly, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers before pointing to a student who had been with Huang Yi at the time. If you don't believe me, ask him whether I ambushed anyone, Duan Yi said calmly. The onlookers all turned their gaze. The student panicked, glancing around at the crowd's stares, hesitated for a moment, and said, I don't know the specifics. I only saw the earth-shaking bull kill my exotic beast and the wind-walking wolf was seriously injured. Seeing the situation was bad, I crushed the teleportation token. As for Duan Yi ambushing anyone, that seems unlikely. Nonsense, I think you're colluding with him to deceive us, Huang Yi shouted in panic. Everyone cast disdainful glances. Enough, do you admit to stealing the ice crystal stone? Chen Yu blared angrily at Huang Yi and turned to Duan Yi. Since you insist I stole it, then I admit it. But ask Huang Yi, didn't he deliberately let the earth-shaking giant bull attack me in our first year of high school, causing me to be severely injured and the exotic beast to be on the brink of death? Duan Yi said. It happened in the first year of high school. Many students knew about it but had no evidence to accuse Huang Yi, so it was left unresolved. Now that the truth has come to light, everyone's attitude has changed, and they despise Huang Yi even more. I never thought Huang Yi could be so despicable, completely disgracing Yaoguang No. 3 High School. Before, I thought Duan Yi was lying, but it seems Huang Yi was really behind it. Yes, it seems it's time to have a good talk with Huang Yi. Many teachers whispered among themselves, their eyes turning to Huang Yi. Is this true? Chen Yu questioned Huang Yi. No, Huang Yi stammered nervously under the pressure of the crowd. I want the truth. Don't blame me for being unforgiving if you lie. Chen Yu glared angrily. Huang Yi nodded, trembling. Trash. Get out of my sight. Chen Yu, though hot-tempered, was reasonable and deeply loved exotic beasts. Upon hearing of Huang Yi's despicable actions, he angrily kicked him away. Huang Yi fled the battlefield in fear. Several teachers witnessed the scene and were more eager to see the duel between Duan Yi and Chen Yu, so they did not rush to deal with Huang Yi. Forget about what happened before. I don't want the ice crystal stone. Now, I am challenging you unilaterally. If I win, I admit defeat. If you lose, you go to the teacher in charge of the wind and cloud ranking and erase your name, Chen Yu said seriously. Alright, but just fighting isn't thrilling enough. Since there are so many spectators, why don't we make it a big wager? Duan Yi's eyes lit up as he spoke. The ice crystal stone belongs to him, and perhaps he still has it. My giant snow 8 needs ice crystal stones during its juvenile stage to accelerate growth. Having more ice crystal stones is very important, Duan Yi thought to himself with a sly smile. Fine. Chen Yu agreed readily. The storage ring in his hand shimmered, and 2 egg-sized ice crystal stones appeared in his palm. Want the ice crystal stones? Win, and they're yours, Chen Yu said confidently. Wow, Chen Yu is really generous. Isn't he afraid of losing? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Lose? How could Chen Yu lose? Does Duan Yi even stand a chance? Someone questioned skeptically. Look at Duan Yi's confidence. It's really risky. Everyone in the venue was shocked as Chen Yu took out the ice crystal stone as a wager. Indeed. Duan Yi's eyes lit up and he calmly responded, alright, I'll bet on this. A flash of blue light, and an unfused green quality exotic beast spirit card appeared in his hand. This is a green quality swift shadow lizard spirit card, not fused. If you win, it's yours, Duan Yi said confidently. What? The onlooking students were shocked. A green quality beast spirit card? Duan Yi is using it as a wager? Losing would be a huge loss. Lin Hong was dumbfounded and complained. He just advanced to bronze level and confused a second beast card, yet he didn't choose to fuse the swift shadow lizard? So foolish. Green quality spirit card. Ha, I haven't fused my second spirit card yet. This card is just perfect, Chen Yu exclaimed in surprise. Chen Yu, your bet is too small. You need to raise it, shouted the buzzcut man next to Su Lianxue. Chen Yu was stunned and snorted coldly. Don't talk too much. I'll raise the stakes myself. The storage ring flickered, and 5 golden shining giant strength herbs appeared. These 5 giant strength herbs will be yours if you win. Chen Yu placed the bet. Giant strength herbs, Duan Yi exclaimed in surprise. The system pops up the attribute panel. Giant power grass, green spiritual herb. Its effect is twice that of ordinary strength grass, capable of greatly enhancing the strength of exotic beasts. Perfect timing to collect the evolution materials for the giant power snow ape in advance. Duan Yi's lips curved slightly. No problem, I agree. Duan Yi placed the spirit card aside, turned to Chen Yu, and said, let's begin. I'll play along. Chen Yu took out a precious bet, full of confidence, expecting to win. The show begins. Didn't expect Duan Yi to actually agree. Win or lose, the losses are huge. Looking forward to the match even more. Skipping class was worth it. Most of the audience came for the spectacle. Chen Yu's supporters anticipated victory, while Duan Yi was dumbfounded. Getting a green quality spirit card without fusion and still using it to bet? Are you out of your mind? Huang Yi is under a lot of pressure. After he loses, we should comfort him well. Yes, if he loses, we should comfort him. After all, we're classmates. Among the onlooking students, two of them stared in shock at Duan Yi confronting Chen Yu. So he's the one we met in the desert. There's going to be a good show. With his strength, not only Chen Yu, but even the other few on the wind and cloud ranking are no match for him. Instantly annihilating the sand scorpion swarm who could achieve that? I don't understand why it seems like no one noticed Duan Yi. Really strange. Su Lianxue watched silently, also shocked. He's so confident, isn't he afraid of losing? Or is he pretending to be weak to catch the strong? The more she thought about it, the more it felt wrong. In the secret realm, she clearly sensed that Duan Yi was at the black iron cultivation level. Take a good look. Admitting defeat can still save some face. If you lose, not only will the stuff be mine, but you'll lose your dignity too. Chen Yu sneered. Stop talking nonsense, let's fight. Duan Yi said helplessly. Such shameless boasting. Let me show you my strength. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, a flash of blue light appeared, and a giant gorilla-like beast materialized behind him. The gorilla was enormous in size, with massive fists, solid muscles, and an intimidating presence as it pounded its chest in fury. Chen Yu's strongest beast, King of Strength Gorilla, didn't expect him to use this move right from the start, leaving Duan Yi no chance. Even from afar, you can feel the oppressive aura. Wonder how Duan Yi feels. Probably scared stiff. Look at him not daring to move. Hilarious. Beast name, King Kong Gorilla. Race/attribute, beast/strength type. Abilities, Mighty Punch, Ground Wave Punch. Status, excited, healthy. Another gorilla? I seem to have quite a connection with gorilla beasts. For most people, the King Kong Gorilla is extremely powerful, and even those ranked higher on the wind and cloud list can hardly guarantee victory. But for Duan Yi, this gorilla is no longer worth mentioning. I've already dealt with the Snowfield Overlord, the mighty snow ape. What does this King Kong Gorilla amount to? Could it possibly be stronger than the mighty snow ape? Duan Yi smiled and looked up at King Li Gorilla. Scared? Feeling generous, I'll let you have 3 moves first. How about that? Ha ha. Chen Yu mocked Duan Yi for not summoning his beast for a long time. Afraid? No. I just want to see how the fall of such a massive beast shakes the ground. A blue light flashed in Duan Yi's eyes, and a blue spirit card appeared in his hand. The spirit card transformed into a giant python, appearing behind him. The temperature in the battlefield suddenly dropped, the ground froze, and the students watching were surrounded by white mist from their mouths and noses. Everyone reacted and saw the giant python. The Ice Soul venomous snake stared coldly at the Power King Gorilla, flicking its tongue with a calm demeanor. Is this the Ice Soul venomous snake? That's not right. Why is the cold so intense? The aura is strange too. Are you sure it's the Ice Soul venomous snake? The battlefield ground is freezing. My god, what's going on? Duan Yi's exotic beast? Isn't it the little soul snake? Could it be? Su Lianxue was shocked, recalling the little soul snake that had been lying on her snow shadow wolf. After just one day, it had turned into this. So powerful. The aura of the Ice Soul venomous snake far surpasses that of ordinary green quality exotic beasts. Duan Yi truly has strength. I thought it was an illusion earlier, but upon closer sensing, I discovered that Duan Yi is a bronze level spirit card master. Su Lianxue's 2 companions stood up excitedly. Far surpassing green quality. No wonder you're so confident. It seems you've truly gained an opportunity in the secret realm. Su Lianxue and Duan Yi were only separated by a day, yet in just one day, he managed to evolve the little soul snake into an Ice Soul venomous snake and advance his cultivation to the bronze level. This could only be explained by a fortuitous encounter in the secret realm. The students were shocked, and the teacher's expression was equally grave. Among them, Duan Yi's homeroom teacher, Deng Sun, stared at Duan Yi as if he had seen a ghost. Who would have thought the school was hiding someone like you? Truly ignorant. Even our classmates are dumbfounded. Duan Yi, when did you secretly grow stronger and evolve your little soul snake into something this powerful? If we offended you earlier, please don't hold it against us. We were deceived by Huang Yi. Yes, we are all friends. Classmates rushed toward Lin Hong, hoping to use him to ease their relationship with Duan Yi. Cough, cough. Why do you want to be friends with Duan Yi now? Didn't you look down on him before? It's all Huang Yi's fault. I've always thought Duan Yi was extraordinary. Yes, we are Duan Yi's loyal friends. Huh? Shameless. Lin Hong smiled helplessly. Chen Yu saw Duan Yi summon a beast, clenched his fists tightly, and his expression turned serious. Don't think you'll definitely win. My Power King Gorilla is also a green quality beast, Chen Yu sneered. Who's stronger or weaker is still uncertain. The once confident Chen Yu lost much of his confidence the moment he saw Duan Yi summon the Ice Soul venomous snake. He was no fool and clearly sensed that the strength of the Ice Soul venomous snake far surpassed that of the Power King Gorilla. After all, when an ordinary ordinary beast is summoned who can alter the surrounding environment. Clearly, this Ice Soul venomous snake is extraordinary. But as the challenger, Chunyu could not admit defeat no matter what. His only hope was to rely on his combat experience and the explosive power of the Power King Gorilla to land a heavy punch on the Ice Soul venomous snake's vital spot, catching Duan Yi off guard and thereby seizing victory. Then let's begin, Duan Yi responded calmly.
Chunyu did not hesitate and ordered the Power King Gorilla to charge at the Ice Soul venomous snake. It must be said, the Power King Gorilla was incredibly fast, with astonishing explosive power. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the front of the Ice Soul venomous snake. The right fist gathered all its strength, aiming straight at the vital spot of the Ice Soul venomous snake. However, the Ice Soul venomous snake had once easily defeated the mighty Snow Ape, so how could the Power King Gorilla possibly win? It's here! Ice Sealing Technique. As soon as the Ice Soul venomous snake approached, it cast its spell. The Power King Gorilla's legs instantly lost sensation, frost spread rapidly, and its entire body was frozen into a massive ice sculpture in an instant. Freeze Ray. The Ice Soul venom snake gathered a blue beam in its mouth and shot it toward the ice sculpture. Boom! The blue light directly pierced through the ice sculpture, sending the Power King Gorilla flying. Its abdomen suffered extensive frostbite, its entire body trembled, blood flowed from its mouth and nose, and it completely lost its ability to fight. No way, the Power King Gorilla was defeated in an instant? The onlooking students were shocked. Both are of green quality, yet the gap is so vast. Hadn't reacted yet, King Kong was already collapsed on the ground. Looks like the school's selection was correct. This child truly deserves to be ranked 5th. Actually, being ranked 5th is an understatement. Aside from the first ranked returning, the others are probably no match. Teacher Dang, this Duan Yi is from your class 4, right? Why haven't we heard you mention him before? The teachers all turned to look at Dang Sun. To be honest, I never expected him to be this impressive, Dang Sun said with a bitter smile. What a failure as a homeroom teacher, not even noticing such a genius. He turned around helplessly and left. Quality, green. Where is Teacher Dang going? Someone called out. To the principal's office to admit my fault. Dang Sun let out a long sigh and quickly walked toward the principal's office, instantly overpowering King Gorilla. Su Lianxue was extremely shocked, clenching her fists tightly. Evolution path, 2 options. Looks like I need to hurry up and evolve the Snow Shadow Wolf or I won't get good results in the college entrance exam. Not just that, I also need to get another powerful exotic beast. In the battlefield, Chunyu was utterly stunned. I thought it could match the giant Snow Ape, but it turns out I was overthinking. The two are simply not on the same level. Withdraw, Ice Soul Venomous Snake. With Duan Yi's command, the Ice Soul Venomous Snake transformed into a spirit card and was absorbed into his body. He calmly walked toward Chunyu and stored the Ice Crystal Stone and Giant Force Grass from the chair into his storage ring. When he picked up the Swift Shadow Lizard spirit card, Chunyu suddenly snapped back to his senses. He couldn't help but grab Duan Yi's wrist. Are you trying to steal? Duan Yi frowned slightly. Not at all, right? Chunyu forced a bitter smile. You're impressive. I admit defeat. But can you sell me that Swift Shadow Lizard spirit card? Name your price. I'll pay whatever you ask. Oh, doing business, huh? Sure. Duan Yi let out a sigh of relief, sat down, and began calculating the price. Ordinary green quality exotic beast spirit cards cost at least $1 million. His Swift Shadow Lizard was powerful and could also serve as a mount, so the starting price would be no less than $3 million. Just as he was pondering, Chunyu spoke up. $3 million, a flat price, how about it? Reasonable, count me in, Duan Yigan replied. I'll offer $4 million, Gao Qianyi shouted. He is ranked 2nd on the power list with formidable strength. Chunyu frowned. Gao Qianyi, you already have 2 green exotic beasts. Why are you buying the Swift Shadow Lizard? It's not about giving up, just helping brother Duan raise the price, Gao Qianyi said with a smile. Duan Yi was so delighted that he couldn't close his mouth. Chunyu gritted his teeth. 4,200,000. Brother Duan, would you make the move? Brother Duan, make the move, Gao Qianyi shouted. Then, Duan Yi's words were interrupted by a voice. Sorry, Duan Yi is my brother. The Swift Shadow Lizard is mine. 5 million. Lin Hong said firmly. Ha, you want it? Duan Yi stood up excitedly. You should have said earlier. Who knew you had a green exotic beast spirit card? Lin Hong smiled wryly. I just advanced to bronze level, and my 2nd exotic beast hasn't fused yet. I've been waiting for yours. Alright, let's talk about the price, Duan Yi said with an awkward smile. He said to Chunyu, sorry, my friend wants it, so I can't sell it. If I get another one in the future, I'll definitely give it to you at a good price. Bye. After saying that, Duan Yi left the battlefield, with Lin Hong following closely behind. What kind of situation is this? Chunyu shook his head helplessly. He was truly unlucky that day, losing face and giving things away for nothing. The culprit was none other than Huang Yi. If it weren't for him stirring up trouble, how could he have impulsively challenged Duan Yi? You brat, if I don't teach you a lesson, my surname isn't Chen. Chunyu stormed out of the battle arena, searching for Huang Yi. The bustle faded, and the students gradually returned to the classroom. Ha, did you really spend 5 million to buy
by the swift shadow lizard? Duan-yi hooked his arm around Lin Heng's shoulder, flashing a mischievous smile. Of course, you can't find one this good outside.
Lin Heng hesitated for a long time before deciding to choose the swift shadow lizard.
Then it's yours, forget the 5 million. These years you've taken care of me, it's not appropriate to charge money. Duan-yi smiled and handed over the spirit card. Free? Really no money?
Lin Heng was surprised. His family is wealthy. 5 million is a small matter. Duan-yi was tempted upon hearing this, but thinking of their friendship, he refused to accept the money.
I'm going to cry, I can't hold it in.
Lin Heng shouted while hugging Duan-yi. Good brother, tonight I'll treat you to a big meal.
No way,
From now on I'll cover all the food expenses.
Deal, haha. The two laughed as they walked toward the school gate. Suddenly, a teacher appeared, looking at Duan-yi with approval. Duan-yi, right? I watched the competition just now.
Impressive skills, Liang Hui said with a smile. He is the director in charge of the wind and cloud rankings. He usually doesn't teach classes and focuses on discovering talents.
Teacher Liang, is there anything you need? Duan-yi asked respectfully.
Previously, we failed to notice you, which was the school's negligence.
To make up for it, we've decided to reward you. Reward? Duan-yi laughed and said, if I lose, I probably won't get the reward anyway.
He knew very well that the teacher's sudden appearance was clearly to evaluate him.
Smart. What if you don't want the reward? Of course. Tell me what it is. Duan-yi's eyes sparkled with excitement.
The school's rewards were generous and could be exchanged for a lot of money, especially the treasure pavilion, which only outstanding college entrance exam candidates could enter. He had always wanted to explore its secrets.
Go to the principal's office. The reward will be personally presented by the principal. What? Meet the principal? I'm not going. Duan-yi took 2 steps back.
Before he transmigrated, he was a mischievous student who would panic at the sight of the director, let alone the principal.
His heart was uneasy. Don't worry, the principal is great and really appreciates you. You won't lose out,
Liang Hui said with a smile. The rewards are generous.
Are you sure you don't want to go? Alright, I'll go. Duan-yi nodded. What?
After all, he is now a genius student, and the principal is sure to treat him with respect.
Alright, hurry up and go. Liang Hui patted his shoulder and left. Lin Heng walked over excitedly and said, you've made it. The principal wants to see you. There must be something good.
If you're going into the treasure vault, remember to take pictures and show me.
Lin Heng smiled. Don't mess around. How would I dare to enter the treasure pavilion? Let's not talk about it now. Hurry and go see the principal. Okay. Duan-yi agreed and rushed to the principal's office.
A moment later, he arrived at the door and respectfully knocked. Principal, I am Duan-yi.
Come in. An aged voice sounded. Duan-yi took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and walked inside calmly.
The principal was standing by the window, lost in thought. Upon seeing Duan-yi enter, he immediately turned around and fixed his gaze on him.
The fluctuation of your spiritual power is indeed extraordinary.
It seems you've gained quite a lot in the school's secret realm. The principal carefully scrutinized Duan-yi from head to toe and smiled, but it was merely luck. Duan-yi did not shy away, as he had indeed been just a black iron level beast tamer before entering the secret realm.
Advancing to bronze level within 3 days was certainly extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, you should currently have 2 or more green quality exotic beasts within your body.
The principal truly has remarkable foresight. A faint smile appeared on the principal's aged face as he murmured softly, such rapid improvement in cultivation must be due to the reciprocation of a mystical beast.
Before rewarding you, there is one more thing I need to ask.
The principal sat down, looking at Duan-yi with a meaningful gaze.
Please go ahead, Duan-yi replied respectfully.
As a gold-level spirit card master, the principal held unparalleled authority in Duan-yi's eyes, so he naturally couldn't afford to be disrespectful.
He also anticipated that the principal would inevitably inquire about the ice soul venomous snake.
After all, the school had never taught the method for evolving a small soul snake into an ice soul venomous snake, nor was there any related record in the library.
But it's merely to satisfy my curiosity, no need to be formal.
The principal saw Duan-yi's nervousness, smiled, and gestured for him to sit down before continuing to ask. The evolutionary path of the ice soul venomous snake wasn't taught in school.
How did you learn about it?
My little soul snake was born with a trace of cold energy. It would be a pity to abandon that and evolve it into a blood venom python along the traditional route. As for the method to evolve it into an ice soul venomous snake, I figured it out through repeated experiments. I confirmed that the evolutionary materials it responds to are ice crystal stones and a large number of white quality beast cores.
If the principal wants to know the specific quantity, I can elaborate. Consider it a contribution to the school. Duan-yi responded calmly.
He had long anticipated this question and answered without hesitation. Moreover, he knew that what the principal truly cared about was not the source, but whether he was willing to disclose it.
Truly clever. The principal smiled even more upon seeing this. Duan-yi smiled, picked up a pen and paper, and detailed the materials required for the ordinary evolution of the ice soul venomous snake.
The powerful evolution materials were not listed, as they involved system secrets secrets and had a critical hit probability, making them highly uncertain.
For ordinary people, ordinary evolution is more reliable. This is the evolution material. Duan-e handed it to the principal with a smile.
Well done, you've made a great contribution to the school.
You've been neglected in the past, so this is to make up for it. Take this golden token and go to the treasure pavilion to pick 2 items.
After saying this, the principal took out a golden token from the drawer and handed it to Duan-e with a smile.
What? I can enter the treasure pavilion and pick any 2 items? Duan-e was suspicious and asked a question.
Ha ha, that's right, go quickly.
After receiving confirmation, Duan-e did not hesitate, took the handcard, and quickly left the principal's office.
The principal watched Duan-e's excited figure and felt gratified in his heart. His gaze fell on the evolution method of the eye-soul venomous snake, and he murmured to himself, if all the students in the school were as smart as you, willing to study and research, how could they stop at 3rd place? He immediately dialed the academic director's phone and instructed them to record the evolution method in the library for preservation.
Wow, you actually got into the treasure pavilion and can pick 2 items. That's so incredible.
Lin Hong said enviously.
Remember to take pictures so I can enjoy them too. Although Lin Heng's family was wealthy, many treasures could not be bought with money.
The treasure pavilion of Yaoguang Third High School housed rare treasures from the outside world, and there were even rumors of high-quality exotic beast spirit cards being stored there.
In previous years, the students who could enter the treasure pavilion were all outstanding individuals, and their families were required to possess corresponding exotic beast spirit cards.
Although high-quality exotic beast spirit cards were rumored, no one had ever truly seen one.
Now Duan-e was able to enter and freely choose 2 items. How could Lin Hong not be envious?
Don't worry, I'll take pictures to fulfill your wish,
Duan-e said with a smile, patting his shoulder. The 2 chatted happily as they arrived at the entrance of the treasure pavilion.
A middle-aged man was guarding the place, with strong spiritual energy fluctuations, belonging to the silver-level spirit card master.
This is not a place you can come to, leave quickly,
the middle-aged man sternly warned. It was not the treasure pavilion's open day, and few people came.
Mistaking the 2 for having entered by accident, he reprimanded and drove them away. Teacher, it's a misunderstanding. I came in under the principal's orders to pick 2 items. Duan-e took out a golden token.
Seeing the token, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took it.
A golden token.
Although it's not the open hours, the principal made an exception to let you in.
It must be something important,
the middle-aged man murmured softly.
The school's treasure pavilion hand tokens are divided into gold and silver types.
Gold is the highest level and allows the selection of 2 items. Silver permits the selection of only 1. Students who receive gold hand tokens are often those with outstanding college entrance exam results or exceptional genius.
Being granted a gold hand token by the principal is truly remarkable.
You may choose any 2 items freely, with no time limit. After confirming the hand cards were correct, the middle-aged man's gaze instantly changed.
Thank you, teacher. Duan-e smiled and expressed his gratitude, then walked straight into the treasure pavilion.
Lin Hong silently followed, intending to take the opportunity to sneak in, suddenly grabbed by a middle-aged man.
Who let you in? Stand still, the middle-aged man said unhappily.
Teacher, I'm Duan-e's friend, I don't steal things, Lin Hong said obediently.
No more talking, violators will be thrown out. Lin Hong gave an awkward smile and obediently took his place. Duan-e ignored Lin Hong and excitedly rushed into the treasure pavilion. The moment he entered, Duan-e's pupils trembled.
Before his eyes were precious evolution materials, powerful spirit cards, and other treasures.
Wow, this is the treasure trove everyone dreams of.
Duan-e's eyes were dazzled, almost drooling.
Name, dew condensation grass.
Description, evolved by absorbing the spiritual dew of early morning, a water-type exotic beast evolution material.
Name, fire heart grass.
Introduction, nurtured within flames, contains strong fire energy, evolution material for fire-type exotic beasts.
Category, spirit stone. Name, sand crystal stone.
Introduction, desert earth-type exotic beasts drop upon death, earth-type exotic beast evolution materials. Duan-e briefly glanced and obtained a large amount of information on spiritual herbs and stones, making it difficult to decide for a moment.
Can you help me filter the required evolution materials?
Duan-e was once a book enthusiast familiar with cheat abilities, most likely possessing this function. Please specify the required evolution materials, host.
A cold mechanical voice sounded. How clever. Duan-e's lips curved upward.
The materials required for the ice soul venomous snake are rare. 10 dragon scales and 1 drop of dragon essence blood.
I wonder if they are available here.
Half believing, half doubting, he shouted, help me filter dragon scales and dragon essence blood.
Request acknowledged. Filtering.
No such items found here, the system responded succinctly. As expected, this is just a small-town high school.
How could there possibly be materials from dragon-type exotic beasts? Duan-e mocked himself.
Even the weakest of the dragon clan's exotic beasts are ferocious creatures, incomparable to ordinary wild animals.
Forget it, let's focus on the evolution materials for the giant snow ape first. Giant strength grass is relatively rare, but there are power crystals here.
After thinking, let the system filter the power crystal stones.
The system quickly marked the location.
Duani took down a box, and sure enough, it contained power crystal stones.
Hesitating over the final selection. If more power crystal stones are obtained, the evolution conditions for the giant snow ape will be almost met.
However, the cub is still young and needs time to grow. Even if fed heavenly treasures daily, it is unlikely to mature before the college entrance exam.
Although the blue ice venom snake ensures no worries for the exam, my own strength still seems slightly lacking.
The chi drawing technique is good, but still falls short of catching up with geniuses.
Why not check the treasure pavilion for stronger cultivation techniques? After pondering for a moment, Duan-yi turned to the shelf holding miscellaneous books.
Most were anecdotes and curiosities, with few cultivation techniques. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on the system radar.
What the heck? I've seen yellow and green dots often, but what's this red dot? Duan-yi exclaimed in surprise. A damaged scroll has been detected. A damaged scroll? Duan-yi asked, astonished. System reminder, definitely unusual. Following the instructions, ran to the mouse hole and saw half a sheepskin scroll.
The scroll was used to block the mouse hole, covered in dust. Curious, cleaned it, revealing 3 large characters, Xian Tianju.
Duan-yi immediately started reading.
After a moment, his pupils trembled and the parchment scroll fell.
Type, spiritual treasure cultivation technique, first half. Name, Xian Tianju. Quality, gold.
Introduction, an ancient great power created a super cultivation method.
Collecting the complete volume can surpass any technique on Blue Sea Star. The Xian Tian technique is actually hidden in the treasure pavilion.
Though it's only the first half, it already far surpasses the chi guiding technique.
Collecting all the scrolls will surely allow mastery of an unparalleled technique. Why has such a method been left untouched, instead being used to block a mouse hole? Duan-yi was both shocked and puzzled. Though astonished, Duan-yi remained calm.
Such a treasure being abandoned, no one would know its value. If not for the system radar's alert, it might never have been discovered.
Feeling secretly delighted, it was stored in the storage ring.
Speculating that it wasn't an item from the treasure pavilion, it was stored in the storage ring, and a power crystal was casually taken as well.
Take the photo and leave. So soon?
The middle-aged man was surprised. Normal students usually deliberate for a long time.
Teacher, I've chosen
just these 2 power crystals.
Duan-yi handed them over. No problem, choose as you wish. I won't interfere.
Seeing the power crystal, the man was slightly surprised, as the shelf contained many evolution resources, and finding the power crystal within half an hour was astonishing.
Did you come out so quickly that you forgot to take a photo? Lin Hong ran over. Don't worry, I already took it. Duan-yi handed over the phone. Lin Hong opened it and was shocked. Teacher, can the items in the treasure pavilion be sold?
I want to buy some, Lin Hong said, growing more interested as he looked. The items in the treasure pavilion are not for sale, they are exclusively rewards for gifted students, the uncle firmly refused.
What a pity.
Lin Hong sighed and switched his phone to call Duan-yi. Although he couldn't buy anything, he still enjoyed feasting his eyes.
Power crystals are rare. Why does Duan-yi want them?
Lin Hong asked, puzzled.
Of course, for evolution. Want to know? Treat me to a meal, or I won't tell you. Duan-yi hinted, rubbing his stomach. Alright, I'll treat you right away. Goodbye, teacher. The two left the treasure pavilion and walked out of the school gate. Tianhe Grand Hotel, Yaoguang City.
Ranked 2nd in the city, it is the closest to Yaoguang No. 3 High School.
Lin Hong brought Duan-yi here. How is it? Classy enough? Not bad, it's my first time here. Duan-yi was pleasantly surprised.
In the past, Lin Hong usually took him to ordinary restaurants. This was his first time at a grand hotel.
Order whatever you want tonight, it's on me.
Lin Hong called the waiter to book a luxury private room and went straight to the 3rd floor.
Luxuriously decorated and spacious. Then I won't hold back. Duan-yi immediately flipped through the menu. This entire page is needed, and this page.
5 copies of this, and 5 copies of that. The last page, all of it. Handed it to the waiter, shocking them to the core.
Before long, the table was filled with a feast. Whoa, so much. Can we finish it all?
Lin Hong swallowed hard.
We too can't finish it, but with it, it'll be enough. Duan-yi smiled at Lin Hong and summoned the ice soul venomous snake. Its appetite has greatly increased after getting stronger.
You told me to order whatever, don't go back on your word.
Explaining while placing food for the ice soul venomous snake.
The little soul snake evolved into the ice soul venomous snake, drastically increasing its appetite, becoming a headache for Duan-yi. The daily food expenses are exorbitant, making it urgent to earn money.
Not to mention the young giant snow ape, adding insult to injury.
After the food was prepared, Duan-yi sat down and began to feast heartily. Smells so good, hurry up and eat.
Let's eat freely tonight.
Since Lin Hong was treating, he didn't mind the cost. After all, Duan-yi had given him a green exotic beast spirit card for free, so the meal expense was nothing. He also sat down, eating heartily, and started chatting. Duan-yi, graduation is near, and we'll each go our separate ways. My bronze 1-star cultivation, combined with the green spirit beast beast card you gave me now allows me to have 2 strong spirit beasts. I should be able to do well in the Spirit Card Master University entrance exam. I was worried about you at first, but now that you have the Ice Soul Venomous Snake, you'll definitely get in. Naturally, with my strength, it's a sure thing. Duan-E nodded. But just a friendly reminder, tuition fees, living expenses, and exotic beast cultivation costs are all high. The annual expenses are staggering. I'll still give you the 5 million I promised. Lin Hung hesitated before deciding to sponsor Duan-E. Duan-E shook his head. No, I promised not to go back on my word. I'll handle the money myself. I obtained quite a few spiritual herbs and stones in the secret realm, which can sell for a good price. I'm not short of money. Duan-E appreciated Lin Heng's kindness and felt grateful, but he dared not accept too much. Well, Lin Hung pondered for a moment and suggested, how about this? Your uncle and aunt could work at my dad's company. The monthly income is decent, and they wouldn't have to travel around. It's much safer. What do you think? Duan-Ye's parents have been driving long-haul trucks for years, almost constantly on the road. Not only is the income meager, but it's also extremely dangerous. The spatial rifts of Blue Star could release alien beasts at any moment, and even the alien beasts hiding in the human world frequently attack humans. Although rare, the safety risks cannot be ignored. Lin Hong thought it through carefully and then made this suggestion. That's actually a good idea, but my parents aren't home right now, and I don't know when they'll be back. Let's wait until they return to discuss it properly. Lin Heng's request was approved by Duan-E, who did not object. After the meal, the three were all very satisfied. Let's go, it's late, time to go home and rest. After a brief rest, Duan-E retrieved the Ice Soul Venomous Snake and went to the hotel front desk with Lin Hong to settle the bill. Hello, your total consumption is 158,300 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? Swipe the card. Although spending 5 million to buy a green quality strong exotic beast was nothing to Lin Hong, spending nearly 16,000 on just one meal still made him feel a bit of a pinch. Even so, he still paid the bill readily. The two parties said their goodbyes and went home separately. Duan-E strolled home and took out the half-step Xiantian technique from his storage ring. He hadn't examined it carefully at the treasure pavilion, but now was the perfect time to focus on cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, he held his breath and concentrated, his gaze fixed on the sheepskin scroll inscribed with the movements of the Xiantian technique. Apart from the lengthy introductory text, the scroll was filled with continuous movements. Currently, only the first 8 movements can be identified, as the subsequent ones are obscured due to damage to the scroll. Duan-E knows that the Xiantian technique should consist of 18 movements, but regrettably, only half of the scroll remains, leaving the later content unknown. After repeatedly memorizing the 8 movements, he slightly nods, closes his eyes, and slowly practices with both hands. The initial practice appears somewhat clumsy, but after a rough attempt, the flow of spiritual energy within his body becomes noticeably active. Truly extraordinary, just 8 movements can stir powerful spiritual energy, merging into the soul sea. Duan-E marveled. Reluctantly, he continued practicing. Although the movements were not difficult, the details were numerous, and the soul sea fluctuated intensely, especially the second spiritual energy meridian, which surged violently as if the energy rushed in all at once, causing unbearable pain for a moment. But the improvement is evident, and the pain must be endured. Even more remarkable is that during practice, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seems to converge within the body, extraordinarily miraculous. However, despite the simplicity of the movements, the consumption is immense. Practicing 2 sets already feels exhausting, with sweat pouring like rain. It's here. The effect undoubtedly far surpasses the chi gathering technique. While still having some strength left, continue for the 3rd round. After finishing, collapse onto the sofa, breathing weakly. That's it for today. Duan-E reclined on the sofa and turned on the TV. Blue Star Daily. Congratulations to Platinum 5-star Spirit Card Master Mr. Wang Chen for successfully sealing an orange quality superpowered alien beast from an A-level spatial rift yesterday. Local news. Recently, a C-level spatial rift has appeared in this district, releasing a large number of powerful alien beasts. The government has dispatched troops to suppress it and sincerely invites capable pioneers to hunt and seal them. Looking at the news, Duan-E felt deeply moved. Although Yaoguang City appears safe on the surface, it is actually silently protected by powerful spirit card masters who bear the heavy burden and forge ahead. Last time I encountered the Shadow Fiend, I was fortunate to have the assistance of a military spirit card master to escape unscathed. Now that my strength has grown, if I encounter the Shadow Fiend again, I will have the ability to protect myself. The only concern is my parents' dangerous work, as they are constantly on the road driving long-haul trucks. I hope I can persuade them to work at Lin Heng's company. Take a moment to rest, bathe, and then sleep peacefully. The next morning, Duan-E walked to school as usual. The only difference was the sudden change in his classmates' gazes. Once disregarded and ostracized, after yesterday's battle with Chun Yuji, Duan-Ye's reputation soared. The most dazzling student in class 3-4 this year. Even the homeroom teacher Deng Sun, who originally targeted him, has started to show concern and offered tutoring considering, but was politely declined.
Huang Yi, on the other hand, is nowhere to be found.
It is said that he was severely beaten by Qinyu and has taken leave from school until the college entrance exam.
The morning classes passed by in a hurry. After lunch, Duan Yi and Lin Hong took a walk on the playground.
Initially, it was just the two of them, but now that Duan Yi's reputation has soared, he naturally attracted a crowd, with chatter and flattery all around.
At this moment, a familiar woman walked toward Duan Yi. Seeing this, Lin Hong understood and led the crowd away.
A meaningful smile appeared on Lin Heng's face as he looked at Duan Yi.
Get lost. Duan Yi immediately understood the meaning behind Lin Heng's smile and roared angrily. Got it, haha.
Lin Hong teased before quickly leaving. At this moment, Su Lianxue stood alone in front of Duan Yi. Sorry, they were just joking, Duan Yi apologized.
It's okay, your strength yesterday amazed me, Su Lianxue smiled. Just luck. Luck? I don't believe it.
You created your own evolutionary path and even shared the method with the school.
That's truly impressive. There's nothing to hide. Announcing it actually earns the qualification to enter the treasure pavilion, so why not? Duan Yi smiled. I really envy you.
The principal is an old friend of my grandfather, yet I have no chance to enter.
I didn't expect you could.
Yesterday, it was already known that Duan Yi had entered the treasure pavilion, which made Su Lianxue feel envious. Although the Su family has the ability to gather expensive materials, entering the treasure pavilion is considered an honor not just for the resources, but also as a symbol of status.
Forget it, I came to find you for another matter. You haven't forgotten, have you? Su Lianxue suddenly looked at Duan Yi. Of course I haven't forgotten. How could I forget after taking your storage ring? Then let's go now. Now. Duan Yi was surprised. There are still classes this afternoon. How about tonight? What's there to be afraid of? It's just skipping class.
With your status, the teacher won't care, Su Lianxue smiled.
Alright, let's go then. Duan Yi hesitated and nodded. What's skipping class? Didn't I do this before crossing over?
Su Lianxue came to find him at noon, surely because her grandfather's exotic beast illness had worsened and urgently needed care.
Then took Duan Yi to board the luxurious black car.
I won't hide it from you, my grandfather's exotic beast's condition suddenly worsened yesterday. We specially invited the city's strongest exotic beast doctor, but they were helpless.
This exotic beast holds great significance for my grandfather.
It was severely injured years ago while protecting him and has never fully recovered.
Now, it is on the brink of death. If you can cure it, the Su family will reward you generously.
In the car, Su Lianxue confessed the truth. Don't worry, as long as you trust me, I can definitely cure it, Duan Yi said confidently. In terms of strength, he might not yet be at his peak, but when it comes to treating exotic beasts, Duan Yi is unmatched in the world. The car arrived at the entrance of a luxurious villa, exquisitely decorated and sprawling, belonging to a prominent family in Yaoguang City. A black armored vehicle parked nearby, indicating the Su family's connection with the military.
Su Lianxue didn't elaborate much and hurriedly led Duan Yi inside.
Miss, you mentioned inviting a professional exotic beast doctor, so why did you bring a classmate? A 60-something butler asked in confusion.
Uncle Wang, he is the doctor I invited. Is my grandfather still at home? Su Lianxue asked urgently. The butler glanced at Duan Yi and nodded. Master is on the second floor. Su Lianxue pulled Duan Yi upstairs.
The butler, filled with doubt, hurriedly followed. Dr. Chen, is there still hope for my exotic beast? An elderly man with white hair asked anxiously. Lying there was a large bear with silver armor and snow-white fur, its breath weak, its body emaciated, and its life nearing its end.
It's difficult.
The storm battle bear's internal injuries are extremely severe and have gone untreated for a long time. I'm afraid there's no hope for recovery now, sighed the exotic beast doctor, Chen De. Mr. Su, perhaps you should cherish the remaining time and accompany it through its final journey, sparing it from pain. The diagnostician was a gray-haired man wearing thick glasses, holding professional equipment. Chen De is renowned, having saved countless exotic beasts, and is a top doctor in Yaoguang City.
Dr. Chen, is there truly no remedy?
Even just to prolong life would be fine, Su Haiqiu pleaded, grasping his hand.
It's futile.
While elixirs can extend life, they only intensify the suffering. You and the master share a deep bond. Surely you wouldn't want to see it in pain, Chen De sighed. Su Haiqiu squatted on the ground in despair, his eyes glistening with tears, reminiscing about the past hardships they shared. The big bear seemed to sense its master's emotions, slightly opened its eyes, and looked at him with a smile.
Exotic beast name, Storm Battle Bear. Quality, purple. Thank you, principal.
Race/attribute, beast/strength type, wind type. Abilities, Earth Wave Fist, Storm Fist, Wind Spirit Technique, Hurricane Blade.
Status, near death. Click to view treatment methods. Duan Yi scanned the Storm Battle Bear's information as he went upstairs.
A sound came from upstairs, and Su Lianxue shouted anxiously, Grandpa, the Storm Battle Bear can still be saved.
What? Su Haiqiu was shocked. Grandpa, the Storm Battle Bear can still be saved.
I've invited a professional doctor. Su Lianxue ran toward Su Haiqiu.
Swear, don't talk nonsense. Dr. Chen is the best in the city and has already declared it hopeless. Who else could treat it?
Su Haiqiu was stunned, as if sighing to comfort his granddaughter.
Grandpa, remember I mentioned the person who cured the snow shadow wolf? I invited him here. Su Lianxue pulled Duan-yi over. Him, Schwer, are you sure? He's about your age.
Though he may have some medical skills, he can't compare to Dr. Chen. Su Haiqiu shook his head helplessly.
Treating exotic beasts is no child's play. The younger generation should go back and study for a few more years. Chen Di said unhappily. Age is not the key. If you don't believe me, you'll know from my diagnosis. Duan-yi said calmly. Diagnosis? Nonsense without tools. Chen Di said discontentedly. Dr. Chen is right. Schwer, you should take him away. I still need to accompany Storm Bear in its final moments.
Su Haiqiu waved his hand.
Grandpa, I am sincere. Su Lianxue said anxiously. Child, I advise you to go back and study more. It will benefit both you and the exotic beasts. Chen Di snorted coldly.
Duan-yi ignored his words, opened the system attribute panel, and checked the treatment plan. Diagnosis 1. The Storm Battle Bear's right leg was severely injured by the purple Firecloud Frenzy Lion, with residual embers of flame remaining, causing slowed movement. Diagnosis 2. Multiple hidden ailments from battles, first severely injured by the Ghost Clan's Demon Soul Beast, leading to a fatal outbreak of hidden illnesses. Treatment. First use Qi and blood pills to restore physical strength, then use Ghost Heartgrass to treat the chest wound. Use 3 ice crystal stones to eliminate the residual embers in the right leg, apply the bone regeneration technique to completely shatter the right leg, and supplement with external application of golden wound medicine. Recovery is expected within half a month. Take 10 giant power grass to clear hidden ailments, and recover within half a month. This Storm Battle Bear's right leg has been severely injured for years without healing, Duan-yi explained calmly.
How do you know?
Su Haiqiu asked in surprise. Grandpa, he's really professional, trust him this time, Su Lianxue said joyfully. Chen Di sneered. The Storm Battle Bear's legs are uneven in thickness, even a 3-year-old can tell it's injured.
You think guessing the Firecloud Wild Lion makes you so impressive? Who doesn't understand the basics of hidden ailments? Otherwise, why would it be on the brink of death? Stop shouting. I guarantee I'll cure the Storm Battle Bear. Duan-yi, unable to bear it any longer, angrily pointed at Chen Di. Arrogant. Saying a few words makes you impressive? Cure it first. Chen Di sneered, treating Duan-yi as a laughingstock. That's right, you're correct. Curing the Storm Battle Bear is indeed the most crucial. Duan-yi smiled faintly and said, how about we make a bet? If I can cure the Storm Battle Bear, you call me master. How about that? In Duan-yi's view, Chen Di had some skills but was overly arrogant.
With his many years of medical experience, he could see that the Storm Warbears still had a chance of being saved, yet he refused to try in order to preserve his reputation. Such a fame-seeking opportunist needed to be properly taught a lesson.
Ah, kid, you're really funny. Do you actually dare to claim you can cure the Storm Warbear? Chen Di couldn't help but laugh. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll really think you can do whatever you want. In that case, let's bet. If you can cure it, I'll call you master.
But if you fail, or even cause its death, don't blame me for being ruthless. At that time, both the Su family head and I won't let you off, and you'll get a taste of how harsh society can be.
Chen Di snorted coldly. Hee, as you said, Master Su, give me your Storm Battle Bear, and I guarantee to heal it. Duan-yi's lips curved slightly as he confidently looked at Su Haiqiu.
Ignorant child, just wait to embarrass yourself.
Chen Di remained composed, sitting back to watch.
He was full of confidence, but Duan-yi had overlooked one crucial point. The Storm Battle Bear had another severe injury, a wound left by a Ghost Clan beast. If Duan-yi treats him rashly without knowing the situation, it will inevitably trigger the injury, leading to his sudden death. By then, not even the gods can save him. Su Haiqiu listened to the two arguing, feeling conflicted, and did not immediately respond to Duan-yi.
Grandfather, do you still not believe my words?
My Snow Shadow Wolf was severely injured in the secret realm, and Duan-yi healed it effortlessly, making it even stronger than before, Su Lianxue whispered softly.
Did you truly see him take action with your own eyes? He didn't use some other method?
Su Haiqiu still harbored doubts. After all, Duan-yi is too young. Perhaps someone older might be more trustworthy. Really, I was right behind him watching, Su Lianxue responded eagerly.
If that's the case, then give him a chance. Su Haiqiu hesitated before looking at Duan-yi and solemnly said, You're Duan-yi, right?
If you can heal my Storm Battle Bear, whatever you ask for, I will agree to. But if it can't be cured or leads to an early death, the Su family will definitely hold you accountable.
Do you dare to agree? Why wouldn't I dare? Duan-yi firmly looked at Su Haiqiu.
As long as the Su family head trusts me, I guarantee the Storm Battle Bear will recover, and even become stronger.
Alright, with such determination, I am willing to trust you this time. Su Haiqiu marveled at Duan-yi's resolute expression. Chen Di, however, was unimpressed. He cast a cold glance and muttered under his breath, how foolish.
A Storm Battle Bear on the brink of death, claiming it can be healed and even boasting about enhancing its strength, utterly laughable.
Go ahead and laugh. Soon, I'll be your master.
Duan-yi approached the Storm Battle Bear, rolled his eyes at Chen Di, and said disdainfully, Master Su, my treatment might be a bit rough, but just trust me. I guarantee to return you a Storm storm battle bear with explosive combat power. To avoid Su Haiqiu misunderstanding that he was too intense when breaking the right leg, Duan Yi explained seriously.
Since I trust you, go ahead. Su Haiqiu nodded. Su Lianxue whispered about Duan Yi's treatment of the snow shadow wolf.
Duan Yi lifted the storm battle bear's chest fur, examined several areas, and frowned deeply.
Chinde laughed loudly. Kid, you don't even have diagnostic tools. How can you diagnose illnesses? Ridiculous. Shut up. Duan Yi responded impatiently. He turned to Su Haiqiu and asked, Patriarch Su,
the storm battle bear was attacked by a demon soul beast recently, wasn't it? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked, and Chendi almost trembled and jumped up. The storm battle bear was injured by the soul beast, but Chenda was unaware of the details, only knowing it was hurt by a ghost clan's exotic beast. Duan Yi didn't even use diagnostic tools, yet he saw through everything, leaving Chendi utterly astonished. Although shocked, Chenda quickly calmed down. Perhaps he was lucky to know the details and understand some medical principles, but whether he can cure it is another matter. Thus, he continued to regard Duan Yi with a contemptuous gaze. Su Haiqiu ran over excitedly. How did you know? Duan Yi smiled without elaborating, only answering lightly, Master Su, I need 10 ghost heart herbs, more than 10 giant force herbs, 3 ice crystal stones, and a large amount of chi and blood pills, golden one medicine, and bandages. With these, the storm battle bear can be treated immediately. Ghost heart herb? Giant force herb? Ice crystal stone? Su Haiqiu was stunned. Although puzzled, he still instructed the butler to prepare. Ghost heart herb contains powerful ghostly energy. Consuming it means instant death. I advise you not to use it. Chinde couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Shut up and just watch. Duan Yi helplessly looked back at Chende. Su Haiqiu frowned deeply, staring at Duan Yi. Don't worry, Grandpa, Duan Yi is very capable, Su Lianxue reassured. Half an hour later, the butler hurried upstairs, carrying a suitcase. Master, these are the materials Dr. Duan needs. He opened the box. Duan Yi approached, and the system radar activated. Species, ghost heartgrass. Species, spirit herb. Description, grows in ghost tribe nests, contains strong ghostly energy. Ordinary exotic beasts avoid consumption. Commonly used for treating ghost tribe wounds or as evolution material. Quality, green. Sure enough, it's ghost heartgrass. Duan Yi's eyes lit up, thinking, the Su family is indeed powerful. They managed to obtain the blue spiritual herb within half an hour. Impressive. The quality of the ice crystal stone and giant strength grass is excellent. It must have cost a lot. Duan Yi inspected each item carefully, muttering under his breath. Species, spirit herb. Chendi sipped his tea and gave a cold glance. Kid, this box of materials is expensive. If you want to back out, there's still time. Quality, green. Duan Yi ignored it, took out a small bottle of vitality pills, and poured them into the storm battle bear in one go. Taking too many vitality pills is harmful and will only lead to death, Chinda sneered. Duan Yi focused on the storm battle bear and did not respond. After using the pills, he took out a dark purple ghost heart herb, crushed it, and applied it to the black wound on the chest. The storm bear was half unconscious, ghostly energy entering its body, letting out a painful roar. Quality, green. It's over. The ghostly energy of the ghost heart grass is powerful. While it can heal injuries, it is extremely painful. With its stamina, it's hard to endure. Patriarch Su, my condolences. Chen sighed outwardly, but inwardly he was secretly delighted. Su Lianxue clasped her hands and whispered, wait, Duan Yi will definitely manage. Duan Yi looked serious, seeing the storm battle bear in danger, but the system's plan was flawless. The storm battle bear roared, red light surged from its body, gradually stabilizing. The black wounds healed rapidly, and the black aura dissipated. How is this possible? Chende was so shocked that his teacup almost fell to the ground. Just a fluke, Chende silently thought to himself. The external injury is not fatal. The key lies in the hidden ailment. Without knowing the location of the hidden ailment, how can it be cured? Chende calmly sipped his tea. Su Haiqiu exclaimed excitedly, amazing. Dr. Duan really has a way. Previously, many veterinarians knew that injuries from soul beasts were difficult to treat, as the storm battle bear was too weak to withstand the power of ghost heart grass. Duan Yi was able to accomplish it, proving his extraordinary skills. Chendi reminded, don't rush, the storm battle bear is still unconscious, and whether it can be cured is uncertain. Su Haiqiu remained calm, knowing that Chendi's words were not unfounded. Healing the soul injury is only the first step. The hidden ailment in the leg is more critical. Do not take it lightly. Duan Yi saw the first step succeed and felt at ease. Master Su, my treatment may seem a bit rough, but please trust me. Dr. Duan, go ahead and try. Su Haiqiu nodded, whispering to Su Lianxue, recounting the treatment of the snow shadow wolf. Duan Yi approached closely, lifting the fur and palpating the storm war bear, his brows tightly furrowed. Chendi laughed heartily. Without diagnostic tools, how can you diagnose? What a joke. Shut up, Duan Yi rebuked angrily. Duan Yi naturally ignored those shocked voices and, with the help of the system, accurately pinpointed the specific location of the injury on the storm battle bear's right leg. He took 3 ice crystal stones from the box and placed them one by one according to the position conditions marked by the system. The ice attribute power contained within the ice crystal stone slowly neutralized the lingering flame aura on the storm battle bear's right leg. About 10 minutes later, the 3 ice crystal stones were completely absorbed, and the swelling on the storm battle bear's right leg was significantly reduced, though not entirely gone.
Ha ha ha.
Who told you that using ice crystal stones could heal the storm bear's leg? All 3 ice crystal stones are used up, and the swelling has only gone down a tiny bit.
Want to use more? Chen De burst into laughter. Su Haiqiu, standing to the side, looked grim.
After all, ice crystal stones are incredibly valuable, and using 3 at once is painful, even if you're wealthy. The treatment isn't finished yet, so stop yelling nonsense.
Duan Yi shot Chen De a glare.
He then mentally communicated with the ice poison serpent, instructing it to use its powerful tail to smash the storm bear's right leg. The ice soul venomous snake slightly nodded, its gaze fixed on the right leg, and suddenly swung its massive tail in a heavy strike.
Boom!
The entire house trembled. Fortunately, the structure was sturdy, or it would have surely collapsed. After the heavy strike, the storm battle bear, which had been about to awaken, fainted from the intense pain.
No wonder it's a purple bloodline exotic beast.
Its bones are so tough that the heavy strike didn't completely shatter them, Duan Yi remarked with slight astonishment. Subsequently, the ice soul venomous snake struck 3 or 4 consecutive times, leaving the right leg mangled and bloody.
This kid is crazy. With such a brutal blow to the injured leg, the storm battle bear is doomed. Patriarch Su should step in and teach him a lesson.
Chen De became excited upon seeing this, mistakenly thinking that the storm battle bear was dead. However, Su Haiqiu's expression was solemn. No, it's still alive. The spirit card hasn't shattered.
How is that possible? Such a heavy blow didn't kill it? Could it be that the vitality pill took effect? Chen De was shocked.
Duan Yi had no time to explain and took out the wound medicine, pouring it onto the injured leg.
Quick, find 2 iron rods, similar in length to the right leg.
The butler was surprised and hurried downstairs, returning moments later with the iron rods.
Duan Yi used gauze to secure and bandage the right leg. Done.
Master Su, your leg will definitely heal within half a month.
Duan Yi wiped his sweat and said confidently, half a month? Are you sure? An old ailment can just be shattered and healed?
What kind of joke is this?
Although unclear about the details, hearing it would heal in half a month was amusing. But can you cure a hidden ailment? Chen De mocked. Stop talking nonsense. I'll make you taste the feeling of calling me master right now. Duan Yi had anticipated Chen De's disbelief and didn't explain further, taking out the giant strength herb.
Following the system's indication of the hidden ailment's location, he crushed the giant strength herb and applied it to the wound.
All settled.
The storm bear's 7 chronic ailments were all treated with giant strength grass, and 3 more were fed into its mouth. The giant strength grass's potent effects took hold, and the storm bear's aura changed dramatically as the applied herbs were quickly absorbed. The storm bear opened its eyes and roared, feeling invigorated and completely free of pain.
Although it couldn't stand up immediately, its vitality greatly increased, and the majesty of the purple beast was fully displayed. It's really healed. I can feel its excitement.
Su Haiqiu excitedly ran towards the storm warbear. Chen De was shocked into silence. The teacup fell to the ground as he stood frozen like a wooden chicken.
As a renowned veterinarian in Yaoguang City, seeing the storm battle bear fully recovered, he knew Duan Yi was truly extraordinary. But what he couldn't comprehend was how Duan Yi managed to identify all the hidden ailments of the storm battle bear with just his naked eye, without using any diagnostic tools.
The hidden ailments of the storm battle bear are not yet fully healed, but it will recover completely within half a month. The leg injury is the same. Its life is no longer in danger. The giant power grass has remarkable effects, and it will become even stronger in the next half month.
Duan Yi stood calmly, watching the excited Su Haiqiu. Divine Doctor. Young Divine Doctor. Su Haiqiu shook hands excitedly. Whatever Divine Doctor Duan seeks, this old man will fully support. Don't worry, this is... Duan Yi smiled and turned to Chen De. Dr. Chen, are you still trying to renege on your debt? Humph. Kid, don't get cocky. When I made my name, you didn't even know where you were. Don't think curing the storm battle bear gives you the right to be arrogant.
Chen De is old, while Duan Yi is young, and calling him master makes him uncomfortable.
I'm not being unreasonable. I just want you to keep your promise and call me master. If you can't save face, so be it. Go back and close the clinic. Stop making a fool of yourself, you fame-seeking old geezer. Duan Yi rebuked angrily. Insolent, do you think I'm afraid of you? Chen De's face turned bright red as he angrily pointed at Duan Yi and roared, come on, I'll teach you a lesson today.
As Duan Yi finished speaking, the ice soul viper's gaze shifted from calm to ferocious, exuding a chilling aura that rushed straight at Chen De. Su Haiqiu was astonished, his entire body erupting with spiritual power, instantly suppressing the icy aura of the ice venom serpent with the presence of a golden-level spirit card master.
You both possess exceptional medical skills, so why must it come to life and death? You should exchange and study more. Su Haiqiu sought to mediate, showing respect for Chen De's reputation while also acknowledging Duan Yi's abilities. Although Chen De was defeated by Duan Yi, he could accept merely losing wealth, but calling Duan Yi master was something he found hard to say, and Su Haiqiu also found it difficult
difficult to speak. He could only act as a mediator, persuading both sides. Patriarch Su, to be honest, Dr. Chen does have a method to heal the Storm Battle Bear's injuries, but the success rate is extremely low.
Success would greatly enhance his reputation, but failure would completely ruin it.
He deliberately claimed it was incurable to protect his reputation.
You say, should such fame-seeking hypocrites be punished? Duan Yi snorted coldly. That's right.
Upon hearing this, Su Haiqiu's expression changed drastically, his cold gaze sweeping over Chinde. Although Chinde was highly renowned, Su Haiqiu was no weakling either. As a golden-ranked powerhouse in the military, he would never stand idly by. Chinde, seeing this, was terrified and quickly defended himself. Master Su, don't believe the nonsense of this ignorant boy.
I'm talking nonsense? When I used ghost heart grass to treat the injury, how did you know to apply it to the chest? You were agitated when the ice crystal stone cleared the flame's embers because you anticipated I would use the bone regeneration method and feared I might fail? Great strength grass clears hidden ailments, wouldn't you, as a renowned doctor, know this?
It's just that the location is hard to pinpoint, and you were afraid of misapplication accelerating death.
Combining the 3 points, it shows that you can cure it, but you're afraid of ruining your reputation. Am I wrong? Duan Yi said coldly.
Chende's legs went weak, and he collapsed into a sitting position, silent with guilt. He had intended to conceal it, but unexpectedly, Duan Yi exposed him. Cold sweat soaked his back, his hands and feet trembled, unable to argue further. Su Haiqiu wanted to ask again, but seeing Chende's fear, he understood the truth.
Reputation outweighs the life of a mythical beast? Truly disappointing.
Not only Su Haiqiu, but any spirit card master witnessing this would find it hard to hide their disdain. Exotic beasts are the most important companions for spirit card masters, sharing life and death.
Injured and seeking medical treatment, yet being deliberately denied help by a doctor for the sake of reputation, who wouldn't be furious?
However, Chende's reputation was illustrious, so Su Haiqiu dared not act rashly, only instructing the butler coldly, escort Chende out of the Su residence.
I do not wish to see him again.
Su Haiqiu no longer referred to him as a doctor, calling him by name directly, filled with contempt. The butler also showed disdain, walking over indifferently. Leave, the Su family does not welcome you. Chende seemed to wake from a dream, murmuring to himself, a lifetime of reputation ruined in a single moment. He hesitated for a long time, bowed 90 degrees to Duan Yi, and then turned to leave.
Duan Yi was slightly surprised at the sight.
Chende was highly respected, and for him to perform such a gesture, though he did not call him master, it was still a great humiliation.
Sorry to have embarrassed you, Dr. Duan. Su Haiqiu watched Chende leave, feeling relaxed, and smiled at Duan Yi. Dr. Duan, if there's anything you need, just say the word. Let me think about it. To be honest, just now Duan Yi's mind was entirely focused on how to thoroughly humiliate Chende and prove his own capability. As for what reward he wanted, he hadn't thought of anything yet.
How about this? Just give me the remaining 6 or 7 giant strength herbs. Lin Ran's eyes lit up as he saw the 6 or 7 giant strength herbs left in the small box and said,
Dr. Duan didn't mention it,
so I'll give you the rest of the materials as well. Alright, take this card. Su Haiqiu thought for a moment, then took out a gold card from his pocket and handed it to Duan Yi.
Ha, what's this? Duan Yi took the gold card and was slightly stunned. It's not some kind of bank card, is it? Haha, not bad. This gold card contains 30 million blue star coins, considered as payment for Dr. Duan.
Although it's not much, it's still a token of appreciation, Su Haiqiu explained with a smile.
30 million?
Duan Yi's eyes widened, almost failing to hold the card steady. But thinking of how he was regarded as a young miracle doctor in their eyes, he couldn't afford to lose face, so he forcibly suppressed his shock.
This scene was caught by Su Lianxue, who couldn't help but laugh. Since it was given by the Su family head, I'll accept it.
This money delivered to my doorstep is naturally impossible to refuse. Moreover, I am in urgent need of funds, and this 30 million is enough to keep me from worrying about money for a while. The materials in the storage ring don't need to be sold anymore. I'll keep them for future use.
Dr. Duan should be in the same class as my granddaughter, right?
So young yet possessing such skills and medical expertise, truly astonishing. Seeing Duan Yi receive the money, Su Haiqiu breathed a sigh of relief. From Duan Yi's expression just now, Su Haiqiu could tell that his family situation was probably not very good. Being able to associate with such a super genius, let alone 30 million, he would willingly give 60 million without hesitation. After all, someone like Duan Yi, given time to grow, will surely achieve great things in the future. In the future, he could even protect the Su family. This deal is truly worth it. I'm in class 4, Duan Yi replied with a nod.
That's wonderful.
I hope Dr. Duan will take good care of Shuer in the future, Su Haiqiu said with a smile.
Take care of me? I don't need anyone's support.
My medical skills might be impressive, but my strength isn't necessarily better than hers. I'm a bronze 2-star, after all. Su Lianxue, being the strongest girl in Yaoguang 3rd High, might not have a beast as formidable as Duan Yi's ice soul venomous snake, but her cultivation level was undeniably higher than his. Hearing her grandfather say this, she felt a bit annoyed and responded with a tsundere tone. That's right.
right, I should be the one learning more from Lianxue. Duan Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Also, Master Su, please don't call me Dr. Duan anymore. Just call me Duan Yi. Dr. Duan, this title sounds too awkward. Su Haiqiu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Alright, oh, by the way, are you free these days? Su Haiqiu suddenly remembered something and looked at Duan Yi to ask. I should be free. There aren't many classes at school recently, just waiting for the college entrance exam in a month. Duan Yi pondered. Su Lianxue, standing to the side, blushed instantly when her grandfather asked if Duan Yi was available. That's wonderful. 7 days from now, at the Hui Mansion Hotel in Yaoguang City, we will be hosting a birthday party for my granddaughter, Su Lianxue. After all, with the college entrance exams approaching and her heading to another city afterward, it might be years before she can return. Consider this a farewell for her, Su Haiqiu quickly said. Attend the birthday party? Duan Yi was stunned, his gaze sneaking a glance at Su Lianxue. Why, you don't want to come? That's fine, no one's forcing you, Su Lianxue said proudly, noticing his expression. Of course I'll go, why wouldn't I? I haven't been to the Hui Mansion Hotel yet. The Su family's birthday party is bound to be grand, with not only classmates but also the elites of Yaoguang City. For someone like Duan Yi, who urgently needs exposure, it's definitely not to be missed. Alright, see you then. Seeing Duan Yi agree readily, Su Haiqiu said happily. By the way, I hope you can agree to one request of mine. Duan Yi suddenly remembered something and said hastily. No problem, go ahead. Su Haiqiu replied with a smile. The request is very simple. I hope you won't reveal that I'm a doctor for exotic beasts, especially everything that happened today. Duan Yi said seriously. After all, he is still a student and not very strong. Once exposed, it would be a big problem. Su Haiqiu hesitated slightly after hearing this, then burst into laughter. Of course, no problem at all. I will absolutely keep it a secret. Su Lianxue, standing behind, also nodded in agreement. Thank you, it's getting late. I should head back now. Duan Yi glanced at the time and bid farewell to Su Haiqiu. Duan, my young friend, won't you stay for dinner? No need, I still have to go back and cultivate. Bye-bye. What he said was indeed true. The hard-earned, powerful cultivation technique was something he practiced every day after school, never allowing himself to slack off. Alright, I'll have the butler take you back. After Su Haiqiu finished speaking, the butler immediately went downstairs and started the vehicle. Duan Yi clasped his fists to thank Su Haiqiu, then left. He took the black car and returned home. The black sedan sped along and soon arrived at Duan Yi's home. After seeing Duan Yi off the car, the butler carefully noted down the address and then returned to the Su family. As for Duan Yi, he went back inside, sat cross-legged on the sofa just like yesterday, and began practicing the Xian Tianju. He adjusted his breathing and performed the movements one by one as recorded in the Xian Tianju. After a moment, Duan Yi collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted and out of breath. With his current cultivation level, he could at most perform 3 sets of movements, taking about 2 hours. Although it was only 2 hours, the cultivation effect was stronger than 2 full days of diligent practice of the qi absorption technique. Despite his fatigue, Duan Yi could clearly feel that the second spiritual energy meridian in his soul C had absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy, and he was not far from activating the second light point. It is estimated that before the college entrance examination, he will definitely advance to bronze 2-star. This cultivation speed is truly astonishing. After finishing cultivation, his body felt exhausted, and a sense of hunger immediately struck. After taking a shower, Duan Yi took a few pieces of bread from the refrigerator, munching on them while watching TV and keeping up with the news on Blue Sea Star. Silently, he also thought about when his parents would return. I almost forgot about the little guy. After finishing the bread, Duan Yi suddenly remembered, and a spirit card emitting a blue glow appeared in his hand. Been so busy cultivating the Xian Tian technique, I forgot to feed you properly. With a thought, the spirit card transformed into a giant snow ape about 30 centimeters tall, eagerly waiting to be fed. The giant snow ape woke up. Although it didn't see its parents, it was overjoyed to see Duan Yi and broke into a smile. Young beasts like this generally don't need much feeding. At its current stage, it can't consume regular food and only needs to slowly absorb spiritual energy in its master's soul C. However, spiritual stones like ice crystal stones can be absorbed. Containing powerful spiritual energy and rich ice attributes, they can help the giant snow ape grow faster. Good boy. Duan Yi patted its furry head. Grow up quickly, and then dominate everywhere, huh? Absorb these 2 ice crystal stones. With a flash of the storage ring, 2 blue gemstones the size of eggs appeared on the ground. These ice crystal stones were won by Duan Yi from Chenyu, and they are perfect for the giant snow ape to consume. As soon as the ice crystal stones appeared, the temperature in the room dropped significantly. The giant snow ape, enjoying the petting, lit up its eyes upon seeing the ice crystal stones and quickly crawled over, picked up one and stuffed it directly into its mouth, then swallowed the second one in a single gulp. After swallowing 2 ice crystal stones, the mighty snow ape lay on its back with its legs in the air, rubbing its belly, looking extremely content. Due to the powerful energy
energy of the ice crystal stones, the mighty snow ape couldn't digest two at once and slowly fell into a deep sleep, its entire body covered in ice crystals, sleeping soundly. Sleep well, you'll definitely grow a lot by the time you wake up. Duan-Yi looked at it and smiled. With a wave of his right hand, a flash of blue light appeared, and the giant snow ape transformed into a spirit card and merged into Duan-Yi's body. Done. Time to wash up and sleep. Duan-Yi stretched lazily, then went upstairs to wash up and go to bed. Time flies, and 7 days pass in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Duan-Yi continued attending classes during the day and practicing after school. Last time, he skipped an afternoon of classes without facing any punishment. After all, Duan-Yi is now the class genius, already familiar with almost everything the teacher teaches, so attending class doesn't really matter. The homeroom teacher, Deng Sun, had a complete change in attitude toward him. When he skipped class and returned to school, Deng Sun didn't give him a hard time. Instead, he showed concern, asking if he was feeling unwell, needed to see a doctor, or if there were difficulties at home. He even said that no matter what problems he encountered, he could come to the teacher, who would unconditionally help him. Duan-Yi was left speechless. Back when he was weak, everyone despised him, and his words were never trusted. Now that he has become a genius, everyone's attitude has taken a 360-degree turn. Sure enough, strength is the key. Of course, while classmates and teachers have changed, the only one who hasn't changed is Lin Hang. He and Duan-Yi are still as close as ever, going to school, eating, and leaving school together. This made many people jealous, especially a few girls in the class. Some even bribed Lin Hong specifically to buy opportunities to be alone with Duan-Yi, hoping to attract his attention. Lin Hong, being a clever kid, naturally didn't refuse such good deals and even charged for them. However, most of the proceeds ended up benefiting Duan-Yi, whether it was money or materials, as they ultimately went into Duan-Yi's pocket. At this moment, Duan-Yi was walking on the playground, accompanied by a shy girl who was looking at him bashfully. "Brother Duan, my exotic beast seems to have some issues recently. Could you help me?" the girl said, blushing. It must be said, Duan-Yi's looks were quite good, but no one noticed before because his strength was too weak. What good is being handsome if you're a weakling? Can you win just by being good-looking? But now he is the school genius, attracting the attention of female classmates who have noticed his good looks and follow him around like infatuated fans. The girl beside him was one of them. "Of course, go ahead and summon it for me to see," Duan-Yi responded casually. The girl, delighted, immediately summoned the exotic beast. Her cultivation is quite good, black iron 5 stars, almost at the bronze level, with a good chance of reaching bronze before the college entrance exams. Her exotic beast is a green quality powder poison butterfly, evolved from a green poison bug in the school's secret realm, following the standard evolution path taught by the teachers. If nurtured well, it's not bad, and at least there's no problem getting into a spirit card master university after the exams. However, this powder poison butterfly looks very fatigued, with a petite body, appearing weak and sickly. Duan-Yi saw this and immediately used the system's exotic beast attribute panel to find the cause of the pink poison butterfly's illness. "Your pink poison butterfly is fine, it just encountered an accident during evolution, probably due to an issue with the materials used. Healing it is very simple. Go back and buy a green spiritual herb called poison powder grass, let it consume it, and it will recover immediately," Duan-Yi said with a smile to the girl. "Thank you so much." The girl looked at Duan-Yi with infatuation as he explained, and after hearing the specific treatment method, she immediately snapped back to reality and expressed her gratitude. Everyone trusted Duan-Yi because he often treated classmates and exotic beasts from neighboring classes during this period. At first, everyone thought he was just showing off to attract girls, which caused many boys to resent him. Later, they discovered that Duan-Yi truly had the ability to treat exotic beasts, which caused a sensation throughout the school. Every day, in addition to a large number of female students seeking him out, quite a few male students also come to him. This is also the main reason why Duan-Yi and Lin Hong conspired to charge fees properly. At this moment, Lin Hong was quietly hiding behind a large tree on the playground, holding a video camera in his hand, aiming it at Duan-Yi and filming. "I'm truly a genius. Recording videos of Duan-Yi every day and uploading them to the Academy's website has brought in so many students that I can't even count them. In just these 7 short days, I've already made tens of thousands," Lin Hong thought to himself with glee as he continued filming. Not long after, the girl beside Duan-Yi said goodbye and left. Only then did Lin Hong come out. "Let me take a look and see if you managed to capture my handsome face beautifully." Duan-Yi skillfully took the camera and watched the video that had just been recorded. "So, how is it? My filming skills aren't bad, right?" Lin Hong proudly patted his chest. "Pretty good, at least you didn't make me look bad." Duan-Yi smiled as he handed the camera back to Lin Hang. "By the way, this is the money earned over the past few days. Although it's not much, just over 30,000, it's still pretty good." Lin Hong took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Duan-Yi. "No rush, don't be in a hurry to leave it here. Give it to me after the college entrance exams." "I don't really need money right now," Duan-Yi said calmly. After all, he was now considered a millionaire, and tens of thousands of yuan didn't mean much much to him. Of course, if it had been in the past, Duan would have been overjoyed. Let's go, the second girl is already waiting for you in the library. She queued for a long time, so don't stand her up again this time, Lin Hung said, patting Duan on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm free today. I definitely won't miss the appointment. Let's go, Duan replied, and the two headed toward the library. At that moment, a large number of students on campus suddenly rushed toward the school gate, all looking excited, with the majority being female students. Just as Duan and Lin Hung arrived at the library, they saw a girl hurriedly running out. The girl saw Duan, paused briefly, but gritted her teeth and prepared to turn away. Hey, weren't you looking for me? Duan quickly called out. Sorry, I just got notified that Senior Han Lishuan has returned to school. I need to go and check it out, the girl said apologetically. Brother Duan, I'm sorry. After saying that, she quickly ran off. Whoa, what's going on here? Duan froze in place. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he turned to Lin Hong. Did you take her money? Yes, I did. Lin Hong nodded. Then it doesn't matter. I'm feeling a bit sleepy anyway. I'll go take a nap in the library. Since the money had been received, Duan felt at ease and turned to enter the library. Duan, I just heard that girl say Han Lishuan is back. Should we go take a look? Lin Hong asked while following Duan. Han Lishuan? That name sounds so familiar. Who is that again? Duan didn't react immediately. He's the guy ranked first on the wind and cloud list, incredibly strong. They say he's the principal's grandson. If it weren't for that connection, he wouldn't have come to our Yaoguang number 3 high school, Lin Hong quickly explained. First on the wind and cloud list, huh? Impressive, but it has nothing to do with me. I'm going to sleep. You can go if you want. Duan yawned and walked into the library. Lin Hong hesitated for a moment but eventually ran toward the school gate. At this moment, many students had gathered at the gate of Yaoguang number 3 high school, each with eyes full of anticipation. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. I wonder if Senior Han still remembers us. Yeah, Senior Han was invited to another city for an exchange. He's been gone for more than half a year. I heard he achieved great results and defeated many so-called geniuses. That's amazing, truly worthy of being the strongest spirit card master at Yaoguang number 3 high school. I think on the day of the college entrance exam, many prestigious spirit card master universities will come to recruit Senior Han. Really makes one envious. By the way, who do you think is stronger, Senior Duan or Senior Han? Is there even a need to compare? Of course, it's Senior Han. Senior Duan is good too, but he's just a bit lacking. However, both senior students are handsome and capable. They are both my favorites. These first year and second year girls were enthusiastically discussing, even starting to compare Duan and Han Lishuan. At the scene, it wasn't just the female students, many male students were also listening. Some of them were Han Lishuan's juniors, while others were his classmates. Before Duan Became famous, the entire school's focus was on Han Lishuan, but ever since Duan rose to fame, Han Lishuan has gradually been forgotten. Especially in recent days, Duan Yi's reputation has spread throughout the school. Although Duan Yi is very impressive, they couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed and all hoped that Han Lishuan could suppress Duan Yi's arrogance and keep him from being too overbearing. There were also many teachers present, their faces equally excited. After all, Han Lishuan participated in the exchange competition, achieved excellent results, and brought honor to the school. Soon, a black sedan stopped at the school gate. A man about 1.8 meters tall, with a slim build, handsome features, short light brown hair, and dressed in a white shirt, stepped out of the car. Classmates, I'm back! Han Lishuan called out enthusiastically, his face beaming with a bright smile. His already handsome face was now even more charming with a smile, making the female students incredibly excited. Senior Han! Senior Han! The girls cheered enthusiastically. Quite the scene, Han Lishuan. A man with a neat crew cut walked out of the security booth and greeted Han Lishuan. At the same time, Su Lianxue approached from the other side, followed by a man in a gray tracksuit. These three people are respectively the second, third, and fourth on the Yaoguang number 3 high school's power rankings: Gao Qianyi, Su Lianxue, and He Tianyu. What's the matter, Gao Qianyi? Could it be that as soon as I return, you want to challenge me? Han Lishuan smiled as he looked at the man in the security booth. Challenge? Sorry, I don't have such plans yet. Gao Qianyi chuckled. But you've been away for so long, and there have been some changes at school. Want to hear about them? Changes? We're about to graduate. No matter what changes, it won't affect us much. Han Lishuan said indifferently. Gao Qianyi is quite strong. Before Duan rose to fame, he was the strongest student at Yaoguang number 3 high school, apart from Han Lishuan. At a young age, he has already reached bronze 3-star cultivation. Meanwhile, Su Lianxue and He Tianyu are both at bronze 2-star. These top-ranked individuals on the Wind and Cloud leaderboard are not only rivals but also good companions. Han Lishuan was naturally happy to see them coming to pick him up. He was indifferent to the changes at school. Aren't you interested in the changes to the Wind and Cloud rankings? He Tianyu stepped forward from behind Su Lianxue and asked. Changes to the Wind and Cloud rankings? Did your rankings change? Han Lishuan asked. laughed. After all, when he left school, these people were very strong, and basically no one could replace them. The ranking changes are mostly due to their mutual challenges, with victories and defeats determining the outcome.
By the way, why haven't I seen Chenyu?
Han Lixuan glanced around and found that only Gao Qianni, Su Lianxue, and He Tianyu were present, while Chenyu, ranked 5th, was absent.
Quick to catch on, ha ha ha, Gao Qianni laughed. Chenyu is out.
He was defeated and has now fallen out of the top 5.
What?
Han Lixuan asked in shock. Impossible. Although Chenyu is only a bronze 1 star, his beast is very strong.
Is there really someone in the school who can defeat him? Believe it or not, he was really one shot. Gao Qianni quickly explained upon seeing Han Lixuan's surprise. One shot? Don't try to fool me. The more Han Lixuan listened, the more confused he became.
Even if a classmate had risen up, the idea of one-shotting Chenyu was almost impossible.
It's true, that student's name is Duan Yi, from class 4.
His cultivation is bronze 1 star, but he possesses an extremely powerful exotic beast, reportedly surpassing green quality.
At this moment, Han Lixuan's homeroom teacher walked over with a serious expression and said, Duan Yi from class 4? I've never heard of him, and an exotic beast surpassing green quality? Han Lixuan was shocked. If someone had lied to him earlier, the homeroom teacher wouldn't. This means everything they said is true.
Indeed impressive. It's an ice soul venomous snake, evolved by Duan Yi himself.
During the evolution, a mutation occurred, granting it the power of a super green quality exotic beast, Gao Qianni added.
That's amazing, being able to independently explore an evolution path.
This Duan Yi is quite interesting. Where is he? I want to meet him. Hearing that Duan Yi could explore an evolution path, Han Lixuan's eyes lit up with excitement.
He naturally loves to challenge strong opponents, and immediately felt the desire to compete.
Him?
Who knows where he is, probably flirting with girls. Su Lianxue, who had been silent, said with a smile.
Ah, ha ha ha.
Han Lixuan laughed heartily. I didn't expect student Duan to have such leisure and elegance.
Yeah, while you were away, he became so popular. If you hadn't come back, all the female classmates would have gone to him. He Tianyu said sourly. I'm getting more and more curious about this E. Come on, take me to meet him.
Han Lixuan said excitedly, pulling Gao Qianni towards the campus while constantly smiling and nodding at the surrounding students.
Su Lianxue and He Tianyu silently followed. After all, it had been a long time since they last met. Who knows how much Han Lixuan had grown?
When he left, he was a bronze 3 star. Perhaps he had already reached the silver level. As they left, the crowd at the school gate gradually dispersed.
At this moment, Han Lixuan and his group were sitting by the stone table on the playground, watching a video. Is this all real? Isn't Duan Yi just bluffing? Han Lixuan asked in shock.
At first, I also thought it was just a trick he used to impress girls, but later I went to him personally and discovered. He Tianyu stopped halfway through his sentence.
Discovered what? Han Lixuan asked urgently. Discovered, it's really good.
He Tianyu said with an awkward smile. That's right, Duan Yi is incredibly strong, has extensive knowledge of exotic beasts, and can easily diagnose when they fall ill. He must have a powerful exotic beast doctor in his family, Gao Qianni said admiringly.
Truly amazing. If I had known earlier that the school had someone like this, why would I have bothered with the exchange competition?
Feels like I missed a great opportunity, Han Lixuan said excitedly. Su Lianxue silently watched them without saying a word. After all, she was the only one in the entire school who knew Duan Yi's true strength. Not to mention having a master at home. Duan Yi himself was a miraculous exotic beast doctor. Even Chen De was defeated by him, making him arguably the strongest exotic beast doctor in Yaoguang City. Su Lianxue had never revealed this secret because Duan Yi had once instructed her to keep it confidential. What Duan Yi had exposed so far was just the tip of the iceberg, mainly used to attract girls.
By the way, besides Chenyu, has he challenged any of you? Han Lixuan suddenly asked.
No, he doesn't care much about rankings. With his strength, not to mention 5th place, even my 2nd place could be taken by him, Gao Qianni said with a bitter smile. After all, they had witnessed the battle between Duan Yi and Chenyu with their own eyes, and that ice soul venomous snake left a deep impression on the 3 of them.
If it really came to a fight, their exotic beasts might not even win. He's so strong, I must challenge him today.
At this moment, a male student ran over, panting, and said to the 4 of them, Senior Han, I know where Senior Duan is.
He's sleeping in the library. Great, we finally found him.
Han Lixuan excitedly slapped the table and hurriedly headed toward the library. Su Lianxue and the other 2 followed closely behind. At this moment, Duan Yi was lying in a small corner of the library, with a pile of incomprehensible books in front of him, sound asleep.
Suddenly, a rush of hurried footsteps startled Duan Yi awake. Who is it? Duan Yi said in a slightly grumpy tone.
Stop sleeping, someone is coming to look for you, Lin Heng said hastily.
Looking for me? Duan Yi mumbled. Did you give the money? It's not a female classmate here to talk about life with you, it's Han Lixuan. He's coming to challenge you,
Lin Heng said excitedly.
Ha! Duan Yi instantly woke up upon hearing this and said in surprise, I haven't provoked him, I haven't even met him. Why would he come to challenge me? Nothing better to do? It's not like that.
Originally, Han Lixuan had no interest in you at all, but the incident where you instantly defeated Chun Yu reached his ears. Plus, the things we've been doing at school recently have also reached him.
He's very interested in you. I think he'll be here soon. You better get ready. If you're afraid you can't beat him, quickly climb over the wall and leave the school through the back door.
I'll keep watch for you, Lin Hung hurriedly explained.
So that's how it is. Let him come then.
I just woke up from a nap, full of energy, ready to have a match with him. Duani stood up, stretched his body, and said confidently,
Are you really that confident? This Han Lixuan is extremely skilled.
6 months ago, he was already a bronze 3-star. Now that he's back, who knows what level he's reached. Lin Hong, seeing Duani's confident expression, felt uneasy and reminded him.
Reached bronze 3 stars half a year ago?
Duani, who had been full of confidence, suddenly had a flicker of shock in his pupils. As for this Han Lixuan, Duani truly had no impression of him.
This couldn't really be blamed on Duani, as the former owner of this body was just an inconspicuous student. He basically wouldn't pay attention to these school-level big shots and didn't know much about this Han Lixuan. Now, after hearing Lin Heng's explanation, his brows involuntarily furrowed. So, I was saying, should we quickly climb over the wall and leave? Otherwise, we might end up getting beaten up badly. Lin Hong noticed the change in Duani's expression, smiled, and said, Climb over the wall? That's too cowardly. I'm ranked 5th on the school's influential figures list. How could I possibly run away when someone comes to challenge me? It's just Han Lixuan. I'll accept the challenge. Besides, it's not certain that I'll lose. Alright then, I can only wish you good luck. Seeing that Duani was still full of confidence, Lin Hong decided not to say anything more. Sure enough, it didn't take long before various noises were heard at the library entrance. Duani and Lin Hong immediately went out upon hearing the commotion.
As soon as he stepped out of the library, Duani saw a charming and elegant man standing at the library entrance.
Wow, this guy is pretty handsome, but he's still a bit inferior to me.
His aura isn't quite there either. Duani glanced at Han Lixuan and silently muttered to himself. Similarly, Han Lixuan was constantly observing Duani, but he wasn't paying attention to Duani's appearance. Instead, he was sensing Duani's cultivation level. Indeed, it's a bronze level strength, and far more powerful than a 1-star bronze. It seems it won't be long before he advances to 2-star bronze.
Truly a genius. Han Lixuan muttered a few sentences excitedly. This brother must be Duani, right? My name is Han Lixuan, a student from class 1.
I just returned from out of town and heard of Duani's reputation, so I specifically came to challenge you.
Han Lixuan clasped his hands politely and addressed Duani. Seems like he has a good temperament, much better than that Chun Yu.
Duani originally thought Han Lixuan would be as irritable as Chun Yu, but now it seems he is very gentle.
It appears his upbringing is quite good. So Duani immediately clasped his hands and politely said, Of course, where would Han want to challenge me?
Seeing Duani agree so readily, Han Lixuan's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, and he said enthusiastically, Let's go.
To the school's battle arena, let's have a good match. Let's go. Duani nodded in agreement.
So the two of them headed toward the school's battleground. A large crowd followed behind them, all there to watch the commotion.
Who do you think will win, Duani or Han Lixuan? I think it will definitely be Han Lixuan.
After all, the difference in their cultivation levels is too great, and Han Lixuan's beast is also incredibly powerful.
It's going to be tough for Duani to win. I don't think so. Although Duani's show is slightly weaker, that Ice Soul Venomous Snake is truly powerful. Even Chen Yu's King Power Gorilla was instantly defeated. Can Han Lixuan achieve that?
I think this match will definitely be very exciting.
Both sides have the ability to win. Hurry up and follow them, or we'll miss it. Let's go, pick up the pace. The news of Han Lixuan facing off against Duani spread across the entire campus in an instant. It just so happens that it's still lunchtime, and students from all directions are heading to the school's battleground. Even some teachers who enjoy watching the excitement are also eagerly heading to the school's battleground.
Moments later, Han Lixuan and Duani arrived at the school's battleground. At this moment, the battlefield had already gathered a lot of people. The students who had been practicing combat here earlier immediately withdrew from the field upon hearing the news, leaving the entire area to Duani and Han Lixuan.
What kind of competition does Han want to propose? Duani asked first. Very simple, 1 round to determine the winner. This match is just for fun, a friendly spar, Han Lixuan said with a smile. Of course, if Duan feels it's not exciting enough, we could bet on something. Betting is unnecessary. Duani quickly shook his head and said,
At present, all the valuable items on Duani have been lost, leaving almost only the evolution materials of the giant snow ape, which are absolutely impossible to use as a wager.
After all, the Han Lixuan in front of him is extremely powerful.
Even though Duani is very confident, there is still a chance of failure.
To be cautious, it's better not to bet with him. Ha, that works too. It's just an exhibition match anyway. Han Lixuan naturally didn't mind and said with a smile.
But at this moment, Liang Hui, who is in charge of the wind and cloud rankings, suddenly walked in. Just received a notice from the principal. Your match will be an official showdown, with 1 round determining the winner. If Han Lixuan wins, the rankings on the wind and cloud list will remain unchanged. But if Duan Yi wins, Duan Yi will replace Han Lixuan as the first place, and Han Lixuan will move down to second place. As soon as Liang Wei said this, the entire audience erupted. You should know that the college entrance examination is approaching, and by then, all the high schools in Yaoguang City will have to face the challenges from the Spirit Card Master University. Being ranked first on the wind and cloud list not only brings honor within the school but also attracts the attention of prestigious Spirit Card Master universities. Often, there is a greater chance of being admitted to these renowned Spirit Card Master universities.
This is going to be exciting.
I thought it was just a casual sparring match, but now it seems we have to take this duel seriously.
Who do you think can win? I think it's Han Lixuan.
After all, he reached bronze 3-star cultivation half a year ago, and now, after 6 months, who knows what level he's reached. Although this Duan Yi isn't weak either, that Ice Soul Venomous Snake is quite formidable, but his cultivation is still a bit lacking.
Currently, he's only at bronze 1-star. To beat Han Lixuan, it's still a bit difficult.
At this moment, many students around started discussing, all speculating about who would ultimately win between the two.
You've seen it too.
Originally, it was just meant to be some entertainment, but now it's turned into a serious showdown.
Are you ready? Han Lixuan's eyes flashed with a hint of fervor as he looked at Duan Yi and said excitedly, "Although it's a bit sudden, I'm ready. Bring it on."
Although Duan Yi didn't care much about this so-called top spot on the school's ranking list, becoming number 1 would be extremely helpful for getting into a prestigious Spirit Card Master University. Even if Han Lixuan was very strong, Duan Yi was determined to give it a try at this moment.
Moreover, relying on his blue quality Ice Soul Venomous Snake, it is not certain that he would necessarily lose to Han Lixuan.
After all, in Duan Yi's understanding, only Spirit Card Masters who have reached the silver level can seal blue quality exotic beasts, while those above the gold level can seal purple quality exotic beasts. Only Spirit Card Masters who have reached the platinum level or higher can seal exotic beasts of any quality without restriction. Therefore, it is almost impossible for Spirit Card Masters below the silver level to possess blue quality exotic beasts. Of course, Duan Yi's situation is rather special. His Ice Soul Venomous Snake was originally of green quality, but during its evolution, a critical hit occurred, leading to its mutation and resulting in the birth of a blue quality Ice Soul Venomous Snake. This is also why, when people see the Ice Soul Venomous Snake, they think it merely possesses power close to blue-grade quality, but do not immediately regard it as a blue-grade exotic beast.
Then let's do it. Han Lixuan burst into laughter as soon as he heard Duan Yi agree.
Immediately after, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from his entire body, and his spirit card emitting a blue glow appeared in his hand. Subsequently, the spirit card instantly transformed into a massive tiger about 3 meters in size, entirely golden, with eyes radiating golden light. As soon as the golden tiger appeared, it let out a deafening roar, causing the students present to instinctively cover their ears.
It's here! Han Lixuan's golden flame tiger. This beast is truly unforgettable.
I remember back then, Han Lixuan relied on the golden flame tiger to directly defeat Gao Qianni, Su Lianxue, and He Tianyu, claiming the top spot on the wind and cloud rankings.
It seems today he intends to use this beast to defeat Duan Yi.
Yes, back then Han Lixuan was truly awe-inspiring, the idol in all of our hearts. It's just a bit of a pity that Han Lixuan seems to have not officially broken through to the silver level yet, and this golden flame tiger hasn't continued evolving either, still remaining at green quality. However, the aura it's emitting now is already infinitely close to blue quality, coupled with its bronze 3-star cultivation.
I think Duan Yi has almost no chance.
But being able to face Han Lixuan in a fair and square battle is really satisfying.
For people like us with average talent, he wouldn't even bother to challenge us.
When Han Lixuan's golden flame tiger appeared, it immediately evoked memories for some of the students present.
Meanwhile, many female students on the scene, upon seeing Han Lixuan summon the golden flame tiger, seemed to lose their composure, screaming Han Lixuan's name wildly like infatuated fans.
It seemed that, in an instant, no one cared about Duan Yi, who had been the center of attention at school just a few days ago. Beast name, Golden Flame Tiger. Exotic beast quality, green. Exotic beast race/attribute, beast/fire element. Exotic beast abilities, Flame Jet, Blazing Charge, Golden Flame Claw.
Exotic beast status, healthy. Evolution route, 2 paths.
Although it's just a green quality exotic beast, its aura is clearly far stronger than ordinary green quality exotic beasts.
Duan Yi was stunned by the powerful aura of the Golden Flame Tiger when it appeared.
Instinctively, he thought it was a blue quality exotic beast, but after checking through the system's attribute panel, he found it was still just green quality. From this, Duan Yi also deduced that this Han Lixuan should not have broken through to the silver level yet and is still only at the strength of bronze 3 stars. Nowadays, talented students have been stuck at the bronze 3-star level for half a year, which shows that breaking through to the silver level is indeed extremely difficult. It is definitely not like breaking through from iron to bronze, where it can be achieved as long as the conditions are right. However, upon seeing that the Golden Flame Tiger was still still only of green quality. Duan-yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although this golden flame tiger possesses an aura infinitely close to blue quality, it is essentially still of green quality, and the gap between the two is quite significant. If it weren't for Han Lixuan compensating for some of the gap with his cultivation, this round might have ended with Duan-yi being instantly defeated again. Of course, Duan-yi couldn't afford to let his guard down because, after all, for someone to become the top of the wind and cloud rankings, they must have other means at their disposal. Thus, Duan-yi immediately unleashed his spiritual power and summoned his ice-soul venomous snake. It's just that this time the battlefield didn't experience large-scale freezing, because on the other side there was a golden flame tiger constantly emitting a fiery aura, directly offsetting part of the cold air from the ice-soul venomous snake. At this moment, apart from a few meters of ice around Duan-yi, there were no other changes. Although Han Lixuan on the opposite side had already heard about Duan-yi's ice-soul venomous snake earlier, seeing it in person now still left him deeply shocked. What a powerful aura! Your ice-soul venomous snake is truly strong. Han Lixuan, in addition to sensing the powerful aura of the ice-soul venomous snake himself, also received a message from the golden flame tiger, which conveyed a feeling of apprehension. It should be noted that Han Lixuan's golden flame tiger rarely experiences such emotions, unless facing a beast of higher quality. Yet now, it has begun to feel apprehensive toward an ice-soul venomous snake of the same green quality. This shows that Duan-yi's ice-soul venomous snake is truly formidable, prompting Han Lixuan to immediately devise an appropriate battle strategy. Upon seeing both individuals summon their beasts, Liang Hui proactively took on the role of referee. The match begins now. Following Liang Hui's command, Duan-yi and Han Lixuan immediately drove their exotic beasts to charge toward each other. Golden Flame Tiger, blazing charge. The Golden Flame Tiger immediately let out a roar, and its body began to ignite with golden flames, enveloping it completely. Like a golden fireball, it charged fiercely toward the ice-soul venomous snake. Faced with such an imposing fiery charge, Duan-yi did not panic. Ice-soul venomous snake, use ice sealing technique to freeze its flames, then release the poisonous mist. The ice-soul venomous snake, filled with battle intent, let out an excited hiss. Immediately, its entire body began emitting cold air, and the area several meters around Duan-yi that was originally frozen had now expanded to over 10 meters. Some students standing relatively close to the ice-soul venomous snake began shivering uncontrollably, instinctively channeling their spiritual power to resist the cold. Some even started moving away from Duan-yi, heading toward the warmer direction of the Golden Flame Tiger. The Golden Flame Tiger, charging aggressively with golden flames, slowed down as soon as it entered the cold air's range, and the golden flames on its body were instantly extinguished. Although it did not freeze it, it forcibly interrupted its skill. Just as it was about to retreat, a large amount of purple smoke spewed out from the mouth of the ice-soul venomous snake, completely enveloping the Golden Flame Tiger. Seeing the ice-soul venomous snake release the poisonous mist, Liang Hui immediately activated the protective barrier of the battle arena to contain the poisonous gas, preventing harm to some of the weaker students. Meanwhile, Duan-yi and Han Lixuan in the arena immediately used their spiritual power to shield themselves, avoiding the effects of the poisonous gas. At this moment, the Golden Flame Tiger, due to the cold air, had its agility reduced and was further affected by the poisonous mist. It failed to react in time and was directly sent flying by the ice-soul venomous snake's tail strike. It slammed heavily against the nearby wall, causing the entire battle arena to shake violently. Fortunately, the arena was constructed with extremely sturdy materials and did not sustain any damage. However, the audience present was once again shocked by Duan-yi's ice-soul venomous snake. This Duan-yi's ice-soul venomous snake is just too powerful. Not only did it instantly counter the Golden Flame Tiger's attack, but it also put it into a poisoned state. That whip from the snake's tail just now, I think the injury must be quite severe. I really didn't expect that two exotic beasts of the same green quality could have such a huge disparity. Moreover, Han Lixuan's cultivation level is supposed to completely overpower Duan-yi's. What on earth is going on here? Could it be that Duan-yi used some other method to enhance the ice-soul venomous snake? After all, there are spirit cards that can provide such enhancements. At this moment, after seeing the Golden Flame Tiger being blasted away, the students present were all discussing Duan-yi's ice-soul venomous snake. Some even speculated that Duan-yi might have used some other techniques. After all, under normal circumstances, Han Lixuan is supposed to be 2 star levels higher than Duan-yi, yet in this situation, the Golden Flame Tiger is still no match for the ice-soul venomous snake? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? What? Han Lixuan was utterly shocked when he saw his Golden Flame Tiger being knocked down to the ground. At the same time, he became increasingly curious about this guy Duan-yi. After all, Han Lixuan had always been the one to effortlessly defeat his opponents at school, easily claiming the top spot on the rankings. But he hadn't expected that after returning 6 months later, the school would have someone capable of instantly defeating his Golden Flame Tiger. Apart from being shocked by the strength of the ice-soul venomous snake, Han Lixuan was even more curious about Duan-yi as a person. Being able to endure for 3 years at school and then erupt just before the college entrance exams bronze is truly a bit terrifying.
But Han Lixuan couldn't possibly admit defeat just like that. Just as Duan Yi had thought, someone who could become the top of the school's influential rankings and represent the school in external exchange competitions couldn't possibly be without a backup plan. It's just that this backup plan had never had the chance to be displayed in school before, but now it had to be used. Otherwise, he really would be defeated by Duan Yi. Your ice soul venomous snake, I think, is not just of green quality, right?
Although I don't know how you managed it, I can clearly tell that your ice soul venomous snake already possesses the power of blue quality.
Han Lixuan looked at Duan Yi solemnly and said.
The golden flame tiger behind him, though slightly injured, was not significantly affected. The poison it suffered was not deep, and as long as it did not continue to be exposed to the poisonous mist, it would not be a major issue.
That's indeed the case. My ice soul venomous snake does possess the power of blue quality. As for how it was achieved, I actually don't know. Duan Yi did not lie and admitted directly. As for why he possesses the power of blue quality, Duan Yi naturally couldn't explain it.
He couldn't possibly say it was due to the system's powerful evolution, resulting in a critical hit that gave birth to it, so he could only casually say, I don't know.
I understand.
The evolution of exotic beasts involves many variables, and mutations are not impossible, Han Lixuan said, not suspecting Duan Yi of deceiving him, as his own golden flame tiger had undergone a slight mutation during its evolution. The golden flame tiger, an exotic beast, evolved from the white quality forest tiger, which is a conventional type of evolution. However, due to the materials Han Lixuan used, the golden flame tiger absorbed them exceptionally well during the evolution process, which allowed it to possess powers surpassing the green quality. At the same time, with the support of Han Lixuan's powerful cultivation, he firmly secured the top position on the wind and cloud rankings.
However, don't get too complacent. Next, I'm going to go all out.
As soon as Han Lixuan finished speaking, a spirit card suddenly flew out from his chest and landed in his hand.
Lava surface activation. Han Lixuan's spirit card in his hand disappeared instantly with a flash of blue light.
Immediately, the ground of the battlefield began to shake violently and crack continuously, with a large amount of magma gushing out from beneath.
In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a magma-filled arena.
Feeling the scorching heat of the flames, the golden flame tiger grew even more excited, and its momentum surged rapidly.
The sudden eruption of magma left the students present completely stunned. Some students even thought it was an earthquake and hurriedly ran outside in fear. Environmental Spirit Card. Everyone, please note, this is the environmental spirit card used by Han Lixuan, called Magma Surface, which can transform part of the field into magma.
Due to the protection of the battle arena and the limited range of this environmental spirit card, it will not harm any of the students, so you can watch without worry. After all, this environmental spirit card is indeed rare during high school. Although these students have learned a bit about the function of environmental spirit cards in class, it's inevitable for them to feel some fear when witnessing it firsthand. So Liang Hui immediately shouted loudly at this moment. Some other teachers nearby also hurriedly calmed the students' emotions.
Spirit card type, environmental spirit card. Spirit card grade, green. Sealed environment, magma zone. Environment attribute, fire element. Environment description, a portion of the extremely hot magma zone has been sealed.
Once activated, it can transform the field into a magma zone, enabling synergy with fire elemental exotic beasts to unleash magma impact. Note, this environment spirit card requires the spirit card master to reach bronze level or above to use.
Duan Yi's expression immediately turned serious upon seeing the current battle environment. He had been wondering if Han Lixuan's trump card would be some other kind of spirit card, similar to Lin Heng's weapon spirit card, but he never expected it to be an environment spirit card.
This is the most difficult spirit card to seal, and with Han Lixuan's current cultivation level, it is absolutely impossible to seal it independently. He must have relied on the help of his family's elders.
These environmental spirit cards are actually divided into two types. One type is like Han Lixuan's, which can directly alter the terrain and greatly enhance beasts with corresponding attributes.
The other type does not change the original terrain but simply adds some additional features to the field, such as creating clouds in mid-air, triggering thunderstorms and rain, which greatly enhance water-type and lightning-type beasts, or other features, such as altering temperature, summoning darkness, light, and so on. No matter what kind of environmental spirit card it is difficult to obtain and provides a significant boost.
The current golden flame tiger, under the enhancement of the magma surface, has already reached a level almost equivalent to blue quality, not to mention that it can also use magma impact in conjunction with the magma surface. No matter how you look at it, Duan Yi is at a significant disadvantage in this round. I can't panic. After all, my Ice Soul Viper is genuinely blue quality. Even though the golden flame tiger's strength has been greatly enhanced by the environmental spirit card, it is still not truly blue quality. There is still a chance to win.
Duan Yi was initially flustered but quickly calmed down, facing Han Lixuan's golden flame tiger with composure.
Golden flame tiger, flame jet.
A thick flame shot out from the mouth of the golden flame tiger, resembling a fiery dragon, and blasted toward the Ice Soul Venomous Snake. It has the field's amplification, but we have the Poisonous Mist. Ice Soul Venomous Snake increased the release of Poisonous Mist and simultaneously unleashed the freezing ray to counter the flame jet. The Ice Soul Venomous Snake, upon receiving Duan Yi's command, immediately shot a blue light wave from its mouth, directly striking the flame in midair that resembled a fire dragon. It froze it instantly and then shattered it immediately after. Immediately, the Ice Soul Venomous Snake did not continue attacking the Golden Flame Tiger but instead spewed out a large amount of poisonous mist. The poisonous mist, which had almost been dispersed, reappeared on a large scale. In an instant, it surrounded the Golden Flame Tiger.
Originally, the Golden Flame Tiger was already poisoned, and as long as it did not come into further contact, there wouldn't be much of a reaction.
However, Han Lixuan did not expect that Duan Yi would now have the Ice Soul Venomous Snake waste its energy to release such a large-scale poisonous mist. For a moment, it disrupted his plans. Liang Hui, who was silently watching the duel between the two below, immediately showed an expression of admiration upon seeing Duan Yi's actions. This child is truly clever. Despite being at such a disadvantage, he didn't panic and lose his composure but instead came up with a strategy. It seems this year our Yaoguang Third High School is really going to shine. Liang Hui muttered to himself while gazing at Duan Yi with fiery eyes.
The students present simply couldn't understand Duan Yi's actions, thinking he was just wasting time and the beast's energy.
They believed it would be better to use the powerful ice beam a few more times, which might at least give him a chance to win. Seeing the increasingly dense poisonous mist that almost filled the entire battlefield, Han Lixuan finally understood Duan Yi's true intention.
It was to create an environment advantageous to the Ice Soul Venomous Snake. Moreover, in this environment, the Golden Flame Tiger would continuously be weakened until it was completely corroded by the poisonous gas and lost its ability to fight.
If the Golden Flame Tiger possessed wind attribute abilities, dealing with these poisonous mists would be very simple. It would only require a strong wind to disperse them.
However, for the current Golden Flame Tiger, this is indeed a bit tricky. We can't drag this out any longer.
The Golden Flame Tiger likely won't be able to hold on for much longer.
We must launch a strong attack immediately. Han Lixuan naturally couldn't sit idly by.
He quickly came up with a strategy and began directing the Golden Flame Tiger. Activate the Golden Flame Claw and simultaneously trigger the Magma Impact. Launch everything at the Ice Soul Venomous Snake. As soon as it received its master's command, the Golden Flame Tiger immediately sprang into action. Its front claws suddenly extended by several inches, emitting a dazzling golden light. With a powerful leap, it charged directly at the Ice Soul Venomous Snake and struck fiercely at its head.
Good move.
After seeing the Golden Flame Tiger launch its fierce attack, Duan Yi was not surprised at all. Instead, he seemed to have already prepared to counter it. Ice Soul Venomous Snake dodged the vital spot and launched its venomous fangs to bite the abdomen of the Golden Flame Tiger, simultaneously casting the Ice Seal spell to freeze the surrounding ground. The teeth of the Ice Soul Venomous Snake immediately emitted a purple glow, then curled into a ball, successfully evading the attack of the Golden Flame Claw. It then swiftly extended its head, aiming to bite the abdomen of the Golden Flame Tiger. Unfortunately, Han Lixuan reacted quickly, causing the Golden Flame Tiger to roll to the side. The venomous fangs failed to bite the abdomen but managed to scratch the rear right leg of the Golden Flame Tiger. At the same time, the Golden Flame Tiger kicked the Ice Soul Venomous Snake flying. The power of this kick was not weak, directly slamming the Ice Soul Venomous Snake hard against the nearby wall. The surrounding magma, which had already been stirring restlessly, immediately erupted, surging toward the Ice Soul Venomous Snake. Use the Ice Seal technique to freeze yourself. Duan Yi, upon seeing the powerful magma, realized it was almost impossible for the Ice Soul Venomous Snake to evade. However, Duan Yi's mind worked quickly since evasion was impossible. Then don't evade. At that moment, the Ice Soul Venomous Snake immediately exhaled a large amount of cold air, freezing itself into an ice sculpture. When the magma struck the Ice Soul Venomous Snake, it was completely neutralized by the outer layer of ice. Although a part of the body was still injured, it was insignificant. On the contrary, the situation for the Golden Flame Tiger on the opposite side was starting to deteriorate. Due to prolonged exposure to the poisonous mist, the poisoning had deepened. It was also injured by the venomous fangs earlier, and now its entire body was starting to turn purple, with its body beginning to sway. Although it was trying hard to control itself, its combat strength had significantly diminished. It's over. After successfully fending off the magma impact, Duan Yi did not let the Ice Soul Venomous Snake stop but immediately launched another attack. The Ice Soul Venomous Snake's tail shook violently, shattering the ground that had just been frozen by the ice sealing spell, causing chunks of ice and stone to float into the air. Immediately afterward, the Ice Soul Venomous Snake spewed a freezing beam from its mouth, merging with the chunks of ice and stone, and shot directly toward the Golden Light Tiger. Dodge! Although Han Lixuan tried his best to make the Golden Flame Tiger dodge, due to the severe poisoning, its speed couldn't keep up. It was directly hit by the freezing ray, blasted away, and turned into an ice sculpture. Seeing his Golden Flame Tiger frozen into an ice sculpture, sculpture. No matter how unwilling Han Lixuan felt in his heart, it was to no avail. I lost. After taking a deep breath, he heavily uttered 3 words. Then, he reformed a spirit card in his hand, retracted the magma surface, and immediately went to check the state of the golden flame tiger. The students below initially thought Duan Yi was bound to lose, but this sudden turn of events left them momentarily unable to react. It wasn't until they saw the magma surface disappear that they each revealed expressions of shock. How is this possible? Han Lixuan actually lost? Even with the use of the environmental spirit card, they still couldn't defeat Duan Yi. This is simply unbelievable. A fire-type beast was actually frozen into an ice sculpture. Just how powerful is this ice-souled venomous snake? It seems that from now on, our Yaoguang 3rd High School is truly going to change. It's been over 2 years since Han Lixuan topped the wind and cloud rankings, but starting today, it will be Duan Yi's turn. Absolutely incredible. Defeating a bronze 3-star with just a bronze 1-star cultivation, and the opponent even used an environmental spirit card. No, I need to hurry and cling to Duan Yi's coattails. Graduation is coming soon, and if I'm late, I won't have the chance. Upon seeing Han Lixuan admit defeat, the entire audience immediately erupted in exclamations, and some even spontaneously began chanting Duan Yi's name. The female fans of Han Lixuan from earlier were now completely speechless. The person they had admired for years had been defeated by an unknown figure who had only risen to prominence in recent days. This was something they truly could not accept. After a moment of silence, Liang Hui suddenly started clapping. His applause immediately influenced everyone around him, and thunderous applause filled the entire venue. Excellent! Even in the face of extreme disadvantage, you managed to remain calm, perfectly utilizing the characteristics of the ice soul venomous snake to defeat the golden flame tiger. Duan Yi. From today onwards, you are ranked first on the Glory High School number 3 storm rankings. Han Lixuan dropped to 2nd place, and the rankings of Gao Qianyi, Su Lianxue, and others also automatically dropped by 1. After speaking, Liang Hui immediately turned and left. The students present, after watching for a while longer, also gradually dispersed. After all, it was lunchtime, and class was about to start. Under the guidance of their teachers, they all returned to their classrooms one by one. At this moment in the battlefield, only Duan Yi, Han Lixuan, as well as Su Lianxue, Gao Qianyi, and the others remained. Truly impressive. I say, Duan Yi, what exactly is the deal with this ice-souled venomous snake of yours? Gao Qianyi circled around the ice-souled venomous snake, examining it closely. Why do I feel like its aura is already very clearly that of a blue-quality exotic beast? Gao Qianyi said doubtfully. Stop overthinking it. No matter how strong it is, it should still be green quality. After all, without silver-level cultivation, it's simply impossible to seal and evolve a blue-quality exotic beast. It should just be infinitely close to blue quality. He Tianyu, like Gao Qianyi, was carefully observing the ice-souled venomous snake, occasionally taking out his phone to take pictures, thinking of showing them to his family. Then we'll head out first. We need to go back to class. If you haven't had enough, feel free to continue. Bye-bye. After watching Duan Yi's ice-souled venomous snake for a while, Su Lianxue and the others left. Now, only Duan Yi and Han Lixuan remained in the battle arena. With the sound of ice shattering, the golden flame tiger broke free from the ice sculpture, but it was extremely weak at the moment, completely devoid of combat strength. At the same time, the poison in its body was spreading deeper, and it needed immediate treatment. Seeing this, the star ring in Han Lixuan's hand flickered instantly, and a small green bottle appeared in his hand. Han Lixuan immediately poured it into the mouth of the golden flame tiger. The small green bottle contained the antidote, which could neutralize most of the venom from toxic beasts on Blue Sea Star. As long as one is a spirit card master, they will always carry this type of medicine for emergencies. Let me help you. Although the antidote is effective, it still needs time to take effect. I'll have the ice-souled venom snake directly extract the toxin for you, Duan Yi said with a smile to Han Lixuan. Thank you very much. Han Lixuan expressed his gratitude to Duan Yi with a nod. Under Duan Yi's command, the ice-souled venomous snake gently bit the back of the golden flame tiger's right hind leg, slowly extracting the venom. With the help of the antidote, the golden flame tiger immediately regained its health, though it was still a bit exhausted from the recent battle. Come back. After treating the golden flame tiger's injuries, Han Lixuan immediately transformed it into a spirit card, allowing it to return to the soul sea within his body for nurturing. Well then, I'll be off. See you again when there's time. Whether Duan Yi attends class in the afternoon or not is no longer important. With Duan Yi's current strength, even the teachers don't dare to say much, essentially leaving him to his own devices. However, staying here any longer would be a bit awkward, so Duan Yi decided to head back to the classroom for class. Subsequently, Duan Yi immediately withdrew the ice-souled venomous snake, preparing to leave the battlefield. Wait, don't go yet. Han Lixuan grabbed Duan Yi's hand and said, you're not planning to take revenge on me, are you? Duan Yi looked at Han Lixuan's expression and said with a wry smile, it's just a match. Winning and losing is normal. It's just one round. There will be opportunities to win it back in the future. Lost is lost. I won't say much more, but I want to know why your ice ice soul venomous snake has become so powerful, Han Lixuan said after a moment of silence. It was just an accident during the evolution process, which gave it the power of blue quality, Duan Yi said with a smile. I don't believe it either. My golden flame tiger also mutated during the evolution process, so why doesn't it have the same strength as yours? It's obvious that your ice soul venomous snake has completely reached blue quality, hasn't it? Han Lixuan looked at Duan Yi with a fiery gaze and said. Faced with such an expression from Han Lixuan, Duan Yi really couldn't continue hiding it, so he said, yes, for now, it is indeed a blue quality exotic beast. Just as I thought. I don't feel wrong losing. Han Lixuan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Compared to being defeated by another green quality exotic beast, losing to a blue quality exotic beast was clearly much easier to accept. Play a few more rounds with me, Han Lixuan said excitedly. I need to go back to class, Duan Yi said with a wry smile. With your abilities, there's no need to continue attending classes. It's just a waste of time. Don't leave yet. Let's have a proper exchange, not like the all-out fight just now. I just want to learn more about your ice soul venomous snake. As soon as Han Lixuan finished speaking, he immediately summoned another one of his exotic beasts, which was a hurricane wolf evolved from a windrunner wolf. However, this hurricane wolf was clearly just an ordinary green quality exotic beast, far inferior to the golden flame tiger from earlier. Looking at Han Lixuan, who had already summoned a mythical beast, Duan Yi clearly realized that he had been entangled by him. So he let out a deep sigh, summoned the ice soul venomous snake again, and started battling Han Lixuan's mythical beast once more. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was already time for school to end. At this moment, Duan Yi was still engaged in the final match with Han Lixuan. Forget it, I have something to do tonight. How about we continue tomorrow? Having been pestered by Han Lixuan the entire afternoon, Duan Yi was quite frustrated. Now, seeing that school was already over, he started to feel a bit anxious. After all, a few days ago, he had promised the Su family head to attend Su Lianshua's birthday party today. But Han Lixuan was like he was on steroids, constantly pulling Duan Yi along. The entire afternoon, apart from wanting to battle Duan Yi's ice soul venomous snake, he also discussed some unique evolution methods with Duan Yi. At first, Duan Yi was somewhat interested, but later on, he started to feel a bit bored. Because of these evolution methods, Duan Yi had already known about them through the system's attribute panel. Sorry, I got a bit too excited today, Han Lixuan said awkwardly after noticing it was getting late. Let's call it a day then. I happen to have something to do tonight as well, Han Lixuan said a bit apologetically. It's fine, it's fine. Seeing that Han Lixuan had finally let him go, Duan Yi felt a sense of relief. How about this? Where do you live? I'll take you home. Han Lixuan's family is quite well off, and he usually has a dedicated vehicle to pick him up and drop him off for school. I'm going to a birthday party tonight, at the Hui Mansion Hotel. It's not on the way, so I'll go by myself. Duan Yi declined Han Lixuan and prepared to leave the battlefield. What? You're also attending a birthday party, and it's at the Hui Mansion Hotel? Could it be Su Lianshua's birthday party? Han Lixuan was instantly shocked. This remark left Duan Yi, who was just about to leave the battlefield, stunned. Could it be that when you said you had something to do earlier, you were actually going to attend this birthday party? Duan Yi asked in confusion. That's quite a coincidence. I also received an invitation from the Su family. Looks like we can head there together, Han Lixuan said with a smile. Only then did Duan Yi decide not to refuse. After all, a free ride shouldn't be wasted. Under the guidance of Han Lixuan, they left the school, got into a black sedan parked at the school gate, and headed straight to Hui Mansion Hotel. After a while, Duan Yi and Han Lixuan arrived at the entrance of Hui Mansion Hotel. Excuse me, on which floor is the Su family's birthday party? Han Lixuan kindly asked a young lady at the front desk. On the 10th floor, you can take the elevator in front to get there. The receptionist, upon seeing a handsome guy, naturally appeared very excited and said enthusiastically, "Thank you." Afterward, Han Lixuan and Duan Yi walked into the elevator in front and pressed the button for the 10th floor. As the elevator chimed, the two arrived at the 10th floor of the Hui Mansion Grand Hotel. It must be said that this hotel truly lives up to its reputation as the most luxurious in the city. Not only is the 10th floor exceptionally lavishly decorated, but it is also incredibly spacious, featuring a style completely distinct from the other floors. This is the most luxurious floor of the entire Hui Mansion Grand Hotel. Generally, those who can afford to rent an entire floor are undoubtedly prominent figures in Yaoguang City. At this moment, a large crowd was gathered on the 10th floor. Among them, there were many people of the same age as Han Lixuan and others, but even more were elders. Moreover, each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. It was clear that tonight's Su family birthday party was not merely a simple birthday celebration. As soon as Duan Yi entered, he felt the strong fluctuations of spiritual energy and curiously looked around. It seems like it has already started for a while. Let's hurry inside, Han Lixuan said happily. Duan Yi nodded and followed Han Lixuan's steps into the hall. But just as they were about to enter the hall, two security guards standing at the entrance stopped them abruptly. Sorry, the banquet has already started. May I
ask if you two have received an invitation?
The reason the security guard stopped them was that the banquet had indeed already begun. Under normal circumstances, no one would be late to a Su family banquet. Now, with two young men appearing out of nowhere, they assumed the pair might have come to the wrong place and kindly reminded them. We were delayed a bit due to some matters, but as for the invitation, of course, we have one, Han Lixuan said calmly. In that case, please wait a moment. I'll go report to the supervisor first. This Han Lixuan exuded an impressive aura, and his attire was all branded, clearly a wealthy young man. He shouldn't be fake. As for this Duan Yi, he appeared rather ordinary, seeming out of place compared to the people in the hall behind him, so the security guard still didn't dare to let them in directly and turned around to ask the supervisor. Just at that moment, a middle-aged man with a big smile on his face looked over. When he saw Han Lixuan, his eyes lit up, and he quickly ran over. I thought you weren't coming, the middle-aged man said hurriedly. There was a bit of a delay at school, but here I am. I rushed over as soon as I could, Han Lixuan said respectfully upon seeing the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in front of him was named Han Yong, the father of Han Lixuan, who was also the son of the principal of Yaoguang Third High School. His strength was quite remarkable, and he was still at the gold level of power. In Yaoguang City, he was considered top-tier combat strength.
And who might this be? Besides seeing his own son, Han Yong also noticed Duan Yi standing nearby.
Glanced briefly and found that he only had the strength of bronze 1 star, which was far inferior to his own son. Coupled with his plain attire, Han Yong didn't pay much attention to him, assuming he was just here to eat with Han Lixuan, and casually asked a question. He is Duan Yi, his strength is very impressive, and he was also invited by the Su family, Han Lixuan quickly explained.
I see, then come in quickly. Han Yong nodded slightly.
To have reached the bronze level during high school, it seemed he was a somewhat gifted young man. It's just that hearing his own son say that his strength is very impressive, Han Yong didn't take it seriously at all.
After all, no matter how impressive, could he beat my own son?
Presumably, they must have a good relationship at school, and it's just polite talk. The manager nearby was initially puzzled after hearing the security guard's description, but upon seeing the two of them chatting with Han Yong, he was immediately startled and hurried over.
You've come at the right time. This is my son, who is also attending the banquet.
Additionally, this young man here has also been invited by the Su family.
Can they go in now?
Han Yong looked at the manager with a cold gaze, seemingly blaming them for their lack of discernment in turning his son away. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I really didn't know he was Mr. Han's son.
The supervisor, upon seeing Han Yong's expression at this moment, also gasped and kept explaining.
Han Yong didn't react much after hearing this, silently nodded, and directly led Han Lixuan into the hall.
As for Duan Yi, he also went straight inside.
Originally, when he was being stopped, Duan Yi had considered looking for Su Lianxue, but now it seemed unnecessary. After entering the hall, Han Lixuan was immediately taken away by his father. Since it was meaningless for Duan Yi to continue following, he began to wander around on his own.
Just happens that I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat something first.
Looking at the tables around him, filled with all kinds of exquisite dishes, many of which included exotic beast meat. For such food that is both delicious and can enhance cultivation, Duan Yi naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity and immediately started eating nearby. Due to the large number of guests attending the banquet tonight, Duan Yi appeared particularly inconspicuous inside.
Even Su Lianxue herself did not notice Duan Yi's arrival, nor did she receive a call from him. She assumed that Duan Yi might not want to come and began to feel a bit disappointed.
Unknowingly, the birthday party had already reached its midpoint. After all the birthday wishes had been given, Su Haiqiu stepped onto the stage.
Welcome everyone to attend my granddaughter's birthday banquet.
Of course, today is far more than just a simple birthday banquet. Everyone must have noticed the huge red curtain hanging behind the stage. Su Haiqiu pointed to the red curtain behind him and said happily,
the guests below are almost all prominent figures in Yaoguang City.
If it were just a simple birthday party, these people definitely wouldn't have come. In fact, the real purpose is all about the thing behind this large curtain. It is said that Su Haiqiu specifically invited a very famous treasure collector from Yaoguang City. He rarely appears in Yaoguang City, often traveling abroad to search for various rare and exotic treasures. The purpose of these people coming here is precisely for this. That is, this treasure collector will take out a few treasures he has collected for many years tonight and hold a small auction. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, a middle-aged man with golden hair and a slightly thin build walked onto the stage from the side and stood next to Su Haiqiu.
Perhaps everyone has already heard, there will be a small auction tonight, and yes, that's correct.
The person beside me is none other than the famous treasure collector of Yaoguang Yaogwang City, Jin Sun. As soon as Su Haiqiu finished speaking, the crowd immediately burst into enthusiastic applause. I really didn't expect that Jin Sun would be willing to sell his treasures.
Indeed, although we don't know the reason, the treasures collected by Jin Sun are truly extraordinary. I just don't know what kind of treasure he will bring out.
Don't worry, in such a grand occasion, it's absolutely impossible to bring out something ordinary. I think it must be some very remarkable treasures. Some of the guests below started discussing eagerly, looking expectantly at the large curtain on the stage. Due to certain reasons, I have no choice but to sell a few treasures I've collected for many years. Although there are only 5 items, I believe each one will amaze you. After Jin Sun finished speaking, he immediately dropped the large curtain behind the stage.
Immediately, 5 treasures placed in crystal cabinets were revealed in their entirety to the audience.
Some guests who had been eagerly anticipating this moment rushed forward at once, carefully examining them. Jin Sun didn't mind their casual observation. As long as they didn't open the crystal cabinets, there was no problem at all.
Besides, since the items were going to be sold anyway, how could people buy them without taking a closer look? Soon, what was originally Su Lianshua's birthday party turned into a small ranking event, with all the guests flocking to the 5 crystal cabinets. As for Duani, after eating and drinking his fill, he started to feel a bit bored. Just now, did I hear something about an auction?
Duani looked toward the stage surrounded by a large crowd of people and became a bit curious, thinking he might as well go over and take a look. But just then, a few arrogant rich kids walked toward Duani.
Kid, I gotta say, you sure can eat. You finished all that food on such a big table? Could it be that you haven't eaten for days and sneaked in here to scam food and drink?
A slightly chubby man saw that Duani had eaten most of the dishes on the table, which included a large portion of precious exotic beast meat, and said with a hint of mockery. Behind him were a few other people, who also looked at Duani with mocking expressions.
What? Is it not allowed to come here and eat?
Duani paid no attention to these guys, silently dropped a sentence, and then walked toward the direction of the 5 crystal cabinets.
I'm talking to you, and this is your attitude? Do you know who I am?
Seeing Duani leave so casually, the slightly chubby man immediately became furious. I don't care who you are, don't bother me, I still need to go check out the treasures, Duani said helplessly.
Why is it that no matter where you go,
there are always people who want to bully others with their power?
Duani was already forcibly suppressing his anger at this moment.
If these guys dared to stop him again, Duani would definitely take action immediately.
Oh, quite the temper you have there. With your shabby appearance, do you think you're worthy of looking at treasures? Even if we let you see them, could you afford them? Ha ha ha.
Originally, they thought Duani had come in to freeload, and now, seeing Duani's very cheap attire, they immediately started mocking him.
What does whether I can afford it or not have to do with you?
I'll say it again, don't bother me, or I'll make you regret it.
Duani looked coldly at the slightly chubby man. What? Say that again if you dare.
The slightly chubby man never expected this guy to be so arrogant. Without saying a word, he rolled up his sleeves and walked toward Duani. Soon, the commotion here reached the ears of some people nearby.
Whoa, what's going on? Could it be a fight? Awesome, there's some drama to watch.
That slightly chubby man seems to be from the Zhang family. I heard he's quite formidable at Yaogwang High School, but who is that guy across from him?
I didn't even notice him earlier. Yeah, he just looks like a student. He's probably here with his parents.
I really don't know what he's thinking, daring to provoke someone from the Zhang family. Looks like he's in for some trouble. Some of the guests who had been admiring the treasures turned their attention over. Even Su Lianxue, who was chatting happily with a few female classmates nearby, looked over and her pupils instantly shook as she exclaimed in surprise, "This guy has been here all along." However, upon seeing that Duani seemed to be in a conflict with someone, Su Lianxue immediately ran over. Not only did Su Lianxue notice Duani, but Han Lixuan beside her did as well, and immediately ran toward Duani.
Stop! Su Lianxue immediately shouted. Miss Su, you're here just in time. I think this kid must have sneaked in to freeload. Look at his shabby appearance, how could he possibly have the means to attend an event like this?
Just wait, I'll take care of him for you. Watching Su Lianxue stride over aggressively, the slightly chubby man immediately pointed at Duani and spoke.
He's here to freeload, you say? He's my classmate, and I invited him as my guest. What, do I now need your approval for the guests I invite? Su Lianxue stared coldly at the slightly chubby man and said icily. What? He was really invited? The slightly chubby man was instantly taken aback. Not only that, the onlookers around were also taken aback.
Originally, their thoughts were the same as the slightly chubby man's. They all believed that Duani had sneaked in to freeload, but they hadn't expected that he was actually invited. Moreover, Su Lianxue even directly stood up for him. It seemed that this guy had an extraordinary relationship with Su Lianxue. Among those present, aside from some elders, there were also many students from other schools, most of whom were from Yaogwang First High School or Yaogwang Second High School. In Yaogwang City, there are only 3 high schools in total, and Yaogwang number 3 high school ranks at the bottom. Under normal circumstances, parents who have the means always hope their children can receive a better education, so some wealthy families send their children to study study at Yaogwang number 1 or number 2 high school.
Especially Yaogwang number 1 high school, where the students enrolled are basically from families that are quite wealthy and influential in Yaogwang City.
Of course, this is not entirely the case. For example, the top-ranked students on Yaogwang number 3 high school's honor roll often come from families with fairly good conditions as well. It's just that, due to some personal reasons, their parents chose to send them to number 3 high school.
Take Han Lishuan, for example.
He actually had no problem getting into number 1 high school, but since his grandfather is the principal of number 3 high school, he naturally ended up studying there.
Su Lianshue's situation is quite similar.
Su Haiqiu, a former comrade in arms of the principal of number 3 high school, shares a very close relationship with him, so Su Lianshue also attends number 3 high school. In fact, when it comes to teaching resources or secret realm conditions, number 3 high school is actually on par with number 1 and number 2 high schools. The only difference lies in the university admission rates for spirit card masters. Especially when it comes to the admission rates for prestigious spirit card master universities, number 3 high school lags behind number 1 and number 2 high schools every year.
Over time, number 3 high school has become the lowest ranked high school in Yaogwang City.
So, except for special cases like Su Lianshue or Han Lishuan, in their eyes, they believe that the students from 3rd high are all poor students. But who would have thought that someone like Su Lianshue would care so much about a student from 3rd high? Han Lishuan also wanted to say something for Duan, but he was stopped by his father, who told him not to get involved.
Cough, cough. Excuse me, this is Duan, an esteemed guest of mine. Young friend Duan is relatively low-key, so if anyone finds him unpleasant, they may leave on their own.
Su Haiqiu initially thought Duan wouldn't come, but unexpectedly, Duan did show up and even had a conflict with the Zhang family's little chubby boy.
Duan is an important guest of Su Haiqiu, so how could he possibly tolerate someone bullying him?
Thus, he quickly picked up the microphone and spoke, while his gaze coldly fixed on the Zhang family's little chubby boy, as if he was addressing him directly.
Su Haiqiu held a very high status in Yaogwang City. As soon as he spoke, that chubby boy from the Zhang family was immediately terrified, frozen in place and not daring to move.
I'm sorry, truly sorry. My son didn't realize that this young friend Duan was your guest. He acted foolishly for a moment, and I apologize here and now. A middle-aged man suddenly stepped out from the crowd. After hastily apologizing to Su Haiqiu, he quickly took the chubby boy and left the banquet hall. Watching the departure of the Zhang father and son, this farce finally came to an end. Apart from feeling a bit sorry for the Zhang family father and son, the greater interest was in Duan himself. After all, being able to have Su Haiqiu speak on his behalf and even drive away the troublemaking Zhang family father and son shows that this Duan is truly an honored guest of the Su family. Even some of the young men who originally disliked Duan all shut their mouths and said no more. As a result, everyone's attention was once again drawn to the 5 treasured items on the stage. Really, you came, and you didn't even call to let me know. Su Lianshue looked at Duan and said, I just came over with Han Lishuan, but then I was stopped by the security guard. I was going to call you, but Han Lishuan's father came out, so I went in with him, Duan said indifferently, not paying much attention. Actually, even if Su Haiqiu and the others hadn't helped him out earlier, Duan wouldn't have had much of a problem. Duan had already sensed the cultivation level of that slightly chubby man. It was only around bronze 1 star. Duan had already defeated someone like Han Lishuan, so why would he be afraid of him? Alright, since you're here, have fun, Su Lianshue said, noticing that Duan Yi's gaze had been fixed on the 5 treasures on the stage. She curiously asked, what, are you interested in those treasures too? A bit interested, I just wanted to go up and take a look, but then that clueless guy showed up. Duan nodded slightly and said, alright, I'll take you over to see. After Su Lianshue finished speaking, she led Duan toward the stage. At this moment, many people had already gathered on the stage, each discussing the 5 treasures incessantly. This stone emitting a purple glow, could it be the netherworld purple light stone? Even orange quality evolution materials are here? It should be. Even through the crystal cabinet, you can sense a terrifying energy fluctuation. Look at this. This purple quality spirit card features a Linjia giant crocodile. Such a powerful exotic beast, yet it wasn't chosen for fusion but is being auctioned instead. It's truly unbelievable. Not only that, this thing is quite remarkable. At this moment, everyone present was discussing the treasures inside the 5 crystal cabinets. However, since the collector of rare items had not yet announced their respective prices, they could only look for now. It seemed that everyone's attention was focused on the first 4 crystal cabinets, while the last one attracted little interest.
You couldn't blame them. After all, the 5th crystal cabinet contained an extremely ordinary black stone.
Apart from a small, peculiar crack on its surface, there was nothing special about it, and the treasures in the other 4 crystal cabinets are all dazzling, naturally attracting attention. At this moment, Duan, under Su Lianshue's guidance, had already stepped onto the stage. The system radar scan in his mind was also activated at the same time.
Species, spirit stone. Name, netherworld purple light stone.
Quality, orange. Description, an orange quality item that has a chance chance to drop upon the death of ghost race exotic beasts. It contains terrifying ghostly power and is typically used as advanced evolution material. It seems you've provided a line of dashes without any text to translate. Could you please provide the content you'd like translated? Species, Spirit Stone. Name, Thunder Shadow Crystal Stone. Quality, purple. Introduction, a peculiar crystal formed after absorbing a massive amount of thunder power, containing terrifying thunder energy. When consumed by thunder-type exotic beasts, it can significantly enhance thunder attribute attack power or be used as evolution material for exotic beasts. Spirit card type, exotic beast spirit card. Spirit card grade, purple. Sealed beast, Linjia giant crocodile. Environment attribute, water element. Environment description, a spirit card that seals the purple quality beast Linjia giant crocodile. Only spirit card masters with cultivation above the gold level can fuse and use it. Note, click here to view the detailed attribute panel. Spirit card type, exotic beast spirit card. Spirit card grade, purple. Sealed exotic beast, unicorn Pegasus. Environmental attribute, light element. Environment introduction, a spirit card sealed with a purple quality exotic beast, the unicorn Pegasus. Only spirit card masters who have reached the gold level or above can fuse and use it. Note, click here to view the detailed attribute panel. The information about the items in the first 4 crystal cabinets instantly surfaced in Duan Yi's mind. No wonder it attracts so many onlookers, these are such precious treasures. After quickly glancing at the 4 items, Duan Yi was also very surprised, especially the first netherworld purple lightstone, which turned out to be of orange quality. Moreover, it is generally unobtainable and can only drop by killing orange quality Ghost Clan exotic beasts. The Ghost Clan's exotic beasts are inherently much more formidable than ordinary exotic beasts, and coupled with the fact that this one is of orange quality, it is clear that the netherworld purple lightstone is absolutely priceless. The remaining spirit stones and spirit cards pale in comparison to this netherworld purple lightstone. It seems that the main auction item at tonight's auction will likely be this netherworld purple lightstone. However, none of these 4 items are what Duan Yi is most curious about right now. What Duan Yi is curious about is the 5th crystal cabinet. Species, spirit stone. Name, diamond. Quality, blue. Description, an extremely sturdy stone, generally used for forging weapons and defenses. The 5th crystal cabinet actually contains a diamond? Duan Yi was stunned when he saw this information. Although this diamond is considered quite rare, the city of Yaoguan does not produce this type of stone. However, under normal circumstances, not many people would use such a stone unless they are craftsmen obsessed with forging weapons or armor. But Yaoguan city itself is not very large and doesn't have any renowned craftsmen. The attendees tonight are all wealthy young heirs, so it's impossible for any craftsman to appear. Clearly, no one would buy this diamond. Moreover, the quality of this diamond is very poor. Generally, high-quality diamonds are crystal clear, but this one looks pitch black, with a crack running through the middle. It's no wonder no one paid any attention to it. Just as Duan Yi decided to give up on the diamond and instead focus on examining the 2 exotic beast spirit cards, a property panel suddenly appeared in his mind. Subsequently, a faint red light dot appeared on the radar scan image in Duan Yi's mind. Spirit card type, environmental spirit card. Spirit card grade, green. Sealed environment, gravitational magnetic field. Environment attribute, gravity system. Environment introduction, a special field formed by the rules of heaven and earth, sealed with powerful sealing techniques. Within the range of this environment spirit card, the spirit card master can perform 2 skills, gravity suppression and gravity release. Note, this environment spirit card requires the spirit card master to reach at least bronze level to use. Additionally, this environment spirit card has growth potential. By absorbing other environment spirit cards, it can evolve. To evolve to blue quality, it needs to absorb 2 green quality environment spirit cards. What? There's actually an environment spirit card here? And it's even an evolvable environment spirit card? What the heck? Duan Yi was completely stunned after seeing the attribute panel of this spirit card. What's wrong with you? Su Lianxue, who had been looking at the treasures nearby, also noticed Duan Yi's expression at that moment and asked with some confusion. Nothing, I just got a bit interested in that black stone. After casually saying this, Duan Yi immediately ran toward the 5th crystal cabinet. The reason Duan Yi was interested in this diamond was that a faint red light spot appeared on the radar scan in his mind, and that light spot coincided perfectly with the light spot of the diamond. Under normal circumstances, the radar scan in Duan Yi's mind would only display 2 colors of light spots, yellow and green. Yellow light spots represent exotic beasts, and the stronger the exotic beast, the more distinct the yellow light spot. Green light spots represent heavenly treasures such as spiritual herbs and spiritual stones. Similarly, the more distinct the light spot, the more precious the item. But Duan Yi was unclear about what the red light point actually was. The last time it appeared was in the treasure pavilion when the Xian Tianju was discovered, and the red light point was very distinct at that time. Now, the red light point has once again appeared in Duan Yi's mind. Although it is far dimmer than the the red light point of the Xiantianju, it is undoubtedly something extremely precious. Combining this with the strange and evolving environmental spirit card that had just surfaced in Duan Yi's mind, he immediately deduced that the red light point must be referring to that environmental spirit card. Moreover, the red light point overlaps with the green light point of the King Kong stone, which means that the spirit card must be inside this King Kong stone. Just at that moment, there was no one around the fifth crystal cabinet, so Duan Yi leaned over it and began to examine it carefully.
Sure enough, there's a very deep crack on it. It seems that the environmental spirit card is really inside, Duan Yi muttered excitedly.
This scene was also noticed by Su Haiqiu and Jin Sun nearby, so the two of them walked over to Duan Yi with great interest.
What's this? Little friend Duan is interested in this black stone?
Su Haiqiu asked with some surprise. Looking at Su Haiqiu and Jin Sun approaching, Duan Yi restrained his excitement and nodded at Su Haiqiu before turning to Jin Sun and asking, Mr. Jin, this black stone should be a diamond, right?
Diamond? Su Haiqiu was instantly surprised and said, no way, aren't diamonds supposed to be crystal clear? How could there be a black one? Ha ha.
This young friend truly has sharp eyes, this is indeed a diamond. Jin Sun had thought that no one would notice this stone tonight, but unexpectedly, the young Duan Yi had discovered it. Of course, most diamonds are crystal clear, but this one is obviously a variant. When I discovered it, I also found that it contained a very peculiar power inside, almost like it had an adhesive force, so I brought it back. Later, I couldn't uncover its secret or open it. Keeping it was useless, so I decided to put it up for auction. This Duan Yi was Su Haiqiu's esteemed guest, so Jin Sun naturally did not neglect him and explained everything directly.
After hearing Jin Sun's words, Duan Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, it didn't discover the true secret of this diamond.
Duan Yi secretly rejoiced in his heart,
because this way, he could obtain it at a very cheap price. Some guests who hadn't paid much attention to this black stone earlier also gathered around after hearing Jin Sun's introduction. I thought it was some kind of mysterious stone, but it turns out to be just a diamond.
Forget it, I'm not interested.
But Mr. Jin seems to have mentioned that there's some sort of suction inside.
Could it be that there are other spiritual stones or spiritual herbs in it? How is that possible?
That's a diamond, considered an extremely sturdy stone. Normally, just polishing it is already quite labor-intensive.
How could it possibly have spiritual stones or spiritual herbs stuffed inside? I also think it's unlikely.
Although the diamond does indeed have a tiny crack visible, under normal circumstances, if spiritual stones or spiritual herbs were stuffed inside, there would definitely be energy leaking out.
It doesn't seem plausible that it's just some suction. It must just be a mutated diamond. I'm really not interested. The guests dispersed shortly after watching for a while.
Only Duan Yi continued to stare intently at the diamond. Su Haiqiu, standing nearby, noticed the fervor in Duan Yi's eyes and sensed his fondness for this peculiar diamond. Secretly, he began to hatch a plan in his mind. After a period of observing the treasures, today's auction officially began. Under Jin Sun's hosting, the treasures were auctioned off one by one. The two exotic beast spirit cards and the Thunder Shadow Crystal, although not as precious as the Netherworld Purple Lightstone, were still fiercely contested by the guests below. Especially the spirit card of the Unicorn Pegasus, which was bid up to over 50 million and was eventually purchased by a wealthy tycoon. The next item up for auction, as everyone has already seen, is that peculiar diamond. Based on my analysis, this diamond possesses a certain absorption ability, which explains why the originally crystal clear diamond has turned black. If there are any craftsmen present who can forge weapons or armor, then this diamond is absolutely your top choice. It might even bring unexpected effects to the weapons or armor you forge.
Starting bid, 3 million. Although this diamond didn't seem to attract much interest, Jin Sun still introduced it enthusiastically. 3 million? That's a bit expensive. Ordinary diamonds with slightly better quality are just over 2 million. Is this one really worth 3 million? You guys go ahead and bid. I'm out. Spending 3 million to gamble on whether there's something inside this diamond? I'm not that impulsive. I'm out too. Not interested. Next one. Hurry up and bring out the last Netherworld Purple Lightstone. That's what we want. Yeah, I think this one is probably going to be unsold. No one here is interested.
Originally, there were some guests present who might have had the impulse to buy this diamond, but as soon as they heard the starting price of 3 million, they immediately gave up.
They kept shouting for the last Netherworld Purple Lightstone. But Duan Yi doesn't think that way. You must know that there's a hidden environmental spirit card here, and it can even evolve. Ordinary environmental spirit cards determine their quality based on the power contained in the environment you seal.
Generally, whatever quality it is after sealing, it remains that way for life. The kind that can evolve if it weren't clearly written on the system panel. Duan Yi would absolutely not believe it. Moreover, this environmental spirit card is an extremely rare gravity environment card, and combined with its ability to evolve, its value is evident.
If some tycoons discovered the secret, not to mention 3 million, even 300 million might be unconditionally spent to acquire it, because it is truly too precious. Although it currently appears to be of green quality, it can later be evolved to purple, orange, or even the legendary gold quality. Therefore, no matter what, Duan must obtain this diamond. 3 million. I'll take it. Duan raised his hand enthusiastically and shouted. Everyone originally thought this item would go unsold, but unexpectedly, someone placed a bid? So everyone's gaze immediately turned toward him. It's him. It's the guy who had a dispute with the Zhang family's little fatty earlier. Impossible. Could it be that his family is very wealthy, casually taking out 3 million to buy a worthless diamond? Kids are just impulsive. They don't understand the value of money. He'll regret it once he takes it home. Forget it, since he wants it. It's his. No one will compete with him for it.
Watching Duan raise his hand with a smug expression and shout out the price, the guests present, who considered themselves well informed, all sighed in amazement.
Everyone thought Duan was too young and too impulsive.
This was clearly a worthless stone. Spending 300 to buy it was really a foolish move. Oh, this young friend Duan has offered 3 million.
Is there anyone willing to bid higher?
Jin-sun let out a slight sigh of relief after seeing Duan shout out the price. If it had really gone unsold, it would have been far too embarrassing.
Bid higher? What a joke. Just move on to the next item already.
We can't wait any longer. Hurry up and bring out the netherworld purple light stone.
Exactly. Name a price so we can see if we can afford it. None of the guests below were willing to bid higher. They were all urging the process along.
Thus, Jin-sun had no choice but to finalize the deal with 3 strikes of the gavel, and the black diamond was successfully auctioned off to Duan.
That's amazing. Although Duan expression remained very calm at this moment, he was already extremely excited inside.
If the auction hadn't ended yet, Duan would have definitely rushed up to pay and take away that piece of diamond.
Soon, the final piece, the netherworld purple lightstone, was brought out.
As soon as Jin-sun finished the introduction and announced the starting price of 30 million, the crowd immediately began to scramble for it. But Duan didn't care about any of this. His gaze remained fixed on that black diamond.
Soon, today's auction came to an end.
The final item, the nether shadow amethyst, was fiercely contested, but in the end, it was purchased by a wealthy businessman from Yaoguang City for the high price of 120 million. Although this item might not be immediately useful, it is, after all, a rare orange-grade evolution material.
Even if bought just for collection purposes, it is still an excellent acquisition.
The birthday party tonight gradually came to an end. Apart from some guests still chatting, most of the others had already left.
Are you really going to buy that black diamond? It doesn't seem very reliable.
Han Lishuan was already very surprised when he saw Duan bidding earlier. So, as soon as the auction ended, he came directly to find Duan.
I think it's pretty good. No problem. Just taking a gamble. Duan naturally couldn't tell Han Lishuan the truth, so he casually said something. In fact, he was already eager to go find Jin-sun to make the payment. Alright then. Hearing Duan confirmation, Han Lishuan didn't say much more. He then bid farewell to Duan and headed home first. After Han Lishuan left, Duan quickly ran towards Su Haiqiu and Jin-sun.
At this moment, many people were gathered around them, all there to make payments.
Duan wasn't in too much of a hurry and waited silently.
Moments later, most of the guests had left, and those who had completed their payments excitedly departed with their treasures. At the moment, only Su Haiqiu, Su Lianxue, and Jin-sun were left in the entire banquet hall.
Young friend Duan, do you really want to buy this diamond? Jin-sun looked at Duan curiously and asked.
After all, Duan looked very young, and it was possible that he had just pretended to bid on the diamond to save Jin-sun from embarrassment.
Of course, since I bid on it, I definitely intend to buy it. Duan responded decisively, quickly pulling out a gold card from his pocket.
This gold card was given to him by Su Haiqiu. Upon seeing it, Su Haiqiu silently smiled and then said, since it's something young friend Duan wants, just take it directly.
I'll pay the 3 million for you. Ah, Duan was instantly shocked and looked at Su Haiqiu in disbelief. He thought to himself, didn't I just help him treat a storm battle bear? Even if he wanted to thank me, he already paid a full 30 million. Is it really necessary to help me bid for this piece of adamantine? It was obvious that Su Haiqiu definitely had ulterior motives. Duan is not foolish.
He must have recognized his talent and wanted to win him over.
Since Duan indeed needed some influence to assist him at the moment, he didn't overthink it.
Since he wanted to help pay, then let him pay. After all, there was nothing to lose. A mere 3 million, that's nothing.
This old man can easily take it out. Young friend Duan, no need to mind. Su Haiqiu laughed as he saw the surprised expression on Duan face.
As Duan had anticipated, Su Haiqiu was now very interested in him and indeed wanted to win him over and establish a good relationship.
Since that's the case, thank you, Master Su. Duan did not refuse and agreed directly.
Soon, after Su Haiqiu made the payment, Jin-sun handed the black diamond stone to Duan. At the same time, he reminded, although it's unclear why this diamond stone turned out this way, I believe there must be a great mystery within it. It's just that diamond is an extremely hard gemstone, and under normal circumstances, it's very difficult to break it open.
I wonder if little friend Duan intends to open it after buying it? If that's the case, I might have a method to possibly open it.
Duan originally didn't want to say much, but diamond is is indeed very hard. Taking it back, Duan-yi wouldn't be able to open it easily for a while. Upon hearing Jin-sun say he had a method, his eyes immediately lit up. Then he said, "What method? I'll say this in advance, this method might not necessarily work, otherwise I would have already opened it myself." Jin-sun looked at Duan-yi's surprised expression and immediately knew he wanted to break open the diamond. He then continued, "First of all, this diamond already has a crack in it, which means it's slightly more fragile than a normal diamond. To open it, there are two methods. The first is high temperature. By baking it with intense flames, when the temperature reaches a certain point, the diamond might not be able to withstand the heat and crack on its own. The second is extreme cold. By freezing it with extremely cold air, not just freezing the surface, but also the interior, you could potentially damage its internal structure. Then, by striking it, you might be able to see what's inside. I've tried both methods, but neither worked. It might just be my bad luck. If you really want to open it, you could give it a try. Of course, if you can find a stone harder than diamond, or get a beast of orange quality to help, it would be much easier. You could just rely on brute force to open it," Jin-sun added. After hearing this, Duan-yi nodded slightly. The methods he mentioned were more or less what Duan-yi had in mind. Originally, Duan-yi had thought of using the icy breath of the frost venom snake to see if it could freeze and shatter it. "Well, thank you, Mr. Jin." Duan-yi was still very polite and expressed his gratitude. "Then I won't stay any longer. I'll take my leave." Duan-yi, holding the diamond in his hands, was already impatient, thinking about going back immediately to see if he could break it open. "Let my car take you back." Su Haichio looked at Duan-yi's hurried appearance and immediately understood his anxious mood, so he instructed the driver waiting nearby to take Duan-yi home first. Duan-yi did not refuse. After placing the black diamond into his storage ring, he followed the driver out. Soon, Duan-yi was riding in a black sedan, returning to his home. After thanking the driver, he immediately went upstairs. After carefully observing the black diamond again, Duan-yi immediately summoned the ice soul venomous snake. "Do you see this stone in front of you? Use the ice seal technique to freeze it for me. With all your strength." Duan-yi excitedly commanded the ice soul venomous snake. The ice soul venomous snake slightly nodded, and then its entire body emitted an extremely cold aura, as if the outside temperature were 30 degrees. Then in Duan-yi's room, it was probably already dozens of degrees below zero. If not for the spiritual energy protecting his body, Duan-yi would likely have been frozen into an ice block in just a moment. This was the ice soul venomous snake, fully unleashing the power of its cold aura. The black diamond stone in front of him was instantly frozen into an ice block as well. But Duan-yi had not yet ordered the ice soul venomous snake to stop its freezing technique. The snake continued to emit cold air incessantly. "Target that rock with the freezing beam." To ensure the interior was completely frozen, Duan-yi instructed the ice soul venomous snake to unleash an even more powerful ice attribute skill. As the ice soul venomous snake spewed out a blue light wave from its mouth, it directly sent the diamond flying, smashing it against the wall. Of course, Duan-yi couldn't let the ice soul venomous snake release its freezing ray with full force, otherwise, it wouldn't just be a matter of hitting the wall. The entire room's walls would likely have been shattered. After completing this series of freezing actions, it was time to shatter it. The ice soul venomous snake, following Duan-yi's command, used its thick tail to repeatedly strike the piece of diamond stone. With each hit, the ground trembled. Fortunately, Duan-yi's residence was an old two-story house located far from the downtown area of Yagwang City. Currently, aside from Duan-yi, there was no one else in the house. Although there were neighbors nearby, since they didn't live in the same building, the disturbance wasn't as noticeable. Of course, there were still some sensitive individuals who, upon hearing the vibrations, opened their windows one after another and started cursing loudly. At this moment, Duan-yi's gaze was entirely focused on the diamond stone, completely ignoring them. He let the ice soul venomous snake keep striking the diamond stone. But after more than 10 minutes, even the ice on the diamond stone had started to melt, yet there wasn't the slightest crack on it, which made Duan-yi a bit troubled. It seems that Jin-sun wasn't lying. Whether using flames or cold air, it's very difficult to break it open. Duan-yi looked at the diamond in front of him, which showed no signs of cracking, and let out a deep sigh. At the same time, he felt deeply troubled. Knowing there was a treasure inside but being unable to open it, this was truly the most agonizing moment. Since fire and ice attacks are ineffective, then I can only use that method. Duan-yi recalled the last point Jin-sun had added. To open it by brute force, one would either need to find something harder than diamond or have an orange quality exotic beast do the job. But neither of these options was currently attainable for Duan-yi. Especially an orange quality exotic beast. Forget about this small city of Yagwang. There were hardly any even across the entire Blue Sea Star. Could it be that I really have to give up? But at this moment, Duan-yi's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something. He quickly took out the half-remaining sheepskin scroll from his storage ring. Although the sheepskin scroll was only half intact, it was still undeniably an ancient spiritual treasure. If it were placed in the present, it would be something even stronger than golden grade items. Moreover, apart from the tattered sheepskin, the scroll also had a golden gemstone embedded at the axis. Although it appeared unremarkable,
incredible. Duan Yi thought to himself, how could something embedded in an ancient spiritual treasure be ordinary? With curiosity, Duan Yi rolled up the sheepskin scroll, revealing the golden gemstone on it. He then struck the gemstone forcefully with all his might. Unexpectedly, Duan Yi casually knocked on it, directly triggering a powerful energy wave that sent him flying on the spot, crashing into the wall. However, at that moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the diamond stone, and the cracks continued to expand. With a crisp sound of stone breaking, the diamond instantly shattered into two halves, and a beam of black light shot out from within. As the black beam of light emerged, the originally pitch-black diamond also returned to its crystal-clear appearance. Moments later, the black light gradually faded, replaced by a pale blue glow, and at the same time, a spirit card floated before Duan Yi's eyes. The front of the spirit card depicted the image of a magnetic field, while the back featured a sealing array, identical to a normal spirit card. At the same time, Duan Yi's mind once again conjured up the attribute panel of the gravity magnetic field, identical to what was displayed earlier at the auction. The only difference was that, as this gravity magnetic field emerged from the diamond, the radar scan image in Duan Yi's mind showed the originally dim red light spots becoming more distinct. Great! Finally got it! Duan Yi, filled with excitement and enthusiasm, directly reached out and took the spirit card. Immediately, with a thought, he shouted, "Gravity field, activate!" Accompanied by a blue light, the gravity field spirit card in Duan Yi's hand instantly disappeared. The previously calm room suddenly began to shake, and the ice-soul venomous snake, which had been silently watching from the side, suddenly felt an extremely terrifying gravitational restriction. Even with its blue-quality strength, it was now being suppressed to the point of discomfort, making normal movement nearly impossible. As Duan Yi, the spirit card master who released this gravitational field, he naturally wasn't affected in any way. However, the pained expression of the ice-soul venomous snake beside him truly left him astonished. Without even releasing a skill, it already has such a terrifying restrictive force? Duan Yi said in surprise. Gravitational suppression. In order to better test the power of the gravity magnetic field, Duan Yi directly activated the skill of the gravity magnetic field spirit card on his ice-soul venomous snake. The ice-soul venomous snake, which was already struggling to move due to suppression, suddenly felt an even more terrifying gravitational restriction, as if an invisible force was fiercely pressing it down onto the ground. With a loud crash, the ice-soul venomous snake was unable to resist and collapsed directly onto the ground, completely immobilized. At the same time, Duan Yi also heard the painful groans of the ice-soul venomous snake in his mind. "Ah, my apologies." Seeing the ice-soul venomous snake in such pain, Duan Yi dared not continue using the gravity suppression. He immediately shouted, "Gravity release." This was another skill of the gravity field. As the name suggests, it should lift the restrictions of the gravity field on the ice-soul venomous snake. The terrifying suppressive force that had been pressing on the ice-soul venomous snake instantly disappeared. Not only that, the ice-soul venomous snake, now free, also felt as light as a swallow. Besides being completely unaffected by the gravitational field, it even felt its movement speed increase? I understand now. It seems that this gravity removal not only allows the beast to escape the suppression of the gravitational field but also reduces its own gravity, enabling it to move faster. So powerful. This is practically an invincible environmental spirit card. Duan Yi, after a brief inspection, felt that this gravity magnetic field spirit card had an extremely terrifying effect. If used in a normal battle against exotic beasts, Duan Yi could activate this environmental spirit card and, with the effect of gravity suppression, directly render all the opposing exotic beasts immobile. At that point, it could be said they would be completely at his mercy. However, since this environmental spirit card was only of green quality, if the opponent's exotic beasts were of too high a quality, such as purple or orange quality, it probably wouldn't have much of an effect. Moreover, this is, after all, just an environmental spirit card with a limited area. Although Duan Yi is not yet clear about the exact size, it should be similar to Han Lishuan's magma surface card. After all, both belong to the green quality category. However, Duan Yi is not in a hurry about this point. After all, this gravity magnetic field spirit card can be upgraded. If it fails to meet Duan Yi's needs in the future, he can purchase a few other environmental spirit cards for it to absorb and evolve. It can be said that this gravity magnetic field spirit card is currently Duan Yi's strongest trump card. After testing the power of the gravity magnetic field, Duan Yi put it away. Special environment spirit cards like this, although they cannot be fused into one's soul like beast spirit cards, can still be stored in the soul for nurturing. After all, this environment spirit card of the gravity magnetic field is truly too precious. If it were casually carried and lost, what would one do? Only by nurturing it in the soul sea can it be kept safest. After putting it away, Duan Yi simultaneously summoned the ice-soul venomous snake back and immediately entered a state of cultivation. The Xiantian technique immediately started operating, performing one set of movements after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. Unsurprisingly, with Duan Yi's current cultivation level, he could only perform up to 3 sets. After 3 sets, his entire body would immediately become powerless.
Although his physical body felt extremely weak, his soul sea was greatly replenished. Drenched in sweat, Duan-yi immediately went to take a hot shower. Just as Duan-yi was about to go to sleep, there was a sudden noise outside the door. This was immediately followed by the sound of the door opening, and a middle-aged couple walked in, dragging their weary bodies.
Xiao-yi, we're back.
Although physically exhausted, being able to see their child brought great joy to the parents.
Duan-yi also heard the noise upstairs and quickly ran down. Dad, Mom, Duan-yi called out happily. Not bad, you've grown a lot taller recently.
Duan Lingqing smiled as he saw Duan-yi looking so full of energy.
Have you eaten?
Li Qian gently patted Duan-yi's head and asked with great affection.
Yes. Duan-yi nodded, then excitedly said, did you notice any changes in your son?
Changes? Isn't it just that he's grown a bit taller?
Duan Lingqing didn't seem to notice any obvious changes in Duan-yi.
Li Qian, standing nearby, also carefully observed him.
Didn't you realize your son has already become a bronze-level spirit card master? Duan-yi chuckled and said, what? You became a bronze-level spirit card master? How is that possible? Duan Lingqing and Li Qian were instantly shocked.
They quickly stood up, their eyes fixed tightly on Duan-yi.
Duan-yi's parents were actually spirit card masters as well, but they lacked any real cultivation talent.
By the time they graduated from high school, they were only around Black Iron 2-star level. With such a level of cultivation, it was naturally impossible to be admitted to a spirit card master university, so they gave up on becoming spirit card masters. In their view, Duan-yi might have inherited their talent, which led to him being only at Black Iron 3-star level as graduation approached. With such a level of cultivation, getting into a spirit card master university was indeed very difficult.
This is also where Duan Lingqing and his wife feel most indebted to Duan-yi, so they keep earning money, hoping to save more for him.
Unexpectedly, after being away on a business trip for just over 2 months, they returned to find their son had advanced from Black Iron 3 stars to bronze level?
This is truly a bit unbelievable. You're not joking with us, are you? Duan Lingqing said in a serious tone. How could that be? Look, Duan-yi smiled faintly, and immediately a powerful wave of spiritual energy emanated from his entire body.
Although Duan Lingqing and his wife had stopped cultivating after graduation, they still retained the strength of Black Iron 2-star, so they could naturally sense the spiritual energy fluctuation. At this moment, upon sensing the bronze-level spiritual energy from Duan-yi, the two were completely stunned.
My heavens, this is truly bronze-level spiritual energy. Xiao-yi, how did you manage to do it? Duan Lingqing said, extremely excited and thrilled at this moment.
It seemed that all the exhaustion in his body had vanished, and he was completely exhilarated.
Li Qian, standing nearby, was the same, looking at Duan-yi with fiery eyes.
Then, Duan-yi recounted his experiences in the school's secret realm to the two elders. It was just that Duan-yi naturally concealed the secret about the system, simply saying that he had accidentally discovered the evolution method of the little soul snake. Then, during the evolution process, a transformation occurred, allowing the ice soul venomous snake to possess the power of blue quality. At the same time, Duan-yi also told them that he had already become the top-ranked individual on the Fengyun list of Yaoguang 3rd High School. Duan Lingqing and Li Qian listened in utter shock, occasionally pinching their thighs to confirm whether they were too tired and hallucinating.
Everything you just said is true? You really defeated Han Lishuan's golden flame tiger with the ice soul venomous snake and became the #1 on the wind and cloud ranking?
Duan Lingqing said excitedly.
Yes. Duan-yi nodded firmly.
At the same time, a spirit card emitting a faint blue glow instantly appeared in his right hand. With a thought, a massive ice soul venomous snake materialized in front of Duan Lingqing and Li Qian. The ice soul venomous snake was deeply connected to Duan-yi's heart. Upon sensing that these two elders were Duan-yi's parents, it became extremely respectful, obediently standing to the side, not even daring to release its cold aura recklessly.
But it didn't deliberately emit cold air.
Its mere appearance immediately cooled the entire room, and some ice began to form.
This is amazing.
Looking at the majestic ice soul venomous snake, Duan Lingqing and his wife were already utterly stunned. After the shock, Duan Lingqing and Li Qian simultaneously shed tears. These were tears of emotion. Their son had directly risen to become the strongest student in the school.
For them, this was an immense honor. Watching Duan-yi's parents inexplicably shed tears, the ice soul venomous snake, silently staying nearby, panicked immediately.
It thought its cold aura might have frozen them and kept nudging Duan-yi with its tail, signaling him to summon it back.
It's fine. They're just emotional, not frozen by you.
Duan-yi noticed the ice soul venomous snake's feelings and said with a smile.
Yes, we're just moved.
It has nothing to do with you. Duan Lingqing and Li Qian wiped their tears and then ran over to the ice soul venomous snake, carefully observing it. For spirit card masters as low level as them, a blue quality exotic beast was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Now, being able to see one with their own eyes naturally made them very curious.
TSK, truly impressive. This is much stronger than my wild bull. Come on, you call that a beast? It's really too weak.
If it were someone else, they would have killed it for meat long ago.
though. Compared to my ice butterfly, it's far inferior. Humph, no matter how strong, can it be more formidable than my son's ice-soul venomous snake? What do you mean by your son? Duan-yi was born through my hard work. Humph. Due to seeing the ice-soul venomous snake, Duan Lingqing and Li Qian were both very excited and naturally started bickering. Of course, this wasn't an argument but a kind of heartfelt pride. By the way, I need to discuss something with you. At this moment, Duan Yi's expression suddenly became serious as he looked at his parents and spoke. What is it? Duan Lingqing smiled and asked. I just want you to give up that previous job. It's too dangerous, and I'm a bit worried, Duan Yi explained. Oh, it's nothing. We've been doing this job for over 10 years now, and we're already used to it, Duan Lingqing said, patting Duan Yi's head. Besides, with your current talent, you can definitely get into a prestigious spirit card master university. Mom and Dad still need to save up for your tuition. You don't need to worry about work, Li Qian said with a smile. As for the tuition, you really don't need to worry about it. Duan Yi quickly took out his phone and transferred 10 million to his parents from the gold card Su Haiqiu had given him. After receiving the 10 million, Duan Lingqing and Li Qian were instantly dumbfounded. Did you transfer this? Duan Lingqing looked at the text message on the phone in disbelief. Well, I gained quite a few opportunities in the school's secret realm. I sold most of them for money, and I think this 10 million should be enough for you not to have to work anymore, Duan Yi said with a smile. Originally, Duan Yi had planned for his parents to work at Lin Heng's parents' company, but now that Su Haiqiu had given him 30 million, there was no need to work at all. They could stay at home or open a small shop and run a small business. This way, they could safely stay in Yaoguang City without having to toil outside, and Duan Yi could venture out with peace of mind. As for the origin of this money, Duan Yi naturally couldn't tell his parents that he had earned it by helping Su Haiqiu cure the storm battle bear. After all, in their eyes, Duan Yi was still just a student, let alone someone who knew how to treat exotic beasts. To avoid startling them, Duan Yi chose not to reveal the truth. Upon hearing Duan Yi's words, Duan Lingqing and Li Qian immediately had tears welling up in their eyes, unable to stop them from streaming down. During the 2+ months they had been away from home, their child had grown to such an extent, making them feel both proud and deeply guilty. Seeing his parents looking a bit downcast, Duan Yi quickly stepped forward to comfort them. However, fortunately, they were still very happy deep down, and most of these tears were tears of joy. 10 million is a bit too much, isn't it? You still need a lot of money for college. Why don't you take it back? Duan Lingqing looked at Duan Yi and said, It's fine, I still have more. You don't need to worry. Duan Yi patted his chest and said, he didn't directly mention that he still had 20 million, that would be too shocking. After all, Duan Yi's parents are just ordinary people, and 10 million is already a lot for them. If they found out their son had another 20 million, they would really start to have doubts. What kind of opportunity did Duan Yi encounter in the secret realm that allowed him to suddenly gain 30 million? Afterward, Duan Yi withdrew the ice soul venomous snake and went upstairs to sleep. And Duan Yi's parents were still immersed in shock and joy, completely unable to sleep. The next day. On this day, Duan Yi did not get up early to go to school because it was the weekend. Around 9 o'clock, Duan Yi finished freshening up and went downstairs. Wake up, come have breakfast. Li Qian waved at Duan Yi. Okay. Duan Yi nodded and sat at the dining table to eat. By the way, where's Dad? Duan Yi looked around and asked. He went to the company to resign, and then he's checking if there are any shops nearby for transfer, so he can rent one and start a small business. Li Qian smiled and said, well, doing some business is good, this way, you won't need to run around everywhere. Duan Yi was very happy to hear that his parents had decided to resign. Soon after breakfast, Duan Yi decided to go out. To be honest, Duan Yi hadn't really explored Yaoguang City yet. There were still many places he hadn't been to, so it was a perfect opportunity to take advantage of the weekend and have a good look around. So Duan Yi informed Li Qian and then left home. At the same time, he took out his phone and started searching for the exotic beast market in Yaoguang City. In Duan Yi's memory, Yaoguang City had an exotic beast market which not only sold spirit cards of various exotic beasts but also offered various exotic beast feed, materials from their bodies, and even some rare treasures. Currently, Duan Yi needed to buy some food and feed for the ice soul venomous snake and the mighty snow ape, so he decided to visit this exotic beast market first. After making up his mind, Duan Yi casually hailed a taxi and headed to the exotic beast market. The exotic beast market in Yaoguang City, also known as the Hui Mansion Trade Market, became the city's busiest market after being acquired by the Hui Mansion Group. In addition to regular shops, it also allows individuals to set up stalls. This is because many people, after painstakingly obtaining some precious items, prefer not to sell them to these shops at a low price, so they choose to rent a small stall to sell them themselves. In this way, they can secure the best possible price. Over time, the Huifu trade market became increasingly popular, and now that it's the weekend, the crowd is even larger. As soon as Duan Yi got out of the car, he immediately felt the bustling atmosphere inside. There are really so many people. Standing at the entrance of the Huifu trade market, Duan Yi saw the scene of a sea of people inside, especially the small stalls along
along the street. They were selling almost everything.
Duan-yi also entered with curious anticipation.
The small stalls in the Hui Mansion trade market were, of course, not randomly placed. They were all divided into specific areas.
The area where Duan-yi was currently standing was specifically for selling exotic beast meat, divided into two smaller sections, one for meat edible by humans and one for inedible meat.
There were many people standing in front of each stall, and business seemed to be thriving. After all, this is the largest market in the city, and most of the hotels, restaurants, or wealthy households in Yaoguang City make their purchases here.
Boss, how much is this wild bull meat? Duan-yi saw a small stall ahead with a giant wild bull. The owner was skillfully cutting the meat, so Duan-yi quickly walked over and asked, "Young man, you have a good eye.
This wild bull was just slaughtered this morning, so it's extremely fresh.
The meat quality is absolutely top-notch. Since you're young, I'll give you a discount. How about 5,000 yuan per pound?"
The boss enthusiastically said to Duan-yi.
5,000 yuan? Duan-yi was slightly surprised.
The barbaric bull,
this exotic beast, is considered quite strong among edible exotic beasts.
It possesses a certain level of combat power and is also the first exotic beast in the lives of many spirit card masters.
Duan-yi's father had chosen this exotic beast back then.
The flesh and blood of the barbaric bull far surpassed the effects of the pearl chicken, floating duck, and others that Duan-yi had eaten. Moreover, the barbaric bull is relatively scarce, has a fiery temper, and is not easy to breed artificially.
The majority are hunted in the wild.
It can be sold for 5,000 yuan per gene, which is indeed a normal price.
However, a price of 5,000 yuan per gene is indeed quite expensive for ordinary families. But now, Duan-yi can be considered to have some assets.
He had never had the chance to taste this wild ox meat before, so now that he encountered it, he naturally had to buy a few gene to try.
"Boss, give me a discount."
"I'll buy 3 gene." Although he already had money, Duan-yi still habitually bargained.
All right, you look like a student who needs some good nourishment. How about this, 3 pounds for 13,000, how does that sound?"
The shopkeeper looked at Duan-yi and was reminded of his own child, so he readily agreed.
"Thank you, uncle." Duan-yi quickly transferred 13,000 to the man.
The uncle swiftly sliced the wild bull meat, weighed it, packed it, and handed it to Duan-yi. Afterward, Duan-yi stored it in his storage ring and continued strolling around.
"Just 3 pounds of wild bull meat isn't enough. Let's see if there's any exotic beast meat I haven't tried yet."
Duan-yi then proceeded to walk towards several nearby stalls. After purchasing some other edible exotic beast meat intermittently, Duan-yi left this area. The second area of the Hui Mansion trade market stall section sells exotic beast medicines, feed, evolution materials, or some special items. It's considered a relatively miscellaneous area and is also the largest one, where almost everything is sold. As soon as Duan-yi entered here, his gaze was drawn to a stall filled with green vegetables.
"Boss, are these just ordinary vegetables?" Duan-yi asked curiously. "How is that possible? You look like a student, so it's normal that you haven't seen much." The shop owner glanced at Duan-yi, and when he saw the star ring in his hand, his eyes lit up instantly. He assumed Duan-yi was a wealthy young master and spoke enthusiastically.
"These are not ordinary vegetables, they are spiritual power vegetables. They are grown in special soil and absorb spiritual power daily, resulting in a new variety of vegetables. Consuming these vegetables can increase a spirit card master's spiritual power and also has a certain ability to improve physical constitution.
So, are you tempted? Want to try some?"
"So, it's spiritual power vegetables."
Duan-yi nodded in realization.
In Blue Sea Star, these spiritual power vegetables are indeed a new variety of vegetables, specifically prepared for those picky rich kids who don't want to eat exotic beast meat. Their effects are quite similar to regular exotic beast meat, just with a different taste. Although Duan-yi wasn't particularly interested, he still decided to buy a few pounds. After all, this new variety of vegetable is usually hard to come by, and taking some home to enjoy would be nice.
"All right then,
boss, this one, and this one, oh, and that one too, give me 2 pounds of each,"
Duan-yi said as he pointed at the vegetables. "No problem, I'll weigh it for you right away."
The shopkeeper skillfully weighed the items for Duan-yi one by one, packed them into bags, and handed them to him. After paying, Duan-yi stored them in his storage ring. In just this short while, Duan-yi had already spent tens of thousands. It was evident how expensive these items were. Ordinary people could hardly afford them. After purchasing the ingredients, Duan-yi started strolling around again. Since there were many stalls here selling evolution materials for exotic beasts, and the prices were slightly cheaper than those in the mall earlier, Duan-yi decided not to visit the mall anymore. Instead, he chose to look around here to see if he could find some evolution materials needed for his exotic beast. Of course, items like dragon scales or dragon essence blood, which even the school's treasure pavilion wouldn't have, were naturally impossible to find in this market. What Duan-yi was currently looking to purchase were evolution materials like snowflake crystals, green/blue quality beast cores, and giant strength grass. Green quality spiritual herbs like giant strength grass were relatively easy to find. Duan-E effortlessly collected enough, and together with what he already had, he now had a total of 20 stalks. At present, the evolution materials for the giant snow ape were only short of 100 green quality beast cores. But green quality exotic beasts are much rarer than white quality ones, so naturally, obtaining beast cores is more challenging, and the price is not cheap. After more than half an hour, Duan-E had only managed to buy 10. As for the evolution materials for the ice soul venomous snake, Duan-E did manage to gather 100 snowflake crystals. Setting aside the dragon scales and dragon essence blood, he still needed 100 blue quality beast cores. Green quality beast cores are already so hard to find, so blue quality beast cores are naturally even more difficult, almost non-existent. However, Duan-E had not given up and was still continuing to browse around. "Boss, do you have beast cores of green or blue quality?" Duan-E casually asked the owner of a stall selling evolution materials. "There are 2 green ones, but no blue ones," the owner replied. "I'll take the green ones." "How much?" "I'll transfer the money to you." Although there is no blue quality, being able to obtain 2 green quality beast cores is indeed quite good. As for this kind of item, Duan-E didn't bother bargaining, as it is already extremely rare and quite difficult to acquire. There was really no need to haggle over the price. After completing the transaction, Duan-E stored the purchased green quality beast cores into his storage ring and then continued to inquire further. Meanwhile, diagonally across from Duan-E, there was a man dressed in a black robe standing guard at a stall, his gaze constantly fixed on Duan-E. He had been watching Duan-E for a long time. After all, Duan-E was very young, but the items he purchased were all extremely valuable. Such a person was definitely from a wealthy family and must be very rich. After hesitating for a moment, he called out to Duan-E, "Little brother, are you looking to buy a blue quality beast core?" When Duan-E heard this, his gaze immediately shifted over, and he said excitedly, "Do you have one?" "I do indeed have a blue quality beast core. I obtained it by chance when I killed a severely injured blue quality exotic beast in a spacetime rift. If you want it, I can sell it to you," the man in the black robe explained. "Great! How much are you selling it for?" Duan-E asked excitedly. Although the quantity was very small, with only one, at least he could get an idea of how much a blue quality beast core would cost. He wondered if his 20 million would be enough. Since blue quality exotic beasts are inherently quite powerful, and without a gold level spirit card master, it's impossible to kill them easily. "How about this? I'll sell it to you for 300,000 in one go." The man in the black robe thought for a moment before naming a price. 300,000? Duan-Ye's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this price, because this price was truly too expensive. If he were to buy 100 of them, wouldn't that cost a full 30 million? And that didn't even include the dragon scales and dragon essence blood. It seemed that in the short term, the ice soul venomous snake was simply impossible to evolve. For now, he still needed to quickly gather 100 green quality beast cores. Once the mighty snow ape matured, it could undergo a powerful evolution. If luck was on his side, it might even, like the ice soul venomous snake, trigger a critical hit during evolution. Then he would have a purple quality exotic beast. At that point, he could absolutely dominate at the Spirit Card Master University. "Alright, I'll take it. Although I can't buy 100 at once, getting one first is good enough. I can also see what a blue quality beast core looks like." When the man in the black robe saw Duan-E agree, he immediately revealed a strange smile. Then, he took out a small box from his robe. Upon opening it, a spherical light core emitting a blue glow appeared before Duan-Ye's eyes. "It's truly worthy of being a blue quality beast core. The spiritual energy fluctuation is so immense." Duan-E was slightly surprised and immediately reached out to take it. However, the man in the black robe quickly closed the box and said to Duan-E, "Sorry, you need to pay first before you can take it." "Indeed, I got a bit excited and almost forgot." Duan-E smiled and promptly transferred 300,000. After receiving the money, the man in the black robe finally relaxed and handed the blue quality beast core to Duan-E. Duan-E, after obtaining it, did not linger much and continued heading to the surrounding stalls. Unknowingly, Duan-E had already browsed through all the stalls in this second area. In addition to purchasing green quality beast cores, he also bought a lot of exotic beast feed pellets. These exotic beast feed pellets are made by mixing and concentrating a large amount of exotic beast meat. They are very filling and highly attractive to exotic beasts, making them the best choice for most spirit card masters to feed their exotic beasts. Of course, feed pellets cannot be eaten all the time. If conditions allow, it is still necessary to consume real exotic beast blood and flesh, or some plants with spiritual energy, to ensure the exotic beasts are healthier. Unfortunately, the green quality beast cores have not been fully purchased yet, with about 30 or so still missing. However, Duan-E was not in a hurry. After all, if the small stalls don't have them, the mall certainly will, though they might be a bit more expensive. Afterward, Duan-E did not stay in the second area any longer and headed toward the third area of the market. Duan-E had little interest in this third area. The items sold here were all exotic beast spirit cards, and there were even exotic beasts that hadn't been sealed into spirit
cards.
However, in Duan Yi's eyes, these exotic beasts were quite ordinary, with the majority being of white or green quality and only a small portion being of blue quality.
Therefore, Duan Yi didn't stay much longer and decided to leave.
Although he was still short of over 30 green quality exotic beast cores, there was no rush. After all, his giant snow ape hadn't fully matured yet, and whether it could grow up before the college entrance exam was another matter entirely. Thus, after glancing at the time and realizing it was already past noon, Duan Yi decided not to stay any longer and walked straight out of the Hui Mansion trade market.
Duan Yi was walking when he suddenly sensed something amiss. His eyes flashed, and after stepping out of the market gate, he turned into a nearby alley.
"I say, you've been following me all the way out here.
Did you really think I wouldn't notice?
This place is quite secluded, no one else is around.
How about coming out for a chat?"
Duan Yi stood deep in the alley, leaning against the wall, and spoke calmly.
Hee, I didn't expect you to be able to detect me. It seems your cultivation is not low. I always thought rich second-generation kids were all good for nothings, but now it seems I might have misjudged.
From the darkness of the alley, a figure suddenly emerged and stood in front of Duan Yi.
This figure was draped in a black robe, completely concealing their face.
However, Duan Yi still deduced from its physique and the tone of voice just now that the guy in front of him was the stall owner who had sold him the blue quality beast core earlier.
"We don't seem to have any grudges, or is there something you need from me?" Duan Yi's expression turned serious as he spoke in a deep voice.
The man in the black robe sneered and then said, "We indeed have no grudges, and I have no urgent matters to discuss with you.
The reason for following you is very simple. I'm planning to kill you.
You are so young, yet you bring such a large sum of money to the trade market and boldly purchase precious evolution materials.
Don't you know how to keep a low profile?
But this is good.
I'll give you a proper lesson.
In your next life, make sure to remember not to flaunt your wealth."
Ha ha. So, you're saying this is about killing for money? In the market, there are many wealthy heirs besides me. Why don't you target them? Duan Yi was not overly shocked.
He looked at the man in the black robe and responded calmly. The man in the black robe sneered coldly and said, "Truly foolish. Those wealthy young masters always have at least one silver-level spirit card master by their side. How could they be so easy to target? But you, all alone, with low cultivation, who else would I target if not you? Idiot."
"Oh, I see. So, you think you're certain you can kill me?" Duan Yi responded calmly. "Looking at you, you're just a student, not very famous.
At most, you have the strength of a bronze 1-star.
But I am a silver 2-star spirit card master.
Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant," the man in the black robe said disdainfully.
"Is that so?"
Ha! Duan Yi let out a cold laugh, waved his hand, and a spirit card emitting a blue glow appeared in his hand. The spirit card then transformed into the form of an ice-soul venomous snake, hissing a warning at the man in the black robe.
"Ice-soul venomous snake?"
This aura seems to be much stronger than the green quality, but ultimately, it's just a green quality exotic beast. In front of me, a silver-level spirit card master, it's nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The man in the black robe appeared extremely confident. With a wave of his hand, accompanied by a blue light, a wolf-shaped exotic beast, entirely pitch black and emitting green ghostly flames, appeared before Duan Yi.
Exotic beast name, Ghost Shadow Wolf. Exotic beast quality, blue.
Exotic beast race/attribute, ghost race/fire element. Exotic beast abilities, ghostly fire jet, ghostly fire whirlpool, ghostly shadow wolf claw. It's actually a ghost race exotic beast, ghost shadow wolf.
Duan Yi immediately knew what this exotic beast was through the system's attribute panel.
At the same time, he recalled a news report he had seen on television a few days ago.
"You are the infamous murderer who has been wreaking havoc in Yaoguang City recently," Duan Yi said coldly. "Oh, looks like you do watch the news. You know my name, huh? Why, are you scared? How about this? I can give you a chance.
Hand over all the money and treasures you have on you right now, and perhaps I can let you die quickly, without any pain," the black-robed man said with a cold smile.
"Sure enough, no matter which world or era, there will always be scum like this."
The man in the black robe before him was exactly like this. About 4 days ago, after finishing his cultivation, Duan Yi habitually turned on the TV and saw an urgent news broadcast.
A murderer suspected of multiple killings had appeared in Yaoguang City and was currently being hunted by the government.
The news revealed the characteristics of the murderer, who was a silver 2-star spirit card master accompanied by a powerful ghostly beast, the ghost shadow wolf. All signs indicated that the man before him was the wanted criminal. It's just that Duan Yi felt a bit unlucky after the government had been hunting for so long without catching them. How come he ran into them as soon as he stepped out, and in broad daylight no less?
It was truly unbelievable. What's the matter? Scared stiff? Can't even say a word? Or are you thinking about how to escape?
Sorry, don't even think about it. Any prey I set my sights on has only one path: death.
You won't be an exception. Go to hell.
As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, the ghostly shadow wolf behind him immediately leapt forward, transforming into a streak of black shadow. Then, 2 powerful wolf claws emitting green ghostly flames charged toward Duan Yi.
"Heh, kid, don't worry. My ghostly shadow wolf is fast and its attack is strong. You won't suffer suffered too much pain.
Watching as the two wolf claws were about to strike Duan-Yi, the black-robed man revealed a sinister smile.
The Ghost Clan's exotic beasts are natural assassins in the darkness, capable of utilizing all surrounding shadows to silently kill their prey. If it were nighttime now, the Ghost Clan's exotic beasts would be even more powerful.
In the black-robed man's eyes, the Duan-Yi before him was already a corpse. When Duan-Yi saw the two wolf claws, he wasn't too surprised. On the contrary, his gaze was extremely cold, and he decisively said, "Ice Soul Venomous Snake, use Ice Seal." The Ice Soul Venomous Snake, which had long been prepared for battle, immediately spewed a large amount of cold air from its mouth.
In an instant, the temperature in the entire alley plummeted, and ice began to form continuously.
The sudden chill caused the ghost Shadow Wolf's speed to slow down slightly. Duan-Yi immediately seized the opportunity and shouted, "This is the chance, unleash the freezing ray."
A blue wave of light instantly spewed from the mouth of the Ice Soul Venomous Snake, accurately hitting the phantom wolf and blasting it away.
How is this possible? The man in the black robe looked at his exotic beast being knocked away in an instant, his face full of shock.
It's just an ordinary exotic beast of green quality. How could it possess such powerful attack strength, even injuring my phantom wolf? This isn't right. This guy must have a problem. Looks like I need to get a bit more serious.
The man in the black robe raised his head, his gaze icy as he looked at Duan-Yi, and said coldly, "Kid, I admit I underestimated your strength, but do you really think you can defeat my ghost Shadow Wolf with your Ice Venom Serpent? I'm a silver-level spirit card master, and you're the one forcing me to show my truly terrifying power.
Don't wet your pants from fear."
As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, a powerful spiritual force erupted from his entire body, forcing Duan-Yi to retreat several steps. At the same time, the ghostly wolf stood up again, completely unscathed, with its aura continuously surging. Even the previously confident Ice Soul Venomous Snake now showed a serious expression. So this is the power of a silver-level spirit card master. No wonder they say that a silver-level spirit card master, even using a white-quality beast, can easily defeat a bronze-level spirit card master using a green-quality beast.
This is the gap in strength. Duan-Yi's expression showed a slight trace of seriousness at this moment.
Then, the green ghostly flames on the ghost Shadow Wolf's body suddenly burned fiercely, and the scorching heat instantly melted the ice blocks in the alley.
Ghostly flame jet.
A wave of green flame instantly shot out from the ghost Shadow Wolf's mouth, directly heading toward Duan-Yi. The frost venom snake naturally wouldn't let it succeed and immediately sprayed a freezing ray. The two collided, but unfortunately, although the frost venom snake was also a blue-quality exotic beast, Duan-Yi's own strength was far weaker than the black-robed man. Naturally, it couldn't withstand the ghost Shadow Wolf and was instantly struck by the green light wave and sent flying. This was also the first time the frost venom snake had sustained injuries since its evolution.
"Oh, you've surprised me a little again, actually able to withstand it?"
The black-robed man sneered and said, "Then let's see how you can handle this next one."
Ghostly fire whirlpool.
The ghostly fire on the Shadow Wolf's body suddenly erupted on a large scale, forming a massive vortex of flames.
"Looks like I'll have to use that card to kill you."
Duan-Yi's gaze turned cold, and a spirit card immediately appeared in his hand. Accompanied by a flash of blue light, the spirit card vanished.
Gravity magnetic field, activate.
As soon as Duan-Yi finished speaking, the ghost Shadow Wolf, which had been brewing a vortex of ghostly flames, was immediately suppressed by something forcibly interrupting its skill.
Its entire body was pulled to the ground.
Not only the ghost Shadow Wolf but the black-robed man on the opposite side was also affected. He was instantly restricted by immense gravity, rendering him completely immobile.
"What's going on? What did you do?" "Humph, it's not over yet. Gravity suppression," Duan-Yi immediately shouted.
The ghost Shadow Wolf, which was already stuck to the ground and struggling to move, now couldn't budge at all. Its expression was extremely pained, as if it was under immense pressure.
Could this be an environmental spirit card? How could there possibly be an environmental spirit card that controls gravity?
The man in the black robe was pinned to the ground, his face changed drastically, and he shouted in disbelief.
"Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. After killing so many people, it's time to pay the price." Duan-Yi calmly shouted, "Gravity release.
Ice Soul Venomous Snake, kill the two of them for me." Without the restriction of gravity, the Ice Soul Venomous Snake immediately began to move, its eyes filled with murderous intent as it charged toward the ghost Shadow Wolf and the man in the black robe. The man in the black robe revealed endless fear in his eyes, but the gravity suppression was simply too strong, making it impossible to escape. He could only watch helplessly as the bloodthirsty maw of the giant python lunged toward him.
Moments later,
in the small alley, only an ice sculpture frozen into a block of ice and a human corpse lying on the ground, its body entirely purple, remained. "Ice Soul Venomous Snake, shatter the Shadow Wolf," Duan-Yi said calmly. This black-robed man had taken the lives of countless innocents, and Duan-Yi showed no mercy. He commanded the Ice Soul Venomous Snake to use its venomous fangs to bite him to death.
With its master gone, the Shadow Wolf's strength was greatly diminished and was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture by the freezing ray.
As the massive tail of the Ice Soul Venomous Snake swung over, the ice sculpture shattered, and the Shadow wolf met its end.
Duan Yi skillfully took its blue quality beast core and immediately left the place.
You few, come with me. Just now, some residents reported sensing a strong spiritual energy fluctuation and hearing the sounds of a battle with a beast near the Hui Mansion trade market.
You all come with me to check it out.
After all, that notorious murderer has been frequently appearing in this area recently, and he still hasn't been caught.
If he kills another innocent person, it will truly cause panic. We absolutely cannot let him continue committing crimes. Everyone, pick up the pace.
The speaker at this moment was a man with a close-cropped black haircut, dressed in a military green uniform. He was none other than Lei Zhenghao, the captain of the 1st security team in Yaoguang City and a senior officer. He was a silver 4-star spirit card master, considered one of the top combat forces in Yaoguang City. Behind him stood about 5 or 6 ordinary officers, most of whom were at the level of silver 1-star. Upon hearing the captain's command, they immediately gathered together.
In unison, they shouted, "Yes." Then, under Lei Zhenghao's lead, they quickly ran toward the alley ahead where energy fluctuations were emanating.
By this time, Lin Ran had already left. After approximately 3 minutes, Lei Zhenghao led several ordinary officers to immediately surround the small alley. What met their eyes were the shattered remains of a strange beast, broken into pieces, and a black-robed man who had already died from poisoning, with a tragic and horrifying death. Captain Lei, this strange beast, frozen into an ice block and then shattered into pieces, appears to be a blue-quality ghost-type beast, the Phantom Wolf. And this deceased individual, draped in a black-gray robe, seems to have been poisoned by a snake-type strange beast, which directly damaged the brain's nervous system.
Moreover, it seems they experienced something extremely terrifying before death, resulting in a very tragic appearance.
There are also numerous traces of freezing in the alley, likely caused by a dual-attribute beast with ice and poison abilities. To be able to kill the Shadow Wolf, it must be a beast of blue quality or higher. This suggests that the spirit card master is at least of silver level strength. It's just that the identity of the deceased is still being confirmed. Lei Zhenghao stood to the side, listening to his subordinates report the news. Upon hearing about the Shadow Wolf and the black-gray robe, his pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly approached to take a closer look at the black-robed figure, hurriedly pulling back the sleeve of the robe, and indeed found a lightning strike wound. Then Lei Zhenghao understood everything and said, "No need to confirm. The one with the ghostly wolf dressed in a black-gray robe, and with scars on his arm from lightning strikes, this person is the wanted criminal, Jiang Wei."
What? That murderous fiend is actually dead?
My god, we've been investigating for so long without finding him, and he ends up mysteriously dead in some alley.
Who could have done this? Indeed, to be able to kill Jiang Wei, it seems this person's strength is extraordinary.
Now, at last, our Yaoguang City can finally have peace.
Unfortunately, we don't know who did it, so there's no way to award the bonus.
Looking at the officers under his command, one by one relaxing, Lei Zhenghao also let out a slight sigh of relief. But as their captain, Lei Zhenghao only relaxed for a moment before immediately tensing up again. No, we must find out who this spirit card master is that killed Jiang Wei. If Jiang Wei accidentally provoked a master and was counter-killed, then it wouldn't matter much. But if he encountered some other evil person and was double-crossed, that would be a major problem. The officers around immediately tensed up again, fully agreeing with what the captain had said. Here's the plan: leave 2 people here to clean up the scene, and the rest of you go retrieve surveillance footage from around this alley or ask nearby residents if they've seen anyone suspicious. Lei Zhenghao quickly issued the order. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. After receiving their orders, the officers left 2 people behind while the others immediately departed from the area. Lei Zhenghao, on the other hand, carefully observed the small alley several more times. The walls in this small alley showed almost no visible damage, yet the black-robed man possessed silver 2-star strength, and the ghost Shadow Wolf was a blue-quality ghostly beast of the demon clan, with extremely formidable power. Normally, when fighting with others, the surrounding buildings should suffer extensive damage, but here, there is almost no destruction, only some traces of freezing and scorching. As for ghost Shadow Wolf, it died in a very miserable way, frozen into an ice sculpture and then shattered, which is equivalent to being directly dismembered. The man in the black robe met the same fate, cruelly poisoned to death. To achieve this without damaging the surrounding buildings, it can only mean that the spirit card master who acted has a strength that completely overwhelms the man in the black robe, likely killing him instantly.
How many people in Yaoguang City can achieve this? Could it be an outsider spirit card master? If it's an outsider, then it really could be a bit dangerous.
After thinking for a while, Lei Zhenghao quickly left the small alley. On the other side,
Duan Yi had already taken a taxi and returned to his home.
During the earlier battle with the man in the black robe, some time was delayed. By the time Duan Yi returned home, it was already past 1, nearing 2 o'clock.
Although some time was delayed, Duan Yi truly experienced the terrifying power of the gravitational magnetic field. Blue-quality exotic beasts could be suppressed. This was something Duan Yi already knew. However, even silver-level spirit card masters could be suppressed. This was something Duan Yi had never expected. He originally thought that after suppressing the ghost Shadow Wolf, he could first kill the man in the black robe.
robe. But unexpectedly, the man in the black robe was suppressed as well, greatly saving time.
Duan Yi had also roughly figured out the current capabilities of the gravity magnetic field. Its limit should be silver-level spirit card masters and blue-quality exotic beasts. Beyond this level, it probably wouldn't have much effect. Of course, this point has not yet been confirmed by Duan Yi and needs to be tested in practice later. As soon as he stepped into the house, Duan Yi smelled the delicious aroma of food. The food is already heated up. Hurry over and eat. Duan Yi had already been hungry earlier, so while in the taxi, he asked his mother to heat up the food. Coming, Duan Yi quickly rushed to the kitchen, washed his hands, and then sat at the dining table, enjoying the delicious food. Soon, Duan Yi finished everything. After tidying up, he immediately took out all the exotic beast meat he had just purchased at the trade market from his storage ring and placed it on the table. Li Chen, who had just finished washing the dishes and utensils, came out and was completely stunned when she saw these things. Is this exotic beast meat? Li Chen rubbed her eyes and said in shock. Yes, I just went to the trade market to shop. This is wild bull meat, this is mountain rock horn sheep meat, this is pearl chicken, and these green vegetables are spiritual vegetables. They should be enough for us to eat for a long time. Duan Yi smiled and said, this must have cost quite a bit, right? Li Chen picked up a piece of wild bull meat and asked, there isn't much left, and besides, I'm at a critical moment right now. Naturally, I need to nourish myself well. This way, I can have a better chance of getting into a prestigious spirit card master university. Duan Yi said excitedly. That's true. There should be about 20 days left until the college entrance exam. Don't worry, Mom will definitely make sure to nourish you properly. While the two were talking, Duan Lingqing also returned. When he saw the exotic beast meat on the table, he was momentarily stunned. Subsequently, after Duan Yi's explanation, Duan Lingqing immediately burst into laughter. Replenish. Of course, we need to replenish. Son, don't worry. During this time, you just focus on cultivating properly. Leave all these things to us. Duan Lingqing patted his chest and said, Imemvum. Duan Yi nodded and immediately went upstairs. After returning to the room, Duan Yi did not start cultivating right away but was instead pondering something. The image of the gravitational magnetic field's attributes once again appeared in his mind. It did not specify exactly what level of exotic beasts or spirit card masters it could affect. So Duan Yi's eyes lit up, just like last time in the school's treasure pavilion, and in his mind, he called out to the system again. Can you show the current limits of the gravitational magnetic field's capabilities? Duan Yi tentatively asked a question, not expecting to actually receive a response from the system. Detecting the limits of the gravitational magnetic field environment spirit card. Detection successful. The current gravitational magnetic field is at the green quality level, which can only affect exotic beasts of blue quality or below, as well as spirit card masters below silver 3-star. The system's emotionless voice echoed in Duan Yi's mind. Wow, it really can detect the limit, Duan Yi shouted excitedly. Originally, I thought I might have to go out and test it myself, but now it seems completely unnecessary. What the system mentioned is roughly the same as Duan Yi's own speculation. The only difference is that Duan Yi thought that spirit card masters from silver 1-star to 5-star would all be suppressed by the gravitational magnetic field. However, in reality, the limit only affects spirit card masters below silver 3-star. But even so, for the current Duan Yi, this environmental spirit card of the gravitational magnetic field is still the strongest fallback, as long as it allows Duan Yi to remain undefeated when facing spirit card masters below silver 3-star. This is definitely good news for Duan Yi, who is about to take the entrance exam for the prestigious Linkashi University. At the very least, it might prevent Duan Yi from being bullied by those arrogant students after entering university. After thoroughly understanding the current limits of the gravitational magnetic field, Duan Yi didn't think much further. He summoned the ice soul venomous snake and fed it 3 pellets of feed, filling its stomach. He then entered a state of cultivation, his body instinctively performing one set of Xiantianju movements after another. Time flew by, and evening arrived in the blink of an eye. Due to Duan Yi purchasing a lot of exotic beast meat, tonight's dinner was hot pot. Li Qian sliced the exotic beast meat and arranged it on plates, then placed them on the table. At the same time, there were also many spiritual vegetables placed nearby. In the center of the table, a hot pot was lit, and the aroma of the broth immediately drifted into Duan Yi's room. At this moment, Duan Yi had already finished practicing Xiantianju. He had just taken a hot bath and came out, immediately catching the aroma of hot pot base. Without even waiting for Li Qian to call him down for dinner, Duan Yi quickly got dressed and ran downstairs. Smells so good, Duan Yi said excitedly. For a while, I really didn't know how to cook the exotic beast meat. After thinking it over, I decided hot pot would be best. This way, we can also maximize the preservation of the spiritual energy in the exotic beast meat. Xiaoyi, what do you think? Li Qian said with a smile, looking at Duan Yi. Great, that's fantastic. Hot pot is the best. Duan Yi nodded repeatedly and said. Duan Lingqing, who was beside him, was also very excited at this moment. After all, this
This was precious exotic beast meat, something rarely eaten in everyday life, so he naturally appeared very happy.
Almost ready, let's dig in.
Li Qian put some of the exotic beast meat and spiritual vegetables into the pot to cook. After a few minutes, seeing the father and son who were already drooling with anticipation, she said,
"Come on, son." And so, Duan Yi's family immediately started eating.
Because the exotic beast meat was so incredibly delicious, the three of them ate to their heart's content. This dinner lasted nearly 3 hours, and they thoroughly enjoyed it. During the meal, Duan Yi even accompanied his father for a few drinks. At this point, both father and son had slightly flushed cheeks.
My son has really made me proud.
Ranked first on the Yaoguang 3rd High School's elite list. If I tell my colleagues about this, they'll be absolutely green with envy.
Xiaoyi, do you know?
My former boss, his son was only ranked 15th on the Yaoguang 2nd High School's elite list, and he would still strut around all day.
But what does that matter? My son is ranked first at Yaoguang 3rd High School. He's definitely getting into a prestigious spirit card master university.
Ha 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 ha. Fueled by alcohol and the series of extremely exciting news over the past few days, Duan Lingqing began to revel in his pride. Aya, give it a rest. Don't embarrass yourself in front of your son. Just go back to sleep. Li Qian, seeing Duan Lingqing's drunken state, immediately helped him into the room. She then quickly went downstairs and began tidying up. Although Duan Yi had also drunk quite a bit, due to his higher cultivation level, alcohol no longer affected him much. While he still felt a little groggy, his mind remained clear. After helping his mother clean up the dining table, he returned to his room.
The next day,
since today is Sunday and there isn't much to do, Duan Yi decided not to go out.
These past few days should have been enough to digest everything. It's a good time to summon you and see if you've grown a bit. So Duan Yi immediately summoned the mighty snow ape.
As soon as the giant snow ape appeared, Duan Yi was instantly stunned and couldn't help but rub his eyes with both hands.
No way,
just digesting 2 ice crystal stones made you grow this much bigger?
Duan Yi said in surprise.
Duan Yi was so shocked because the juvenile giant snow ape, which was originally only about 30 centimeters tall, had now grown to over 1 meter, nearly 2 meters.
Moreover, its aura had gradually become stronger. It was evident that after absorbing those 2 ice crystals, the giant snow ape had gained considerable power. Thus, Duan Yi immediately activated the system's attribute panel to take another look at the current giant snow ape. Beast name, Giant Snow Ape. Exotic beast species / attribute, beast / ice type, strength type. Exotic beast ability, ground wave punch. Exotic beast status, growing, growth phase. Evolution path, 2 routes. Ordinary evolution, collect 1 power crystal, 10 giant force herbs, and 100 green quality beast cores to evolve it into a blue quality exotic beast titan ice ape. Powerful evolution, collect 2 power crystals, 20 giant force herbs, and 100 green quality beast cores to evolve it into a titan ice ape. Note, the quality of the exotic beast is random, with a chance of a critical hit during evolution, enhancing the beast's quality. It's already directly in its growth stage. Duan Yi exclaimed immediately upon seeing the attribute panel.
It should be noted that in this world, the states of exotic beasts are divided into 3 categories: infant, growth, and maturity. Only upon reaching maturity does an exotic beast possess its full strength and the ability to continue evolving further. And this powerful snow ape, after consuming 2 ice crystal stones, directly reached its growth phase. Although it hasn't fully matured yet, it has at least gained a certain level of combat power. With proper cultivation for a period of time, it can reach maturity, and then it will be able to evolve.
The powerful snow ape is now full of energy. After being summoned by Duan Yi, it was very excited, running around the room. Are you eager to fight? No, not yet. Just a little more time. Once you've fully grown, you can fight properly.
The giant snow ape of today, although not yet fully mature, is no longer the small cub it once was. It now has a body size of over 1 meter, approaching 2 meters. Even if one wanted to pat its head again, it's now a bit inconvenient.
However, the giant snow ape still clings closely to Duan Yi, half-squatting, and enjoying Duan Yi's caresses. There are only 20 days left until the college entrance exams.
If you grow stronger by then, getting into a prestigious spirit card master university will be a sure thing. Since today is Sunday and there's no school, I'll head to the Hui Mansion trade market this afternoon to see if I can find any ice crystal stones or other ice element materials for you. By the way, I'll help you buy the remaining 30 or so green quality beast cores as well.
That way, you can just wait for your evolution.
After making up his mind, Duan Yi summoned the giant snow ape back.
He then got dressed, informed his parents, and took a taxi to the Hui Mansion trade market.
However, Duan Yi's target this time was no longer the small stalls outside, as he had already seen most of them yesterday and there wasn't anything particularly new or interesting. So, Duan Yi chose to go directly to the mall inside today.
Although the items there are a bit more expensive, they are relatively comprehensive.
He could buy the remaining 30 plus green quality beast cores and also take the opportunity to see if there were any ice crystals or similar items.
Soon, Duan Yi arrived at the mall.
This mall was extremely large, with a total of 3 floors. The structure was basically the same as the small stalls outside. The first floor was for selling exotic beast meat. The second floor sells various items related to exotic beasts. The third floor, on the other hand, sells exotic beast spirit cards, weapon spirit cards, or some peculiar spirit cards. What piqued Duanyi's curiosity, however, was that the mall seemed to be hosting some kind of event. In the center of the first floor, there was a large stage set up, surrounded by many security guards, as if a competition was taking place. Seems lively over there, let's go take a look. Since the items purchased were not very urgent and were generally available, Duanyi decided to join in the fun. Exotic beast status, healthy. Evolution route, 2 paths. Oh dear, what a pity. This young man has failed the challenge. I wonder if there's another spirit card master willing to step up and take on the challenge. Of course, this event is specifically for spirit card masters below the silver level. Unfortunately, those above this level cannot participate. As long as you can successfully complete the challenge, you'll receive a super grand prize. On the stage stood a host dressed in dazzling gold, passionately narrating. Meanwhile, a large crowd of spectators gathered below, hesitating and not daring to step forward. I mean, this rule makes it practically impossible for anyone to succeed in the challenge, right? That silver helm beast is a rare steel creature with wind attributes. Although it's of green quality, the spirit card master controlling it has reached bronze 5-star. Without a silver level spirit card master stepping in, how could anyone possibly win? Besides, since the event started, you haven't revealed what the grand prize actually is. If we go through all the trouble to win, and you just give us something random, wouldn't that be a huge loss for us? I think this event is just a scam, totally pointless. Let's go, let's go. I think so too. It's so insincere, and we don't even know who organized it. Let's go, let's go. Let's check out the stalls outside and see if there's anything good. The many spectators who had originally gathered were now leaving one after another. However, due to the large flow of people in the Hui Mansion trade market, as some left, new arrivals naturally came to the scene. Upon noticing the event taking place, they were immediately drawn in. Off to the side, Duanyi, through the earlier exchanges between those people and the host's explanation, roughly understood what the event was about. It seemed to involve going up to challenge that burly man. As long as you defeated him, you could win a grand prize. However, this event was indeed quite tricky, as the grand prize was not disclosed. Coupled with the fact that the man's strength was quite formidable, it was no wonder those earlier spectators had been complaining. If it weren't for the curiosity about how strong this silver-helmed beast really is, Duanyi would have wanted to leave by now. Isn't it just a silver-helmed beast? Look how scared you all are. Watch how I defeat it. From the crowd of onlookers, a handsome young man suddenly stepped forward. He was dressed in a white shirt and light blue jeans, standing about 1.8 meters tall, looking every bit like a male idol. His appearance caused many spectators present to exclaim in surprise. It was evident that this guy also had quite a good reputation in Yaoguang City. Someone went up. That guy looks so familiar. Yeah, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He looks quite confident. Is there anyone around here who knows him? Some of the clueless spectators glanced around and said, "You don't recognize him? He's from Yaoguang First High School, ranked 4th on the school's influential figures list. At such a young age, he's already reached the cultivation level of bronze 3-star. And he also has a very powerful exotic beast in his possession, said to be a ghost clan's exotic beast. Although it's of green quality, it's far stronger than ordinary green quality exotic beasts. That's right, I'm his classmate. His strength is extremely formidable within the school. Although he's ranked 4th, he's actually not much different from the top 3. Some spectators who knew this white-clothed youth quickly began to explain. Cut it out. After all that talk, it's still just bronze 3 stars? The other side is bronze 5 stars and also a rare race of exotic beast. I bet this is just another cannon fodder. I predict it won't last 5 rounds before being defeated. Just another guy going up there to get beaten. After all, there had been stronger contestants than this white-clad youth before, and they were all mercilessly defeated. Could this youth, who was merely a student, really stand a chance? Enough with the chatter, just summon the exotic beast already. If you can defeat my silver helm beast, you will naturally receive a very generous reward. The robust man on the stage didn't waste any words and directly asked the white-clad youth to summon his beast. He silently commanded the silver helm beast to step forward. This was a humanoid beast covered entirely in silver armor, holding a large iron sword in its hand, its gaze coldly fixed on the white-clad youth opposite. Exotic beast name, silver helm beast. Exotic beast race/attribute, steel creature/wind element. Exotic beast abilities, iron body, windbreaker/. Exotic beast status, calm, healthy. Steel creatures, indeed, seem to be much stronger than ordinary beast clan exotic beasts, especially with that layer of armor on their bodies, which ensures they possess very strong defensive capabilities, coupled with that man's bronze 5-star cultivation, with the restriction that only those below the silver level can participate. It's no wonder no one has been able to defeat him so far. Duanyi quickly saw the attributes of the silver-armored beast through the system's attribute panel and sighed slightly. It's just a steel creature. Does it really think
it's invincible? Today, let me teach you how to behave properly. The young man in white was extremely arrogant, seemingly indifferent to the robust man's cultivation level and the so-called steel creature. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a spirit card emitting a faint blue glow appeared. The spirit card immediately transformed into a dark shadow, and a shadow fiend emerged on the stage. Look, it's a shadow fiend, a very powerful ghost-type exotic beast. It also possesses wind attributes, which, combined with the ghost-type characteristics, make it incredibly fast. Against this clumsy silver helm beast, it indeed has a significant advantage. No wonder this young man can be so confident. It seems there might really be hope for victory. This way, we can also see what exactly the so-called grand gift will be. Some of the crowd who originally didn't pay attention to the boy in white now began exclaiming in surprise. Moreover, this boy in white is a well-known figure at Yaogwon First High School. Naturally, many students from Yaogwon First High School were now spontaneously shouting the boy's name. Go for it, Yao Feng! Go for it, Yao Feng! When Duani saw that the white-clad youth had summoned a shadow demon as his beast, his pupils instantly contracted. Recalling the night he became part of the system, it was when he was attacked by a wild shadow fiend. It was indeed extremely dangerous at the time, but fortunately, the timely arrival of the guard squad killed it. Otherwise, Duani would have lost his life. Although the shadow fiend is strong and fast, it doesn't necessarily mean it would win against this silver helm beast. After all, its defense is incredibly powerful. Even if you're fast, you still need to find a way to break through its defense, otherwise, everything is out of the question. Moreover, this silver helm beast also possesses wind attributes, so its speed might not actually be that slow. The battle between the two sides quickly began. At the beginning, the shadow demon indeed held a significant advantage, using the skilled demonic mist to release a large amount of black fog, then utilizing the ghost clan's ability to hide in the darkness. At the same time, it leveraged its wind-based speed to continuously unleash wind shadow claws on the silver-helmed beast, catching it off guard. Due to its slower speed, it was unable to counterattack. It could only endure silently. However, due to the extremely strong defense of the steel creature, the shadow fiend was very fast, but its weakness was also quite apparent. Its attack power was relatively weak. After several attacks, it only left a few claw marks on the silver helm beast's armor without actually injuring it. The sturdy man seemed very calm as well, showing no signs of panic despite being unable to hit the shadow fiend. Your strength is impressive, but if you want to defeat me, you're still a bit lacking. You should go back and learn more about how to counter steel creatures, the sturdy man said calmly at this moment. At the same time, the silver-helmed beast, which had not had any opportunity before, suddenly had a glint of brilliance flash in its eyes. The large iron sword in its hand immediately emitted a brown glow, and then it slashed toward a certain direction within the black mist. The shadow fiend, which had been preparing to continue its sneak attack on the silver-helmed beast, was struck by a single sword slash and sent flying off the stage. Its pitch-black body now bore a deep sword wound, from which a large amount of black blood continuously flowed. The entire audience was completely caught off guard. They had originally thought that the steel creature had strong defenses, but there must be a limit, right? Surely, under such a frenzied assault by the shadow fiend, it wouldn't be able to hold out. But unexpectedly, the silver-helmed beast endured it head-on, even figuring out the shadow fiend's attack pattern, and swiftly killed the shadow fiend with a single strike. What the heck? What's the point of competing anymore? Even an attack of the shadow fiend's level couldn't harm the silver-helmed beast. I think without a silver-level spirit card master controlling a blue-quality exotic beast, there's absolutely no hope. This is so boring. Bringing in such a powerful exotic beast but not allowing spirit card masters above silver level to compete. How could anyone possibly succeed in the challenge? Too deceptive. Not interesting. I'm leaving. Due to the crushing defeat of the young man in white, a large portion of the audience left. After being mercilessly defeated, the young man in white recalled his earlier words and felt deeply ashamed. He immediately summoned back the shadow demon and left the scene. Subsequently, the host stepped onto the stage again, continuing to explain the competition rules and the exciting prizes, unknowingly attracting another wave of spectators. Due to consecutive failures in the challenges, the crowd of onlookers present had almost completely lost interest. Under such circumstances, the host had no choice but to step onto the stage again. Picking up the microphone, he said, "Perhaps many of you don't understand why the final gift isn't being revealed, but I can assure you of one thing. This gift is highly appealing to the vast majority of people here, especially to many of the students who are already in their senior year of high school and approaching the college entrance exams." In order to attract people to take on the challenge, the host revealed a bit of information about the gift, but this little piece of news still failed to spark the interest of the crowd present. I mean, you guys are really insincere, setting up such a difficult challenge without clearly stating what the reward is. Going up there just means getting beaten. Who would willingly seek out such abuse? Exactly. If the reward were truly enticing, it might attract people. What difference does it make whether you reveal it or not? Or how about relaxing the competition rules a bit, allowing silver-level spirit card masters to participate? That would make things much easier. Many people in the crowd
crowd began to jeer at this moment, and some who weren't interested at all simply turned their heads and left. The area beside the stage, which was originally packed with people, had now lost a third of the crowd, and it seemed like more than half would soon leave. Even Duan-E, who had been watching for a short while, lost interest. He planned to go up, purchase a green quality beast core and some ice attribute materials, and then head home. Looking at the severe loss of the crowd, the host became anxious and quickly picked up the microphone, saying, "In that case, let's announce the final reward here." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd that had originally intended to leave immediately stopped in their tracks and gathered around again. Duan-E was about to enter the elevator, but upon hearing that the reward was about to be announced, he became a bit interested and decided to keep watching. "I know that right now, all of you must be very curious about this final reward. Then I will reveal it now. First of all, many of you present should know what a secret realm is, right?" the host asked rhetorically. A man below immediately said, "Of course we know. It's a place similar to spatial rifts, except that it has been fully developed and forcibly relocated to another place using powerful spacetime attribute beasts, becoming a private secret realm." "That's correct. Very well answered." The host smiled slightly and continued speaking. "In our Yaoguang city, there are a total of 4 known secret realms, with Yaoguang number 1 High School, number 2 High School, and number 3 High School each possessing one. The last secret realm, however, is controlled by the Hui Mansion Group, and today's final event reward is related to this secret realm." Everyone knows that there are less than 20 days left until the annual college entrance examination. To improve the success rate of our Yaoguang city students getting into prestigious universities, and to help them excel in university later, the Hui Mansion Group has decided to open this secret realm to the public in 7 days. Since this secret realm is controlled by the Hui Mansion Group, it is naturally not open for free access. Entry is limited to third-year high school students, and only those spirit card masters whose cultivation level has not reached the silver rank are eligible to enter. Of course, the secret realm is privately owned by the Huifu Group, so it's impossible to allow too many people to enter. The original plan was for 10 people to enter, so the Huifu Group only sent invitation letters to some prominent families in Yaoguang City. Originally, there were no plans to open up spots to the public, but considering that there are also many exceptionally gifted students in ordinary families, the Huifu Group added 2 more spots. Anyone who can defeat this strong man will earn the qualification to enter the secret realm. You must know that the Huifu Group's secret realm is very different from the school's secret realm. The school's secret realm, due to its frequent openings, doesn't have particularly good resources left. However, the Huifu Group's secret realm is private and normally not open to outsiders. The treasures inside can be said to be everywhere. As long as you can get in, even with the worst luck, you can still obtain some very impressive treasures, or even seal a powerful exotic beast. Moreover, all these treasures or exotic beasts will belong entirely to the individual, and the Huifu Group won't take anything. As soon as the host finished speaking, the entire venue immediately erupted in excitement. Originally, everyone thought this event was just a gimmick, but no one expected the final reward to be the qualification to enter the secret realm. Especially for the many senior high school students present, their expressions were even more excited. After all, the prominent families in Yaoguang City are just a handful, and for the vast majority of people, they didn't even know that the Hui Group was going to open the secret realm to the public. Although I have never been inside, I have more or less heard some things about the Hui Mansion Group's secret realm. There are indeed many precious treasures and rare, powerful exotic beasts inside. So once it was confirmed that the final reward was the qualification to enter the secret realm, it instantly sparked the desire of the audience present to take on the challenge. Especially the senior students present, even though they knew it would be difficult to succeed, they still wanted to give it a try. After all, this was a rare opportunity, and missing it would truly be something to regret. Of course, present at the scene, besides these senior high school students, were also many parents. Many of them had cultivation levels higher than these students, though not very strong, but still meeting the conditions of being below the silver level. For the sake of their children obtaining this rare opportunity, these parents naturally stepped forward to take action. In no time, a long queue formed, with each person taking turns to challenge the robust man. As for the robust man's exotic beast, it was truly powerful. Despite going through so many rounds of battles, it showed no signs of fatigue or injury, and instead grew braver with each fight. Of course, a large part of the reason is due to the characteristics of the steel creature, a type of exotic beast. Its natural defense is overwhelmingly strong, making it very difficult for ordinary exotic beasts to break through its defenses, which means it rarely gets injured. Seeing so many people taking on the challenge, the host also breathed a huge sigh of relief. After all, these 2 spots were meant to be given away, and if no one succeeded in the challenge, wouldn't that be quite awkward? At this moment, Duan-E was completely stunned upon hearing this information. Wow, I didn't expect there to be such a great opportunity. Isn't it just a steel creature? Watch how I defeat it. Duan-E originally had no interest at all, but now, in order to qualify for entering the secret realm, he had no choice but to take action. Although it was stipulated that silver-level spirit card masters could not participate, anticipate. Duani was not a silver-level spirit card master, he was merely a bronze 1-star. However, Duani had a significant advantage, which was that his Ice Soul Venomous Snake was already a blue-quality exotic beast, something only silver-level spirit card masters could control. Although the opposing Silver Helm beast was indeed very strong among green-quality exotic beasts, no matter how strong it was still just a green-quality exotic beast. When facing the blue-quality exotic beast Ice Soul Venomous Snake, defeating it was still quite easy.
So Duani, after making up his mind, immediately stood at the back of the queue, waiting silently.
During the queuing process, the silver-helmed beast remained undefeated. The burly man didn't even bother watching the matches, he merely glanced briefly at the summoned exotic beasts of his opponents and then paid no further attention, because most of them were defeated in an instant. Of course, there were some formidable challengers. At present, a green-quality rock tribe exotic beast was battling against the silver-helmed beast in the arena. If we talk about defensive power, the rock-type exotic beasts are indeed very strong, but compared to the steel creatures with extreme defense, they are still slightly weaker.
However, the rock-type exotic beasts have a very powerful advantage, which is the ability to utilize soil or surrounding rocks to enhance their strength.
But now, they are fighting on a stage where there is no soil or rocks at all.
Moreover, this spirit card master does not have a corresponding environmental spirit card, so they were quickly defeated.
After this match, the Silver Helm beast did not immediately engage in battle. Instead, under the call of the robust man, it returned to his side, took a pill, and then continued to the next round of the competition. It was obvious that the battle with the rock-type exotic beast earlier had drained some stamina. Since it wouldn't affect the upcoming fight, the Silver Helm beast promptly recovered its strength. Just like that, after more than half an hour had passed, it was finally Duani's turn to take the stage.
The Silver Helm beast is ridiculously strong.
Losing to it is one thing, but to still maintain a perfect condition after fighting for so long is just unbelievable.
I think this reward probably won't be given out. If they were truly sincere, they would definitely lower the rules. Otherwise, who could possibly win? Look, another student went up. Judging by the looks of it, they're probably another cannon fodder blinded by the reward.
Sigh, I hope they can change the rules, otherwise, there's no way to win. Summon it, no need for more words. The sturdy man said coldly after seeing Duani step onto the stage. He didn't even glance at Duani, as if he believed this student before him had no chance of winning at all.
I wonder if such hard steel armor can withstand the freezing of my Ice Soul Venomous Snake. Duani smiled faintly and summoned the Ice Soul Venomous Snake.
As soon as the Ice Soul Venomous Snake appeared, the temperature of the entire venue immediately plummeted, and ice began to form on the stage floor.
What the heck? What's going on? It's just an Ice Soul Venomous Snake. Why does it carry such powerful cold energy?
This Ice Soul Venomous Snake's aura also seems off.
Why does it feel like a blue-quality exotic beast?
No, that spirit card master is only at the bronze level, probably around bronze 1-star. It must have undergone a mutation during evolution, gaining power beyond green quality.
But it's still green quality in the end.
I don't think it can last more than a few rounds. When the Ice Soul Venomous Snake appeared, the audience let out a series of exclamations but gradually quieted down, feeling that the chances of victory were still slim.
But the sturdy man opposite did not think so.
The moment he saw the Ice Soul Venomous Snake appear, his entire expression immediately changed. From initial indifference, it turned into a serious, even somewhat excited mood.
Look quickly,
that cold-faced man, his expression has actually changed.
Is he seriously watching that young man?
My goodness, since the start of the event, that strong man has never shown such an expression.
Could it be that the young boy is really impressive? That doesn't seem right. No matter how you look at it,
that young boy only has the cultivation of a bronze 1-star.
No matter how strong the Ice Soul Venomous Snake is, how strong could it possibly be? This is truly too strange.
The audience present at the scene was extremely curious about the change in the strong man's expression.
Finally, someone capable has arrived.
The robust man said to Duani, "Kid, your Ice Soul Venomous Snake is very powerful, so don't let me down."
"Don't worry, I definitely won't let you down," Duani said with a slight smile. "Then let's begin. Silver Helm Beast, activate Steel Body."
As the robust man gave a command, the silver-helmed beast immediately emitted a brown glow, and the steel armor on its body instantly became shiny, appearing extremely sturdy.
Ice Soul Serpent, Ice Sealing Technique.
Although the silver-helmed beast had already activated its steel body, greatly enhancing its defense, it was ultimately just a green-quality exotic beast.
It relied on the bronze 5-star cultivation of its spirit card master to maintain an almost undefeated record. However, for the blue-quality Ice Soul Serpent, it was clearly still not enough.
If the spirit card master controlling the silver helm beast is at the silver level, even if it's just silver 1-star, the silver helm beast would become even more powerful. At that point, even if Duani were controlling the Ice Soul Soul venomous snake, it would be impossible to defeat it.
However, since the Secret Realm qualification is meant to be given away, it naturally couldn't involve an impossible challenge. This is what gave Duan-E the opportunity to succeed.
As a wave of cold and heat was exhaled from the mouth of the Ice Soul venomous snake, the previously confident Silver Helm Beast was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture.
No way, the Silver Helm Beast, even after activating its steel body, was directly frozen by the Ice Soul venomous snake? What kind of freak is this guy's Ice Soul venomous snake? When witnessing the scene unfold on the field, some excited spectators couldn't help but shout out directly. Is it just freezing? That's not enough. Silver Helm Beast, break the ice for me.
The robust man, after all, possessed the cultivation level of bronze 5 stars and was much older than Duan-E. Although he was deeply surprised, he immediately responded. However, once the Ice Soul venomous snake was frozen, how could Duan-E possibly let this opportunity slip away? An extremely powerful blue light wave began to gather in the mouth of the Ice Soul venomous snake. Immediately afterward, it shot out in an instant, directly hitting the Silver Helm Beast. The power of the freezing beam is truly formidable, not only piercing through the Silver Helm Beast in one strike but also shattering all the ice on its body. If the Silver Helm Beast hadn't activated its iron body earlier, coupled with its innate strong defense, it would probably have been killed already.
However, after taking this hit from the Ice Soul Viper, the Silver Helm Beast no longer had any combat ability.
After letting out a painful roar, it collapsed to the ground. The entire audience fell silent instantly, and no one said a word. The onlooking crowd stared at the fallen Silver Helm Beast, their eyes filled with shock, especially since some of them had been watching here for a long time. They had seen many powerful exotic beasts, all of which were instantly defeated by the Silver Helm Beast, including exotic beasts from the Ghost Clan and the Rock Clan. These rare species of exotic beasts had all been defeated by the Silver Helm Beast, yet now it had been instantly killed by an Ice Soul venomous snake? The Silver Helm Beast was instantly killed? My goodness, that guy's Ice Soul venomous snake is way too strong. Could it be a mutated beast? Or is it actually not an Ice Soul venomous snake at all, just something that looks similar? That's possible.
That boy looks like a student. I wonder which school he excels at. Does anyone here recognize him?
No, but he's definitely not from Yaoguang First High School.
He's not from Yaoguang Second High either. I haven't seen him at school. Damn, then that only leaves Yaoguang Third High? That's not right.
The famous ones from Yaoguang Third High are just those 2 or 3 people.
When did this boy show up? There were also many students who failed the challenge below.
Since the Hui Mansion Trade Market is in the city center, the families living here generally have pretty good conditions, so most of them attend Yaoguang First High or Second High. As for Yaoguang No. 3 High School, on one hand, the school is no longer in the city center and is relatively remote. Additionally, a significant portion of the students attending Yaoguang No. 3 High School come from families with modest conditions. Therefore, it is rare for them to visit the Huifu Trade Market for shopping.
At this moment, these students were all speculating about Duan-Yi's identity, but they still couldn't believe that Duan-Yi could be a student of Yaoguang No. 3 High School.
After all, in their eyes, apart from the well-known Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue, the rest of the students at Yaoguang No. 3 High School were simply unimpressive.
How could there possibly be such a powerful student? Congratulations!
The sturdy man, upon seeing the Silver Helm Beast already collapsed on the ground, did not appear angry. On the contrary, he was quite calm.
After retrieving the Silver Helm Beast, he looked at Duan-Yi with an appreciative gaze. You're too kind. Duan-Yi smiled faintly, then withdrew the Ice Soul venomous snake and asked, where can I collect the invitation to the secret realm?
Here. The nearby host excitedly ran toward Duan-Yi, took out a small card from his pocket, handed it to Duan-Yi, and said, this is the invitation to the secret realm. We welcome this young friend to come to the Hui Mansion Group in 7 days.
Duan-Yi took the small card and asked, may I know how long one can stay in the secret realm?
A week. Of course, if you feel the time is too long, you can leave at any time by crushing the teleportation hand token, the host explained with a smile.
Got it.
Duan-Yi was slightly shocked upon hearing that he could stay for 7 days. After all, in the school's secret realm, the maximum stay was only 3 days. Moreover, the secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group was not only better than the academies but also allowed for a longer stay. Without a doubt, one could obtain plenty of good things there. Duan-Yi thanked the host and the sturdy man, then directly stepped off the stage. Then he walked straight into the elevator, heading to the second floor of the mall to purchase the materials he needed. And this was just one spot. There was still another spot that hadn't been given away. The crowd below, upon seeing Duan-Yi receive the secret realm invitation, had eyes filled with intense excitement. If at first they thought this was an impossible task, now it seemed there was a chance to succeed. Moreover, they will not break their promise and can truly grant the qualification to enter the secret realm. Everyone has seen it. As long as you can defeat this strong man, you can obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm.
Now, there is only one spot left. Is anyone tempted?
The host picked up the microphone and spoke enthusiastically.
Still want to challenge the strong man? Hasn't that silver helmeted beast already been injured? Could it be that he has
other powerful exotic beasts? The crowd present was a bit surprised when they heard the host say the challenge was still against the strongman. Great, the silver helm beast has already been defeated. This strongman probably won't have any more powerful exotic beasts, so the second spot should be much easier to obtain. Yeah, that's great. That means we should thank the guy from earlier even more. In the crowd, a few clever students suddenly began to get excited, but facts proved that the challenge wouldn't be so simple. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the robust man once again summoned a silver helm beast, identical to the previous one. Seeing the second lively silver helm beast appear, the people present immediately fell into despair. They had thought the next exotic beast couldn't possibly be another silver helm beast, but now it seemed they had completely overthought it. After all, the prize was the precious qualification to enter the secret realm, so how could there possibly be any chance for opportunistic tricks? But due to Duan Yi's earlier success, many people were still signing up to participate. At this moment, Duan Yi had already walked into a shop on the second floor of the mall. This shop primarily sold beast cores. Although it mainly sold beast cores, it only offered those below blue quality. As for beast cores of blue quality or higher, such as purple or orange quality beast cores, there wasn't a single one. Moreover, there weren't many blue quality beast cores either, and they were very expensive, with each one costing nearly 400,000, far exceeding the price Duan Yi had paid to the black-robed man at the time. However, upon careful thought, Duan Yi realized that it made sense, as the black-robed man back then was mainly trying to lure him in and had deliberately sold them cheaply. With Duan Yi's current financial resources, he was not yet capable of purchasing blue-quality beast cores in large quantities. The primary task for now was still to complete the purchase of green-quality beast cores. The beast cores of green quality are relatively much cheaper. At the small stalls outside, one costs around 60,000, while in the malls, it's a bit more expensive, roughly over 70,000. However, Duan Yi didn't hesitate much and directly purchased over 30 of them, gathering all the evolution materials needed for the giant snow ape. Originally, Duan Yi had 20 million blue star coins, but he has already spent about over 7 million. Subsequently, Duan Yi left the shop and continued browsing in the mall on the second floor. His goal was clear, to see if any shop sold ice crystal stones or other ice-related materials. It didn't take long before Duan Yi spotted a relatively large exotic beast general store. The store sold everything, and after making some inquiries, Duan Yi purchased 3 more ice crystal stones from there. The price of ice crystals is considered extremely expensive, with one costing 500,000. Just these 3 egg-sized blue stones cost Duan Yi another 1.5 million blue star coins. Of course, Duan Yi felt that just 3 ice crystals might not be enough, so he continued to make his selections. Species: spiritual herb. Name: ice crystal grass. Quality: green. Introduction: a spiritual herb that grows around the nests of ice attribute exotic beasts of blue quality or higher. When consumed by ice attribute exotic beasts, it can enhance their ice attribute attack power or be used for their evolution. Wow, this ice crystal grass seems pretty good too. Duan Yi stopped in his tracks as soon as he saw the attribute panel of the ice glow grass. Boss, how much is this ice glow grass? Duan Yi picked up a small grass emitting a blue light from the shelf and asked. This one? 200,000 per plant. The boss quickly replied when he saw Duan Yi's interest in the ice glow grass. Generally, this ice glow grass is rarely purchased because its effectiveness is not as good as ice crystal stone. If you want it, I can give you a discount 3 plants for 500,000. The boss said with a smile. This is not the boss deceiving Duan Yi, it's just that Bingying grass is really hard to sell, because in everyone's perception, when it comes to evolving ice-type exotic beasts, they directly choose ice crystal stones. Almost no one uses Bingying grass. Those who usually buy Bingying grass are the wealthy young masters who urgently need to enhance the attack power of their ice-type exotic beasts. After all, one plant costs 200,000, and an average person can't afford it. It would be better to save up more money and buy ice crystal stones, as the effect is more noticeable that way. But Duan Yi didn't think so. This Bingying grass is actually not much different from ice crystal stone. Although ice crystal stone is mostly used when evolving ice-type exotic beasts, if taken orally, Bingying grass is almost equivalent to ice crystal stone. The most crucial point is its affordability. 3 stalks of Bingying grass, along with 3 ice crystal stones, would definitely ensure the giant snow ape successfully reaches maturity. Thus, after making his decision, Duan Yi directly purchased 3 stalks of Bingying grass. Then, he took a taxi and returned home. After arriving home, Duan Yi wasted no time and summoned the mighty snow ape, handing over all 3 ice crystal stones and 3 ice glow herbs to it. The mighty snow ape was equally excited and swallowed them all in one go. As expected, due to the overwhelming power being too much to absorb at once, the mighty snow ape fell into slumber again. Duan Yi saw this and summoned him back. Then he entered into cultivation. After all, there were less than 20 days left until the college entrance examination, and no matter what, he had to quickly improve his cultivation level. At this moment, in the center of Yaoguang City, inside a tall building, there was a middle-aged man answering a phone call, his expression rather peculiar. Hee hee, this is quite interesting.
interesting. The middle-aged man hung up the phone and smiled faintly. What is it, father? Beside the middle-aged man stood a blonde beauty, who appeared to be about the same age as Duan-Yi, around 17 years old. Do you remember the challenge we set up in the mall? Finally, someone has defeated the silver-helmed beast, and it was an instant kill, the middle-aged man said with a smile. What? Instantly killed the silver-helmed beast? The blonde beauty was instantly shocked and said, this silver-helmed beast was a specially sought-after exotic beast, perfectly suited for this challenge. Defeating it was already considered remarkable, but to instantly kill it? That was almost impossible. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first, but it's the truth. And the spirit card master who instantly killed the silver-helmed beast is only a bronze 1-star. That's too unbelievable. Could it be that the exotic beast is incredibly strong? To instantly kill a steel creature, is it a ferocious beast-level exotic beast? The blonde beauty said excitedly. It's not. It's just an ice soul venomous snake of the beast race. However, according to the information we received, that ice soul venomous snake has an aura of blue quality, which suggests it has undergone a mutation, the middle-aged man explained. An ice soul venomous snake with blue quality strength? Who exactly is that guy? I want to see for myself. The blonde beauty was quite knowledgeable, but this was the first time she had heard of an ice soul venomous snake with blue quality strength, making her extremely curious for a moment. Don't worry, I've already sent my subordinates to investigate that young man. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the sound of beeping came from the phone, and a text message arrived. The middle-aged man opened it and immediately frowned. Duan-Yi, bronze 1-star, ranked first on the Yaoguang 3rd High School Wind in Cloud list. The middle-aged man read the message with a hint of shock. This information also left the blonde woman beside him utterly astonished. That's not right. Isn't the top of Yaoguang 3rd High's Wind and Cloud rankings Han Lishuan? When was he replaced by this Duan-Yi? The blonde beauty asked in confusion. It seems Yaoguang 3rd High has produced quite an extraordinary figure. To be able to defeat Han Shen's grandson with just a bronze 1-star cultivation, that's rather interesting, the middle-aged man said, growing increasingly curious about this Duan-Yi. Han Lishuan reached bronze 3-star half a year ago. Even if he hasn't made progress since then, he must be very close to bronze 4-star by now. But this Duan-Yi is only 1-star. Could it be that his ice soul venomous snake is truly that powerful? The blonde woman grew more and more curious, wishing she could confront Duan-Yi directly and get to the bottom of it. Don't worry, everything will be clear in 7 days, the middle-aged man said with a slight smile. Indeed, then father, I shall take my leave now. The blonde woman respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man before departing. The middle-aged man, however, kept his eyes fixed on the information about Duan-Yi on his phone, his thoughts unknown. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow would be the day to enter the secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group. Duan-Yi was also preparing to ask the homeroom teacher for leave. Under normal circumstances, it would have been extremely difficult for Duan-Yi to request 7 days of leave in one go. But unexpectedly, as soon as Duan-Yi casually mentioned it, the homeroom teacher, Deng Sun, seemed to have already known in advance. He said to Duan-Yi, 7 days of leave, right? No problem. However, get ready now and quickly head to the principal's office. Ha? Going to the principal's office again? Duan-Yi was slightly stunned and said, don't worry, it's about your 7-day leave request. Deng Sun's attitude towards Duan-Yi had undergone a complete transformation, speaking to him very kindly. Duan-Yi didn't think much of it. After all, being the principal of Yaoguang No. 3 High School, he must have considerable connections in Yaoguang City. The matter of Hui Mansion Group opening the secret realm was something he was likely already aware of. Moreover, Duan-Yi also speculated that Han Lishuan and Su Lianxue would definitely enter the secret realm. After all, their family holds a prominent position in Yaoguang City, and the Hui Mansion Group would surely send them an invitation. After bidding farewell to Deng Sun, Duan-Yi quickly arrived at the principal's office. Sure enough, in the principal's office, besides the old principal, there were 2 other students standing there, namely Han Lishuan and Su Lianxue. They were not overly surprised when they saw Duan-Yi come in and nodded slightly at him. I called you here, so I suppose you all know the reason, the principal said kindly to the 3 while sitting in his chair. Yes, it's about entering the Hui Fu Group's secret realm tomorrow, Han Lishuan said excitedly. Not bad, it's not surprising that you 2 were able to secure spots, but Duan-Yi, you really gave me another surprise. I didn't expect you to defeat the Silver Helm Beast, and what's more, you did it in an instant. Do you know? When the news of you instantly defeating the Silver Helm Beast reached the ears of the chairman of Hui Mansion Group, he simply couldn't believe it. He called me several times in a row to confirm the matter about you, the principal said with a smile to Duan-Yi. Just lucky, Duan-Yi responded modestly without arrogance. Although steel creatures have very strong defenses, it's not like there's no way to deal with them. I merely took advantage of my opponent's lack of understanding of my Ice Soul Venom Snake's power, using the Ice Seal technique to freeze it. The cold penetrated the steel armor and directly entered the Silver Helm Beast's body. Coupled with the more powerful freezing ray, I caught him completely off guard. If the opponent had promptly realized the strength of my Ice Soul Venom Snake and avoided being frozen, then achieving a one-hit kill
battle would have been almost impossible.
Duan Yi's words were true.
To defeat a bronze 5-star opponent while being only bronze 1-star, aside from leveraging the blue quality power of the Ice Soul Venom Snake, the key was the element of surprise. Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue, who were standing nearby, were also visibly shocked upon hearing Duan Yi's explanation.
Admired Duan Yi even more.
Good, very good. After listening, the principal laughed heartily, feeling increasingly that Duan Yi was an excellent student.
His grandson losing to Duan Yi was truly not unjust at all. Apart from the difference in strength between the exotic beasts, Duan Yi's research on tactics was also extremely thorough. There is no doubt that the future will be limitless. It can also be considered as bringing great honor to Yaoguang Third High School. Calling the three of you here is mainly to give you a reminder.
After praising Duan Yi, the principal's expression immediately turned serious and said, "The secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group is different from that of the school. You all know that the school's secret realm was originally an E-level spatial rift, where the strongest exotic beasts were only of green quality. As for blue quality exotic beasts, they had long been cleared out. For students, it is considered relatively safe. However, the secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group is entirely different, as its origin was a D-level spatial rift. The number of green quality exotic beasts inside far exceeds that of the school's secret realm, and there are also many blue quality exotic beasts. Moreover, since the Hui Mansion Group's secret realm was not prepared for students, none of these exotic beasts have been cleared out, making it highly dangerous. There are even rumors of ferocious level exotic beasts appearing. Under such circumstances, the Hui Mansion Group would never allow you high school seniors to enter alone.
I have received the news.
A total of 12 senior high school students have entered, divided into 2 teams, each led by a silver 3-star level spirit card master. Although there is a silver 3-star spirit card master guarding, if danger arises, even a silver level spirit card master may sometimes be unable to handle everything. Therefore, I hope you all stick together closely and avoid any accidents.
Return safely.
The 3 people in front of him were the top priority students of Yaoguang Third High School, and the principal naturally did not want anything to happen to them. If it weren't for the fact that the secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group truly offered great opportunities that could provide excellent training for the 3 of them, the principal would never have allowed them to enter under any circumstances.
But for their future, this trip is absolutely necessary.
Don't worry, Grandpa, the 3 of us will definitely be fine, Han Lixuan said confidently.
Duan Yi and Su Lianxue, standing nearby, also showed no signs of fear.
That's good.
I won't say anything more. You two should go back and prepare early. I still have more to discuss with Lixuan.
Looking at the 3 energetic students, the principal's aged face lit up with a radiant smile.
Then Duan Yi and Su Lianxue slightly bowed to the principal and left the principal's office.
So,
how many days are you planning to stay in the secret realm this time? Su Lianxue asked, looking at Duan Yi.
Of course, I'll stay the full 7 days. I wouldn't miss this opportunity, Duan Yi replied with a smile.
This trip to the secret realm of the Hui Fu Group is really important to Duan Yi.
The old principal just mentioned that in the secret realm of the Hui Fu Group there is a possibility of encountering ferocious beast-level exotic beasts. It must be noted that exotic beasts capable of reaching the level of ferocious beasts are undoubtedly from extremely powerful species.
Duan Yi estimated that if luck was on his side, he might actually encounter a dragon-type ferocious beast.
In that case, there would be an opportunity to collect dragon scales and dragon essence blood. If luck were even better, he might obtain some very valuable treasures, which, after selling, could help gather the money needed to buy a blue-quality beast core. This way, not only can the evolution materials for the giant snow ape be fully collected, but also those for the ice soul viper. Facing a completely unfamiliar university for spirit card masters, the only way is to enhance one's own strength. This is the key to avoid being bullied by some random people after entering. Although your strength is very impressive, I really have to remind you that the secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group is truly dangerous. You'd better go back and prepare thoroughly to avoid any accidents in the secret realm. The Su family is naturally a prestigious and noble clan in Yaoguang City, so finding out the specific details about the Hui Mansion Group wouldn't be very difficult.
How do you know? Could it be that you've been there? Duan Yi looked at Su Lianxue, who seemed so knowledgeable, and curiously asked. It's not that I've been there, it's that my grandfather went there back in the day, and even the old principal went there too, so it's really not a joke.
When my grandfather went, he personally witnessed the appearance of a ferocious beast, so we must be very careful, Su Lianxue said with a serious expression.
There really is one? Could it be a ferocious beast from the dragon clan? Duan Yi's eyes lit up as he quickly asked. That, I'm not sure about. After all, it's not only exotic beasts from the dragon clan that can be ferocious beasts.
Even some ordinary wild beast clan's exotic beasts, once they reach a certain level of strength, have the potential to evolve into ferocious beasts.
So this time we must be careful.
If we encounter danger, quickly crush the teleportation token to ensure our safety. Don't worry, if we face an unstoppable danger, of course, I'll crush the teleportation token and leave immediately.
Do you really think I'd just just wait to die? Ha ha, Duan-yi burst into laughter. Then let's hurry back and prepare. See you tomorrow at Hui Fu Group. While the two were chatting, they arrived at the school gate. After Su Lianxue and Duan-yi said their goodbyes, they took their respective rides home, and Duan-yi was the same, walking out of the school gate and heading in his own direction. While walking, he planned the matter of entering the secret realm of Hui Fu Group. The next morning, at the entrance of the Hui Fu Group, a tall, muscular man dressed in a black suit was standing. Behind the muscular man, there were many employees wearing Hui Fu Group uniforms. They seemed to be waiting for something, standing at the entrance all the while. Soon, an expensive black sedan pulled up at the entrance of the Hui Fu Group, and a graceful man stepped out of the car. May I ask where the secret realm entrance is? After all, they were teenagers, and although they had heard of the secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group, it was their first time coming here, so naturally, they didn't know where to enter. Name, invitation. The muscular man said expressionlessly, his demeanor cold as he looked at the man. This man was considered a well-known wealthy young master in Yaoguang City, usually pampered and spoiled. Wherever he went, there would always be many people welcoming him. But this big dumb muscular guy dared to treat him like this? Then the man, feeling a bit annoyed, walked toward the muscular man. At the moment he got close to the muscular man, his previously annoyed expression instantly froze. Gold level spirit card master. When the man felt the aura emanating from the muscular man up close, he was immediately terrified. It should be noted that there were already very few gold level spirit card masters in Radiant City, yet there was one right in front of him. Moreover, he looked relatively young, leaving no doubt that his strength must be incredibly formidable. Name, invitation. The muscular man continued to speak coldly. Tang Yu, this is my secret realm invitation letter. Tang Yu was obviously intimidated by the muscular man's aura and answered honestly, not daring to say much. At the same time, he felt even more respect for the Hui Mansion Group. To have a gold-level spirit card master guarding the gate, this Hui Mansion Group was simply too impressive. Identity confirmed. Take him to the secret realm entrance to wait. After verifying the information, the muscular man spoke to the staff behind him. Following the lead of the staff, Tang Yu was escorted into the Hui Mansion Group. Soon, after Tang Yu, several more students holding invitation letters arrived one after another. Some had very good tempers and quietly answered the muscular man's questions, while others were like Tang Yu earlier, rather arrogant, but after sensing the muscular man's aura, they also became unusually obedient. At this moment, Duan-yi also arrived at the Hui Mansion Group in a taxi. This was Duan-yi's first time coming here, and upon seeing the Hui Fu Group's building, he couldn't help but marvel, because the Hui Fu Group's building has over 50 floors, making it the most magnificent structure in the entire Yaoguang City. After observing for a while, Duan-yi walked toward the entrance of the Hui Fu Group. As expected, he was stopped by the muscular men guarding the door. Name, invitation. The muscular man continued speaking coldly. Duan-yi was very straightforward, silently taking out the invitation and handing it to the muscular man, then said, "My name is Duan-yi." As soon as Duan-yi finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted, showing a hint of shock, because the person in front of him, who appeared to be just a security guard, turned out to be a gold-level spirit card master. Because he didn't know whether it was due to age or simply because this muscular man was inherently strong, Duan-yi felt that his aura was even stronger than Su Haiqiu and the old principal. As for exactly how many stars he had reached, Duan-yi couldn't determine. At the same time, he became even more curious about the Hui Mansion Group. To have the ability to make a spirit card master of this level willingly guard the door, what kind of person could the chairman of the Hui Mansion Group be? Meanwhile, the originally expressionless face of the muscular man suddenly showed a hint of surprise in his eyes upon hearing the name Duan-yi. Then, unexpectedly, he took the initiative to speak. "Are you Duan-yi?" "Yes, that's me. What's the matter?" Duan-yi quickly responded. "The strong man you defeated in the mall last time is one of my important subordinates. For you to defeat him with just a bronze 1-star cultivation level is quite impressive," the muscular man said in an appreciative tone. "Just luck, pure luck." In the presence of a gold-level spirit card master, Duan-yi naturally didn't dare to act presumptuously and answered honestly, "Keep working hard." The muscular man's expression returned to indifference, then he said to the surrounding staff, "Take him to the entrance of the secret realm to wait." Afterward, under the guidance of the staff, Duan-yi also entered the Hui Mansion Group. Exotic beast quality, green. Upon entering the elevator, the staff member took out a small card from his pocket and inserted it into the elevator. Suddenly, a button leading to the third basement level appeared among the elevator buttons, and the staff member immediately pressed it. Originally, Duan-yi thought the entrance to the secret realm would be at the top of the building, but he hadn't expected it to be on the third basement level, requiring a special tool to access it. It seemed the Hui Mansion Group placed great importance on this secret realm. Ordinary people simply cannot enter. The elevator's speed was extremely fast, reaching the third basement level in an instant. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Duan-yi saw a massive teleportation array not far ahead. At the same time, there were many security guards in black uniforms around the teleportation array, and it seemed the place was heavily guarded.
Near the teleportation array stood about 7 or 8 teenagers around Duan Yi's age. Undoubtedly, these people were also invited to enter the secret realm.
After sending Duan Yi here, the staff immediately took the elevator and went up.
Duan Yi looked around and found that Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue had not arrived yet, so he walked toward the teleportation array first. When they saw Duan Yi approaching, the students around the teleportation array all turned to look at him simultaneously. Moreover, these students were almost all from Yaoguang No. 1 High School and No. 2 High School, and many of them knew each other. Suddenly seeing a new face, they naturally felt very curious.
Who is he? Do any of you know him?
No idea, but he's definitely not from our Yaoguang No. 1 High School. He's not from our Yaoguang No. 2 High School either.
That's strange. If it's not No. 1 High School or No. 2 High School, could it be Yaoguang No. 3 High School? No way. Other than Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue, who else from Yaoguang No. 3 High School would qualify to come?
The students present were all looking at Duan Yi with curious expressions at this moment.
I remember now.
This time, Wei Fu Group allocated spots to ordinary families, with the condition being to complete a very difficult challenge. Yeah, that challenge seemed to require defeating a bronze 5-star spirit card master. So, does that mean this guy in front of us completed the challenge and earned the spot? Wow, that's incredible. Being able to defeat a bronze 5-star spirit card master, it seems this kid is quite impressive at Yaoguang 3rd High. Impressive, he's quite a character. We must remember his appearance well so we don't forget him in the future. Looking at the strange expressions of the people around him, Duan Yi felt very uncomfortable and silently sat on a chair nearby, waiting for Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue. Of course, among the students present, some were not only from prestigious families but were also top performers in the school.
Take Tang Yu, for example. His family in Yaoguang City specializes in selling various precious spiritual herbs and spirit stones.
Moreover, Tang Yu has apprenticed under Chinda, the most renowned exotic beast doctor in Yaoguang City. Coupled with his own impressive strength, he ranks second on the Yaoguang High School Wind and Cloud rankings. Originally, upon hearing that Duan Yi had earned the qualification to enter the secret realm by defeating the Silver Helm Beast, he was slightly surprised. But seeing Duan Yi's proud expression, as if he didn't regard anyone around him, quietly sitting to the side. Meanwhile, everyone's gaze was fixed on Duan Yi, completely ignoring him. This made Tang Yu feel a bit annoyed. Why, do you think defeating a Silver Helm Beast makes you impressive? Just a mere Silver Helm Beast. If it were me, I could definitely win in less than 5 rounds.
Tang Yu looked at Duan Yi with a hostile tone.
However, Duan Yi paid him no attention and continued sitting in the chair, waiting for Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue.
Duan Yi had long been accustomed to arrogant and domineering rich second-generation types like this and couldn't be bothered to waste words with him.
Seeing that Duan Yi still ignored him, Tang Yu immediately frowned. Without saying a word, he prepared to walk toward Duan Yi. However, a few students around Tang Yu, who were much younger than him, quickly held him back.
Don't be impulsive, brother Tang.
This guy must be quite strong to have defeated the silver-helmed beast. It wouldn't be good if you end up at a disadvantage. Besides, he's just an ordinary student who happened to get a spot to come in. It's normal for him not to know us.
Sitting quietly by himself, we don't need to go and bother him, right?
Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The students around Tang Yu were all trying to dissuade him. After all, they could all be considered second-generation rich kids, naturally well-informed, and certainly familiar with exotic beasts like the silver-helmed beast.
And this Duan Yi is just an ordinary person.
Under such circumstances, being able to defeat the silver-helmed beast must mean he has some remarkable skills. Whether out of personal motives or for Tang Yu's sake, no one hopes for a conflict to arise between the two of them. Of course, apart from these students present, there were also a few people standing at the entrance of the teleportation array. Among these people, 2 had very powerful auras, at least possessing silver-level strength. They are the spirit card masters responsible for leading the team, both with silver 3-star strength. Ahem, this is the private secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group, not a place where you can argue at will. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, don't blame me for throwing them out and revoking their qualification to enter the secret realm. Among the 2 silver 3-star spirit card masters, a middle-aged man in a yellow shirt spoke coldly. Although the Tang family held significant status in Yaoguang City, compared to the Hui Mansion Group, they were still far behind. Moreover, these 2 silver 3-star spirit card masters were not easy to provoke. Thus, Tang Yu let out a cold snort and silently stood aside. Afterward, more than 10 minutes later, Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue also arrived.
Although they were from Yaoguang 3rd High School, their families also held considerable status in Yaoguang City.
These second-generation rich kids were naturally all acquainted with each other.
Compared to Duan Yi's silent arrival, when the 2 of them came, these students spontaneously walked over to greet them.
After a round of pleasantries, Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue walked toward Duan Yi.
How are you feeling? Nervous? Han Lixuan looked at Duan Yi and asked.
A little, I guess.
After all, I've never been inside before.
Although there is a systematic radar scanning range, the secret realm is too unfamiliar.
To say there's no nervousness at all would definitely be a lie.
I
feel the same, Han Lixuan nodded slightly and said, but it's fine.
The three of us should be grouped together, and if we stick together, there shouldn't be any problems. Yes, I heard from my grandfather that it seems like the three of us from Yaoguang High School will be grouped together, Su Lianxue said. That's good. Duan Yi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing about this grouping. Although 2 more people will join later, it is obviously better to enter the secret realm together with Su Lianxue and Han Lixuan than to follow 4 unfamiliar people. At the very least, they all know each other's background and are classmates, capable of taking good care of one another. When Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue arrived, there were a total of 11 students present who were about to enter the secret realm.
Only the last person was missing.
But it seems that no one is in a hurry, everyone is quietly waiting. At that moment, the elevator suddenly made a sound, and a middle-aged man walked out with a blonde-haired girl. Upon seeing them, all the staff present, as well as the 2 silver-level spirit card masters, respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man and the girl. The students, who had been chatting casually, immediately quieted down and showed great respect toward the middle-aged man before them. Although Duan Yi wasn't sure exactly who they were, after seeing the reactions of the students present, he had already guessed quite a bit. It was very obvious that the middle-aged man was definitely the big boss of the Hui Fu group. However, what puzzled Duan Yi a little was that the spiritual energy fluctuations from this middle-aged man were very weak, as if he hadn't practiced cultivation at all. Su Lianxue, standing nearby, noticed Duan Yi's puzzled expression and quickly whispered, that middle-aged man is the chairman of Hui Fu group, and the person next to him is his daughter. Her strength is extremely formidable, ranking first on the Fengyun list of Yaoguang High School.
Duan Yi nodded slightly. As expected, it was almost the same as she had guessed. Sorry for the wait, now you can prepare a bit, and soon you will be able to enter the secret realm.
Here, I wish everyone great success in their endeavors. Of course, be sure to stay safe and never leave the team casually. If danger truly arises, make sure to crush the teleportation token immediately so you can safely exit. The middle-aged man, dressed in a gray suit, stood at the entrance of the teleportation array and addressed the energetic students in front of him.
Next, we will begin dividing the teams.
Those whose names are called, please stand by the spirit card master on the right. Those whose names are not called, please stand on the left. The middle-aged man took out a list from his pocket and began to read. Han Lixuan, Su Lianxue, Duan Yi. When the middle-aged man read Duan Yi's name, he noticeably paused for a moment, then slightly raised his head to glance at Duan Yi. But he only glanced at it briefly before continuing to read. Tang Yu, and my daughter Mo Lingxian. As soon as the middle-aged man finished reading the names, Duan Yi and the others quickly walked toward the spirit card master in the yellow shirt on the right. The 3 students from Yaoguang No. 3 High School were lined up together, which Duan Yi had already noticed earlier, so he wasn't surprised. And that Tang Yu was also in their team. Although Duan Yi was a bit surprised, it was still acceptable. At most, there might be some arguments, but since they were in the secret realm, Tang Yu probably wouldn't act too recklessly. But what shocked Duan Yi the most was Mo Lingxian. She was the young lady of the Hui group. Originally, he thought she would definitely be grouped with the students from Yaoguang High School No. 1 or No. 2, but unexpectedly, she ended up in his team? Ah, it seems our team is going to be quite troublesome. Duan Yi sighed helplessly. No worries, as long as the 3 of us stick together, we don't need to worry too much about the rest, Han Lixuan said, still quite shocked upon hearing the team roster. Soon after, Tang Yu walked over to the 3 of them, but didn't say much, appearing very quiet and well-behaved. At the same time, Mo Lingxian also approached, giving the 4 of them a slight smile.
Miss Mo, Tang Yu, will definitely protect you. Don't worry, if you fancy anything later, I'll get it for you. Tang Yu was no longer as arrogant as before because he wanted to appear kind and approachable in front of Mo Lingxian. This way, he could win Mo Lingxuan's favor. After all, they were from the same school. Tang Yu ranked second on the popularity list, while Mo Lingxian ranked first. Besides being competitors, Tang Yu admired Mo Lingxian greatly. After all, Mo Lingxian was the daughter of the Hui Mansion group and possessed stunning beauty, practically the goddess in the hearts of many male students. But Mo Lingxian didn't have much of a favorable impression of Tang Yu. She simply gave him a polite smile and said, "Thank you, brother Tang." Then her gaze shifted to Duan Yi. Duan Yi happened to notice this and was slightly taken aback, thinking, does she know me? Or is there something on my face? However, Mo Lingxian didn't say much and just gave Duan Yi a friendly nod. Duan Yi naturally did not slack off and also smiled and nodded. This scene happened to be seen by Tang Yu nearby, and he started feeling annoyed again. Isn't it just defeating the silver-helmed beast? Acting like it's such a big deal. Just wait, once we enter the secret realm, I'll show you. Tang Yu kept grumbling in his heart. But in order to leave a good impression on Mo Lingxian, Tang Yu still waited with a smile on his face for the teleportation into the secret realm. After dividing the teams, the middle-aged man no longer stayed here. After giving a few instructions to the staff, he took the elevator and left. Before entering the secret realm, let me tell you a few things first, said the spirit card master in a yellow shirt to the 5 people standing in front of him, including Duan Yi and Mo Lingxian. First of all, this Hui Mansion Group secret realm is different from the school's secret
secret realm. It is extremely dangerous inside, so individual actions are not recommended.
It's best for the 5 of you to act together.
This way, the danger will be minimized and you can stay longer in the secret realm. Although I am the spirit card master leading the team and will enter the secret realm with you, my role is only to supervise and protect. I will only intervene if you encounter a danger where you don't have time to crush the teleportation wristband.
As for where you want to go, I won't stop you. Go wherever you want, but let me remind you of one thing. After all, I'm just one person with limited energy, so I can't take care of everyone perfectly. Therefore, don't entertain the idea of going off alone to search for treasures. Otherwise, if danger arises and you're forced to crush the teleportation token, you'll end up returning empty-handed, which would be a real loss. So, you absolutely must, act as a group of 5.
That way, it's the safest approach, the man in the yellow shirt patiently explained.
Senior, I have a question.
Tang Yu quickly raised his hand and called out after the man in the yellow shirt finished speaking.
The uncle in the yellow shirt nodded at Tang Yu, signaling that he could ask his question.
If we stick together as a group the whole time, even if we obtain a lot of treasures, how are we supposed to distribute them? I worked hard to kill the beasts, while they were just slacking off, and in the end, I still have to share with them.
I can't do that.
Tang Yu, being straightforward, directly pointed it out. Although the tone was a bit harsh, what was said made a lot of sense, and at this moment, Duani and the others were also very curious about how the treasures would be distributed.
Mo Lingxian, on the other hand, still showed little expression, smiling as she looked at them.
After all, this secret realm originally belonged to her family, and she had been there once before. However, that time she entered under the protection of her family, so there was no issue of distributing treasures. This time, however, she entered with 5 spirit card masters whose cultivation levels were similar to hers. Since they couldn't act alone, the issue of treasure distribution was bound to arise. But Mo Lingxian didn't care about any of this. The main purpose of entering the Hui Mansion Group's secret realm this time was to hone herself,
to achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination.
Originally, Mo Lingxian planned to enter alone, but because it was indeed very dangerous, her father set such a rule, allowing peers of the same age as Mo Lingxian to enter together, so that with classmates looking out for each other, it wouldn't be as dangerous. And most importantly, they can also gain a good reputation. After all, it's a private secret realm, and being able to open it for free is already quite remarkable.
Hearing Tang Yu's question, the man in the yellow shirt smiled slightly and said, "What, do you really think you can single-handedly take on all the exotic beasts? Or are you saying you can face all the dangers alone? If you can do that, then you can act on your own, and I won't stop you. But if you can't, then obediently stick to the 5-person team. As for the distribution of treasures, I believe you'll figure it out when the time comes. After all, it's clear who contributed and who didn't." Alright, Tang Yu wanted to argue, but what this uncle said was indeed correct. Once inside the secret realm, whoever has the ability will be able to obtain more treasures. And those who lack ability and are unwilling to put in effort naturally won't get anything. Any other questions?
The uncle in the yellow shirt looked at the 5 of them and said, "If not, then get ready to go in."
Wait, senior, I still have a question. Duani suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "No problem, go ahead."
The man in the yellow shirt was originally from the Hui Mansion Group and knew about this Duani, the student who had instantly defeated the Silver Helm Beast.
He was very interested in Duani. "I want to ask, if I suddenly discover a treasure while in the team, but my teammates don't come along with me, can I leave the team to obtain it on my own? And after leaving the team and returning, does this item count as personal or as part of the team's?" Duani spoke directly without any hesitation.
This issue is also the one that currently troubles Duani the most. Because Duani relies on the system's radar scanning, he can discover many things that they simply cannot detect. Sometimes, when encountering something valuable, it's naturally impossible to inform them of everything, as he wants to quietly take it for himself.
Moreover, even if he informs them, they might not necessarily believe him. And after obtaining it himself and returning to the team, if he's asked to hand it over during distribution, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain?
If you obtain treasures through your own abilities, they naturally belong to you. However, I still advise you not to leave the team without permission, as the secret realm is truly dangerous, the man in the yellow shirt explained.
Alright, I have no more questions. Duani nodded slightly. Very well, we will set off immediately.
Now, each of you come to me to receive a teleportation wristband.
This item concerns your safety, so make sure to keep it safe,
the man in the yellow shirt said with a serious expression.
Duani and the others present all nodded.
Then they lined up, each taking a teleportation wristband from the man in the yellow shirt, and waited by the teleportation array. Since they were the second group, they had to wait until the first group had completely entered before they could proceed.
This process did not take long. After the first group was fully teleported, Duani and the other 5 entered the teleportation array.
The uncle in the yellow shirt, after debugging the teleportation array, gave a brief instruction to the surrounding staff and then stepped into the teleportation array.
"Let's go!" After the uncle in the yellow shirt shouted, the staff nearby immediately pressed the activation button.
Accompanied by a blue light, the the 6 people disappeared within the teleportation array. When the 6 people opened their eyes again, they found themselves transported to a valley.
This is the secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group. This realm is much larger than the school's secret realm and far more dangerous. Do not leave the team on your own. From now on, I will not interfere with your actions. I will silently follow behind you and observe. Unless you encounter an extremely dangerous situation where you don't even have time to crush the teleportation token, I will not take action. Did everyone hear that? The man in the yellow shirt looked at the 5 people sternly and said, "Heard it." The 5 people responded honestly. Afterward, the man in the yellow shirt walked toward the back. Apart from occasionally glancing over, he did not interfere. As soon as the man in the yellow shirt left, Tang Yu immediately stepped forward and said, "Since this is team collaboration, we need to choose a team leader. Who do you think is suitable?" Duan Yi, Su Lianxue, and Han Lixuan were already planning to stick together, so they didn't care about the team leader issue.
At this moment, they completely ignored Tang Yu's words. Cough, cough. Seeing the 3 of them remain indifferent, Tang Yu pretended to cough lightly and said, "Since none of you seem to care, I'll nominate someone.
How about letting Miss Mo Lingxian take the role of team leader?" Me? Mo Lingxian was slightly taken aback and said, "Yes, Miss Mo, you are the heiress of the Hui Mansion Group and must have visited this secret realm before. Surely, you know which areas are dangerous and which are rich in treasures, right?"
Tang Yu smiled at Mo Lingxian as he spoke.
"Sorry, I won't be the team leader.
As for what you said about where it's dangerous and where there are treasures, that's completely uncertain. Because the secret realm is really very large, at least twice the size of the school's secret realm. Although I have entered it before, it was only once, so I am still quite unfamiliar with this secret realm," Mo Lingxian quickly explained. It's not that Mo Lingxian is deliberately hiding anything, it's just that the Hui Fu Group's secret realm is truly too vast. Moreover, unlike the school's secret realm, which has been extensively explored by the school, the situation of the secret realm is more or less documented within the school. As for the Hui Fu Group's secret realm, it is privately owned. Apart from some elders in the family who frequently enter, outsiders are simply not allowed to enter freely. So for many people, the situation inside the Hui Mansion Group's secret realm is a complete mystery, including Mo Lingxian. In fact, she had no idea about the specific situation. She was merely taking the opportunity to train once before the college entrance exams.
Tang Yu was instantly dumbfounded, not knowing what to say for a moment.
No, a team must have a leader to ensure proper coordination.
Since none of you are interested in the role of team leader, I'll take it on. Do you have any objections?
Tang Yu originally intended to flatter Mo Lingxian and let her be the team leader, but since she didn't appreciate it, Tang Yu immediately spoke up. After all, only the team leader could command the team, contributing more effort. When it came time to distribute rewards, naturally, the leader would get better things.
No objections, let's get going. Han Lixuan had long been thinking about leaving as soon as possible.
If it weren't inconvenient to leave the team, he would have definitely taken Duan Yi and Su Lianxue and left early.
Mo Lingxian, on the other hand, said nothing and silently watched.
For her, obtaining some treasure was not important. What mattered was improving herself and honing her skills, which was Mo Lingxuan's primary goal. Moreover, compared to these random treasures, Mo Lingxian was far more interested in Duan Yi. Being able to instantly defeat the Silver Helm Beast with a strength level of only Bronze 1 star was impressive. If it weren't inconvenient to challenge Duan Yi now, Mo Lingxian would have certainly fought him directly.
Then let's not stay here too long.
I feel the spiritual energy fluctuations are stronger in that direction ahead.
Let's head that way first.
Tang Yu pointed to the right front of the valley and said.
Tang Yu was indeed correct. The spiritual energy in that direction was quite strong.
Therefore, no one had any objections and silently followed Tang Yu forward. At this moment, Duan Yi did not relax in the slightest and quietly activated the system's radar scan.
This valley is not particularly dangerous. Duan Yi, through system detection, discovered that the surroundings only contained some ordinary white-quality exotic beasts.
For now, it was considered very safe, and he hadn't ended up in a dangerous area right from the start. However, after following Tang Yu for about 10 minutes, a yellow light spot suddenly flashed conspicuously on the radar screen in Duan Yi's mind.
Ordinary white-quality exotic beasts appeared as faint yellow on the radar screen, but this yellow light spot not only kept flashing but was also relatively bright.
There is no doubt that there is a powerful exotic beast ahead, at least of green quality.
Exotic beast name, Poison Vine Demon. Exotic beast species / attribute, plant creature / poison type. Exotic beast abilities, Poison Sting, Poison Mist, Vine Whip. Exotic beast status, comfortable, healthy. It's actually a plant creature. Duan Yi was instantly startled upon seeing the attribute panel that popped up from the system.
Did not expect to encounter a rare species of exotic beast shortly after entering the secret realm, and it turned out to be a plant-based creature. Coupled with the terrain of this valley, no wonder the radar scan image showed that yellow light point flashing so brightly it was actually warning us of danger.
Su Lianxue, who was beside Duan Yi, noticed his sudden change in expression and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Did you notice something unusual?"
I feel the
direction Tang Yu is leading us to might be dangerous. How about we summon the exotic beast first to avoid being ambushed? Duan Yi stopped in his tracks and said.
Su Lianxue and Han Lixuan beside him also immediately stopped in their tracks and nodded slightly. After all, this was already the secret realm, and danger could be lurking anywhere.
Duan Yi being more vigilant wasn't wrong.
In order to stay in this secret realm longer, the three of them decided to summon their spirit beasts now. At this moment, Tang Yu, while walking, noticed that the three of them had stopped.
He quickly turned around and said, "What's wrong?
Why did you three stop?" Considering himself the team leader, Tang Yu didn't want his teammates to be disobedient.
Moreover, Mo Lingxian was watching from the side, so he had to appear very authoritative.
Tang Yu's cultivation wasn't actually weak. He was also at the level of a bronze 3-star, the same as Han Lixuan, so he naturally had confidence. "I think there might be danger ahead, so I've decided to summon my beast first," Duan Yi said, looking at Tang Yu.
"What a joke. You've only been walking for a few minutes, and you're already summoning your beast? Are the students of Yaoguan 3rd High really this cowardly?" Tang Yu immediately burst into laughter.
Although it was true that this place was dangerous and summoning a beast in advance wasn't wrong, they'd only just entered.
These people were being a bit too timid, weren't they? "Tang Yu, you'd better watch your tone. Do you really think I have a good temper?" Han Lixuan's cultivation level is not inferior to Tang Yu's.
If he were to study at Yaoguan No. 1 High School, Tang Yu might not necessarily hold the second spot on the wind and cloud rankings. From the very beginning, Han Lixuan had been tolerating him, but now, hearing Tang Yu insult the students of Yaoguan No. 3 High School, he naturally became furious.
"What, did I say something wrong?
Entering the secret realm lasts only about 10 minutes, and you're already scared enough to summon exotic beasts in a hurry.
Isn't that being timid? And as for you students of Yaoguan 3rd High summoning exotic beasts, do you see me or Miss Mo preparing to summon?"
If Mo Lingxian were not in their team, perhaps Tang Yu might have been a bit more polite to Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue. But now that Mo Lingxian was right beside him, he naturally had to appear very bold in front of his goddess.
"Forget it. Summoning exotic beasts is also out of caution. This secret realm is inherently dangerous. I actually think it's better to summon exotic beasts in advance." Mo Lingxian had actually noticed from earlier that the spiritual energy fluctuations ahead were indeed a bit too strong.
Even if Duan Yi and the others hadn't stopped to summon exotic beasts, Mo Lingxian would have decided to summon exotic beasts first.
And this Duan Yi obviously had already noticed it.
It seems that not only is he very powerful, but also extremely vigilant.
After hearing Mo Lingxuan's words, Tang Yu snorted coldly and didn't say much more. It's impossible to truly act like a bully in front of the goddess, right?
The necessary demeanor still needs to be feigned a bit, so it can also show a seemingly good temper. Then, the 5 people summoned their main exotic beasts one after another.
Exotic beast name, Lightning Griffin. Exotic beast species/attribute, beast/thunder element.
Exotic beast abilities, Lightning Flash, Thunderstrike, Thunderclaw.
Exotic beast status, happy, healthy. Exotic beast name, Magic Spirit Rabbit.
Exotic beast race/attribute, Psychic race/wind element. Exotic beast abilities, Psychic impact, Wind Spirit technique, Frenzied Windblade. Exotic beast status, comfortable, healthy. Tang Yu and Mo Lingxian summoned their exotic beasts at the same time. The information of the 2 exotic beasts immediately appeared in Duan Yi's mind. Among them, Tang Yu's exotic beast was a griffin with a golden yellow body. It wasn't very large, only about 2 meters in size, and was named Lightning Griffin. Although it is a green quality exotic beast, its aura far surpasses that of ordinary green quality exotic beasts, just like Han Lixuan's golden flame tiger. Moreover, Tang Yu himself is a bronze 3-star spirit card master, controlling this Lightning Griffin, so it's no wonder he appears so at ease.
But none of this is what surprises Duan Yi. At this moment, Duan Yi is truly shocked by Mo Lingxuan's exotic beast. It is a very petite little white rabbit, which seems to be just an ordinary domesticated rabbit. However, its eyes are golden, and there is a mark on its forehead that emits a golden glow. Surrounded by golden light, the little white rabbit automatically floated up and lay in Mo Lingxuan's arms. And this little white rabbit was the magical spirit rabbit, a rare beast of the supernatural clan, an extremely rare species. Among rare species of exotic beasts like steel creatures, plant creatures, or the rock clan, ghost clan, and so on, only this supernatural clan is truly the rarest in the truest sense. Ordinary people might never see one in their entire lives, yet unexpectedly, Mo Lingxian actually owned one. Although it is currently only a green quality exotic beast, exotic beasts can evolve, and their potential far surpasses that of ordinary exotic beasts. This made Duan Yi take a few more glances at Mo Lingxian. Mo Lingxian also noticed Duan Yi's gaze and smiled at him once again. Subsequently, Duan Yi, Han Lixuan, and the others immediately summoned their exotic beasts. Su Lianxue summoned the Snow Shadow Wolf, while Han Lishuan's was the Golden Flame Tiger. When these two exotic beasts appeared, Tang Yu didn't pay them any attention at all. But the moment he saw the exotic beast summoned by Duan Yi, he was instantly stunned. How is this possible? How could the Ice Soul venomous snake have such an aura? Tang Yu's pupils shrank as he saw the Ice Soul venomous snake appear behind Duan Yi, and he exclaimed in shock. Mo Lingxian was the same. When she saw Duan Yi's Ice Soul venomous snake at that moment, her eyes couldn't help but be transfixed. Although it was already known that this Ice Soul venomous snake had instantly killed the Silver Helm beast and possessed the power of blue-grade quality, experiencing it up close still felt incredibly astonishing. To make a green-grade Ice Soul venomous snake exude an aura not weaker than that of a blue-grade exotic beast, it seems the mutation was truly successful, Mo Lingxian silently muttered to herself. Tang Yu clenched his fists tightly as he watched his goddess's gaze entirely fixed on the Ice Soul venomous snake. Originally, Tang Yu thought his lightning griffin would be the most powerful exotic beast in the arena, aside from Mo Lingxuan's magic spirit rabbit, but now it seemed that all the attention had been stolen by Duan Yi's Ice Soul venomous snake. The more Tang Yu thought about it, the angrier he became. He snorted coldly and said indifferently, "All summoned? Then let's set off. Don't think that just because an exotic beast's aura is a bit stronger, it's impressive. The key is still strength and the cultivation level of the Spirit Card Master. You, a bronze 1-star Spirit Card Master, better stay at the back of the team. Otherwise, you might get hurt when the battle starts," Tang Yu sneered and said. But at this moment, all of Duan Yi's attention was focused on the radar image in his mind, checking which direction the poison vine demon would appear from, completely ignoring Tang Yu's remarks. Found it. Through the system's scan, Duan Yi immediately pinpointed the exact location of the poison vine demon, right in a bush ahead. "There is a powerful beast ahead. Prepare for battle," Duan Yi shouted hurriedly. Upon hearing Duan Yi's warning, Han Lishuan and Su Lianxue instinctively became alert. Their beasts also immediately assumed combat stances. Tang Yu was also startled by Duan Yi's words. He quickly commanded the lightning griffin to patrol the skies, but found no sign of any powerful beast. Then angrily glared at Duan Yi and shouted, "You brat, what are you doing? Trying to scare someone to death? No, there really is a strange beast." Just as Tang Yu was questioning Duan Yi, the magical spirit rabbit in Mo Lingxuan's arms suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light from the golden mark on its forehead. Compared to the strange beasts of other races, the strange beasts of the superpowered race have one greatest advantage, and that is their perception. At this moment, the golden light emitted by the magic spirit rabbit was warning them, indicating danger ahead. If it were just Duan Yi bluffing, it could be ignored, but even Mo Lingxian said the same. There could only be one reason for this. There was indeed a powerful exotic beast ahead. Just as Tang Yu realized this, the grass ahead suddenly rustled, and two purple vine demons shot out, whipping toward Tang Yu. Tang Yu, after all, was a bronze 3-star Spirit Card Master. The lightning griffin reacted quickly and immediately used lightning strike, directly shattering the two vines. Subsequently, in the grass ahead, a strange beast wrapped entirely in purple vines appeared, its blood-red eyes glaring angrily at Duan Yi and the others. It seemed extremely furious about being disturbed from its sleep. This is a poison vine demon, a green-quality plant creature. Tang Yu was instantly startled, never expecting that there would actually be a powerful strange beast ahead. However, what made Tang Yu feel most ashamed was that he was the last to notice it. As the team leader, he had truly failed in his duties. Damn it, I should have noticed earlier. Tang Yu couldn't help but clench his fists and immediately commanded the lightning griffin to attack the poisonous vines. "Everyone stay out of this, I'll handle this beast myself." For the sake of his pride, Tang Yu decided to face the poison vine demon alone. He unleashed all his anger on the poison vine demon, repeatedly commanding the lightning griffin to unleash powerful lightning-based attacks. However, this poison vine demon was truly formidable. Although it was a green-quality exotic beast, it seemed to show signs of evolution. Its body was much larger than that of an ordinary poison vine demon, and the power of its vine whip attacks was extremely strong, with a large number of vines at its disposal. The lightning griffin, which had initially held a certain advantage, was suddenly struck by a thick vine whip. The vine was also laced with poisonous thorns, and at this moment, the lightning griffin was already showing signs of being poisoned. Just as the poison vine demon was about to launch another attack, a massive golden flame shot out from behind, directly blasting the poison vine demon away and burning off many of its vines. "Han Lishuan, who told you to interfere? Didn't you see I was about to succeed?" Tang Yu already felt humiliated for not noticing the poison vine demon in time earlier and wanted to prove himself, but he hadn't expected Han Lishuan to step in halfway. Although his lightning griffin had indeed been ambushed, that didn't necessarily mean he would lose. On the contrary, Han Lishuan's intervention caused significant damage to the poison vine demon, which made Tang Yu feel even more uncomfortable. Forget it. Fire-type beasts have an absolute advantage against plant-based creatures. There's no need to waste too much time on a poison vine demon, Han Lishuan muttered to himself. At the same time, the golden flame tiger was ordered to continue launching powerful attacks. Moreover, the exotic beast beasts of Su Lianxue and Mo Lingxian also joined the fray.
Under the successive attacks of the 4 exotic beasts, no matter how strong the poison vine demon was, it was impossible to withstand them. In the end, its body was torn apart by the golden flame tiger's golden flame claw. Accompanied by a green quality beast core floating out, the poison vine demon was completely defeated. Poof! Tang Yu snorted coldly at Han Lishuan, then walked over to pick up the green quality beast core and said, "Who among you 3 wants this green quality beast core?" When Tang Yu said this, he obviously did not look at Duan Yi, because during the previous battle, Duan Yi did not take action and therefore was not qualified to claim the spoils. Among the 5 people present, except for Duan Yi, all were children of wealthy families and naturally did not care about a mere green quality beast core. Seeing that no one wanted it, Tang Yu temporarily stored the green quality beast core in his storage ring and said, "Since no one wants it, I'll keep it for now, and we can distribute it together when we leave." No one objected, and they all nodded in agreement. Since his exotic beast was indeed poisoned, Tang Yu quickly took out an antidote from his storage ring and had his lightning griffin consume it, successfully neutralizing the poison of the poison vine demon, then decided to lead everyone to continue moving forward. At this moment, Duan Yi silently walked near the corpse of the poison vine demon, seemingly searching for something, rummaging through it repeatedly.
"What's the matter? Didn't make a move earlier, and now you're thinking of scavenging?"
Tang Yu saw Duan Yi rummaging through the poison vine demon's corpse and couldn't help but find it amusing.
"Well, it makes sense. Your family conditions don't seem to be very good, right? The vines of this poison vine demon are worth some money.
Hurry up and harvest them. We need to get ready to set off."
Tang Yu sneered and said. However, Duan Yi paid no attention to Tang Yu and continued searching silently.
At this moment, a small stone emitting a green glow was taken out by Duan Yi from the body of the poison vine demon.
Name, Wood Heart Stone.
Description: a blue quality item that has a chance to drop after the death of plant-based creatures.
It contains powerful plant energy and is generally used as an evolution material for plant-based creatures. There really is something. Duan Yi seemed to have already discovered it.
Looking at the wooden core stone in his hand, he smiled and said, "The reason Duan Yi didn't take action earlier was because a green light point suddenly appeared on the radar scanning interface in his mind, continuously flashing. Moreover, the green light spot overlapped with the yellow light spot of the poison vine demon, so Duan Yi deduced that there must be a very precious spiritual herb or spiritual stone inside the poison vine demon." Sure enough, after successfully killing the poison vine demon, the information about the wood heartgrass appeared in Duan Yi's mind. This was also why Duan Yi hurried over to search the corpse after seeing the poison vine demon die.
"Is that the Wood Heart Stone?"
Han Lishuan was startled when he saw the small stone Duan Yi had taken out from the poison vine demon's body and immediately ran over.
"Wow, it really is. Duan Yi, you're amazing to have discovered this."
"So impressive," Han Lishuan said in admiration after carefully examining the heartwood stone.
Su Lianxue, who was nearby, also ran over to Duan Yi.
She was equally astonished upon seeing the heartwood stone. Tang Yu, who had originally been about to urge Duan Yi, was instantly dumbfounded when he saw the heartwood stone.
"What?"
Tang Yu didn't say another word and rushed toward Duan Yi, extending his hand and saying, "This poison vine demon was killed by the 4 of us. It has nothing to do with you."
"Naturally, this wood core stone should be distributed among the 4 of us.
If it were just some green quality beast core or the vines from the poison vine demon, Tang Yu naturally wouldn't care. But this wood core stone was truly precious. It could only be obtained by killing plant creatures of blue quality or higher, and it was also an essential item for the evolution of plant creatures, making it absolutely valuable.
How could such a precious item possibly be given up?
However, Duan Yi paid no attention to Tang Yu's words, directly ignoring him and storing the wooden heartstone in his storage ring.
I wonder if there's something wrong with your head.
This wooden heartstone was discovered by me. If it weren't for me, you would have already led the team away, Duan Yi said indifferently. Duan Yi had long found this guy unpleasant, and now he was even thinking of taking the wooden heartstone, which made Duan Yi feel he could no longer tolerate it. So what if you discovered it? The poison vine demon was killed by us. Did you contribute anything?
Tang Yu seemed to have anticipated Duan Yi's response and snorted coldly as he spoke.
Yes, so that green quality beast core belongs to the 4 of you and has nothing to do with me.
But this heartwood stone was something I painstakingly found, wasn't it? Without me, could you have discovered it? How ridiculous. Duan Yi responded calmly, showing no fear of Tang Yu.
Tang Yu, after hearing Duan Yi's words, was momentarily at a loss for how to respond.
Because they indeed hadn't discovered it.
If it weren't for Duan Yi, they would have already turned around and left. But Tang Yu essentially believed that Duan Yi was just lucky. If he had acted earlier, there would be nothing to say, but Duan Yi hadn't made a move earlier. Now, relying on a bit of luck, he obtained the wooden heartstone, which Tang Yu simply couldn't accept.
Tang Yu, I think Duan Yi is right.
If he hadn't noticed that the poison vine demon had the wooden heartstone inside, we would have left long ago. This thing rightfully belongs to him. Han Lishuan found Tang Yu's frustrated expression incredibly amusing. Su Lianxue also chimed in, agreeing that the item should go to Duan Yi.
Oomph, the three of you are from the same school, that's not fair. Tang Yu quickly retorted, then suddenly seemed to have a lightbulb moment. He looked at Mo Lingxian and said, Miss Mo, it was mainly your magic spirit rabbit that first sensed the presence of the poison vine demon just now. Moreover, it also contributed a lot during the battle earlier. This secret realm belongs to your family, so how do you think the Heartwood Stone should be distributed? Tang Yu immediately switched his tone and gently spoke to Mo Lingxian. However, Mo Lingxian had been observing Duan Yi ever since he started dissecting the corpse of the poison vine demon. Initially, she thought Duan Yi was genuinely harvesting the vines, but she hadn't expected him to extract a wooden core stone. According to common sense, this wooden core stone could only drop with a certain probability from plant creatures of blue quality. The poison vine demon before her hadn't even reached blue quality, so how could Duan Yi have detected it in advance? The way you were rummaging through the poison vine demon's corpse just now didn't seem like it was only to harvest the vines. It was obvious you were searching for something specific. I wonder how Brother Duan discovered the wooden core stone inside the poison vine demon. Mo Lingxian asked curiously. It's very simple. This poison vine demon's aura was infinitely close to blue quality, so it was likely on the verge of evolving. And in the wild, it's actually very difficult for exotic beasts to evolve on their own. Usually, it happens by chance when they encounter some opportunity, leading to self-evolution. So it's clear that there must be something inside the poison vine demon giving it power. It is possible for green quality plant organisms to evolve into blue quality ones, and there is a high chance that the key is the wood core stone. So, I started searching for it, and it turns out my assumption was correct, Duan Yi explained with a smile. I see, Brother Duan is indeed clever, Mo Lingxian said after hearing Duan Yi's explanation. Besides becoming more interested in Duan Yi, she also felt a trace of admiration. In that case, this wood core stone definitely belongs to Brother Duan. Mo Lingxian smiled at Duan Yi and said. Tang Yu, who was standing nearby, had originally thought that Mo Lingxian was on his side, but he hadn't expected her to give the wood core stone to Duan Yi. This won't do. He didn't even exert any effort, Tang Yu hurriedly said. Didn't exert any effort? Just now, wasn't it Brother Duan who first detected the poison vine demon? My magical spirit rabbit only discovered it afterward, Mo Lingxian explained. This was also the aspect of Duan Yi that Mo Lingxian admired the most, being able to detect a powerful exotic beast ahead faster than the superhuman clan's beasts. It was truly incredible. What? Tang Yu was instantly shocked. At the same time, he recalled that Duan Yi had inexplicably shouted earlier. Originally, he thought Duan Yi was bluffing, but now it seemed that Duan Yi had indeed noticed it first. Tang Yu snorted coldly. Although he still couldn't let go of the wooden heartstone in his heart, he chose not to say anything further. He then continued leading the team forward. Not far behind them, the man in the yellow shirt also witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. Duan Yi, this kid is really quite interesting. He managed to discover the existence of the poison vine demon before the superpowered clan's exotic beasts, and even precisely located the wooden heartstone. It seems that when we return, I must report this situation to the chairman properly. This kid definitely has a boundless future ahead. The man in the yellow shirt sighed slightly with emotion, then continued following the team from behind, while also observing the surroundings for any exotic beasts beyond their capabilities, ready to step in and rescue them at any moment. After the farce just now, the more Tang Yu looked at Duan Yi, the more displeased he felt. Not only had Duan Yi stolen the spotlight outside the teleportation array, but just now, in front of Mo Lingxian, Tang Yu had been embarrassed again because Duan Yi discovered the Heartwood Stone. Exotic beast quality, green. If it weren't for the need for teamwork, Tang Yu would have wanted to kick Duan Yi out of the team directly. Fortunately, after the fierce battle with the poison ivy demon earlier, Duan Yi and his group did not encounter any further dangers, except for occasional attacks by groups of white-quality exotic beasts, or sometimes they would come across a few insignificant green-quality exotic beasts, which were easily dealt with. Most of these exotic beasts were killed by Tang Yu and Han Lishuan, as if the two were competing. Whenever an exotic beast appeared, the two would immediately rush to take it down. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened, and the five of them were currently in a large forest. Duan Yi, Su Lianxue, and Han Lishuan sat in front of a large tree, each taking out dry rations from their storage rings and eating there. Tang Yu, on the other hand, was different. Somehow, he had caught two white-quality pearl chickens, and after killing and preparing them, he was roasting them over a fire. Evolution route, 2 paths. How about it, Miss Mo? These pearl chickens are specially prepared for you. Although you might eat them often, it's different in the secret realm. This kind of rare and edible exotic beast meat is quite precious. Tang Yu skillfully roasted the pearl chickens while chatting with Mo Lingxian, hoping to grow closer to her. Sorry, I'm not hungry, and I don't like eating exotic beast meat. Mo Lingxian had no interest in Tang Yu's pearl chicken at all and quickly walked away. This couldn't really be blamed on Mo Lingxian. After all, she had been pampered since childhood. Even if she wanted to eat, it would be food prepared by top chefs. How could she possibly eat pearl chicken roasted with Tang Yu's methods? Just looking at Mo Lingxian was enough to kill one's appetite. Silently,
he took out some special rations made from spirit-powered vegetables mixed with exotic beast meat from his storage ring and began savoring them on the side. Seeing Tang Yu being snubbed, Han Lixuan couldn't help but laugh and say, throwing yourself at someone who doesn't care, this must be what it looks like, ha.
Duan Yi and Su Lianxue burst into laughter upon hearing this.
Go chew on your dry rations, I'll enjoy myself. Tang Yu didn't expect Mo Lingxian to reject him so decisively, making him feel utterly humiliated.
Wait a minute, how could there be guinea fowl around here?
At first, Duan Yi didn't think much of it, but suddenly, from the radar scan image in his mind, he realized there was no trace of guinea fowl nearby. Tang Yu genuinely caught 2 guinea fowls, which made him feel very puzzled.
How could there be none? Is this secret realm opened by your family? You say there's none, and there really isn't?
Tang Yu sneered after hearing this, then began savoring the delicious guinea fowl.
What, did you notice something unusual?
Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue quickly turned to look at Duan Yi. Nowadays, among their trio, although Duan Yi ranks the lowest, he is actually the strongest in terms of ability.
Moreover, the poisonous vine demon earlier was also first discovered by Duan Yi, whose perception is very sharp. If something startled Duan Yi, it surely means something is about to happen.
I didn't notice anything unusual, just feel that this environment shouldn't be suitable for guinea fowl to survive. Look around, there are a large number of ferocious white-quality exotic beasts roaming here. Exotic beasts like guinea fowl, which don't have much combat power, would definitely choose to live in safer places. How could they be here?
Duan Yi pointed to the surrounding environment and said, yeah, now that you mention it, it does seem a bit strange. Han Lixuan, reacting quickly, became alert immediately. At the same time, the ice soul venomous snake, golden flame tiger, and snow shadow wolf beside them also became vigilant at once, patrolling the surroundings. I wonder if Miss Mo's magic spirit rabbit has detected anything? Duan Yi looked at Mo Lingxian and asked.
Duan Yi's radar scan in his mind currently did not show any powerful exotic beasts, only some ordinary white-quality exotic beasts were wandering around. If even the magical spirit rabbit hadn't detected anything, then it was possible that Duan Yi was being overly sensitive. Perhaps these 2 guinea fowls had simply strayed into this area by mistake.
No, brother Duan, you're right.
This environment is indeed unsuitable for guinea fowls to survive, but my magical spirit rabbit hasn't detected anything and is very calm.
There shouldn't be any danger, right?
Mo Lingxian said with a smile, addressing Duan Yi.
Perhaps I am being overly sensitive, Duan Yi said with a slight sigh of relief. May I ask what Miss Mo was eating earlier? Could I take a look?
Although Duan Yi was unsure what that thing was, he could sense the powerful spiritual energy contained within the food, sparking his curiosity.
Is this all it is?
Mo Lingxian casually took out a deep yellow ration from her storage ring. This is a special ration made by our Hui Fu group, combining various exotic beast meats and spiritual vegetables. Not only can it restore spiritual energy, but long-term consumption can also enhance it. Even the taste is quite delicious. After speaking, Mo Lingxian took out 2 more pieces of ration and handed them to Duan Yi, Han Lixuan, and Su Lianxue respectively. So that's what it is. It looked so familiar.
My family also bought a batch of this dry food, and it's indeed very good, Han Lixuan said and started eating. It's just that it's a little different from what we bought. This one seems to taste better, Su Lianxue said after tasting a few bites.
That's because this is the latest version developed and hasn't been sold on a large scale yet, Mo Lingxian explained. After hearing this, Duan Yi also took a big bite, and his eyes lit up instantly.
Not bad.
This thing not only tastes great, but it also seems to restore the spiritual energy of the soul sea much faster, Duan Yi said in surprise.
How much does this cost per piece? Duan Yi quickly asked. If he needs to travel frequently in the future, this item is definitely indispensable. Whether it's the taste, effectiveness, or satiety, it's excellent, and it's also very convenient to carry.
The old version costs about 2,000 yuan each, but I'm not sure about this newly developed one. Mo Lingxian, after all, was only in her teens. She usually focused on her studies at school and had no time to worry about the family business, so it was natural that she wasn't very clear about it.
2,000 yuan each? That's not cheap. Hearing this price, Duan Yi sighed slightly, but fortunately, it was still acceptable. After all, just the wild bull meat alone costs 5,000 yuan per pound. Although this ration costs 2,000 yuan each, it is infused with various exotic beast meats and spiritual vegetables, making it worth the price. It seems that after going out, I'll need to buy a batch, Duan Yi muttered softly.
Seeing Duan Yi and Mo Lingxian chatting happily, Tang Yu immediately became very angry. Even the delicious chicken leg in his hand no longer tasted good.
How can an ordinary family afford this kind of specially made rations? Tang Yu sneered abruptly.
After all, although this Duan Yi had the qualifications to enter the secret realm, it was obtained through the mall challenge activity.
His true identity was just that of an ordinary student at Yaoguang Third High School.
And those who attended Yaoguang Third High School were generally from families with modest conditions, so Tang Yu naturally didn't take him seriously. The Hui Mansion Group was able to develop this kind of specially made rations, and Tang Yu's family contributed significantly, continuously supplying top-grade exotic beast meat to the Hui Mansion Group, making them very important business partners. This is also why Tang Yu has always wanted to pursue Mo Lingxian, because once he wins her over, it would be equivalent to climbing up to Hui Fu Group, and the Tang family's business would no longer have any worries.
What does whether I can afford it or not have to do with you? Duan Yi retorted without the slightest fear of Tang Yu. TCH, not much skill, but quite a temper.
Tang Yu didn't pay much attention to Duan Yi's words, as he saw it as nothing more than Duan Yi's stubbornly saving face. This specially made ration costs 2,000, while the average family's monthly income is only around 10,000.
How could they possibly afford to buy it in large quantities?
What annoyed Tang Yu the most was that throughout today's journey, Duan Yi hadn't really exerted much effort. He was basically just accompanying the run, and only when encountering large groups of beasts would his ice-soul venomous snake take action.
In Tang Yu's view, Duan Yi didn't have much strength at all.
It was just that the aura of the ice-soul venomous snake was somewhat strong, and defeating this silver helm beast was probably just a stroke of luck.
My skills aren't great? Heh, how about we have a little competition? Exotic beast quality, green.
After eating and drinking his fill, Duan Yi no longer wanted to waste words with Tang Yu. Since Tang Yu looked down on him, he'd fight until Tang Yu was convinced.
Come on, I've been annoyed with you for a while. You defeated the silver helm beast and really think you're invincible?
Tang Yu sneered confidently and said, with just your ice-soul venomous snake, I bet it won't last 5 rounds under the lightning strikes of my lightning griffin.
Ha ha ha, this is absolutely hilarious. Tang Yu, do you even know who you're talking to? Upon hearing Tang Yu's intention to challenge Duan Yi, Han Lixuan didn't want to say much. With Duan Yi's strength, he would definitely win. But when he heard Tang Yu boast shamelessly about defeating Duan Yi within 5 rounds, Han Lixuan couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter.
Su Lianxue, standing nearby, also smiled and said, Tang Yu, you might not know much about our Yaoguang Third High School.
This classmate Duan Yi is already. Before Su Lianxue could finish her sentence, Tang Yu interrupted her with a cold snort and said, him, just a bronze 1 star? I'm a bronze 3 star.
Whether it's the strength of the exotic beast or the spirit card master himself, I completely crush him.
Saying 5 rounds is already overestimating him. Evolution route, 2 paths. Oh, really?
Then let me experience your lightning griffin and see if it can defeat my ice-soul venomous snake within 5 rounds.
Or perhaps, I'll be the one to defeat you?
It seems you've provided a line of dashes without any text to translate.
Could you please provide the content you'd like translated? Duan Yi stood up calmly and summoned the ice-soul venomous snake from beside him. Shameless boasting, you think you can defeat me in an instant? Are you out of your mind?
Since I've eaten and drunk my fill, as the captain here, I'll teach you a good lesson so you stop your incessant whining. As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, he called down the lightning griffin that had been scouting in the sky.
Exotic beast quality, green.
Mo Lingxian, who had originally planned to close her eyes and rest, couldn't help but grow curious upon seeing that Tang Yu and Duan Yi were about to face off. This Tang Yu was somewhat arrogant and domineering, but he did have strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become second on Yaoguang High School's wind and cloud ranking.
His lightning griffin was indeed very powerful, and Duan Yi is quite an interesting person.
Despite only having the strength of a bronze 1 star, he uses nothing more than a green quality exotic beast, the ice-soul venomous snake. Although the ice-soul venomous snake is considered a relatively rare exotic beast under normal circumstances, a small soul snake wouldn't evolve into this exotic beast, and its aura has reached the level of blue quality. But in the end, Duan Yi is still not a silver-level spirit card master, he's merely a bronze 1 star. So, it's impossible for him to truly possess a blue-quality exotic beast. A mutated ice-soul venomous snake and a powerful lightning griffin, with such a disparity in strength between the 2 spirit card masters, this is quite interesting. Mo Lingxian curiously looked at the 2 of them, murmuring softly, let me see your strength properly. Let's see just how powerful your ice-soul venomous snake really is.
Evolution route, 2 paths. I'll say this first, we're just sparring, I won't hurt you. After all, you've already entered the secret realm, so it's impossible to let you lose your combat ability and drag us down.
Ha,
Tang Yu said with a hearty laugh. Stop talking nonsense, Tang Yu. Beat Duan Yi first, then we'll talk.
But I think you're definitely going to lose, Han Lixuan shouted.
Han Lixuan's cultivation level was similar to Tang Yu's, and his golden flame tiger was also very powerful.
Additionally, he had the help of the environment spirit card.
Yet even under these circumstances, he couldn't defeat Duan Yi. So what chance does Tang Yu have? In Han Lixuan's view, Tang Yu had already failed.
But just as Duan Yi was preparing to take action against Tang Yu, a yellow light suddenly appeared on the radar screen in Duan Yi's mind.
It was very distinct and flickering intensely. This yellow light was rapidly approaching Duan Yi and his group, clearly signaling imminent danger. Beast name, Xuanhua Giant Eagle.
Exotic beast abilities, Flame Jet, Flame Whirlpool, Blazing Charge, Blazing Claw.
Exotic beast status, angry, healthy, not good, there's danger.
When the attribute panel of the Shinfire Giant Eagle appeared in his mind, Duan Yi's expression changed drastically, his pupils contracted, and he shouted,
danger? I say, if you're scared, can't you come come up with a better excuse? If you don't want to compete, just admit defeat immediately, and I can accept that too. Tang Yu had already commanded the lightning griffin to assume a battle stance, circling continuously above the ice venom serpent's head, ready for combat. But Duan Yi suddenly shouted out that there was danger? Who are you trying to fool? But Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue are very familiar with Duan Yi, and just now Duan Yi's expression changed drastically. It was obvious that it wasn't because he was about to fight Tang Yu, but because real danger was approaching. At the same time, the golden mark on the forehead of the magical spirit rabbit in Mo Lingxuan's arms also emitted a dazzling light. Not good, something really is coming. Mo Lingxuan's expression immediately changed as well. A massive vortex of flames suddenly shot down from midair. It directly struck the smug lightning griffin. Accompanied by a miserable cry, the lightning griffin was sent flying. Not only that, large areas of burns appeared on its body. Obviously, it was severely injured by the Xuanhua giant eagle. What? Tang Yu was just thinking about mocking Duan Yi, but he didn't expect his exotic beast to be seriously injured by a mysterious vortex of flames. Afterward, the vortex of flames in midair gradually disappeared, revealing a massive eagle about 3 meters tall, its entire body ablaze with flames, and an orange gemstone embedded in its forehead. It hovered in midair, its eyes glowing red as it stared at the 5 people below. This aura belongs to the blue-grade exotic beast, the mystic flame giant eagle. How could such a powerful beast suddenly appear? Tang Yu shouted in shock and quickly ran over to check the injuries of the lightning griffin. Since Tang Yu had apprenticed under Chen De, he naturally had emergency measures. He took out numerous first aid medicines from his storage ring and began treating his lightning griffin. How strange, there clearly wasn't any blue-quality exotic beast appearing in the radar scan in my mind just now. But why has one suddenly appeared now, and it's launching a fierce attack right away? Duan Yi muttered in confusion. But there was no time to dwell on it. Since it was a blue-quality exotic beast, he absolutely couldn't afford to be careless. After all, apart from Duan Yi's ice soul venomous snake, all the others present were still just green-quality exotic beasts. So it must be coordinated well, otherwise, something major will definitely happen. After all, this is a blue-quality exotic beast. Even the middle-aged man in the yellow shirt not far away became nervous, his eyes fixed tightly on Mo Lingxian and the others, deeply afraid that something might happen to them. At the same time, he was also very puzzled. He had just checked the surroundings thoroughly and found no traces of the mysterious fire giant eagle. Where exactly did this mysterious fire giant eagle come from? Since it was merely a blue-quality exotic beast, as long as they coordinated well, there shouldn't be any issues. Therefore, the middle-aged man in the yellow shirt chose not to intervene and continued to observe. Xuanhua giant eagle, a blue-quality exotic beast, we can't fight it individually anymore. Let's join forces to attack it, Mo Lingxian said excitedly. The reason she chose to enter the secret realm before the college entrance examination was to enhance her strength. All the exotic beasts she encountered throughout the day were of white and green quality, which were too weak. Finally, a blue-quality exotic beast appeared. Naturally, Mo Lingxian couldn't let it go. Of course, Mo Lingxian was also well aware of her own limitations. After all, her exotic beast was still of green quality, and there was absolutely no chance of defeating the Xuanhua giant eagle in a one-on-one fight. So she immediately commanded her teammates to launch a joint attack. As soon as Mo Lingxian finished speaking, the magical spirit rabbit in her arms immediately flew out, and the golden mark on its forehead emitted a dazzling light. The magical spirit rabbit, originally only 20 to 30 centimeters in size, suddenly began to grow larger, its aura surging. In an instant, it transformed into a form over a meter tall. Psychic impact. A golden beam of light immediately shot out from the mark on the forehead. Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue, standing nearby, also commanded the beasts to launch a fierce attack without delay. Flame jet. Ice spike impact. A beam of flame and several sharp ice spikes, combined with the psychic impact of the magic spirit rabbit, simultaneously blasted toward the Xian fire giant eagle. Faced with 3 powerful attack skills, the Xian fire giant eagle did not choose to evade. It let out an angry screech, flapped its wings forcefully, forming an even stronger flame vortex than before, directly clashing with the skills of the magic spirit rabbit, golden flame tiger, and snow shadow wolf. Although the exotic beasts of Mo Lingxian and the others were not weak, they were still merely green quality beasts. Facing a nearly berserk Xian fire giant eagle was still somewhat challenging. The flame vortex easily dispersed their skills and swept toward the 3 exotic beasts. Not good. Duan Yi reacted quickly and immediately commanded the ice soul venomous snake to take action. Duan Yi originally intended to conceal some of the ice soul venomous snake's strength, but given the current situation, he could no longer keep it hidden. Ice soul venomous snake, activate the ice sealing technique. Build an ice wall. As soon as Duan Yi finished speaking, the ice soul venomous snake immediately let out a hiss, followed by an unreserved release of the cold air from its body. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted, the ground began to freeze, and an ice wall quickly appeared in front of the magical spirit rabbit and other exotic beasts. The ice wall successfully blocked the flame vortex, but since it was an attack launched by a blue quality
quality exotic beast, the ice wall naturally couldn't remain intact and shattered.
Freezing ray. Duani did not care whether the ice wall would remain intact.
Seeing it successfully block the vortex of flames, he did not hesitate and immediately commanded the ice soul venomous snake to launch its most powerful attack. A blue light wave instantly shot out from the ice soul venomous snake's mouth, directly blasting toward the mystic fire giant eagle. The mystic fire giant eagle, which had initially dismissed these exotic beasts, roared angrily at the ice soul venomous snake upon sensing the aura it unleashed at that moment. A thick beam of flame shot directly from its mouth, colliding head-on with the freezing ray.
You want to withstand my freezing ray? Dream on.
As Duani finished speaking, the aura of a bronze-level spirit card master immediately erupted from his entire body. The ice venom serpent, upon sensing this, grew even stronger in aura, directly suppressing the flame jet of the mystic fire giant eagle. The freezing ray hit the mystic fire giant eagle directly. Accompanied by a miserable cry, the eagle crashed heavily onto the ground, ice spreading from its abdomen, and the flames burning on its body gradually extinguished. Although both exotic beasts are of blue quality and belong to the common beast race, logically speaking, their strength should be evenly matched. However, the ice-souled venomous snake's advantage lies in the fact that it is Duanyi's exotic beast. With the cultivation support of a spirit card master, defeating an ordinary blue-quality exotic beast naturally wouldn't be too much of a problem. Seeing Duanyi's ice-souled venomous snake severely injure the mystic flame giant eagle with a single strike and freeze most of its body, rendering it incapable of flight, Han Lishuan and Su Lianshu immediately commanded their exotic beasts to continue attacking the heavily injured mystic flame giant eagle.
Meanwhile, Mo Lingxian was puzzled as to why Duanyi's ice-souled venomous snake was so powerful that it could even severely injure a blue-quality exotic beast.
But since the flame eagle was not truly dead and still had the potential to counterattack, Mo Lingxian didn't have time to think further and directly ordered the magic spirit rabbit to continue its assault. Due to the severe damage the flame eagle had already suffered from the freezing ray, it was now completely powerless to resist the siege by the four exotic beasts.
Moreover, its wings were frozen, making escape impossible.
Facing the siege of the four exotic beasts, it began to lose its ability to resist, its aura extremely weak, and it was on the verge of death. Yet just as the flame eagle was about to die, several powerful bolts of lightning struck down from mid-air, completely annihilating the flame eagle. Immediately, a beast core emitting blue light floated out. Due to the wide range of the lightning attack, it almost affected the exotic beasts of Han Lishuan, Su Lianxue, and others. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and successfully dodged.
Tang Yu, what are you doing? Han Lishuan immediately shouted angrily at Tang Yu. Seeing that you all hadn't defeated it for so long, I just helped you resolve it quickly.
However, the power of my lightning griffin's skill was too strong, and I couldn't hold back for a moment. My apologies, Tang Yu said casually. While treating the lightning griffin earlier, Tang Yu had noticed the astonishing attack of Duanyi's ice soul serpent. To be able to directly injure the mystic flame giant eagle truly left Tang Yu deeply shocked. However, more than shock, Tang Yu felt a greater sense of confusion and a hint of relief, because this ice-souled venomous snake was simply too bizarre. It was clearly a green-quality exotic beast, but why was its strength upon eruption even more formidable than a blue-quality exotic beast? This was what Tang Yu couldn't understand the most. Moreover, if he had really clashed with the ice-souled venomous snake just now, his lightning griffin would likely have had a hard time winning. That would have been an enormous embarrassment. However, upon seeing the profound fire giant eagle severely injured and on the brink of death, Tang Yu couldn't think too much about it. After bandaging up the lightning griffin, he immediately commanded it to launch a strong attack. After all, this was a blue-quality exotic beast. Not to mention the many valuable items on its body, just the blue-quality beast core alone was extremely precious. If he didn't act soon, he would miss the opportunity, so Tang Yu launched a lightning strike, directly stealing their kill.
This could be considered taking action, and now the items on the Xuanhua giant eagle could be evenly divided. Shameless.
Su Lian rolled her eyes at Tang Yu, her expression extremely displeased. Seeing the Xuanhua giant eagle about to be killed, his lightning griffin struck at this moment, clearly aiming to steal the kill and evenly divide the upcoming loot. Mo Lingxian already had a poor impression of Tang Yu, and after witnessing this move, her dislike for him deepened even further. But Tang Yu didn't care about so much at this moment and hurriedly ran toward the corpse of the Xuanhua giant eagle, preparing to take the blue-quality beast core directly. But Duani had already set his sights on this blue-quality beast core and directly ordered the ice-soul venomous snake to retrieve the beast core.
What are you doing?
Seeing the ice-soul venomous snake bite the beast core and then toss it to Duani, Tang Yu shouted angrily.
This was earned through the efforts of the four of us. What does it have to do with you? Duani said bluntly without beating around the bush. Rubbish. Didn't I also make a move just now?
Tang Yu shamelessly said, if it weren't for my lightning strike earlier, you all would have needed more time.
Doesn't that count as contributing? Stealing the final blow counts as contributing? Duani snorted coldly and said, it was my ice-soul venomous snake that first injured the mystic flame giant eagle.
Then, with the cooperation of the magic spirit rabbit, rabbit, golden flame tiger, and the other 3 beasts, we finally defeated the mystic flame giant eagle.
And yet you suddenly jumped in to steal the final blow, and now you have the nerve to ask for the blue quality beast core? Honestly, it's embarrassing for you. Is this the kind of magnanimity that the prestigious families of Yabwon City are known for? Duan Yi said unreservedly. What did you say? Do you really think having some strength means you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you, if we really fight, I might not necessarily lose to you. Tang Yu became even angrier upon hearing Duan Yi insult him. Can't be bothered with you.
After saying this, Duan Yi stored the blue quality beast core into his storage ring and said to Mo Lingxian, Han Lishuan, and the other 3, I don't want any materials from the Xianfire giant eagle, I only need this blue quality beast core.
What do you think? No problem, it was your ice soul venomous snake that first injured the Xianfire giant eagle anyway. Han Lishuan and Su Lianxue nodded and said.
Mo Lingxian also nodded slightly without saying much, and silently walked toward the corpse of the Xianfire giant eagle with her magic spirit rabbit. Looking at being ignored by everyone, Tang Yu felt even more displeased. However, faced with such a situation, he found it hard to say anything for the moment, so he forcibly endured it and then walked toward the corpse of the Xuanhua giant eagle. Although he couldn't obtain the beast core, there was still one very valuable item on the Xuanhua giant eagle, an orange gemstone embedded in its forehead. It contained powerful fire energy, and if given to fire-type beasts, it could enhance their fire attribute attack power. But just as Tang Yu approached the corpse of the Xuanhua giant eagle, Mo Lingxian immediately turned to look at him, holding some small bone fragments in her hand, and said to Tang Yu, what is this? This seems very similar to the bones of a guinea fowl. What's the matter? Tang Yu naturally treated Mo Lingxian with great respect, not daring to raise his tone.
You also know it's the bone of a guinea fowl, so let me ask you, where exactly did those 2 guinea fowls come from just now? Mo Lingxian seemed to have discovered something, speaking to Tang Yu in a serious tone.
Tang Yu was slightly taken aback by Mo Lingxuan's question, recalling the place where he had obtained the guinea fowls earlier. Meanwhile, Duan Yi, standing to the side, also seemed to understand something and let out a helpless sigh.
Seeing Tang Yu's hesitant expression, Mo Lingxian said, this environment is impossible for guinea fowls to survive in. They must have been deliberately placed here, and just now, that mysterious fire giant eagle suddenly launched a fierce attack on us. Obviously, it noticed its guinea fowl was missing and followed the scent to find it. Fortunately, it was just a blue-quality mystic flame giant eagle. If it had been a beast-level exotic creature, wouldn't we all be doomed? I'm really speechless with you. Mo Lingxian pushed Tang Yu aside and walked off in a certain direction. This can't be, right? According to her, the mystic flame giant eagle was attracted by me? Tang Yu still looked utterly confused. Tang Yu, have you ever properly attended classes at the academy? This environment is absolutely not suitable for a guinea fowl to survive. It's obvious that it was temporarily placed here by a beast, intending to come back and eat it later. But what happened? You stole it. Do you think the flame-fire giant eagle has the right to be angry? With someone like you, you still have the nerve to ask for a blue-quality beast core? It's honestly ridiculous. After Duan Yi finished speaking, he went over and took the gem from the flame-fire giant eagle's forehead and handed it to Su Lianxue. Useless to me. Better give it to Han Lishuan. Su Lianxue's exotic beast was of the ice element, so she had no interest in the gem of the Xianfire giant eagle and handed it over to Han Lishuan. Since the golden flame tiger was a fire element exotic beast, it could perfectly consume this gem. Han Lishuan didn't hesitate much and immediately accepted it. Afterward, the 3 of them walked to the other side, completely ignoring Tang Yu. Tang Yu, meanwhile, was utterly stunned in place, not knowing what to say for a moment. Watching the scene unfold within this small team, the man in the yellow shirt nearby could no longer remain silent. He quickly walked over and called them all together to assemble. Uncle Wang, I'm sorry, but I can't stay in this team any longer.
I request to leave the team, Mo Lingxian said expressionlessly and coldly. Originally, Mo Lingxian had planned to act alone, but her father simply wouldn't allow it and insisted on forming some sort of team, claiming it would ensure someone would take care of her. But now it seems that this team is completely unnecessary, especially since she has to continue staying with Tang Yu.
Just thinking about it makes Mo Lingxian feel annoyed.
Her only point of interest was wanting to understand Duan Yi's strength. From the earlier battle against the Xuanhua giant eagle, Mo Lingxian realized that Duan Yi's abilities were truly impressive. That ice soul venomous snake was definitely not something the current magic spirit rabbit could defeat. He was able to instantly kill the silver helm beast purely through his own strength. After learning all this, Mo Lingxian decided not to stay in this team any longer. Instead, she might as well leave on her own to find some exotic beasts to battle, improving both her own strength and that of the magic spirit rabbit. This way, she wouldn't have to face these arguments anymore.
Miss, this secret realm is too dangerous, and it's nighttime now. Acting alone is really prone to accidents.
This man in the yellow shirt, named Wang Chang, is a squad leader in the security team of the Hui Mansion Group.
His primary order is to ensure Mo Lingxuan's absolute safety.
If Mo Lingxian leaves, then he will inevitably abandon these beast tamers and follow Mo Lingxian. But in in doing so, these people could be in some danger. If an accident occurs and one or two die in the secret realm, then his responsibility would be significant. After all, the families of those who can enter the Hui Mansion Group's secret realm are all quite prestigious in Yaoguang City. Offending any one of them is something Wang Chang cannot afford, so he tried to patiently persuade Mo Lingxian not to leave the team. However, Mo Lingxuan's attitude was extremely firm, and she had already made up her mind to leave. Sorry, the three of us are also leaving. We can't get along with this Tang Yu, Duani shouted at this moment. Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue behind him also fully agreed. This, Wang Chang's face immediately turned serious, and for a moment, he really didn't know what to do. Humph, as if I wanted to stay with you in the first place. If you want to leave, fine, no problem, we'll go our separate ways. Tang Yu, with his fiery temper, said this and then turned around and left directly. At the same time, he said to Mo Lingxian, I'm sorry, Miss Mo. Earlier, I didn't think things through. I apologize to you here. How about I leave the team with you? This way, we can look out for each other. Sorry, I can manage on my own. Mo Lingxian showed no regard for Tang Yu and directly turned around to leave. Humph, acting all spoiled like a princess? Tang Yu snorted coldly when he saw Mo Lingxian completely ignoring him and left on his own. Let's go, the three of us will travel together. Seeing that both of them had left, Duan Yi immediately took Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue and headed in another direction. It's over, this is trouble. Wang Chang's face was extremely grim at this moment. Originally, fewer people were intentionally assigned to this team to avoid disputes, but unexpectedly, they had already gone their separate ways in less than a day. After pondering for a moment on the spot, Wang Chang immediately took out a specially made small device from his pocket, which looked very similar to a mobile phone. Species, Spirit Stone. It's just that he didn't make a phone call. After confirming the direction Tang Yu was heading and the direction Duan Yi and the other two had left, Wang Chang sent out the two coordinates. At the same time, he wrote a message asking the Hui Fu group to dispatch 2 more silver-level spirit card masters to enter the secret realm and head to these 2 coordinates. In particular, they needed to rush to Tang Yu's coordinate immediately. After all, he was alone, and the Lightning Griffin had been injured earlier, making the situation extremely dangerous. Quality, blue. After finishing all this, Wang Chang immediately ran in the direction of Mo Lingxian. His main purpose on this trip was to protect Mo Lingxian. She was the most important and couldn't suffer even the slightest harm, so Wang Chang couldn't afford to worry about too much else and had to follow Mo Lingxian first. And so, Duan Yi's 5-person team completely disbanded, heading off in different directions. Finally free, that Tang Yu was really so annoying, Su Lianxue said cheerfully. Exactly, not very capable, but with a big temper, and loves to act superior. Han Lixuan couldn't help but complain. Forget it, forget it. Although leaving the team has made things much quieter, it has also become much more dangerous. And now it's nighttime, some powerful ghost clan beasts tend to appear at this time. The silver-level spirit card master who was guarding behind us must have gone with Mo Lingxian, so we can't let our guard down. Duan Yi did not relax just because it was quieter. As soon as he left the team, he became alert, and the system radar in his mind remained activated. How about this? It's already very late now. The grass ahead doesn't seem to pose any danger. Let's rest for the night and set out tomorrow, Han Lixuan said, pointing forward. Okay, it's indeed relatively safe there. Get some rest first. Through the radar function of the system, Duan Yi also discovered that the area ahead was relatively safe, with fewer exotic beasts around, and all of them were white-quality beasts that wouldn't actively attack people. Afterward, the three of them arrived at the patch of grass, each choosing a spot and closing their eyes. However, although their eyes were closed, they were not sleeping but were in a state of cultivation. Duan Yi was the same, finding a secluded spot to quietly practice the Xiantian technique. Due to the movements of the Xiantian technique, Duan Yi could currently only perform 3 sets, and after completing them, his body would become extremely weak. In such a wilderness setting, it was indeed a bit unsafe. Thus, Duan Yi hurriedly performed just 1 set before stopping his practice of the Xiantian technique, switching instead to a basic qi gathering technique. This not only avoided exposure but also ensured greater safety. Meanwhile, the 3 of their respective exotic beasts rested beside their masters, protecting them at all times. Just like that, the night passed. Although there was a fierce battle in the first half of the night, fortunately, the latter half was very peaceful. No strange beasts appeared, and they had a calm and restful night. After finding a small river, the 3 of them freshened up and then continued walking forward. It must be said, the secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group is truly vast. Ever since they were teleported to this valley, they had yet to walk out of it. Until now, the 3 of them finally saw a stretch of yellow soil ahead, looking like a desert. Then the 3 of them headed in that direction. Wow, I thought we had left the valley, but it turns out we've entered another one. This secret realm is really huge, Han Lixuan commented, looking at the surroundings and complaining. Originally, the 3 of them thought the area ahead might be like the school's secret realm, a desert region, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be another valley. However, this valley was not as vibrant as the previous one. This valley was extremely desolate, filled with yellow soil everywhere, and even the concentration concentration of spiritual energy in the air was lower than before. It looks very dangerous. We must be careful, Su Lianxue said cautiously, scanning her surroundings. Thus, the three of them walked through this desolate valley. Not a single exotic beast appeared, and it seemed relatively calm.
Could it be that no exotic beasts have appeared here? Han Lishuan said with some disappointment. If no exotic beasts appear, wouldn't that mean a waste of time? No, this valley looks quite large. It's impossible for there to be no exotic beasts at all.
The quieter it is, the more likely there is something particularly dangerous waiting for us. Duani, as he walked along, continuously used the system's radar function to scan the surroundings.
However, the images displayed are all ordinary white-quality exotic beasts, and they are the kind that won't actively attack people.
But after walking for a long time, not even a single green-quality exotic beast has been seen, which made Duan-Yi a bit puzzled.
Could it be that this valley only has white-quality exotic beasts? Let's leave quickly. This valley is too strange, Su Lianxue said uneasily. Duan-Yi and Han Lishuan both nodded, then quickened their pace, eager to leave this place.
Just as the three sped up their steps, a sudden massive tremor came from ahead.
Something's happening. This valley really has issues.
Han Lishuan, Su Lianxue, and Duan-Yi immediately became alert, and the three beasts beside them also prepared for battle. That sound just now should be the commotion caused by the exotic beast. Judging by the loud noise, it seems that the beast is quite large, Han Lishuan said with a serious expression. At this moment, two particularly bright yellow light spots appeared on the radar scan image in Duan-Yi's mind.
Exotic beast name, Earth-shaking giant bull. Exotic beast species/attribute, beast/earth element.
Exotic beast abilities, savage charge, earth spikes. Exotic beast status, angry, poisoned. Click to view treatment methods.
Exotic beast name, colorful poison spider.
Exotic beast race/attribute, beast/poison. Exotic beast abilities, poison mist, poison threads, web of heaven and earth. Exotic beast status, angry, minor injury. Click to view treatment methods.
Not only that, have you noticed how the air is extremely murky, with a nauseating feeling?
It seems there is not only a giant exotic beast ahead but also a poisonous one.
It seems a fight has broken out.
We can go take a look, maybe we can pick up some leftovers. Duan-Yi immediately used the system to determine the situation of the two beasts ahead and found that they were within the blue quality range and not ferocious beasts. With this, his ice soul venomous snake could handle them, so he immediately led Han Lishuan and the others over. That's right, it seems like two beasts are fighting. The question is whether it's wild beasts fighting or if a spirit card master is commanding them to fight. Han Lishuan nodded and said,
it shouldn't be the spirit card master commanding the exotic beasts in battle.
After all, the secret realm of the Hui Mansion group is very large. Even if they split up like us, it's impossible for us to run into them so quickly. Let's go and take a look first, Duan-Yi said, then led the ice soul venomous snake forward. Han Lishuan and Su Lianxue agreed with Duan-Yi's suggestion and also commanded their exotic beasts to move forward.
It's getting closer and closer.
The ground's tremors have also become much stronger. Duan-Yi slowed his pace and said, the air is getting more and more foul, Su Lianxue said, unconsciously activating her spiritual energy. Duan-Yi and Han Lishuan, who were beside her, did the same to prevent the poisonous gas from entering their bodies and harming their spirit card master abilities. After the three of them walked a little further, a large spider over a meter in size, covered in vibrant colors, was suddenly knocked out. Its body was oozing purple poisonous blood and it appeared to be seriously injured. A muscular, 5-meter-tall brown giant bull with massive horns glowing with an earthy yellow light charged out from the side, angrily staring at the giant spider that had been knocked away.
Whoa, it's actually a tremor bull, and that giant spider seems to be a venomous rainbow spider. I didn't expect it to be them fighting.
Han Lishuan, after getting a clear look at the two strange beasts, quickly spoke.
Now I understand why the air smells so foul.
It turns out to be the rainbow venom spider.
This kind of beast is best known for its use of poison.
Its evolved form, the 10,000 venom spider, is even more disgusting, Su Lianxue complained while covering her nose.
Looks like we can pick up some easy gains here, Duan-Yi said happily.
The two strange beasts ahead were both seriously injured. The rainbow venom spider had been sent flying by the earth-shaking giant ox, leaving it bleeding heavily over a large area. The earth-shaking giant ox, although it looks very fierce, has multiple poison spots on its body. It's obvious that it has been poisoned by the rainbow venom spider. If it isn't treated in time, it will probably die soon. Yeah, both of these beasts are seriously injured.
If we act now and subdue them, wouldn't they be at our mercy? That earth-shaking giant ox, there's one in our school's secret realm too. Although the one in front of us doesn't seem as strong, it's still an earth-shaking giant ox.
If it gets the chance to evolve to blue quality, it would definitely be formidable.
I'm a bit tempted.
Han Lishuan could hardly hold himself back from rushing out. The colorful venom spider is also good. The school records its evolution method, and as long as the materials are collected, it can evolve into the 1000 venom spider, which is quite powerful, Su Lianxue said happily. Alright, let's act quickly. Han Lishuan's golden flame tiger immediately targeted the earth-shaking giant bull, ready to strike. Even Duan Yi did the same, hurriedly commanding the ice soul venom snake to attack. But at that moment, an additional blue light suddenly appeared in Duan Yi's mind, causing him to freeze in place. You should know that so far, Duan Yi had only encountered yellow light spots, green light spots, or red light spots indicating valuable treasures. But what was this blue light spot? Just as Duan Yi was feeling puzzled, a mechanical voice from the system echoed in his mind. Detected a desert area ahead, meeting the standards for sealing. It can be sealed into a green quality environment spirit card. What? The environment ahead can be sealed. Duan Yi was startled upon hearing this. It is important to know that under normal circumstances, encountering an environment suitable for sealing is extremely difficult. Such places are often formed in specific areas after a long period of evolution, creating an exceptionally unique site. This site contains spiritual energy fluctuations far stronger than those in surrounding areas, and it continuously absorbs spiritual energy from the surrounding environment. So, a situation often arises where a very barren land suddenly has a patch of extremely fertile soil, and this land is very likely to meet the standards for sealing. It seems these two exotic beasts are fighting entirely over that territory. It looks like we've really stumbled upon something good this time. Let's move. Together, we'll defeat these two exotic beasts, Duan Yi said excitedly. Good. Han Lishuan and Su Lianxue also nodded excitedly. Suddenly, three powerful exotic beasts leaped out from the side. The earth-shaking giant ox and the colorful venomous spider, who had been fiercely battling, were instantly startled and immediately stopped fighting, warily watching the ice soul venomous snake, golden flame tiger, and other exotic beasts that appeared around them. Immediately afterward, Duan Yi, Han Lishuan, and Su Lianxue also stepped out. Seeing that you've all suffered serious injuries, if you don't want to die, just surrender obediently. Han Lishuan stroked the golden flame tiger and spoke to the two beasts in front of him in a threatening tone. Don't worry, as long as you surrender, we won't kill you. We'll just seal you, Su Lianxue said. The two strange beasts were both quite strong. Although they were seriously injured, it was absolutely impossible for them to surrender just because of a few words. In fact, the two even leaned against each other, attempting to join forces to attack these suddenly appearing strange beasts. It seems there's no way to make them submit directly, so we'll have to rely on force. Duan Yi saw these two exotic beasts and showed no intention of giving up. Without much hesitation, he immediately ordered the ice soul venomous snake to attack, then fight until they submit. Roar! As soon as Han Lishuan finished speaking, the golden flame tiger immediately leaped forward. Su Lianxue's snow shadow wolf also followed closely behind. The earth-shaking giant bull appeared calm, its body radiating an earthy yellow glow. It stomped the ground forcefully, causing countless spikes to rise instantly. Fortunately, the three beasts were all incredibly fast and uninjured, being in their peak condition. Naturally, they easily dodged the attack. But at that moment, a massive purple spider web descended from the sky, attempting to envelop the three beasts directly. Oh, they really joined forces. But do you think it will work? Duan Yi showed no sign of panic and immediately shouted, Ice Soul Venomous Snake, activate ice sealing technique, freeze the spider web. Then aim at the earth-shaking giant bull and use the freezing ray. Remember, don't use full power, just freeze it. The Ice Soul Venomous Snake could no longer hold back. Upon receiving Duan Yi's command, it instantly charged forward. A powerful chill erupted from its body. The spider web that had just appeared in midair was immediately frozen into an ice block and shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground. Subsequently, a blue light wave was directly launched toward the earth-shaking giant ox. Meanwhile, the rainbow venomous spider, which had been planning a sneak attack, was immediately targeted by the snow shadow wolf. Su Lianxue's exotic beast, although not as strong in attack as the ice soul venomous snake and the golden flame tiger, excels in speed. This snow shadow wolf is also a relatively rare exotic beast, a special evolution of the windrunner wolf, similar to Duan Yi's ice soul venomous snake. Unfortunately, it did not undergo a mutation during its evolution like Duan Yi's, but it is still stronger than the vast majority of green-quality exotic beasts. As for the golden flame tiger, it did not assist the ice soul venomous snake but instead turned and pounced directly at the rainbow venom spider. Strength Han Lishuan was well aware of. He didn't need any help from him at all. Instead, it was better to assist Su Lianxue in quickly gaining control of the colorful poison spider. Watching the powerful freezing beam shoot toward itself, the earth-shaking giant bull began to panic. At the same time, it sensed the terrifying aura of the ice soul venomous snake in front of it, far beyond what it could handle. Filled with fear, it wasted no time and first erected an earthen wall in front of itself. Then, it launched a savage charge in one direction, running swiftly in an attempt to escape the battlefield. Trying to run? Not happening. Since he had already decided to make a move, how could Duan Yi let it escape? The earthen wall built by the earth-shaking giant ox couldn't withstand the freezing ray at all and instantly crumbled crumbled to pieces. Immediately after, the power of the freezing ray continued unabated, swiftly shooting toward the fleeing earth-shaking giant ox. Seeing the freezing ray about to strike it, a look of despair appeared in the earth-shaking giant ox's eyes, and it was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. On the other side, the colorful venomous spider wasn't faring much better. At first, it could still exchange a few moves with the snow shadow wolf, but with the addition of the golden flame tiger, it was besieged by ice and fire, worsening its already injured body. It collapsed to the ground, completely devoid of any strength to resist.
We're done here. Duan-yi, how about you?
Just as Han Lixuan finished shouting, he saw a massive 5-meter ice sculpture ahead, leaving him momentarily speechless.
This guy is as impressive as ever. Huh? Su Lianxue smiled and said, although her snow shadow wolf and the ice soul venomous snake were both ice-type exotic beasts of green quality, the gap between them was truly immense.
Su Lianxue knew very well that no matter how strong her snow shadow wolf was, it could never freeze such a massive earth-shaking giant ox into an ice sculpture. I'm done on my side too, Duan-yi shouted as he ran toward Han Lixuan.
Then let's begin the sealing. Duan-yi, are you interested in these two exotic beasts? Although Han Lixuan had the highest cultivation level, Duan-yi was the strongest in actual combat.
Coupled with Duan-yi's exceptional perception, in some ways, the two of them already regarded Duan-yi as the team leader.
At this moment, they were preparing to seek Duan-yi's opinion.
After all, there were only 2 exotic beasts, but there were 3 of them, making the distribution a bit tricky. I have no interest in these 2 exotic beasts. Duan-yi glanced at the earth-shaking giant bull and the colorful venomous spider, smiled, and said, if it were the earth-shaking giant bull from the school's secret realm, Duan-yi might be tempted, thinking of keeping it for himself to fuse when breaking through to the silver level.
But as for the current earth-shaking giant bull, Duan-yi had no interest at all.
As for the colorful venomous spider, Duan-yi was even less interested.
Duan-yi already had a poison-type exotic beast, and in every aspect, this colorful venomous spider was inferior to his ice-soul venomous snake.
Even if he sealed it, it would only be sold off.
You don't want it?
Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue were both startled.
That wouldn't be right. I think that earth-shaking giant bull was defeated by you, so it's yours. There's no need to be modest. Han Lixuan thought Duan-yi was being modest, so he spoke directly.
Yeah, besides, compared to us, you need the earth-shaking giant ox more. After all, such a rare beast is hard to come by. Even if you don't use it, you could sell it for a hefty price. Su Lianxue knew very well that Duan-yi's family situation wasn't great, so she quickly spoke up.
Ha ha ha, you guys actually misunderstood me.
I wasn't saying I don't want the spoils of war, but rather that I'm not interested in these 2 beasts.
What I'm interested in is that thing up ahead. Duan-yi smiled and pointed to an empty spot in front of them.
Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue quickly looked in the direction Duan-yi pointed, but they didn't see any spiritual herbs or stones, just an empty plot of land.
Is there something there? Han Lixuan asked in confusion.
Try using your spiritual power to sense the empty plot ahead, Duan-yi reminded them. Immediately, Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue closed their eyes and released their spiritual power to sense the empty plot ahead. Su Lianxue and Han Lixuan immediately opened their eyes and shouted in shock.
How can there be such a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation in that clearing? Could it be? It can be sealed into an environmental spirit card.
Su Lianxue said in shock.
Heavens, our luck is just too good, isn't it? Han Lixuan was also wearing a shocked expression at this moment.
Although he possessed an environmental spirit card, it was purchased by his family and not something he had sealed himself.
At present, Han Lixuan had never even seen an environmental spirit card that could be sealed.
Seeing one for the first time, it was inevitable for him to feel extremely astonished. At the same time, he felt even more admiration for Duan-yi. To be able to detect it immediately, this level of perception was simply too incredible.
Not bad.
From the moment I arrived here, I actually noticed that patch of air, so compared to these 2 exotic beasts, I prefer that one, Duan-yi said directly without any hesitation.
No problem.
Since Duan-yi was the first to discover it and contributed a lot during the fight, it naturally belongs to you, Su Lianxue agreed without any objections.
After all, the Su family was a prestigious clan in Yaoguang City.
Su Haiqiu easily gave Duan-yi 30 million, so a mere environmental spirit card could naturally be purchased. There was no need for Su Lianxue to compete with Duan-yi, and after Han Lixuan came back to his senses, he quickly agreed.
What?
After all, despite his shock, this item was originally discovered by Duan-yi first. Moreover, Han Lixuan already had an environmental spirit card, which was quite strong and sufficient for him to use all the way to the silver level. So, rather than obtaining this environmental spirit card, Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue were more interested in seeing how to seal an environmental spirit card. Although books teach how to seal environmental spirit cards, sealing one even the lowest level, green quality environmental spirit card requires at least a bronze 5-star level to accomplish.
If one reaches the silver level or above, they can easily seal any environmental spirit card below purple quality.
However, Duan-yi, sealing an environmental spirit card, even the lowest and most worthless ones, requires at least bronze 5-star level level, and the failure rate for bronze 5-star is still quite high. Once it fails, the spiritual energy loss is significant, making it impossible to attempt a second seal. Only those who reach silver level or above can steadily seal that environment.
It seems none of the three of us can do it. Han Lixuan pondered for a moment and said, yes, lack of strength is the biggest problem right now. Knowing there's a rare environmental spirit card ahead but being unable to seal it is really unlucky. If only that silver level spirit card master were still here, we could have asked her to seal it. Su Lianxue was also a bit disappointed and said, not necessarily a lack of strength. Since Duan Yi wanted to seal this environmental spirit card, he naturally had a foolproof plan. Why, do you have a solution? Han Lixuan's eyes lit up as he spoke. Of course I do. Duan Yi smiled and said, you might not know, but my cultivation used to be particularly terrible. By the time I was about to graduate, I was only at Black Iron 3-star level. No way, you were that weak? I thought you were a hidden expert. Han Lixuan looked utterly shocked. After all, when he met Duan Yi was already exceptionally skilled, so he naturally assumed that Duan Yi was one of those hidden genius students who kept a low profile and only revealed his talents close to graduation. But what does this have to do with the sealing environment spirit card? Han Lixuan pressed on. Ha ha, don't rush.
Back then, because my little soul snake was injured, I couldn't train properly, so I was very down during that period. I often went to the school library to browse through various books, hoping to find a way to treat my little soul snake. That's how we ended up learning a lot of obscure knowledge. Although we can't reach the cultivation level required to seal the environmental spirit card, we can combine the cultivation levels of the three of us.
I'm a bronze 1-star, Lixuan is a 3-star, and Lianxue, you're a 2-star.
Together, our levels are almost equivalent to a bronze 5-star spirit card master.
If you channel your spiritual energy into me, we should be able to seal this environmental spirit card. After hearing Duan Yi's words, Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue were both stunned.
I think I've heard of this method before, but the person infused with spiritual energy will endure immense pain. If things go wrong, their soul sea might even burst, and that would be disastrous, Su Lianxue said with a grave expression. Rest assured, just trust me,
Duan Yi said confidently.
Indeed, for others, this method might seem extremely unreliable, but that wasn't the case for Duan Yi.
Duan Yi practiced the Xiantian art.
Due to the uniqueness of the Xiantian art, when practicing with full effort, Duan Yi only needed about 3 hours of cultivation each day to achieve the equivalent effect of others cultivating for many days. The soul sea within his body had long grown accustomed to the sudden surges of powerful spiritual energy, which was why Duan Yi was so confident at this moment.
Looking at Duan Yi's confident demeanor, Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue, after some consideration, eventually agreed.
Then wait a moment, the two of us will go negotiate with those two exotic beasts and then seal them. After Han Lixuan finished speaking, he ran toward the direction of the earth-shaking giant ox, while Su Lianxue headed toward the direction of the colorful poison spider. After a round of intense verbal sparring, the two exotic beasts, in order to avoid being killed, also agreed to be sealed. Subsequently, under the seals of Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue, the earth-shaking giant bull and the colorful poison spider were both sealed into spirit cards. Immediately after, the three of them headed toward the open space ahead, which was filled with spiritual energy.
Wow, the spiritual energy here is way too abundant. Han Lixuan couldn't help but sigh as he stepped into this special environment. Not only that, look at this environment. Besides the particularly abundant spiritual energy, it's also extremely dry.
The yellow earth everywhere makes it very suitable for those exotic beasts that fight in desert regions, Su Lianxue said as she touched the sandy soil on the ground. No matter what kind of exotic beast it's suitable for, just having an environmental spirit card is already extremely rare. Even if you don't need it yourself, selling it would still bring in a huge profit. However, the main issue now is whether the sealing can succeed. Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue both turned to look at Duan Yi at this moment.
Don't worry, we will definitely succeed. Duan Yi nodded confidently.
Immediately afterward, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from his entire body. Due to the many days of cultivating the Xiantian art, although Duan Yi was currently at the bronze 1-star level, the spiritual energy he unleashed was already infinitely close to bronze 2-star. He felt that he wouldn't even need to wait until the college entrance exams. Within just a few days, he should be able to break through.
Su Lianxue and Han Lixuan, standing to the side, were both shocked to see Duan Yi fully unleashing his spiritual power.
Especially Su Lianxue. When she first met Duan Yi, his cultivation level was merely around Black Iron 4 stars. Now, in just about half a month, he was already close to reaching bronze 2 stars, almost catching up to her.
His cultivation talent was truly extraordinary.
If it hadn't been for the time wasted earlier with the little soul snake, Duan Yi might already have a higher cultivation level than Han Lixuan by now.
Come on, I'm ready. Just channel your spiritual energy into my body. Duan Yi took a deep breath and shouted. Alright, but make sure you can handle it. Seeing Duan Yi's resolute expression, Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue didn't hesitate much.
They immediately mobilized the spiritual energy within within their bodies, continuously channeling it into Duan Yi.
However, out of concern that Duan Yi's soul sea might not withstand it, they dared not channel too much at once.
Don't worry about overloading my soul sea, pour it all in.
Duan Yi, aware of their concerns, said to them. Well, alright then. Han Lixuan gritted his teeth and channeled a large amount of spiritual energy into Duan Yi's body.
Su Lianxue, after some hesitation, followed Han Lixuan's lead and transmitted a large amount of spiritual energy to Duan Yi. In truth, Su Lianxue was deeply worried. After all, aside from his formidable strength, Duan Yi was also an exceptional beast doctor.
Even Chen De, widely recognized as the best beast doctor in Yaoguang City, couldn't compare to Duan Yi. This is also the biggest secret about Duan Yi. Since Duan Yi forbade it from being mentioned, Su Lianxue has kept it hidden all along. If it were made public, Duan Yi would likely become the center of attention in the entire city.
Such a genius young man, if he were to fall because of sealing an environmental spirit card, it would truly be a great pity.
Due to the large amount of spiritual energy from Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue flowing into Duan Yi's soul sea, although he could withstand it, Duan Yi was still inevitably drenched in sweat, his face slightly pale, yet completely unaffected. Duan Yi waved his hand toward the two people behind him.
Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue immediately understood and quickly stopped transmitting spiritual power.
Are you okay?
Seeing Duan Yi's current state, Su Lianxue asked worriedly.
Don't worry, nothing will happen. Duan Yi nodded toward Su Lianxue and Han Lixuan.
Then he walked toward the center of that special environment. Although Duan Yi's cultivation level is currently only at bronze 1 star, after withstanding the spiritual power from Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue, the spiritual power within Duan Yi's body has now reached the equivalent of bronze 5 stars.
Subsequently, Duan Yi used spiritual energy to draw a sealing array in the center of this special environment.
Sealing an environment into a spirit card generally involves using the most basic spiritual power seal. However, unlike sealing exotic beasts or certain weapons and armor, sealing a special environment requires the spirit card master to possess immense spiritual power as the driving force, continuously channeling it into the sealing array to forcibly seal the environment into the spirit card. For this reason, only spirit card masters who have reached the silver level or above have sufficient spiritual power to activate the spiritual power seal. Of course, silver level spirit card masters can at most seal environmental spirit cards of purple quality or below, but this does not include purple quality. Environmental spirit cards of purple quality not only require the spirit card master to have a cultivation level above gold, but also cannot be sealed with spiritual power alone. More advanced sealing techniques must be learned.
For Duan Yi, there is no need to think so far ahead at the moment. The current environment, according to the detection of Duan Yi's system, is merely the lowest level green quality environmental spirit card.
The green quality environmental spirit card, with a bronze 5-star cultivation level, can indeed be sealed, though it requires a significant amount of energy.
However, for now, Duan Yi couldn't afford to worry too much and decided to give it a try first.
Immediately, Duan Yi's expression turned serious. He placed both hands at the center of the sealing array and began channeling a large amount of spiritual energy into it.
He then shouted loudly, "Seal!"
At that moment, the special environment began to tremble violently, resembling an earthquake, which startled Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue.
Immediately withdrew from this environment and watched from the side.
Meanwhile, Duan Yi remained in the center of the sealing formation, never moving and unaffected by the tremors, continuously injecting spiritual energy into the sealing formation. Afterward, the tremors in the environment grew increasingly intense and began to shrink continuously, seemingly heading toward the sealing formation.
Wow, it's actually going to succeed. Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue were both shocked when they saw the environment being compressed.
Originally, they thought Duan Yi might not succeed, but now it seems he really is going to succeed.
Once this environment is successfully compressed into the sealing array, it will transform into an environment spirit card, and at that point, the sealing will truly be complete. Ah, compress it for me. Duan Yi naturally also felt the imminent success of the seal and began to get excited.
After all, Duan Yi had already experienced sealing exotic beasts, and sealing weapons and armor was quite similar to sealing exotic beasts.
Only sealing an environment is truly rare.
Under normal circumstances, it's very difficult to encounter an environment that can be sealed. This time, Duan Yi came across one, and no matter what, he was determined to successfully seal it.
During this process, Duan Yi continuously infused spiritual power.
Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue had already exhausted theirs, and now it was Duan Yi's own spiritual power being consumed, causing his complexion to grow increasingly pale.
But Duan Yi did not give up.
Success was within reach, and no matter what, he was determined to persevere. Accompanied by a flash of light, the desert environment was successfully compressed into the sealing array, transforming into a spirit card emitting a blue glow.
Great! It worked!
Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue jumped up excitedly when they saw the environment ahead disappear and turn into a spirit card.
Hurriedly ran toward Duan Yi.
But Duan Yi's condition at this moment was not very good. His spiritual energy was severely depleted, his face extremely pale. He did not immediately reach out to take the environmental spirit card but instead seemed to sense something and immediately sat cross-legged. Since this special environment had been successfully sealed, the spiritual energy in the valley no longer continued to gather here and slowly dispersed outward. This is also why the spiritual energy in other parts of the valley, apart from that special environment, was so sparse. However, with the sealing of this environment, this situation would gradually improve. This aura, he's about to advance. Han Lixuan was the first to run to Duan Yi's side and immediately sensed the aura emanating from him, shouting in shock. We mustn't disturb him. Let's first put away the environment spirit cards and stand guard nearby to prevent any beasts from launching a sneak attack, Su Lianxue quickly said.
Han Lixuan nodded, then immediately put away the environment spirit cards temporarily and commanded the golden flame tiger to stand guard nearby. Su Lianxue did the same, commanding the snow shadow wolf to keep watch over the surroundings.
Duan Yi's ice soul viper immediately ran to his side, staying close to protect him.
After about 10 minutes, the aura around Duan Yi gradually subsided, and even his previously pale cheeks regained their color. At this moment, Duan Yi opened his eyes.
Who would have thought I could advance under such circumstances? Ha!
Duan Yi had now reached the cultivation level of bronze 2-star.
Although his spiritual power had not fully recovered due to breaking through to 2-star, a second light point in the spiritual power meridian within his soul sea was illuminated, significantly increasing his spiritual power. Originally, Duan Yi thought it might take a few more days to advance, but unexpectedly, he had just absorbed a large amount of spiritual power from Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue in one go. By a stroke of luck, he forcibly broke through to 2-star, which greatly surprised and delighted him.
Congratulations, congratulations.
Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue immediately rushed over to offer their congratulations to Duan Yi.
By the way, this is the environmental spirit card you just sealed.
Han Lixuan immediately took out the environmental spirit card from his storage ring and handed it to Duan Yi.
Sealed environment, sandy terrain. Environment attribute, earth element.
Environment description, a special field formed in a barren sandy environment. Once activated, it can transform the field into sandy terrain, enabling earth elemental beasts to perform sand vortex. Not bad, it wasn't a waste of effort after all.
Duan Yi took the environmental spirit card and admired it for a moment.
It was identical to a regular spirit card, with a pattern of yellow earth on the front and a sealing array drawn on the back.
I won't stand on ceremony with you. I'll take this environmental spirit card.
After speaking to Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue, Duan Yi stored it in his storage ring. Although for the current Duan Yi, this sandy terrain environment spirit card is actually of no use at all, as he doesn't have any earth-type exotic beasts to pair it with. However, even if Duan Yi doesn't need it, he must still collect it, because within his soul sea, he is nurturing an extremely rare and evolvable gravity field environment spirit card. This green quality environment spirit card happens to be suitable as material for its evolution. After all, environment spirit cards are relatively rare. Sometimes, even if you want to buy one, you may not be able to, and they are also very expensive. It's better to prepare early.
Ha ha.
Of course, Lian Shuet and I have each obtained a green quality exotic beast spirit card, and they are both quite excellent. And this environmental spirit card was sealed with great effort by Brother Duan, so it naturally belongs to you, Han Lixuan quickly said. Su Lianxue, standing nearby, also smiled faintly, nodded, and showed no intention of competing for the environmental spirit card.
Seeing this, Duan Yi also smiled.
He had to admit that adventuring with his classmates and companions was much better, at least there was no scheming, and it was very comfortable.
Unfortunately, Lin Hong couldn't come here.
Otherwise,
Duan Yi would have brought him along no matter what.
However, there was no need to worry. When Duan Yi entered the secret realm, he had already promised Lin Hong that he would bring him plenty of good things. How about this? Let's rest here for a while. After all, we've used up quite a bit of spiritual energy just now, and we're also a bit hungry. Duan Yi checked through the system and found that there were no powerful exotic beasts nearby, so he decided to recover his strength first. Otherwise, if they encountered a stronger exotic beast later, they wouldn't be able to deal with it at full strength. I was thinking the same thing, Han Lixuan nodded. The three of them leaned against a rock, took out some dry rations from their storage rings, and began eating slowly. Afterward, each of them found a secluded spot and quietly started cultivating. Duan Yi also took this opportunity to quickly activate the Xiantian technique. After all, the spiritual energy consumption earlier was quite severe. Although the qi gathering technique could slowly restore it, it was too slow, and using the Xiantian technique was much faster. Of course, he couldn't overtrain either. After all, the Xiantian technique consumed too much physical strength.
Unless in an absolutely safe environment, it was better not to overdo it. About an hour later,
Duan Yi also stopped practicing the Xiantian technique and slowly activated the qi gathering technique to adjust his breathing. But at this moment, the radar scan in Duan Yi's mind suddenly displayed a particularly intense flashing yellow light. Moreover, the color of this yellow light was exceptionally bright, almost giving off a golden hue.
Not good, something something's happening, Duan Yi shouted with a serious expression. Last time the flickering was so obvious, it turned out to be a Xuanhua giant eagle. Now, not only is the flickering very apparent, but there's also a hint of golden color. There's no need to think about it. The strength of this arriving beast is definitely extremely powerful. Upon hearing Duan Yi's shout, Han Lishuan and Su Lianxue immediately snapped awake. What's wrong? Han Lishuan asked hurriedly. It seems that a very powerful exotic beast is rushing here. This must be the reason for the disappearance of this special environment. We can't stay here any longer. Let's leave quickly. As soon as Duan Yi finished speaking, he immediately drove the ice-souled venomous snake forward. The last time the blue-quality exotic beast, the Xuanhua giant eagle, appeared abruptly was because Tang Yu had stolen its food, enraging it and causing it to chase after them. This time, without any apparent reason, it came directly at them, clearly for the sake of this special environment. According to Duan Yi's deduction, it must have sensed the disappearance of this environment, which enraged it, causing it to rush here swiftly. Without being certain of defeating it, it's better to run first to avoid any major trouble. Han Lishuan and Su Lianxue saw Duan Yi so tense and knew something serious was about to happen, so they didn't ask any questions and quickly drove the exotic beasts forward. Exotic beast name, Earth Fiend Silver Jiao. Exotic beast quality, purple. Exotic beast race/attribute, ferocious beast/earth element. Exotic beast abilities, ground spikes, ground wave impact, sand tornado, dragon roar, dragon claw strike. Exotic beast status, angry. Evolution path, no evolution path. What? A purple quality dragon beast, and it's the kind of exotic beast that can no longer evolve upward. Duan Yi's expression immediately turned serious after seeing the attribute panel that appeared in his mind at this moment. First of all, although the beast clan is the most common type of exotic beast, it cannot compare to those rare species. However, exotic beasts of the beast clan have the potential to evolve into ferocious beasts. Once they successfully evolve into ferocious beasts, they will become extremely terrifying. Among them, the dragon clan's ferocious beasts are the most terrifying. Although the one before them is just a flood dragon, it is of purple quality. Moreover, this Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon's strength has reached its peak and cannot evolve further. Its combat power far surpasses that of ordinary beasts of the same level that can evolve. In other words, Duan Yi's Ice Soul Venomous Snake currently has absolutely no chance of defeating the Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon. Right now, Duan Yi has only one thought, to quickly and completely escape with Han Lishuan and Su Lianxue, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Run! Run now! Duan Yi shouted loudly. It seems something big is really about to happen, otherwise Duan Yi wouldn't be panicking like this. Han Lishuan and Su Lianxue also immediately quickened their pace. However, they were still a step too late. Accompanied by a sandstorm, a silver-gray flood dragon over 5 meters long appeared in front of the three. Its entire body emitted a yellowish glow, and the surrounding sand and rocks were constantly trembling. Its blood-red eyes glared viciously at Duan Yi and the other two. What? A dragon beast? And what is this aura? Could it be of purple quality? Han Lishuan shouted in shock upon seeing the flood dragon in midair. Su Lianxue, standing nearby, immediately showed a terrified expression and instinctively moved closer to the snow shadow wolf. This is a silver flood dragon of Earth Fiend, a purple quality ferocious beast. Its strength has already reached its peak, making it an exotic beast incapable of further evolution, Duan Yi quickly explained. They had initially planned to escape quickly, but the silver flood dragon of Earth Fiend arrived too swiftly, making escape impossible. They could only brace themselves for battle. Although it is impossible to defeat it, it should be possible to buy time to escape. At the same time, Duan Yi became even more curious about this Hui Mansion Group's secret realm. It was only the second day since entering, yet he had already encountered a blue-quality Xuanhua giant eagle and even a purple-quality dragon beast. If he encountered a blue-quality beast, Duan Yi would be fully capable of fighting it, especially since he had a very powerful trump card, the gravity field. But the Earthshade Silver Jiao in front of him is a purple-quality beast. Even if Duan Yi wanted to use his gravity field, it would be to no avail, as it has no effect on it. That is to say, the three of them must either escape quickly or immediately crush the teleportation token to leave the secret realm. Otherwise, if attacked, they might not even have time to crush the teleportation token before meeting their demise. Why would a dragon beast of this level target us? Su Lianxue asked, her face pale. It's probably because of that special environment. This creature should be the overlord of this valley. When it sensed that its primary environment was sealed by us, it became enraged. We must find a way to escape quickly, otherwise, we'll have no choice but to crush the teleportation token immediately, Duan Yi said gravely. Just as Duan Yi and the others were contemplating how to escape smoothly, the Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon let out an angry roar at the three of them. The exotic beasts of Duan Yi and the others immediately felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, to the point where they could hardly lift their heads, their expressions filled with pain. Among them, the Golden Flame Tiger and the Snow Shadow Wolf were the most affected, even collapsing directly onto the ground, unable to move. After all, the oppressive force of the ferocious beast was truly
truly terrifying. The Ice Soul venomous snake fared slightly better, but not by much. At this moment, it too was immobilized by the dragon's roar, its expression filled with agony. No, the three of us fighting this Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon have absolutely no chance of winning.
Just one dragon roar from it has completely intimidated our spirit beasts. We must escape immediately. Han Lixuan hurriedly shouted.
You're right, there's no chance of winning. How about this? I'll have my Ice Soul venomous snake distracted while you two seize the opportunity to escape.
Duan Yi thought for a moment and said, no, that's too dangerous for you. We can't do that. Su Lianxue immediately refused. We can't worry about so much right now.
Just now, that Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon suppressed all of our beasts with just a single dragon roar, so it will definitely launch an even stronger attack next.
My Ice Soul venomous snake possesses blue-grade power.
Although it can't defeat it, it should be able to attract its attention. Don't worry, I won't engage in a prolonged fight.
As soon as there's an opportunity to freeze it, I will escape immediately. Duan Yi immediately revealed his plan.
Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue also looked hesitant, unwilling to abandon Duan Yi directly.
Go quickly, there's no time.
As soon as Duan Yi finished speaking, the Earth Fiend's silver jiao in midair immediately began to move. The dragon horns on its head emitted a dazzling earthy yellow light, and the surrounding ground started to tremble. A brown beam of light began to gather in the mouth of the Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon. Duan Yi, upon seeing this, immediately commanded the Ice Soul venomous snake to charge forward and aimed a freezing ray at it.
Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue did not follow Duan Yi's suggestion to leave while he distracted the Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon.
Instead, they resolutely drove their own beasts to attack the Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon.
Want us to cower like turtles? Impossible. At worst, we'll just crush the teleportation token. Exactly, wanting us to abandon you and leave? Sorry, I can't do that.
You guys, sigh. After hearing their words, Duan Yi felt deeply moved and, for a moment, didn't know what to say.
Ground wave impact.
A brown light wave immediately spewed from the mouth of the Earth Fiend's silver jiao, directly shattering the combined attack of the three exotic beasts. The immense power sent the three beasts flying on the spot.
So strong. Looks like we need to prepare to crush the teleportation token.
Han Lixuan, seeing the three exotic beasts being instantly sent flying despite their joint effort, began to worry. It seems I really shouldn't have sealed that environment earlier, otherwise, we could have lasted a bit longer. Su Lianxue said with a bitter smile.
Damn it, how can it be so powerful?
Duan Yi let out a deep sigh, feeling a bit regretful about sealing off that special environment earlier.
But just as everyone was feeling frustrated, the Earthshade Silver Jiao in midair suddenly seemed to sense something and showed a trace of panic. Could there be a turn of events? Duan Yi was startled when he saw the Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon suddenly pause for a moment. Unfortunately, after scanning with the brain system, no other exotic beasts were detected approaching them. But this opportunity couldn't be missed. Duan Yi immediately retrieved the injured Ice Soul venomous snake.
Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue, standing nearby, also tacitly retrieved their exotic beasts after seeing Duan Yi's actions. It seems that the Earth Fiend's silver flood dragon is afraid of something.
Let's quickly slip away. After Duan Yi finished speaking, he swiftly ran toward the right side of the valley, followed closely by Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue. But how could the Earth Fiend's silver flood dragon let go of these humans who had destroyed the unique environment of its valley? As the Earth Fiend's silver flood dragon let out an angry roar, the entire valley immediately began to shake violently. Immediately, a fierce wind arose, lifting all the sand and stones from the ground, forming two massive sand tornadoes that swept toward Duan Yi and the others.
This sand tornado was way too powerful. Duan Yi and the other two were instantly shocked. Without hesitation, the three of them immediately took out their teleportation tokens, ready to crush them. But just as they were about to crush it, the three were sucked into the sandstorm, their vision went black, and they fainted.
Ah, it hurts so much.
After an unknown amount of time, Duan Yi struggled to climb out from a pile of yellow earth, his clothes severely torn and his body covered in numerous wounds. However, compared to losing his life, these injuries were nothing. This Wei Fu Group's secret realm is truly dangerous. No wonder they had us travel together and even sent bodyguards to accompany us. If we really encountered sudden danger, we wouldn't even have the chance to crush the token. Fortunately, I managed to survive, and the teleportation token is still intact. Duan Yi let out a deep sigh of relief, grateful to still be alive.
No, wait, this isn't that valley anymore.
Just as Duan Yi was about to call out to Han Lixuan, Su Lianxue, and the others, he suddenly realized that he was no longer in that sandy valley. It was just that there was a large amount of sand at his feet, which made Duan Yi mistakenly think he was still in the valley. Now it seemed he had probably been blown away by the sandstorm earlier.
Li Xian, Lian Shui.
Although Duan Yi did not see Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue beside him, it was still possible that they were buried under the sand. After shouting a few times without getting a response, he immediately started digging through the sand, trying to find Han Lixuan and Su Lianxue. After Duan Yi had been digging for a while, a hand suddenly stretched out from a small sand pile not far ahead. Seeing this, Duan Yi quickly rushed over and pulled pulled the person out of the sand. Who would have thought you'd survive even this? Su Lianxue, who was pulled out by Duan Yi, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her surroundings and realized she was still alive.
Where is Han Lixuan? Su Lianxue immediately asked upon seeing only Duan Yi. I don't know.
I searched for a long time just now and only found you, Duan Yi said worriedly.
What? Su Lianxue exclaimed in shock.
After all, the situation just now was truly too dangerous. If Han Lixuan were not here at this moment, the outcome could have been disastrous.
How about this? I'll search here, and you go over there and take a look,
Duan Yi immediately said, noticing the surrounding sand.
Spirit card type, environmental spirit card. Su Lianxue nodded and immediately ran toward the small sand pile ahead. Spirit card grade, green. Duan Yi also kept searching around, hoping to find Han Lixuan.
After a moment, Duan Yi and Su Lianxue were also sitting on the sandy ground, panting heavily, their expressions extremely grave.
It seems Han Lixuan really isn't here. Su Lianxue sighed and said, do you think he might have?
No, Han Lixuan is, after all, at the bronze 3-star level, and he's about to reach bronze 4-star soon. His cultivation is higher than ours, and he's also the principal's grandson. Don't forget, when we left the principal's office, the old principal specifically kept Han Lixuan behind, probably to give him some instructions.
I think Han Lixuan should be fine, Duan Yi thought for a moment and said.
But that Earthshade Silver Jiao just now was really too powerful, and the force of the sandstorm spiral was even more terrifying. If an accident had truly occurred, it would have been a major disaster, Su Lianxue said, still very worried.
Sandstorm spiral? That's right.
Note, this environment spirit card requires the spirit card master to reach bronze level or above to use.
Duan Yi seemed to have remembered something and quickly said, do you recall earlier when that Earthshade Silver Jiao activated its skill, it formed 2 sandstorm spirals?
At that time, you were closer to me, so it's possible we were swept into the same sandstorm spiral.
Do you think it's possible that Han Lixuan was sucked into the other sandstorm spiral and blown away to another location?
Yes, it seems like that's possible.
Su Lianxue immediately became excited.
After all, even she, a spirit card master with only bronze 2-star strength, managed to survive.
Han Lixuan's cultivation is close to bronze 4-star, so he must have survived as well. Looking at it now, that seems to be the most likely possibility.
Alright then, let's rest here for a while, tend to our injuries, change into new clothes, and prepare to set out to find Han Lixuan, Duan Yi said, glancing at his own tattered clothing. Su Lianxue, upon hearing Duan Yi's words, immediately looked at her own clothing. Fortunately, although she had sustained quite a few injuries and her clothes were severely damaged, they were not overly revealing, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Afterward, the two of them ran to separate secluded spots to tend to their injuries. They took out new clothes from their storage rings, changed into them, and then came out. Next, the two summoned their respective exotic beasts. Due to the earlier battle with the Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon, all their beasts were injured. Although their lives were not in danger, they still needed to be treated as soon as possible.
Once again, I must trouble you.
Su Lianxue noticed multiple wounds on the Snow Shadow Wolf, still bleeding, and immediately sought Duan Yi's help.
Don't worry, leave it to me. Duan Yi quickly opened the Snow Shadow Wolf's attribute panel and carefully examined its injuries.
Fortunately, that Earth Fiend's Silver Jiao didn't cause severe injuries to the Snow Shadow Wolf. The ground wave impact didn't directly hit the Snow Shadow Wolf, it only suffered some superficial wounds. With this special golden sore medicine for exotic beasts, it can be healed. After Duan Yi finished speaking, he immediately took out several bottles of golden sore medicine from his storage ring and slowly applied it to the Snow Shadow Wolf. After all, the secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group was extremely dangerous, so Duan Yi had prepared a lot of medicine to treat himself and his teammates' exotic beasts in time. After tending to the Snow Shadow Wolf, Duan Yi immediately began examining the injuries of the Ice Soul Venomous Snake. Fortunately, the Ice Soul Venomous Snake is of blue quality. Although it was the closest to the Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon and bore the brunt of the seismic shock, at the critical moment, Duan Yi had the Ice Soul Venomous Snake construct an ice wall, which significantly reduced the damage. Currently, the injuries of the Ice Soul Venomous Snake are similar to those of the Snow Shadow Wolf, merely superficial wounds.
By applying the golden wound medicine, they can heal quickly.
After resting for a while, the injuries of the two exotic beasts had mostly recovered.
Let's go.
Although we don't know where this is, it must still be within the secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group. Since we were all blown away, we shouldn't have been blown too far.
Let's walk and see, Duan Yi said, pointing to a junction ahead. Currently, Duan Yi and Su Lianxue were in a plane with nothing particularly special about it. The surroundings were filled with ordinary white-quality exotic beasts. Alright, let's walk and see. Hopefully, we can meet Han Lixuan soon. Su Lianxue nodded.
The two then headed toward the junction ahead.
After entering the intersection, Duan Yi and Su Lianxue walked for about an hour before seeing a large forest ahead.
It's a forest. These places are often very dangerous.
Should we take a detour?
Su Lianxue was a bit worried, having just been attacked by the Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon. After all, the forest is intricate and complex, and it's easy to encounter powerful exotic beasts, which
which are extremely dangerous. It's fine. Our exotic beasts aren't weak.
Besides, we entered the secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group hoping to find good things.
If we keep avoiding places like this, then coming in would be meaningless. Encountering the purple quality Earth Silver Flood Dragon earlier was purely accidental. It shouldn't be possible for another ferocious beast to appear, right? Duan-Yi, however, was very interested in the forest ahead. Moreover, Duan-Yi possessed the ability of system detection, allowing him to easily sense which areas were more dangerous.
As long as he avoided excessively dangerous places, it would be fine.
That's true. It seems like this forest is the only place around here.
Maybe Han Lishuan is inside as well. Su Lianxue hesitated slightly before finally agreeing to enter together.
Duan-Yi immediately led Su Lianxue into this forest.
The general appearance of this forest was very similar to the forest area in the Academy's secret realm, but the exact size was still unclear. Moreover, as soon as Duan-Yi entered, his mind was instantly filled with numerous yellow light spots, corresponding to the presence of a large number of white-quality exotic beasts in the surroundings.
However, since the Ice Soul Venomous Snake and the Snow Shadow Wolf were by Duan-Yi and Su Lianxue's side, those ordinary white-quality exotic beasts didn't dare to make a move and could only silently observe from the sidelines.
Another hour or so passed like this.
By this time, it was already evening.
Duan-Yi and Su Lianxue decided not to continue exploring and wanted to find a relatively safe place to rest for the night.
What was that sound?
It seems to be the sound of a battle, and it seems to be not far from where we are now.
No, it seems to be moving toward us. Could it be? Is it another incredible beast? It shouldn't be. To be safe, let's hide for now. Duan-Yi immediately took Su Lianxue and hid in the nearby bushes.
At this moment, the system in Duan-Yi's mind detected that the surroundings were filled with ordinary white-quality exotic beasts or some green-quality exotic beasts, which seemed to pose no threat at all. Only one yellow light point flickered more prominently, but it did not have the faint golden glow like the Earthshade Silver Jiao. Therefore, the approaching exotic beast was likely at most blue quality.
Relying on Duan-Yi's Ice Soul Venomous Snake, it was entirely capable of handling it. Here they come.
Two young men emerged from the forest ahead, both around the same age as Duan-Yi and Su Lianxue. However, their expressions were filled with panic, and they were injured.
The two exotic beasts covering their retreat were also severely wounded. Exotic beast name: Flame Shadow Wild Bull.
Exotic beast abilities: Flame Jet, Savage Charge, Horn Strike.
Beast status: Panic, severely injured. Click here to view treatment methods. Beast name: Mad Lion. Beast species/attribute: Beast/Strength type. Beast abilities: Bite, Savage Charge, Mighty Lion Claw. Beast status: Panic, severely injured. Click here to view treatment methods. Whoa, I actually ran into other people. Why do they look so disheveled? And wasn't their team supposed to have 7 people? Why are there only 2 left? Could it be that they got separated too?
Su Lianxue said in surprise upon seeing the 2 young men running out from ahead.
Let's not make any noise for now, let's observe them first, Duan-Yi quickly said.
Because the exotic beasts of these 2 individuals are merely green quality beasts, the Flame Shadow Wild Bull among them is quite impressive, being the leader of the wild bull species and typically difficult to capture.
However, it is still just green quality and not particularly strong. The remaining Frenzied Lion is similar, also relatively rare.
As expected, those who can enter the secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group come from families with excellent conditions, and the exotic beasts they use are all extraordinary.
However, neither of these 2 exotic beasts matches the flashing yellow light point displayed in Duan-Yi's mind. Clearly, there might be something else behind them.
After the appearance of the 2 youths, a gigantic bear-type beast over 4 meters tall emerged behind them. Its entire body was covered in jet-black fur, its arms were muscular, and its pair of blood-red eyes glared viciously at the 2 fleeing figures ahead.
Beast name: Shockwave Bear. Beast species/attribute: Beast/Strength type. Beast abilities: Earthwave Fist, Shattering Fist, Shockwave, Savage Charge. Beast status: Angry. It really appeared. Duan-Yi was very surprised when he recognized the black giant bear as a Shockwave Bear. This Hui Mansion Group's secret realm is truly too dangerous, isn't it? How could even a Shockwave Bear appear? Su Lianxue was also quite shocked at this moment. Run! This is really unlucky.
I thought leaving the team would get me better stuff, but I ended up running straight into a Shockwave Bear.
What terrible luck. It's all your fault. You insisted on entering that nest.
I warned you that it might be dangerous, but you wouldn't listen.
Now look, we're being chased. What's the point of saying that now? After I went in, didn't you follow right behind me?
You were eyeing those spirit stones too, and now we're being chased by the Shockwave Bear.
Forget it, stop talking and just run.
If we really can't escape, we'll have no choice but to crush the teleportation token. It's just such a shame so many spirit stones, and we didn't even get to take them with us.
Stop thinking about those spirit stones and run quickly.
After saying that, the 2 young men quickened their pace, attempting to escape from here. But at that moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and then an invisible light wave was unleashed from the right fist of the Shockwave Bear, directly sending the 2 men and the 2 exotic beasts flying, smashing them hard against a nearby rock.
shock, the two young men both let out a miserable cry.
The injuries of the two exotic beasts behind them were even more severe, almost completely losing any combat capability.
That was the shockwave from the tremor bear just now, right? Its power is still so strong even from this distance. If it hit at close range, it would probably be the end,
Su Lianxue said in shock after witnessing the two young men being attacked. Yes, it truly lives up to being a blue-quality exotic beast, and this shockwave bear is clearly more formidable than the flame eagle we encountered earlier, Duani said with a serious expression.
Then what should we do? Should we leave quickly or go help them? Let's help them.
After all, we have no grievances with them, and we might even learn Han Lishuan's whereabouts from them. Besides, that shockwave bear has probably noticed us too.
If we don't act now, it might attack us later.
If the arriving exotic beast had reached the level of a ferocious beast, perhaps Duani wouldn't even think twice and would immediately take Su Lianxue away from this place.
But right now, it's merely a blue-quality shockwave bear. Although its strength is not weak, his ice soul venomous snake is also a blue-quality exotic beast. Moreover, Duan-Yi has already reached bronze 2-star, significantly enhancing his power. Dealing with a shockwave bear is more than manageable. The most crucial point is that they are all wealthy heirs from Yaoguang City. If he saves them, he will undoubtedly gain considerable benefits from them.
In short, this deal is simply too worthwhile.
Alright, let's take action together.
Su Lianxue, seeing that Duan-Yi wanted to save people, did not hesitate much either. Immediately, the ice soul venomous snake and the snow shadow wolf rushed out from the side, directly drawing the shockwave bear's attention. The two young men who had been planning to crush the teleportation token were instantly startled.
Someone's here to save us. Great. Finally, we don't have to leave early.
The two young men both let out a deep sigh of relief.
Afterward, Duan-Yi and Su Lianxue emerged from the nearby bushes. It's you! The two young men immediately recognized Duan-Yi and Su Lianxue and exclaimed in surprise. Su Lianxue's family is also very famous in Yaoguang City, and as fellow children of wealthy families, they naturally know each other.
Duan-Yi was someone they met before entering the secret realm, and their impression of him was that he was the guy who defeated the Silver Helm Beast and earned a spot through his strength.
Thank you both so much for saving me.
Among the two young men, one with a particularly gentle demeanor spoke to Duan-Yi and Su Lianxue.
There's no need for pleasantries. Quickly take your beasts and hide to the side. Leave this to me. After all, it was a blue-quality beast.
Although he was confident of victory, after the last encounter with the Earthshade Silver Jiao, Duan-Yi dared not underestimate it again and commanded the Ice Soul Venomous Snake to fight with all his might.
Su Lianxue's Snow Shadow Wolf also assisted the Ice Soul Venomous Snake in the attack. Both beasts were of the ice attribute, and their coordination was remarkably seamless, successfully restraining the shockwave bear.
The two young men who witnessed this scene were instantly stunned.
So strong. Are all the people from Yaoguang Third High this ruthless? That ice soul venomous snake not only strikes viciously but also has such a powerful aura, far surpassing ordinary green quality exotic beasts.
No wonder it had the ability to defeat the silver-helmed beast.
That Duan-Yi really has some skills. Looks like the shockwave bear is really going to be driven away.
The two young men were both injured, and their exotic beasts were also seriously wounded, so they were unable to assist Duan-Yi and the others. They initially felt a bit embarrassed to just watch from the sidelines, but after witnessing Duan-Yi and the others' astonishing combat prowess, they were utterly amazed.
Ice Soul Venomous Snake, activate the freezing spell to restrict the shockwave bear's movements.
Suddenly, the Ice Soul Venomous Snake erupted with an extremely powerful chill, instantly freezing all the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees, while the ground continued to ice over.
The shockwave bear kept slipping on the icy surface, struggling to move. This is the moment. Ice Soul Venomous Snake, use Freeze Ray. Duan-Yi seized the moment when the shockwave bear slipped and immediately commanded the Ice Soul Venomous Snake to launch a fierce attack. Snow Shadow Wolf, launch Ice Spike Impact.
Su Lianxue reacted quickly and immediately had Snow Shadow Wolf attack as well. The Freezing Ray and Ice Spike Impact merged together, directly striking the shockwave bear. It sent the shockwave bear flying on the spot, causing significant damage to its abdomen, which also began to gradually freeze. Two green quality exotic beasts were actually able to severely injure the blue quality shockwave bear. The two young men were now utterly shocked. They had originally thought the most they could do was drive the shockwave bear away, but they hadn't expected it to be severely injured in just one strike. However, just as the two were still immersed in their surprise, Duan-Yi's Ice Soul Venomous Snake immediately struck again. The Ice Soul Viper moved extremely swiftly across the icy surface. As the shockwave bear struggled to stand up, the Viper darted in front of it and immediately lashed its tail at the bear's head. The shockwave bear, over 4 meters in size, was directly sent flying by the Viper's tail strike. Without Without hesitation, the Ice Soul Viper immediately spewed out a large amount of poisonous mist, enveloping the Shockwave Bear.
Already severely injured, the Shockwave Bear was further attacked by the poisonous gas.
Realizing the terrifying combat strength of the Ice Soul Viper before it, the bear began to show signs of fear and started to entertain thoughts of fleeing. Without saying a word, he unleashed a shockwave at the ground, shattering the already frozen surface completely. Taking advantage of the gaps created by the fractured ice, he immediately launched a savage charge in one direction, attempting to escape. But Su Lianxue had been waiting on the side for quite some time. Suddenly, a spirit card appeared in her hand, and with a flash of blue light, the card transformed into an ice bow. Spirit card type, weapon spirit card. Sealed weapon, silver ice bow. Weapon attribute, ice element. Weapon description, crafted from a large quantity of ice crystals combined with adamantite, it possesses immense power and can utilize silver ice arrows. Note, this weapon spirit card requires the spirit card master to reach at least bronze level to use.
Then, after Su Lianxue summoned the silver ice bow, she immediately aimed at the Shockwave Bear.
A large amount of cold air emanated from the silver ice bow, forming an ice arrow that shot toward the Shockwave Bear.
It directly hit the Shockwave Bear's right leg.
At a speed visible to the naked eye, the Shockwave Bear's right leg began to freeze, causing it to fall to the ground instantly.
Green quality weapon spirit card, silver ice bow. Duan Yi was slightly startled upon seeing the attribute panel pop up in his mind.
But without having time to ask more questions, he immediately commanded the Ice Soul Venomous Snake to charge forward.
The Ice Soul Venomous Snake, upon receiving the command, arrived in an instant. Its venomous fangs emitted a purple glow as it fiercely bit into the neck of the Shockwave Bear.
At the same time, Su Lianxue's Snow Shadow Wolf also arrived, tearing open the belly of the Shockwave Bear with an ice wolf claw. Thus, a powerful blue-quality exotic beast, the Shockwave Bear, was successfully slain by Duan Yi in collaboration with Su Lianxue. With the death of the Shockwave Bear, a blue-quality beast core emerged from its corpse. Duan Yi directly took the beast core and placed it into his storage ring. Su Lianxue, standing nearby, did not find anything inappropriate about this and had no intention of competing for it. Back when they killed the Mystic Flame Giant Eagle, Duan Yi had already shown great interest in blue-quality beast cores. Su Lianxue naturally noticed this and had no thought of competing with him. After all, at Su Lianxue's current level, she had no use for such a blue-quality beast core. These are typically only needed by those who have reached the silver level of cultivation and are preparing to evolve a blue-quality exotic beast. Speaking of which, your silver ice bow is really impressive.
Why have I never seen you use it before? Duan Yi asked as he put away the blue-quality beast core and looked at Su Lianxue.
This is a secret weapon my grandfather gave me, but it consumes a lot of spiritual energy to use.
With my current cultivation level, I can only shoot 3 arrows at most. I can only use it in the most critical situations.
I originally thought of using it to deal with that Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon, but it turned out to be too strong and didn't give me a chance to use it. Besides, even if I had used it, it probably wouldn't have been effective since it's just a green quality weapon spirit card.
Dealing with blue quality exotic beasts is already its limit.
If I were to attack a purple quality ferocious beast, it would definitely be completely ineffective, Su Lianxue said with a bitter smile.
Duan Yi nodded slightly upon hearing this.
Indeed, this green quality silver ice bow is extremely lethal against green quality exotic beasts. If that Shockwave Bear just now had been of green quality, one arrow would likely have severely injured it. However, this weapon spirit card has a significant drawback, which is that it consumes a lot of spiritual energy.
A bronze level spirit card master can at most use green quality weapon spirit cards.
Although it can deal damage to blue quality exotic beasts, the effect is greatly diminished. Otherwise, it wouldn't have merely frozen one of the Shockwave Bear's legs. However, even so, the silver ice bow is already quite powerful, and Duan Yi currently doesn't have any weapon spirit cards or armor spirit cards, so he hasn't had the chance to experience them. Afterward, Su Lianxue and Duan Yi went directly to collect the valuable materials from the Shockwave Bear. The two young men who had been silently watching from the side were completely dumbfounded at this moment, unable to utter a single word. My goodness, these two are way too strong. That was a blue quality Shockwave Bear, and even a silver level spirit card master might not be able to deal with it so quickly.
Not only that, I think that Ice Soul Venomous Snake is the most terrifying. Did you notice that the Shockwave Bear's several serious injuries were all caused by the Ice Soul Venomous Snake?
The first time was the freezing ray, then it used its tail to whip, and finally, its venomous fangs bit the neck. Every move was extremely ruthless, and the Snow Shadow Wolf was merely cooperating on the side. The only highlight was Su Lianxue activating the silver ice bow, directly hitting the Shockwave Bear and depriving it of the ability to escape. I must say, the two from Yaoguang Third High are truly impressive in strength.
Indeed.
After discussing for a while, the two young men quickly stood up and cupped their fists toward Duan Yi and Su Lianxue.
Thank you both so much for saving my life. This must be Brother Duan Yi, right?
I already sensed your extraordinary presence earlier at the teleportation gate, and now it seems you're truly truly incredible. And Miss Su, your strength far surpasses the two of us. That silver ice ball of yours is truly powerful.
Among the two, the gentle and amiable young man quickly spoke. Duani and Su Lianxue nodded slightly at the two of them without immediately responding, as they were busy collecting the more valuable items from the shockwave bear.
Seeing Duani and Su Lianxue's rather indifferent attitude, the two young men gave an awkward smile. Soon after collecting the valuable items, Duani and Su Lianxue let their exotic beasts go over to share the shockwave bear's corpse, then walked toward the two of them.
Wasn't your team made up of 7 people? Why are only the 2 of you left? Su Lianxue asked.
To be honest, we had just entered the secret realm not long ago when the team started arguing.
Later that night, we directly went our separate ways. I see. Su Lianxue and Duani couldn't help but laugh after hearing this.
It seems their experience was the same as theirs, parting ways after a disagreement, and it also happened at night.
May I ask your names? Which school are you from? Duani asked curiously.
Ahem,
my name is Jiang Yan, and I'm a student at Yaoguang Second High.
The person behind me is my good friend, Li Si, who is also from Yaoguang Second High, the amiable young man quickly responded.
Li Si, standing behind, also cupped his fists toward Duani and Su Lianxue.
From Yaoguang Second High, Duani nodded slightly upon hearing this. Judging from their aura, both of them were at the bronze level of cultivation.
Jiang Yan's cultivation was slightly stronger, at bronze 3-star, while Li Si's was weaker, only at bronze 2-star. Calculating that Jiang Yan's cultivation is slightly stronger than Duani's own, but compared to Han Lishuan, it is still considerably weaker.
He should have just recently stepped into bronze 3-star. However, being able to enter the secret realm of the Hui Mansion Group requires not only remarkable cultivation but also an excellent family background.
It is evident that the families of these two are quite extraordinary in Yaoguang City. By the way, how did you end up provoking that shockwave bear?
If we hadn't happened to encounter it, you might have had to leave the secret realm early, Duani asked. After we left the team, we came to this forest, intending to hunt some green quality exotic beasts. Unexpectedly, we stumbled upon a cave, and inside the cave, there were a large number of spirit stones. Many of them were of green quality, so we were attracted to them. But just as we were about to take them, the shockwave bear suddenly appeared, and we ended up being chased by it, Li Si quickly responded. However, I must say, you guys are truly amazing, especially Brother Duan. Judging from your aura, you seem to be only at bronze 2-star, but I didn't expect your ice soul venomous snake to be so powerful.
It must have undergone a mutation during its evolution, gaining the strength of blue quality.
Jiang Yan, while conversing with Duani, kept looking at Duani's exotic beast with an expression full of envy.
His own flame shadow bull, in terms of rarity and combat power, was actually stronger than the ice soul venomous snake. But the one in front of him had the aura of blue quality, and that alone was enough to completely outshine Jiang Yan's exotic beast.
Just a fluke.
Duani first responded politely, then quickly asked, did you just say there's a cave full of spirit stones?
That's true, but unfortunately we didn't have time to bring the spirit stones out, Jiang Yan said with a bitter smile.
Why, Brother Duan, are you interested in that cave? Jiang Yan noticed Duani's expression at this moment and quickly said, Brother Duan, it's not that we don't want to tell you, it's just that the cave is really dangerous. We only got to the entrance and took a look inside, and we ended up encountering a shockwave bear. We didn't even have time to explore deeper.
Who knows, there might be even more powerful beings inside. Just think about it, so many spirit stones stored in the cave, there must be more than just one shockwave bear guarding it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have chased us for so long.
It would have given up and gone back to guarding the cave by now, Jiang Yan quickly reminded.
That does sound a bit dangerous. Duani nodded slightly, as if lost in thought, then turned his gaze to the injured beasts of the two of them.
Let's not talk about the cave for now.
It seems that the beasts of you two are quite seriously injured.
Su Lianxue also noticed their beasts and immediately spoke up.
The injuries are so severe that they can no longer continue fighting. We'll have to send them back to the Soul Sea to recuperate, and once we return, find a beast doctor to treat them slowly, Li Si sighed and said.
From now on, we need to be even more cautious. Although there are replacement green quality exotic beasts, they aren't very strong.
After this battle, we can only stay in relatively safe areas.
Jiang Yan let out a deep sigh.
Although Duani and Su Lianxue saved them, preventing them from immediately crushing the teleportation token to leave, the main exotic beasts were already severely injured. From now on, even if they wanted to seek some opportunities, they could only proceed timidly. I can help heal these two exotic beasts, but you must agree to one condition. After checking the injuries of the two exotic beasts through the system panel, Duani smiled slightly and said,
What? You can treat them?
Jiang Yan and Li Si were both startled, looking at Duani in disbelief.
Duan, you can't joke about this.
It's not that we don't trust you, but treating exotic beasts is not something to be taken lightly.
Any mistake could lead to their death, Jiang Yan immediately reminded, thinking Duani was joking.
Su Lianxue, standing nearby, simply smiled without saying a word.
She was well aware of Duani's abilities.
He could even save her grandfather's exotic beast, which was gravely injured and on the brink of of death. Saving these two exotic beasts would be a piece of cake for him. And the condition Duan Yi just mentioned, Su Lianxue had roughly guessed it. It was obvious that they wanted them to reveal the location of that mysterious cave, especially since they had said it was filled with spirit stones, many of which were of green quality. Not to mention Duan Yi, even Su Lianxue herself was particularly eager to go at this moment. However, Su Lianxue also heard Jiang Yan and Li Si mention earlier that the cave was extremely dangerous, which made her a bit worried. If they encountered another purple-quality ferocious beast, it would be disastrous. The main reason was the overwhelming shadow left by the Earthshade Silver Jiao, which forced Su Lianxue to become more cautious.
I'm not joking.
If you don't believe me, I can first treat the Flame Shadow Wild Bull, Duan Yi said confidently.
Jiang Yan hesitated greatly upon hearing Duan Yi's proposal to first treat his own exotic beast.
After all, the Flame Shadow Wild Bull was very rare and had been with him for a very long time, forming a deep emotional bond. Although Duan Yi had saved their lives, Jiang Yan still felt uneasy about letting him treat his exotic beast just like that. Treat my wild lion first. Jiang Yan did not respond, but Li Si, standing nearby, directly spoke up. Although he was a bit uneasy, seeing Duan Yi's confident gaze, coupled with Li Si's natural inclination to try new things, he had been the one to lead the group into the cave earlier. Li Si agreed without hesitation.
Moreover, his wild lion's injuries were not as severe as the Flame Shadow Barbaric Bull's. Even if Duan Yi couldn't heal it, it wouldn't die immediately. If a miracle happened and Duan Yi succeeded in treating it, wouldn't that mean forming a bond with a genius who is both powerful and skilled in healing exotic beasts? Great. I like straightforward people like you, Duan Yi said with a smile after seeing Li Si agree. The reason Duan Yi had chosen to treat the Flame Shadow Barbaric Bull first was entirely because its injuries were more severe. Successfully healing it would bring a greater sense of accomplishment. But there was no way to convince others if they didn't believe, and treating the Mad Lion would have a similar effect. Duan Yi just wanted them to trust him.
Afterward, Duan Yi immediately ran toward the direction of the Mad Lion while simultaneously summoning the system panel. Diagnosis: severely injured by the shatter fist of the Shockwave Bear, with multiple fractures across the body.
The subsequent shockwave impact further aggravated the original fractures, rendering it incapable of movement.
Treatment: first, apply a large amount of exotic beast wound medicine to the fractured areas, then bandage them. Next, administer 3 giant strength herbs orally to restore strength.
Full recovery is expected in about a week.
Note: it is necessary to accurately locate the fracture points and apply the golden beast wound medicine. Missing a spot or applying it incorrectly will affect the treatment's effectiveness. Subsequently, Duan Yi closed the system panel, and several light points appeared on the body of the wild lion, indicating the exact locations of its fractures. If it were another beast doctor, they could also heal the wild lion's injuries, but they would need to slowly locate the exact positions of its fractures.
Moreover, there is no room for error.
Missing even a few points could significantly affect the treatment outcome, and a single careless mistake might even result in the beast becoming disabled. This is also the main reason why Jiang Yan is uneasy about letting Duan Yi handle the treatment. He's afraid it might affect the beast's body. After all, there have been cases of incompetent doctors in the past who treated beasts carelessly, resulting in disabilities or, in more severe cases, death. However, the treatment function of Duan Yi's system can completely mark all the fracture points, ensuring that none are missed. This way, the beast can be treated perfectly.
Jiang Yan, standing to the side, watched Duan Yi nervously. Aren't you afraid something might go wrong with your exotic beast? How long has this wild lion been with you, and yet you're willing to let this Duan Yi treat it?
Even though he's very powerful and saved us earlier, it doesn't mean you have to use the exotic beast's life as compensation.
Jiang Yan whispered to Li Si. I think he might really have the ability. Not to mention the confident look in his eyes just now. Did you notice Su Lianxue's expression?
It was just as confident. After all, Su Lianxue comes from the Su family, which is one of the most prominent families in Yaoguang City.
Surely she wouldn't let Duan Yi harm the exotic beast, right? I think there might really be a way. Look at his technique. I think there's real hope. Li Si was not as nervous as Jiang Yan, silently watching Duan Yi treat. Jiang Yan, after being told by Li Si, couldn't help but glance at Su Lianxue. Realizing that what Li Si said was true, he also became curious and watched how Duan Yi treated.
Duan Yi took out 4 or 5 bottles of exotic beast wound medicine from his storage ring, calmed the mood of the wild lion, and then, following the system-marked fracture points, slowly applied the wound medicine. During the application process, the wild lion was in great pain, but because it had received its master's command, it dared not resist and silently endured. Although the process was extremely painful, after the application of the wound medicine, the wild lion clearly felt much better and immediately transmitted a sense of joy to its master, Li Si.
Wow, he really knows how to heal.
The exotic beast could never deceive him, so Li Si immediately shouted excitedly. Jiang Yan, standing nearby, saw Duan Yi successfully treat the berserk lion, and the last trace of doubt in his heart disappeared.
He couldn't help but look at Duan Yi with an expression of admiration.
Next, Duan Yi took took out a large amount of gauze from his storage ring and skillfully bandaged every fractured area. The fracture in the right leg was particularly severe, so Duan-yi specifically broke off nearby tree branches and tied them to the right leg.
All done. Duan-yi clapped his hands and said, "Brother Duan is truly impressive.
Not only is your strength remarkable, but your skill in treating exotic beasts is also extraordinary.
It seems your future is bound to be limitless." Li Si and Jiang Yan couldn't help but applaud, praising Duan-yi. "This berserk lion is just one step away from being fully treated. Do either of you happen to have giant strength grass on you?" Duan-yi turned to look at the two of them. Cough, cough. "Giant strength grass? I have it, I have it."
Without hesitation, Li Si quickly retrieved 10 stalks of giant strength grass from his storage ring and handed them to Duan-yi. After all, the wild lion is a pure strength-type beast. If it wants to evolve further, the giant strength grass is indispensable, so Li Si always keeps some on hand. To heal the injuries on the wild lion, the most important thing is still this giant strength grass.
About 3 stalks should be enough.
Duan-yi took out 3 stalks of giant strength grass, then mashed them into a ball and fed them to the wild lion. Suddenly, the wild lion's body emitted a yellow glow. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fractures on its body began to heal rapidly. The wild lion, which had been unable to stand, slowly rose to its feet.
"Alright, your wild lion has been treated. In about a week, it should recover completely, but remember, during this week, you must not let it fight again, or even engage in intense physical activity. Let it rest and recuperate well in the Soul Sea." Duan-yi clapped his hands and said to Li Si.
Duan-yi's treatment of the wild lion took only about 20 minutes, yet he managed to make a severely injured, incapacitated wild lion stand up immediately.
This method of treating exotic beasts is simply too incredible. I say, Jiang Yan, even if we sent the mad lion to Dr. Chinde, it wouldn't necessarily be cured this quickly, and it would cost a significant amount of money. This Duan-yi is truly impressive. Li Si was now completely in awe of Duan-yi. To think I was doubting him just now. Looking back, it's really quite laughable, Jiang Yan said self-deprecatingly. "So, what do you think? I do have some skills, don't I? Does this flame shadow bull still need treatment?" Duan-yi looked at Jiang Yan, smiled slightly, and said, "Yes, of course, it does. No matter what conditions Brother Duan proposes, we will agree to all of them." Jiang Yan didn't even think about it. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Alright, my condition is very simple. You two have to tell me where that mysterious cave is, and you can't tell anyone else. What do you think?" Duan-yi spoke directly without any hesitation. Jiang Yan didn't answer immediately and exchanged a glance with Li Si. "Forget it, just tell him. Anyway, we're injured now and can't go back in. We might as well tell this Duan-yi. This way, we can also gain his favor," Li Si said to Jiang Yan in a low voice. "Thinking about it that way, it does make sense. But that cave does seem a bit dangerous. What if something happens to them?" Jiang Yan frowned slightly and said, "Good." After being rescued by Duan-yi earlier, Jiang Yan and Li Si were actually still thinking about returning to that cave, so they deliberately told Duan-yi and his group that the cave was extremely dangerous. But now, their exotic beasts were indeed seriously injured, and the replacement beasts they had on hand weren't very strong either. If they returned to that mysterious cave again and there really was another exotic beast of blue quality inside, they would be doomed. It shouldn't be, right? Think about it. Even the shockwave bear was easily dealt with by the two of them. Even if they encounter danger and can't win, they can always escape, right? Li Si said. Alright then, let's tell them." Jiang Yan nodded at Li Si after pondering for a moment. Then he looked at Duan-yi and said, "Alright, we'll tell you where the cave is, and we won't inform anyone else. Even after leaving, we won't tell others. Okay, I'll treat the flame shadow bull for you right now." Duan-yi felt slightly relieved after seeing the two of them agree. In fact, as early as when they mentioned that cave, Duan-yi already knew they might be hiding something. After all, the cave was filled with spirit stones, and many of them were of green quality. They definitely wouldn't be willing to easily share this information with others and were surely planning to sneak back. Moreover, the shockwave bear was already dead. It was possible that the cave only contained the shockwave bear. If they retraced their steps, they might get lucky and collect all the spirit stones inside, which would be a huge gain. So no matter what, Duan-yi must find out the exact location of that cave from their mouths. Then Duan-yi walked toward the flame shadow wild ox while opening the system's attribute panel, carefully examining the injuries of the flame shadow wild ox. Compared to the frenzied lion, the injuries of the flame shadow wild ox were actually quite similar, only more severe. For instance, it had more fractures than the frenzied lion, and both its left and right legs were completely broken. Of course, all of this seemed like no big deal to Duan-yi. After the system identified the specific fracture points, treatment began immediately. The method was exactly the same as the one used to treat the berserk lion earlier, except for the final step involving the consumption of giant strength grass. The flame shadow berserk lion required 5 stalks of giant strength grass. Once everything was completed, the flame shadow barbaric ox, like the berserk lion, struggled to stand up. However, since both its left and right legs were broken, it couldn't recover immediately and couldn't stand for long at the moment. But there is no no doubt that Duan Yi has successfully healed these two exotic beasts. Zhang Yan and Li Si also kept expressing their gratitude to Duan Yi. My promise has been fulfilled, now it's your turn. Duan Yi, after treating their exotic beasts, did not hesitate and spoke directly. No problem, we will inform you right now. Zhang Yan quickly took out a pen and paper from the storage ring. You know that both of us are injured, and our main exotic beasts have just been treated by you, so it's really inconvenient for us to go along. But rest assured, the map I draw will definitely be accurate. If you find it to be false, you can come to us anytime after you leave, Zhang Yan said solemnly. After all, since they had already decided to inform Duan Yi and the others about the location of the cave, following along would only mean watching them take the spoils, which would feel extremely uncomfortable. It was better to leave this troublesome place and not see it at all. That works too. Duan Yi hesitated slightly, then nodded. Afterward, Zhang Yan quickly sketched out the approximate route on the paper and handed it to Duan Yi. Then added, this is the route to reach that cave, but there is one thing you need to pay attention to. After reaching that place, you need to pass through a waterfall. The cave is behind the waterfall. The two of us accidentally entered the waterfall and discovered the cave. Duan Yi took the map, looked at it carefully, and then said to Zhang Yan and the others, thank you. We'll be on our way now. Since they had learned the exact location, Duan Yi decided not to linger here any longer. They needed to set off for the cave quickly to avoid being beaten to it by others. As for whether the two of them would draw a fake map to deceive him, Duan Yi wasn't worried at all. After all, he was fully capable of dealing with them now. If he discovered the map was fake, Duan Yi definitely wouldn't let them off. Afterward, Zhang Yan and Li Si retracted their exotic beasts, cupped their fists toward Duan Yi and Su Lianxue, and then headed toward the forest's exit. Let's set off too, Duan Yi said to Su Lianxue while looking at the map. Aren't you afraid they'll trick you? Su Lianxue smiled faintly and asked, deceive me? They must have a death wish. If they really dare to deceive me, I definitely won't let them off easily. Duan Yi snorted coldly and said, I was just joking. Su Lianxue laughed after seeing Duan Yi's agitated reaction and said, don't worry, those two seem to have decent character. They probably wouldn't do something like that. Then let's hurry up and go, so others don't beat us to it. After saying that, Duan Yi ran ahead and Su Lianxue quickly followed behind. Their two exotic beasts, after devouring the corpse of the Shockwave bear, had almost fully recovered their strength. They charged ahead at full speed, clearing the path for Duan Yi and Su Lianxue. About an hour later, Duan Yi and Su Lianxue arrived at the endpoint marked on Zhang Yan's map. The journey was relatively smooth. Although some exotic beasts emerged to attack Duan Yi and Su Lianxue, the strongest among them were only of green quality and were swiftly killed by the ice-soul venomous snake. At this moment, Duan Yi and Su Lianxue were located roughly in the middle of the forest. Ahead of them was a massive waterfall. At the same time, there was also a small river. Duan Yi conducted a system scan and found that most of the exotic beasts in the river were of white quality, posing no danger. It seems Zhang Yan was right. There really is a waterfall. Upon seeing the waterfall before him, Duan Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they hadn't deceived him. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss, not only saving the exotic beasts in vain but also wasting so much time. I have to say, the two of them really have incredible luck to discover such a hidden place. Su Lianxue carefully examined the waterfall and found no anomalies. If one hadn't been inside before, no one would think there was a cave hidden within. There's no time to lose, let's go in quickly. Immediately, Duan Yi, along with Su Lianxue and the two exotic beasts beside them, entered the waterfall together. As soon as they entered the waterfall, Duan Yi and Su Lianxue were stunned by the sight of the cave before them. On the walls of this cave, there were indeed many spirit stones embedded. These stones were colorful, emitting various hues of light, illuminating the entire cave in a dazzling array of colors. Moreover, the cave was incredibly vast, stretching beyond what the eye could see. It was clear that there was more to it than met the eye. Wow, this is just too much. Su Lianxue was completely stunned by the scene in the cave and couldn't help but start touching the spirit stones with her hands. Indeed, I originally thought they might have been exaggerating, but now it seems they weren't lying at all. This place is truly filled with spirit stones, Duan Yi said in amazement. At the same time, a large amount of data and attributes appeared in Duan Yi's mind, providing detailed information about the various types of spirit stones. However, due to the sheer variety, Duan Yi had no way to examine them one by one and could only take a quick glance. At Duan Yi's current location, the majority of the spirit stones are of white quality. However, a small portion has reached green quality, and there is even one that has reached blue quality. Name: Wind Soul Stone. Description: a blue quality material that has a chance to drop after the death of wind-type exotic beasts. It contains extremely powerful wind attribute energy and is one of the materials used for evolution. There's even a Wind Soul Stone here. It seems this cave is definitely not naturally formed. Someone must have deliberately placed these spirit stones here, though I have no idea why they would do so. Duan Yi looked at the Wind Soul Stone in front of him, pondered for a moment, and said, should we start digging out all these spirit stones and take them away now? Su
Su Lianxue was very tempted upon seeing so many spirit stones. Although she was born into a prestigious family with excellent conditions, many of the spirit stones here were ones Su Lianxue was seeing for the first time. They were extremely rare, and even if she didn't sell them, keeping them as a collection would be great.
Wait, I feel like something's not quite right. Look, this cave seems to be quite large. Why don't we take a quick look around first and see if there's anything dangerous? If we rashly dig it out now and a very powerful exotic beast suddenly appears, wouldn't we be doomed? It's better to play it safe.
After Duani entered this cave, the radar image in his mind only showed a large number of green light spots, indicating that there were no exotic beasts inside. However, considering there are so many spirit stones here, it seems unlikely that only the shockwave bear is guarding them. Moreover, the cave is quite large, so there might be other exotic beasts inside. To avoid a situation like the one with the Earthshade Silver Flood Dragon earlier, caution is absolutely necessary now. Originally, Su Lianxue was about to start digging out the spirit stone, but after hearing Duanyi's words, she immediately stopped.
You're right, we need to check it out carefully first, Su Lianxue nodded and said.
The reason they encountered that purple quality Earthshade Silver Jiao earlier was precisely because they were too reckless.
Without taking the time to inspect thoroughly, they hastily sealed the environmental spirit card.
Fortunately, for some unknown reason, the Earthshade Silver Jiao hesitated for a moment. If it hadn't hesitated and attacked them directly, the three of them might have already met with misfortune at that time. So, with the lesson learned from last time, this time it must be checked first no matter what.
Immediately afterward, Duani and Su Lianxue headed toward the interior of the cave.
As Duani walked, he used the system's radar scanning ability to continuously check the situation inside the cave. Since the cave was almost entirely filled with spirit stones, the radar display in Duani's mind showed nothing but green light points. As long as a yellow light spot appears now, it will be very noticeable. In this way, Duani and Su Lianxue went deeper and deeper, and the spirit stones gradually decreased. However, the ones that decreased were those of white quality. The deeper they went, the more green quality and blue quality spirit stones appeared. In just a short while, Duani and Su Lianxue saw no fewer than 10 blue quality spirit stones, making the two of them feel even more excited. My goodness, if there really are no beast attacks and we take all these spirit stones out, we'll definitely strike it rich, Su Lianxue said excitedly. Even though Su Lianxue's family was well off, she couldn't help but feel very tempted upon suddenly seeing so many blue quality spirit stones. Hopefully, there are no exotic beasts, Duani said cautiously, glancing around.
Look quickly, it seems like the end is just ahead. It really doesn't look like there are any other exotic beasts.
Su Lianxue saw a wall not far ahead blocking their path. Thinking they had reached the end, she excitedly ran over and patted the wall.
Don't move, be careful, it's dangerous, Duani suddenly exclaimed. After seeing the wall appear, Duani instinctively let out a sigh of relief.
But at that moment, he suddenly noticed two yellow glowing points flashing in his mind, just like the shockwave bear, very distinct. There was no doubt that behind that wall, there were two beasts of the same level as the shockwave bear, or perhaps even stronger. But Su Lianxue was already too late to stop and patted the stone wall twice.
Immediately, the entire cave began to shake violently. What's going on? What did I do?
Su Lianxue shouted in shock.
Don't panic, prepare for battle.
It seems a strange beast is about to emerge. Duan-Yi immediately pulled Su Lianxue to his side while commanding the Ice Soul venomous snake to stand in front of them. After seeing her master in danger, Su Lianxue's Snow Shadow Wolf immediately rushed to the front, vigilantly watching ahead. Accompanied by the tremors from the cave, the wall in front shattered in an instant, and two figures flew out from within.
Beast name, Gem Soul Beast. Beast race / attribute, Psionic race / light element.
Alien beast abilities,
Beam cannon, Gem armor. Alien beast status, Angry. Alien beast name, Gem Soul King.
Alien beast race / attribute, Supernatural race / light type. Exotic beast abilities, Beam cannon, Gem armor, Light energy impact.
Exotic beast status, Angry.
It's the Gem Soul Beast and the Gem Soul King.
Duan-Yi immediately used the system's ability to identify what the two exotic beasts were.
At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally thought that at least two blue-quality exotic beasts would appear, but now it seemed there was only one. The other one, although it still appeared to be green, would likely evolve soon.
This was why it was represented as a flashing yellow dot in Duan-Yi's mind. It was to remind Duan-Yi that this Gem Soul Beast already possessed power not inferior to blue quality.
Immediately afterward, two exotic beasts, one large and one small, holding gem-encrusted scepters, with white skin all over their bodies, resembling little elves, appeared in front of Duan-Yi and Su Lianxue. Among them, there was one with a larger physique, exuding an even more powerful aura. In addition to holding a gemstone scepter, it also had a 7-colored gemstone embedded in its chest. It was clear that this one was the Gemstone Soul King. Gemstone Soul Beast, Gemstone Soul King, a superpowered alien beast.
Su Lianxue was startled as soon as she recognized what these two alien beasts were. No wonder there are so many spirit stones in the cave.
It turns out the Gemstone Soul King lives here.
This kind of alien beast loves shiny, glowing things the most.
It seems we've really hit the jackpot this time, Duan said excitedly. After all, what emerged was merely a blue-quality exotic beast. As long as it hasn't reached purple quality, no matter what kind of exotic beast it is, Duan is fully confident at this moment. I'll attract the big one later, you go attack the small one, we'll act separately.
Duan immediately said to Su Lianxue beside him.
Alright, I'll support you from the side with the silver ice bow. After all, this Gem Soul King looks quite formidable, Su Lianxue said with a slight hesitation.
After all, Duan Yi's ice soul venomous snake, no matter how strong, is ultimately just a green quality exotic beast with blue quality power. Compared to the Gem Soul King, a superpowered blue quality exotic beast, it is still much weaker.
Previously, when defeating the Shockwave Bear, it was their joint effort that led to victory. So Su Lianxue also wanted to cooperate with Duan Yi in the same way to defeat the Gem Soul King together. As for the other Gem Soul Beast, since it was only of green quality, Su Lianxue's Snow Shadow Wolf was fully capable of handling it. At this moment, the opposing Gem Soul King and Gem Soul Beast launched their attack. Blinding light erupted from the two scepters, one large and one small, forming two beams of light that directly blasted toward the Ice Venom Serpent and the Snow Shadow Wolf.
Exotic beast quality, green.
The more powerful beam of light was aimed directly at the Ice Venom Serpent. Exotic beast race/attribute, beast/fire element. This Gem Soul King clearly sensed the extraordinary nature of Duan Yi's Ice Soul Venomous Snake, deeming it the greatest threat, so it wanted to eliminate the Ice Soul Venomous Snake first. However, the exotic beasts of Duan Yi and Su Lianxue reacted very quickly, immediately dodging and charging into the fray.
Ice Soul Venomous Snake, activate Ice Sealing Technique, freeze the cave.
Since the exotic beasts of Duan Yi and Su Lianxue are both of the ice attribute, they could unleash the Ice Sealing Technique without restraint, turning the area into an icy surface, which would benefit their side's exotic beasts in battle. The Ice Soul Venomous Snake instantly unleashed a powerful chill, freezing the surroundings into blocks of ice in an instant. The Gem Soul King immediately sensed the cold and its speed slowed down.
Evolution route, 2 paths.
It seems you've provided a line of dashes without any text to translate.
Could you please provide the content you'd like translated?
The Gem Soul Beast nearby also had its speed slowed by the chill of the Ice Soul Venomous Snake.
The Snow Shadow Wolf seized this opportunity and launched its Ice Wolf Claw at the Gem Soul Beast, striking it fiercely and sending it flying. Seeing its child injured, the Gem Soul King immediately went berserk.
The 7-colored gem embedded in its chest instantly emitted a dazzling rainbow light. These 7-colored rays quickly converged into a massive light wave, which then blasted directly toward the Snow Shadow Wolf.
Not good. Exotic beast quality, green.
Duan Yi saw that the Gem Soul King suddenly changed its attack target and immediately commanded the Ice Poison Serpent to unleash the freezing ray. The freezing ray of the Ice Poison Serpent collided with the 7-colored light wave, and the impact of their collision instantly caused the entire cave to tremble. Afterward, cracks began to appear continuously on the walls, seemingly indicating signs of collapse. But fortunately, the icy aura of the Ice Soul Venomous Snake continued to be released, and the Snow Shadow Wolf nearby was also emitting cold air, temporarily freezing the crumbling walls.
You go and completely defeat that Gem Soul Beast right now. I'll hold off this Gem Soul King. Duan Yi shouted to Su Lianxue.
Alright, be careful yourself. Seeing that Duan Yi's Ice Soul Venomous Snake's freezing ray was fully capable of countering the rainbow-colored light waves, Su Lianxue felt reassured and commanded her Snow Shadow Wolf to charge in the direction where the Gem Soul Beast had been knocked away.
Evolution route, 2 paths. I can't be bothered to keep tangling with you any longer. I'll deal with you right now.
After all, the current battlefield is inside a cave.
If it completely collapses, there won't be enough time to freeze it.
Once it caves in, not only will Duan Yi and Su Lianxue be in danger, but all the spirit stones in the cave will also be lost.
Moreover, this Gem Soul King is indeed much stronger than the previous Shockwave Bear, and with its child injured, it has entered a berserk state.
Although continuing the fight would lead to victory, it would take more time. To be on the safe side, Duan Yi decided not to waste any more time. A Gravity Magnetic Field Environment Spirit card immediately appeared in his hand.
Gravity Magnetic Field, activate.
Accompanied by a flash of blue light, the Gravity Magnetic Field Environment Spirit card in Duan Yi's hand instantly vanished. Subsequently, an invisible suction force firmly pinned the floating Gem Soul King to the ground, rendering it unable to move normally.
It's not over yet. Gravity suppression.
After seeing the gravitational field take effect, Duan Yi pressed his advantage and directly activated the skill Gravity Suppression. The Gem Soul King, already pinned to the ground, now felt as if a heavy weight was firmly pressing down on it, rendering it immobile. The Gem Soul King, previously in a berserk state, instantly regained clarity. Its eyes revealed a deep sense of fear, trembling uncontrollably.
Gravity release. Ice Soul Viper, send it on its way.
Since this Gem Soul King had already reached blue quality, and the current Duan Yi only possessed a bronze-level cultivation, it was impossible to seal a blue-quality exotic beast. Therefore, it had to be dealt with. Upon receiving Duan Yi's command, a trace of bloodthirst flashed in the Ice Soul Viper's eyes as it swiftly charged toward the Gem Soul King. Accompanied by a miserable cry, the Gem Soul King's entire white skin had turned purple, while the colorful gem on its chest shattered, completely losing all signs of life. Immediately, a blue-quality beast core emerged. After dealing with the Gem Soul King, Yi immediately withdrew the gravity field and stored the blue-quality beast core in his storage ring. Then, he walked toward the corpse of the Gem Soul King.
Exotic beast quality, blue. This scepter seems to be worth some money. I'll keep it for now.
The Gem Soul King's body size is only about 40 to 50 centimeters, not very large, and there is no flesh on its body, so the Ice Poison Serpent has absolutely no interest in it. Only this scepter inlaid with gemstones looks somewhat valuable. After all, the Gem Soul King is a rare exotic beast of the superhuman race, and some wealthy collectors might like it. After completely dealing with the Gem Soul King, Yi ran in the direction where Su Lianxue had just gone. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Su Lianxue returning with the Snow Shadow Wolf.
How is it, that Gem Soul beast? Yi quickly asked.
After all, it is a green-quality exotic beast, and compared to killing it, sealing it is clearly more worthwhile.
Evolution route, 2 paths. I successfully sealed it.
Su Lianxue excitedly took out the spirit card of the Gem Soul beast and said with a smile,
"Not bad. I thought you might fail, considering it was almost reaching blue quality." Yi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the spirit card of the Gem Soul beast. It took me a lot of effort.
This Gem Soul beast was really stubborn. No matter how I commanded the Snow Shadow Wolf to attack it, it just wouldn't submit. Later, for some unknown reason, it suddenly fell into despair and willingly let me seal it.
Su Lianxue smiled and said, "Then I think I know the reason."
Yi finished speaking and pointed to the corpse of the Gem Soul King nearby, saying, "It must have sensed that it was already dead, so it lost the will to live."
Wow, you killed it so quickly? I thought it would take a long time.
Su Lianxue exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the corpse of the Gem Soul King on the ground.
"It hasn't been long since I subdued the Gem Soul beast, and Yi ended it just like that?
Moreover, the Ice Soul venomous snake doesn't seem to have suffered any injuries at all.
Isn't this a bit too strong? After all, we are in a cave.
If the fight drags on too long, it could easily cause a collapse, and we'd all be doomed. So, I decided to finish it quickly. Then let's quickly collect these spirit stones. I feel the ice won't last much longer.
Soon, these walls will shatter, so we need to speed up." Yi glanced around and said, how should we handle the Gem Soul beast?"
Su Lianxue stared intently at the Gem Soul beast spirit card, showing great affection.
"Since you sealed it, it must be yours."
"I don't have any use for this kind of exotic beast at the moment," Yi said, without any intention of competing for the Gem Soul beast. After all, it's just a green-quality exotic beast. Although the species is relatively rare, it's completely unnecessary for Yi at this stage. His Ice Poison Serpent is already of blue quality, and his other beast, the mighty Snow Ape, is about to mature. Its strength is already formidable, and the materials for its evolution are all prepared. As soon as he advances to the silver rank, he can evolve the mighty Snow Ape at any time.
At that time, if a mutation occurs, Yi will directly possess a purple-quality exotic beast.
Therefore, Yi really doesn't have much interest in this Gem Soul beast. It is not as appealing to him as the large number of blue-quality spirit stones in this cave.